Chapter 491. Monsters are attacking the camp. The adventurers in the Firefly camp were startled by the sudden sound of the horn and fell into chaos. People rushed into the streets to see what was happening. After all, this was deep in the monster forest. Compared to the number of monsters, humans are a minority. Just like when human adventurers see a large group of monsters and want to kill them all to get materials, the monsters are also greedy for the delicious blood food in the camp. So in the wild, monsters attacking camps are common. But for a strong team, this is usually a benefit that comes to their doorstep. Ji-sun and his team had encountered this before. Then the group of monsters became materials. What's more, this Firefly camp has a magic tower, and the Archbishop of the Holy See stationed there. No one would think that there are any monsters that can break through such a heavily guarded large camp. This kind of attack on the camp is an opportunity to make money. So at the first moment, the mercenary group was not afraid, but organized the members at the first moment, and rolled up their sleeves to do a big job. Oh my goodness, monsters are attacking the camp. Brothers, hurry up and grab your weapons. Follow me to the city wall. Ha ha ha, I hope the number of people coming is not too small. Otherwise there will not be enough for the people in the camp. People from the fiery group, rush out with me. Let's go outside to catch the first wave. In the restaurant, tavern, and tents, adventurers poured out like a tide, and then quickly gathered and rushed out of the camp excitedly. Most people have not realized the seriousness of the matter. Ji-sun and others were watching seriously on the second floor of the restaurant, without any unusual movements. Hey, it's so lively. Look at those guys. Their reactions are obviously those of regular troops, even royal knights. But they are all disguised as adventurers. Yeah. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have known there were so many people from the Holy See in the camp. The Revolutionary Army is also a veteran of the battlefield. They can tell at a glance those guys who behave differently in an emergency. Those who rush out excitedly are definitely adventurers, who want to get rich, and those who gather in strict discipline are regular troops. It's just that the number was beyond everyone's expectations. Ji-sun was not surprised. He had been observing before, and he knew that about 30% to 40% of the people in the camp had a relationship with the Holy See. However, no one from the Sun sect or the Scarlet sect showed up. This was just the beginning. The situation was far from clear. Ji-sun glanced at the tavern and saw Old Man Su running out with the crowd. Then he glanced at Che-er in the caravan in the distance, and deduced his thoughts in his mind. At this moment, the assassin Dong Shu, who was good at perception, seemed to have discovered something and said to Qin Rushi, "Captain, there are many powerful auras coming. The number of monsters attacking the camp this time is probably shocking." Bai on the side also muttered, "It's strange how so many monsters came to attack the camp." Qin Rushi said calmly, "It should be the fragments of the divine nature." Ji-sun thought so too. Monsters are more sensitive to supernatural energy fluctuations than humans. And there is no more than fragments of the divine nature. Better bait. In other words, someone in the camp is driving the energy of the Godhead fragments and driving the beast tide. This is a good thing. Ji-sun and his team have two pieces, but they are hidden so as not to cause trouble. In order to attract the monsters, the person in the camp must use some method to release the divine substance in the Godhead fragments. In this way, the position will inevitably be exposed. Sure enough, when everyone was chatting, the Holy Dragon Knights in the camp suddenly seemed to have discovered something and hurriedly gathered towards the southeast. However, before they could surround the small building, a boom sounded, and brilliant magic light exploded. The small building was reduced to ashes. In an instant, everyone in the camp felt a powerful and soul-shaking divine power. Even though Qin Rushi and Ji-sun had already touched the fragments, they frowned when they felt it. Ji-sun's eyes were deep, and he murmured, "The status of that ancient Titan god is probably not an ordinary god." Qin Rushi also said, "Yeah." The adventurers in the camp didn't understand why the explosion happened, nor did they know what the frightening fluctuations were. But the monsters were very sensitive. Just a moment after the explosion, there was a crackling sound of thunder outside the camp. On the Arrow Tower, the sentry in charge of the realm immediately warned, "Not good, that 8th level world-destroying thunder ape is coming towards the camp." The 8th level monster is already capable of annihilating most of the mid and high-level adventure groups. Upon hearing this, the small mercenary group that was just excited to go out of the camp for hunting hesitated, as if they were hesitating whether to go out. Although Ji-sun and his companions did not see the situation outside the camp, the thunder had already made them feel the pressure from the top monsters. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. Suddenly, a rumbling sound like a mountain torrent was heard outside the camp. The sound rolled like a tide, rapidly approaching the camp, as if countless creatures were flapping their wings and coming. The sentry on the arrow tower seemed to have seen the situation clearly, and his face changed instantly. It's bats. A lot of bats. Before everyone climbed up to the top of the camp to see, a dense black tide appeared in the field of vision. It was like a black cloud surging. Looking carefully, there were dense red dots in the black cloud. They were pairs of piercing red eyes. And the black clouds in the sky were countless giant bats. Bonnie saw the bats clearly and exclaimed, "Hell bats!" The sixth-ranked deputy leader of the Mithril Serpent that the Great Sword Group had met in the wild before knew about this hell creature in advance. Now seeing the outrageous number of bats, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. My goodness, there must be 1,000,000 of them, right? I'm afraid there are more than that. We don't know how many there are in the future. Brother Ji-sun, is this the hell bat you mentioned? It's as big as a giant eagle, or a bat. If 10 of these bats of the lowest rank can produce a magic core, that's more than 100,000 magic cores. 5-6, what are you thinking? With this number, you can't kill them all even if you chop your sword until it curls. I think these bats might destroy the camp. Even though they knew the danger was coming, the Great Sword Group still had a good attitude and could still comment on the bats. On the other hand, the adventurers who had just rushed out of the camp fled back in panic with fear on their faces. There were too many monsters. There were so many that it was like an ocean, and any team that went in would be drowned. At this moment, everyone vaguely realized that something seemed to be wrong. In the camp, various long-range professionals also began to attack. Archers, small magic towers, magic catapults, elemental light arrows, and various gorgeous spells shot towards the black tide in the distance. But just like throwing stones into a flood, except for a little ripple, the bat swarm did not slow down at all. The walls outside the camp did not hinder this flying creature at all. But after a dozen breaths, countless giant bats rushed into the camp, showing their sharp fangs and pounced on anyone they saw. Before the adventurers could figure out what was happening nearby, the huge camp was plunged into a fierce battle. Damn it, find cover. Don't fight these bats in an open area. Be careful not to get close to them. These bats can absorb the magic power of the spell shield. There are too many monsters. Use spell cards sparingly. Although the rank of the hell bats is generally not high, there are too many of them. Flying can evade attacks flexibly, and the fangs can break magic. Dozens of monsters surrounded them, posing a fatal threat to intermediate card masters. A group of bats also rushed into the second floor of the restaurant where Ji-sun and his friends were. Qin Jian slashed with his sword 5 or 6 times, leaving only bat remains on the ground. These bats are not a big threat to masters like them, at least for now. But it is also a matter of time. The bat corpses in the camp have piled up into a mountain, and the foul-smelling black blood is flowing on the street. Ji-sun saw this, and his right hand gently stroked the god thief ring in his left hand. Seeing the blood rolling in the camp, he knew that this was the best fighting environment for vampires. The battle became more and more intense. Soon, the magic towers in the center of the camp also charged and released magic light cannons. But it was like using a cannon to hit a mosquito, and it still had little effect. There were many high-level card masters in the camp, and a large number of official elites with excellent equipment. Hellbats the rank was low, and before the spell was exhausted, it was difficult to pose a fatal threat to the camp with just these bats. Ji-sun and his men hid on the second floor of the restaurant and watched silently. Those bats were just the beginning of the attack on the camp. As time went by, in addition to the 8th-level world-destroying Thunder Ape, the Phoenix with blue flames in the sky, the Hell Dragon spewing lava, and the Sub-Dragon Overlord Thunder Dragon Lizard, these Lord-level monsters were also attracted by the aura of the divine fragments in the camp. With the camp's defensive weapons to restrain them, these top-level monsters have not yet been able to break through the camp's defenses. But even so, the wave after wave of monsters has caused more casualties among the adventurers in the camp. Suddenly, Bonnie saw something and exclaimed, "Captain, look, that underworld peacock is coming." Everyone looked up and saw a strange bird with a wingspan of dozens of meters in the sky in the distance flying rapidly towards the camp. The feathers emitted a strange black and white light. If you don't look at the violence in the piercing red eyes, this is definitely the most beautiful white peacock Ji-sun has ever seen. When the wings were spread, countless feathers attacked the camp like a rain of arrows. The white light passed by, whether it was the magic pattern on the city wall or the defensive barrier on the magic tower. At this moment, it was like a thin piece of paper, and was instantly pierced with holes by the feathers. Not only the defensive barrier, but also the people on the arrow tower fell down like wheat being cut. As soon as this underworld peacock appeared, it immediately tore a hole in the northeastern defense line of the camp. Several feathers penetrated the barrier, and their power was not limited, just hitting the restaurant where Ji-sun and others were. Qin Rushi made a lightning-fast move and caught a white light that penetrated the wooden building. However, as soon as he got it, the white feather turned into pure light element and dissipated on the spot. Everyone gasped when they saw the scene. The eyelids of the Holy Hammer Sam jumped. This annihilation light is really fucking terrifying. The camp's defense barrier was broken just like that. For the first time, he felt so insecure with his shield and armor. Demolition Master Rosen also said, if we don't avoid it, we won't know how we died. Even the assassin with the highest agility, Uncle Dong, said yes. It's also fortunate that we are far enough away from the peacock, otherwise, with this speed and number, I'm afraid we can't avoid it. If it's because of the long distance, people can predict it in advance. But if the range attack just now really gets close, several Revolutionary Army cadres are not sure they can avoid it. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, but his tone was calm. This sacred light feather of silent destruction is really able to break all laws, worthy of being a high-level hell species. I asked Old Man Su before, and knew some of the situation. But seeing this power with my own eyes, I have an accurate understanding. Qin Rushi also responded with a solemn expression. Yeah? If she really had to face another peacock in its prime, she really wasn't sure. Fortunately, in this situation, there are people to consume. Although the scale of the Firefly camp is not too large, it is not possible for a few 8th level monsters to break through the camp that the 3 royal families spent a huge amount of money on. Just when the dark peacock broke through a section of the city wall and was about to rush into the camp, the highest 9-story magic tower in the center of the town suddenly lit up with a dazzling blue light. The terrifying energy gathered at the top of the tower, and it burst out with a devastating wave. Although those lord monsters are strong and intelligent, they have never seen a human magic tower. By the time they felt the danger was coming, they had already stopped avoiding it. The people of the Holy See had not used this killer weapon until they rushed into the precise range. In a flash of whoosh, 3 forbidden spell-level magic thunder light killing cannon had already shot out. The 3 flying lords Hell Dragon, Phoenix, and Underworld Peacock were the closest. The 3 beams of light also chased the 3 monsters. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 3 monsters were pierced by the beams. A big hole was pierced through the dragon's chest, and it cried out in grief, spilling blood from the sky and falling. Phoenix, although it didn't seem to be a big problem after being pierced, its blue flames dimmed a lot after crying out in grief. The Underworld Peacock released its feathers at the last moment to offset part of the beam, but was also hit on the wings and staggered to the ground. 3 level 8 monsters were severely damaged at once, and the adventurers in the camp were jubilant. And Ji-sun was also amazed. Magic lock? The significance of the magic tower lies in its fixed structure, which can be equipped with all kinds of strange devices. To put it in a more understandable way, how many magic patterns can be arranged on a spell card as big as a magic tower? Ji-sun just recognized many magic patterns such as extreme energy gathering, instantaneous, extreme speed, magic lock, destroy magic, annihilation from the patterns on the magic tower. He couldn't think of any substance that could withstand such a shot. It must be said that this is countless times more powerful than the most powerful artillery in the East Wilderness. This magic tower hit 3 level 8 monsters in 1 round of artillery fire, and the beast tide's ferocity was instantly reduced by half. The lords were all very smart, and they hid in the back group one by one, not daring to be the first to come out. Normally, with such a magic tower, any monster attack must be repelled. Unfortunately, from the beginning, the beast tide was just a means to consume the camp's combat power. Besides, the charging time of this magic tower is a bit long. Ji-sun looked at the magic tower that was still charging in the second round and pursed his lips. Based on his understanding of magic engineering, not to mention whether the hardware and energy can support it, the second round of artillery will take at least 2 minutes to fire. In fact, if the monster lords took this opportunity to rush over, they would have a chance to break the city. Unfortunately, they had never seen the magic tower and were frightened. If the magic tower was allowed to charge up, the threat of the beast tide would not be great. Just as Ji-sun was deducing how things would develop, his eyes suddenly shrank. Huh? In his field of vision, a wretched old man was hiding here and there, preparing to slip out of the camp. Old Man Su started to run away, which means that there is real danger. Seeing this, Ji-sun's eyes turned and he said decisively, "Hurry up, let's follow him out of the camp." Qin Rushi was stunned, not understanding why he left the city at this critical moment. Bonnie also instinctively wondered, but now there are monsters everywhere outside. Isn't it dangerous for us to go out? The other people also had the same doubts. But seeing Ji-sun leaving, they followed him without hesitation. Ji-sun couldn't explain. But if Old Man Su had to avoid them, something serious must have happened. The streets were still full of adventurers fighting bats, and the situation looked very good. He and Qin Rushi didn't dare to delay and chased after Old Man Su. The few of them didn't stand out too much, they just killed some bats and broke through, and just happened to catch Old Man Su, who was about to climb over the wall on the east wall. Ji-sun said, "Senior, you want to leave the camp? Or we can go together, more people means more care." Old Man Su turned his head, and saw that it was Ji-sun. He recognized that it was the acquaintance who invited him to drink these days. He grinned with a mouthful of broken front teeth, and said excitedly, "Oh, that's great. My old bones can't stand the tossing. It's unsafe in the camp. It's a pity that those guys don't listen to me. Forget it, just ignore them." After getting permission, Ji-sun dared to invite the Revolutionary Army to come closer. Although they didn't understand why Ji-sun wanted to approach this old man, they also had absolute trust in Qin Rushi and Ji-sun. Without any hesitation, they prepared to climb over the wall and leave. There were still mercenaries fighting fiercely on the wall, and their behavior seemed a little suspicious. And the facts once again proved how correct Ji-sun's judgment was. Just when he was thinking about whether to force his way out, bang! There was a loud noise, and a fierce battle suddenly broke out in the camp. When the monsters attacked the city before, the people of the Holy See immediately checked the suspicious people in the camp. It seems that they have found them. Fights broke out simultaneously in the east and south of the camp. Bang! The violent shock waves sent the knights in fluorescent armor flying all over the sky, and several high-level vampires with flesh wings soared into the sky from the eastern camp area. A huge red 9-pointed star formation lit up in the sky, and the blood energy in the city became their best supplement. The blood flames were so surging that the Holy Dragon Knights dared not approach. Ji-sun looked at the leading vampire, who was still beautiful even after the transformation, and was surprised. "Mrs. Mist is so strong? Judging from her posture, she is at least level 7. That's right, having lived for more than 100,000 years, no matter how powerful she is, she cannot be underestimated." It wasn't just those high-level vampires. Their sudden attack seemed to send a signal. Among the adventurers in the camp, who were fighting bats, hundreds of them also transformed into vampires and joined the melee. Because he had seen Mrs. Mist before, Ji-sun watched her take action and was not surprised. However, at this moment, the camp suddenly became brighter. In the sky, a dazzling sun rose into the sky. Seeing this, Ji-sun secretly said, "Have the people from the Church of Light taken action?" He fixed his eyes, and saw a man in a black robe standing under the sun. It was none other than Gustav, the vice president of the Royal Academy of History and Mystery, who had defected before. The bait was thrown out, and when the fish appeared, it was time to cast the net. Perhaps it was to wait for these people. In the magic tower, an old man in a red robe finally flew out of the air and shouted, "You are looking for death. Everyone, follow me to encircle and wipe out these heretics." The majestic command resounded throughout the camp. The adventurers then realized that it was the pagans who were causing trouble. Half of the side was strangely scarlet, and the other half was the scorching sun. Seeing that the war was about to begin, Ji-sun finally understood why Old Man Su wanted to slip away at this critical moment. For masters of that level to fight, it was more dangerous in the camp than outside. But Ji-sun always felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. Xie Guozhong had not shown up yet, the coffin of the Holy See had not shown up either, and the Holy Sea of Light was going for the bait, and had not shown up yet. But now was not the time to think about these things. Ji-sun didn't care about anything else, and jumped onto the city wall with Old Man Su. Qin Rushi and the cadres followed closely. Before those on the city wall were still in shock, several people had already rushed out of the city. Almost at the same time, behind them, a mushroom cloud exploded with a boom. Looking again, the 9th level magic tower exploded. The violent vibration was accompanied by a terrifying energy overflow, and the shock wave instantly pushed most of the buildings in the camp. Everyone in the camp looked at this scene with wide eyes, and was at a loss. The magic tower is not only a threat to the attack equipment of top-level monsters, but more importantly, it is the defense hub of the entire camp. The tower was destroyed, which means that they completely lost the barrier to stop the beast tide. The monster lords, who were hiding in the sea of bats before, also showed their heads at this moment, and rushed over aggressively. The magic tower just killed a large number of monsters, a complete hatred attractor. If you stay in the camp now, you will definitely be targeted by monsters. At this moment, Qin Rushi and others around Ji-sun knew why he wanted to run away just now. Even though they were only a little ahead of time, this could be the key to their lives. Several flying monster lords arrived in a blink of an eye, killing people like cutting wheat, and the battlefield was in chaos. Although Ji-sun and his companions had to face the first wave of monsters after climbing over the city wall, fortunately, the location they chose to leave the city cleverly avoided those monster lords. Although the risk was still not small, it was definitely not as big as staying in the camp before. Hurry up! Ji-sun led everyone and plunged into the tide of bats. There were tens of thousands of bats around, so dense that the air seemed to be unable to circulate normally. The monsters were right next to them, and in this case, whether it was poison or range attack spells, it was easy to accidentally hurt teammates. The means of the deadly poison Dr. Bonnie and the Blaster Rosen were mostly restricted. The Holy Hammer Sam was just a meat shield, and the dozens of bats he killed were not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. The assassin Dong Shu couldn't kill many with his sword. The best means were those targeted attack means. Qin Jianwuliu's sword energy was sharp, and blood and monster limbs flew all over the sky as he chopped randomly. But even so, the number of bats surrounding everyone did not decrease at all. As Bonnie said before, with this number, even if his magic sword Nightwhale Kill was chopped and turned the blade, it would not be able to kill them all. And Qin Rushi could not attack with all his strength. If the energy leaked out, it would not only attract high-grade monsters, but also attract the masters hidden in the Holy Sea. Now they wanted to avoid the main battlefield, the less noise the better. But those bats were still swallowing the overflowing magic power of several people, and the longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be. If the stalemate continues like this, there is a high probability that this group of people may be exhausted to death. Bonnie quickly discovered the problem and reminded 5-6, you should pay attention to consumption and don't create such a large sword energy field. The field consumes a lot of mana. If it is opened all the way, the 6th level card master can't hold on for long. What should we do? Qin Jianwulio was also helpless and said, if we really let these bats get close, our mana will be sucked away, and it will be even more troublesome. This is the trouble with hell bats, their ranks are not high, and their fangs are not a big threat to high-level card masters. But they not only suck blood, but also absorb spell power. If this number is not stopped, it can suck people dry in minutes. Everyone in the team seemed a little anxious. Even Qin Rushi frowned slightly, thinking about whether there is a better way to break out. She glanced at Ji-sun beside her, and her eyes suddenly lit up with expectation. Because at this time, Ji-sun suddenly took out a special relic 1,000-feather moon wheel-waiting moon. Before anyone could figure out what this relic was, the metal silver moon suddenly exploded. Looking more closely, the scales turned into strands of extremely sharp blades, forming a blade storm in an instant, flying towards the surrounding bats. Shwa shwa shwa, before anyone could react, silver light flashed, and the bodies of bats fell like raindrops. The efficiency was so high that a large area around was cleared in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone cast astonished glances, looking at Ji-sun's extremely relaxed expression. Several faces were all amazed and puzzled. How could it be like this? Why is your spiritual power flying knife different from others? Chapter 492. Swoosh. 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 The sharp sound of breaking the wind rang out. Ji-sun used his telekinetic power to throw a flying knife, and the hell bats around him fell like raindrops. The high efficiency made Qin Rushi and several revolutionary army cadres stunned. Hundreds of flying knives flashed around them at a very fast speed, like thousands of silver-scaled and flexible fish swimming in the void. Wherever the cold light passed, blood would splash. Although these flying knives did not look as domineering and fierce as Qin Jianwuliu's sword energy field just now, the number of kills was far less than that of the sword energy mowing the grass. But everyone found strangely that during the flash of silver light, a barrier with a diameter of about 10 meters was formed around them. For a while, no bats could get close to them. It seemed that the flying knife was not lethal enough, but that it just controlled such a large range and controlled the battle fluctuations just right. Looking more carefully, those bats were almost killed in one blow, and the wounds on the bodies were mostly concentrated in the head and heart. Occasionally, a few of them, it was just luck. All of them are like this. This is not ordinary precision. What an exaggerated calculation. Everyone knew that Ji-sun was practicing the I Am the World, so they were not surprised. But gradually, the style of painting became more and more outrageous. Qin Rushi and the others also found that it seemed that Ji-sun could deal with the attacking bats by himself without having to do it themselves. There was no need to take action, so several people stopped. Then, they looked at Ji-sun, who was walking leisurely on the pile of corpses, with a slightly strange look. You know, telekinesis is indeed very strong and has good lethality, but the consumption of mental spells puts a greater burden on the card master's body than the consumption of spell power. Everyone originally thought that Ji-sun's flying knife with telekinesis might consume too much energy like Chen Jianwuliu's sword energy field, and it would not last long. However, after watching for a while, they found that this guy did not show any signs of being overwhelmed. Bai could not help but be curious and asked directly, Ji-sun, are your flying knives controlled by mental power? How come the speed is so fast? Also, if you control so many flying knives, won't your mental power be consumed too quickly? Everyone present can kill these hell bats in groups. But even Qin Rushi wouldn't be so relaxed. Ji-sun looked at the curious eyes, and there was nothing he couldn't say, so he simply explained, I'm not just controlling things with my mental power, there are some other means. He has been practicing hard these days, since he came to the southern continent. While his mental power was skyrocketing, he also found a lot of secret techniques from the Royal Academy, and now, he can control hundreds of flying knives very easily. But the most important thing is that the realm of the two magic secret techniques of inducing the fall of the gods and the lightless sun has been broken through a lot. Normally, telekinesis requires the consumption of mental energy as a driving force, so it is very laborious. But Ji-sun is proficient in these two magic secrets. One pull and one push are the main driving forces, which can make the flying knife shuttle quickly. The mental power is used as a guide, and the direction of the flying knife can be accurately controlled with a little use. The three extraordinary powers cooperate with each other and exert explosive effects. Normally, if he wants to use telekinesis flying knife to achieve this effect, he may need to consume 100 units of mental energy. But with all three methods, the mental power consumption may be only 1% to 2%. Moreover, he also knows two secret methods, Gluttony and Moon God, which can restore mental power and spell power very quickly. At this level of consumption, it is almost the same as the natural recovery of the body. In other words, Ji-sun is now a perpetual motion machine. If it is just a battle of this level, then he can almost keep killing. Moreover, the energy fluctuation is very small, and it is almost impossible to be targeted by some high-level beings. After hearing Ji-sun's explanation, Qin Rushi's mouth curled up into a gentle smile. The expressions of Bonnie and the others were very interesting. Didn't this guy knock out a 7th-level monster with one punch before? It turns out that his mental attack method is so powerful, it seems that he can bring unexpected things to people every time. Everyone is used to it. Ji-sun's move also made the urgent battle situation seem so urgent all of a sudden. The shock waves of the battle behind him were higher and higher. That was the direction of the Firefly camp. The battle was visibly fierce. But that had nothing to do with the Great Sword Group. Because they evacuated in time, they also avoided the most dangerous wave of beast-tide impact. Whether it was the top-level monsters, or the three people from the Outer God sect, they had nothing to do with them. Just these bats, although there were many of them, could not pose a threat to them at all. The fight behind them was fierce, but the Great Sword Group was very leisurely. With Ji-sun controlling the situation, Bonnie and the others had nothing to do, and picked up magic cores along the way. The ground was full of bat corpses. As they walked, they dug out the walnut-sized magic crystal cores from the bats' heads. Originally, the blood, fur, bones and muscles of these bats were all materials, but the quantity was too much. Bonnie and the others only took the most valuable crystal cores, and threw away the others. As they walked, they didn't realize that the leather bags at hand were bulging. The probability of these hell bats producing magic cores is very high. For ordinary first-level monsters, it is good if 1 out of 10 has a magic core. These bats actually have 50% to 60% of them. Yes! It should be due to mutation. Rosen, the one in your hand is the leader monster. Please take off the fangs for me. It is an excellent material for the magic-breaking arrows. These bats should come from the dead zone. Hey, I don't know what secrets are hidden in that place. Emperor Lanlingster is going to explore it regardless of the danger. Hey, do you think that if we humans stay in that environment for a long time, will we also become giants? It is very likely. Ouch, there's a level 6 monster ahead. Haha, Uncle Dong, stop it quickly. For powerful adventurers, the beast tide is both a danger and an opportunity. Just like now. The Great Sword Group walked and chatted along the way, occasionally hunting a high-level monster. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi walked in the middle of the team, which was quite leisurely. There was also an old man Su who looked timid beside them. Ji-sun kept walking, and kept making deductions in his mind. It seemed that as long as they kept avoiding the main battlefield, the risk would be getting smaller and smaller. But Ji-sun was not so optimistic. He always felt that this battle that had been planned for a long time, by many parties was not as simple as baiting and fishing. What was the purpose of the people of the Holy Sea of Light? The means of the Holy Sea had not been revealed. The coffin was unknown for what purpose, and Xie did not appear. Many things that should have played an important role in the logical line were not seen. Ji-sun himself could not figure it out. He glanced at the old man Su beside him, and asked, "Senior Su, what is the situation of the bottomless pit in the dead zone? Do you know?" "How should I know?" Old man Su replied with his eyelids drooping. Ji-sun also raised his eyebrows when he heard it, not surprised. He had asked several times in the past few days, and the old man said he didn't know. Now he asked one more question just to see if he had any memories triggered by the things he encountered. Before he could ask anything else, old man Su muttered with a strange look, "But Ji-sun, did you notice that we seem to be lost?" "Lost?" Ji-sun immediately became alert when he heard it. But when he thought about it, no, the environment near the campsite had long been memorized in his mind. He had been heading in this direction all the way. How could he get lost? Could it be that his perception was misled? He turned his head to look at Qin Rushi and Bonnie beside him, and they also showed puzzled eyes. Ji-sun knew that it was not just him, and no one else had noticed the problem. If someone else said this, Ji-sun would think that the other party had misperceived it. But what old man Su said must be worth paying attention to. The perception was not disturbed, and the direction was fine, so how could he get lost? Could it be? Ji-sun was startled, and thought of something, and immediately looked at Ivan, who was sleeping in his pocket. Sure enough, he saw a faint layer of void energy lingering around her. Ji-sun hurriedly woke Ivan up. The little girl looked at him sleepily and asked blankly, "Ji-sun, what's wrong?" Ji-sun said directly, "Ivan, since the space around you, is there a problem?" When Ivan heard this, he immediately realized something. "Hey, how come we are back to that space again?" Ji-sun's eyelids twitched slightly when he heard this. He knew what happened. When the Holy Sea sent people to the East Wilderness to capture Ivan, the deacon used the rune stone to trap Ji-sun and the others in a special space called Lost Mirror Labyrinth. That space is infinitely circulated and can continuously absorb the space energy from Ivan. It's just like the situation in front of us. Ivan was woken up, looking listless, and muttered, "Ji-sun, I'm hungry." When Ji-sun heard this, he reconfirmed his thoughts. When the space energy was absorbed, Ivan's hunger frequency would be very high. Because he had encountered such a situation once before, Ji-sun was not too surprised, and his mind was quickly deducing. He also took out the snacks and stuffed them into the little girl hand. Qin Rushi, who was standing by, saw his solemn expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Ji-sun expressed his guess and said, "I know what the coffin is used for. The people of the Holy Sea should have used the coffin to trap everyone in the camp." He had been wondering before, what exactly is that Lost Mirror Labyrinth? He had studied a lot of information, but couldn't find any clues. Now he was sure that the runestone in his hand was just the key to that space. The real space itself was still the coffin. And now it was even more advanced. It was no longer a virtual mirror. Instead, the real space near the entire camp was brought in. Although he didn't know how those guys did it, Ji-sun's thoughts were already very clear. Upon hearing this, Qin Rushi frowned. She also figured out the arrangement of the Holy Sea. So that was the plan of those guys. Use bait to lure those heretics, and then use coffins to trap everyone in this special space, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Qin Rushi had heard Ji-sun talk about the weirdness of the mirror space before, and she herself had no clue how to get out. Now that she was trapped, she couldn't help but show a solemn look on her face. Hey, this is interesting. The background of the Holy Church is indeed not simple. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, and muttered to himself. This situation is exactly the same as the method used by Jiayu in the Innocent City, to set up a trap, to kill the old sections. The cleverness of the layout is just beginning to show. The more Ji-sun thought about it, the more excited he felt. The previous second, he felt that the struggle between the three major sects had nothing to do with him, and he was completely indifferent. At this moment, he was involved in it, and saw the huge chessboard revealed. But Ji-sun was very calm this time. The last time he got out of the Lost Mirror Labyrinth, it was all by chance. Perhaps it was because he had realized a little bit of the mystery of the law of time, or because of Joker, that he discovered the special space with 53 forbidden ruined stone tablets. In short, if he came again, he would not be sure that he could get out. But this time was different. Thinking of something, he glanced at the old man Su beside him. Others did not know how to crack this special space, but Ji-sun knew that it had something to do with law of time. There is a connection. The law of time is one of the supreme laws of the universe. Ji-sun has seen many masters, but he has only seen two people who have truly touched the mystery of time. They are Old Man Su and Che-er. So when he saw Che-er appear before, this thought popped up in Ji-sun's mind. The people of the Holy See have that mirror space. Could it be that Che-er came for this reason? Unexpectedly, one of the countless possible deductions really came true. And it was because it came true. Behind the chessboard, he seemed to see a familiar figure of a spectator. Ji-sun suddenly had a thought in his mind. Could that mushroom head also be involved? Bonnie and the others also heard the conversation between Ji-sun and Shin Rushi, and everyone realized that they seemed to be in a deadly danger. However, the problem has arisen. How to solve it now? Shin Rushi cast an inquiring look, as if asking, what should we do now? Ji-sun knew that some things should not be said too clearly, especially not to let some causes and effects related to Old Man Su, which are too purposeful, involve everyone. So he just said, protect Senior Su? No one can understand the mystery of time better than an eternal being. Everyone fell into deep thought after hearing this. No one asked any more questions, just nodded silently. Soon, Ji-sun and his friends understood why Old Man Su said they were lost. They were clearly walking in one direction, but as they walked, it seemed as if they had passed through a space barrier, and suddenly there was a sound of fighting in the dense forest in front of the team. When they got closer, a half-broken magic tower that used to be 10 stories high came into view. The sky was half bloody and half bright. There were dilapidated buildings all around. If it wasn't the Firefly camp, then where else could it be? After a long journey, they actually returned to the camp. The Great Sword group looked at this strange scene with solemn expressions. The battle in the camp was already very intense. The number of Hellbats was not as many as before, but they still looked like dark clouds floating over the camp. World-destroying Thunder Ape, Phoenix, Hell-flying Dragon, Thunder Dragon Lizard, and Nether Peacock, several 8th-level monsters were fighting human adventurers in the forest around the camp. This is already deep in the monster forest. Adventurers who can come here have some ability to save their lives. After the panic of the camp being dispersed, the survivors quickly gathered to fight back effectively. The Holy Church has ambushed so many elites. Even if there are pagans making trouble, they can't let a few monsters wipe out the camp. Several large mercenary groups and the Royal Knights gathered into a battle formation, pinning down the people of the Scarlet Sect and the Holy Church, and the rest of the people fought with the monsters. The monsters were attracted by the aura of the fragment of the Godhead before, and now seeing this situation, they also know that it is probably impossible to snatch the thing from humans. Moreover, the monsters have a stronger sense of crisis than humans, and they seem to have discovered that there is something wrong with the space. Several Lord monsters did not dare to approach the main battlefield, but scattered around the forest, with faint signs of retreat. However, Ji-sun and his friends have already proved that no one can get out now. After clearing up the situation at a glance, Ji-sun looked at the underworld peacock whose wings were pierced by the magic tower not far away, and suggested, how about we hunt some monsters first? Yeah. Shin Rushi also nodded. In this situation, they couldn't participate in the melee. But they couldn't get out. Rather than watching the battle secretly and being suspected, it's better to pay attention to those monsters first. If you want to hunt an 8th level nether peacock somewhere else, you must not only measure whether you can beat it, but also be wary of it flying away. Now this space is restricted, and you can't escape. The wings of the nether peacock are injured, and there is no better time than now. Besides, it's not just the peacock. With the naked eye, there are at least dozens of level 6 or higher monsters in the forest around the camp, either fighting with humans or fleeing around looking for a way out. Under normal circumstances, even in the monster forest, it would take 10 days or half a month to find such a high-level monster, and it depends on luck. But now, it's like a zoo, with monsters locked up everywhere that can't escape. Just when Ji-sun and his group were looking for trouble with those monsters. In a shabby little building in the camp, a young man with star-shaped eyebrows and sword-like eyes was leaning on the bed, watching the melee outside with an indifferent expression. It was none other than Che-er, whom Ji-sun had seen before. Watching, the young man murmured with emotion, the leader's deduction is completely correct. The people of the Holy See will definitely block the space, and it is an unexpected method. Oh, this mirror space, if you don't understand the law of time, there is really no chance to get out. I have to open a hole for them. As he said, he suddenly took out a black cloak with special patterns and put it on his body, and then took out an ancient mask that looked like stone, but not stone, and put it on his face. The mask covered his face, and a sense of mystery from ancient times came to his face. If Ji-sun was there, he would definitely recognize the patterns on the mask. It was the Time Speaker, one of the 13 Knights of the Illumination Hermitage. Before the dawn, the time teller in the dark and desperate night. Chapter 493. Ji-sun and Shin Rushi found themselves trapped, but they were not too worried. After all, the focus of this battle was the fight between the three foreign god sections. For bystanders like them who were involved, as long as they did not interfere with the battle on the main battlefield, the risk was actually controllable. As for being trapped, Ji-sun was also optimistic. Although no one expected the Holy See to seal the coffin. However, based on his understanding of Sieguizhong, he was not unprepared. And the Church of Light. If the dragon god Merodes had not died, the former Southern Continent Overlord Church would not have been so weak, and the revival plan that had been prepared for so long would not have been extinguished. The most important thing is that with Old Man Su as an anchor, there is always a glimmer of hope. He had encountered more thrilling situations than this many times before, so he didn't think it was a big deal. Thinking of this, Ji-sun and the Great Sword Group began their leisurely plan to hunt monsters. Although they couldn't get out, the mirror space covered a large area. They specially chose the corners of the forest far from the main battlefield to set traps to kill the fleeing monsters, and it was not easy to be discovered. At this moment, somewhere in the dense forest, the sound of fighting in the distance was thunderous, and the elements exploded like fireworks. That was the direction of the Firefly camp. But it had nothing to do with Ji-sun and his group. They were hunting. In the forest, the body of a 6th-level Tyrannosaurus Rex was lying on the ground. Qin Jian pulled out 5 or 6 swords from the body, and the assassin Dong Shu skillfully took out a knife and began to collect materials for skinning and tendon extraction. Hey, this is the 3rd level 6 monster. Captain, this mirror space is really good. If we also have this method, it's like blocking the river to catch fish, and we can easily cover a few forests and find all kinds of materials. Sam, don't think about it. How many monster materials can be exchanged for the energy required to release such a large-scale space barrier? Only the family of the Holy See can use it, otherwise, ordinary people will have no use for the coffin. That's right. But then again, I don't know if there's a chance to hunt down those 8th-level Overlord beasts. Hey, I've never seen so many 8th-level beasts appear together. That Underworld Peacock is still very strong now. When it's consumed a little more and wants to escape, we go and trouble it. Several 8th-level beasts were attracted by the fragments of the divine aura, while the other low-level beasts were mostly driven here by the lords. Now they're all fleeing in all directions when they fight. Ji-sun observed the pattern of the beasts' escape and found this valley. The group waited here. The dense monsters brought everyone the fun of hunting. The harvest in just 1 hour was equivalent to the team's hunting results in the previous month. Bonnie and several other cadres were very excited. Ji-sun did not intervene in the hunting. He sat on a branch 100 meters high with Old Man Su, observing the fighting in the distance. The fighting became more and more intense. Ji-sun felt that the Holy See should have the upper hand at the moment, because he saw a space door appear in the void just now. This mirror space blocked the possibility of others escaping, but the people of the Holy See could send people in. In this way, the Scarlet Sect and the Light Sect would have to retreat sooner or later. It was impossible to wipe out the whole group. So Ji-sun was more curious about how those guys would get out. They had no intention of joining the battle. No matter how fierce the battle was, it didn't matter to them. However, as they watched, an accident happened. A figure rushed over from the dense forest in the distance. The speed was so fast that just when Ji-sun saw the blood-red figure appear in the sky, before he could open his mouth to remind him, the person was already 100 meters away. The breath of the person coming was very strong, and there was a dark and bloody breath that made people palpitate. Qin Rushi and several leaders of the Revolutionary Army also discovered the problem at the first time, and they scattered and hid behind the tree trunks, and had already entered the battle state. Ji-sun just thought that he happened to encounter a chase scene, but when he saw the face of the person coming clearly, his expression was slightly different. Green face, fangs, and a pair of huge flesh wings. Although she was in vampire form, he recognized her at first sight. Isn't this Mrs. Mist? Seeing the burn-like wounds all over her body, it was known that she must have experienced a fierce battle just now. Moreover, not far behind her, several church deacons wearing white robes with gold patterns were also chasing her relentlessly. Ji-sun frowned, recognized the pattern, and thought, the ascetic monks of the Inquisition? In addition to the famous Holy Dragon Knights, the Holy Church also has some ascetic monks, who almost never show up in front of the world. There are many legends about these ascetics. It is said that they are some high-purity dragon descendants, who are selected to serve the dragon god. With high blood purity, they are naturally gifted, and they can also contact the dragon god, so their strength must be strong. There are also reports that the Pope is only in charge of secular power, and the ascetics of the Inquisition are the highest fighting force of the Holy See. Ji-sun had heard about them from various hearsays before, and today was the first time he saw them in person. I don't know why. Seeing these people, the excitement and blood that I haven't had for a long time suddenly surged from the bottom of my heart. Very strong. Mrs. Mister didn't expect to meet someone in this forest. And when she saw Ji-sun's face clearly, and the old man Su beside him, the Countess couldn't hide her shock, and was obviously very surprised. At that moment of eye contact, Ji-sun saw the struggle in her eyes. If Mrs. Mister ran this way, she might be able to use Ji-sun and a few others to contain the pursuers, and give herself more chances to escape, but she hesitated for a moment, then turned around and flew to the other side. It seems that he didn't want to bring trouble to Ji-sun. However, because of this moment of hesitation, a spear of light shot out from behind. Mrs. Mister couldn't avoid it, and the white light quickly broke through the protective blood outside her body, and then it was like piercing a piece of rotten wood, easily piercing the vampire's skin that already exuded a metallic luster, and the whole person flew backwards. Ding! A crisp sound of piercing through the tree trunk. Mrs. Mister was pierced by the beam of light, and stabbed on a big tree dozens of meters away. Ji-sun glanced, and saw clearly, that what pierced her body was a holy cross inlaid with red and green gems. Mrs. Mister wanted to struggle, but when her hand touched the cross, it was like touching a red-hot iron. Her palms were burned with a lot of white smoke, and a painful hissing sound came from her throat. Seeing this scene, Ji-sun's eyes were slightly stern. He also noticed that the black iron box in Mrs. Mister's other hand was also about to slip out of her hand. Ji-sun only took a glance and guessed that the box must be something of vital importance. But before he had time to think about it, 6 clergymen in white robes with golden patterns also arrived. The leader was an old man with a thin face. Before he spoke, the dragon's might was already there. They saw Ji-sun and the others, and stopped immediately. In such a situation, they were still calm and composed, which made it difficult not to doubt their identities. The two sides just looked at each other in a weird atmosphere. The aura of the 7th level old man was fine, and the remaining 6 level ones were also the strongest among the 6 level ones that Ji-sun had seen in the southern continent. Every one of them is like this. Ji-sun discovered this, and immediately came to a conclusion in his mind. Are these 7 level and 5-6 level ascetics really, as the legend says, a group of extremely talented people who want to comprehend the power of God and advance to the top level? However, although these people are very strong, they are not necessarily stronger than Mrs. Mister, who has obtained the blood of the ancestor of Scarlet Corruption Cetus. The most important reason why they can suppress Mrs. Mister is the cross. Since they know that the Scarlet Cult is coming to make trouble, the Holy See will definitely prepare some means against vampires. Ji-sun was not surprised. And looking at the direction where Mrs. Mist came from, a strange thought came to his mind at the same time. This vampire countess must not know that someone is here. But she happened to see it. This is more than just a simple coincidence. Ji-sun did not forget that 3 days ago in the tavern, Mrs. Mist went to divine the good and bad luck. At that time, Old Man Su gave her a prophecy that the crisis can be solved in the southeast. Isn't it the direction she just came from? Ji-sun also guessed why it was this direction at that time. Now it seems to be understood. As a result, the chance of survival you predicted, old man, is to meet us? The logical line in the deduction is connected, but Ji-sun always feels that something seems strange. Beyond logic, there is fate. Ji-sun is not afraid of getting into trouble, and so are Qin Rushi and others. They just watched the scene in front of them. On the contrary, the 6 people of the Holy See became more and more cautious. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of the victory and get rid of Mrs. Mist, but looking at Ji-sun and others who were not moving, they sensed a sense of crisis. Finally, it stopped. This also gave Mrs. Mist a rare chance to breathe. The skinny old man in the lead looked at Ji-sun and the others, and said 2 words majestically: kneel down. The ascetic monks directly serve the dragon god, so their status in the church is very high. Except for the kings of the 3 major royal families, even the high-ranking nobles have to kneel down. As soon as these 2 words came out, the atmosphere in the forest became inexplicably stiff. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi were expressionless. Bonnie and several cadres also looked disdainful when they heard it. Just you? In the East Wasteland, they were just fighters who fought against the powerful. Now they were asked to kneel down? Of course, they knew that this was not only arrogance, but also meant to verify their identities. In this space, anyone who believed in the Holy See had to kneel down respectfully when they saw this white robe with golden patterns. Those who didn't kneel were heretics. Ji-sun and his friends were not heretics, but they were almost here. He didn't take action because he was weighing the pros and cons of taking action. He had wanted to watch the show before, but now that Mrs. Mist was here, the original plan had been broken. Glancing at Old Man Su again, he saw that an invisible line of fate had actually been involved long ago. A long time ago. Since it involved Emperor Lanlingster, it seemed that it could not be avoided. Ji-sun could not see the full picture of the line in his mind, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Because at this moment, the familiar feeling came back, and he glimpsed the shadow of the chess player in the void from the chessboard. Ji-sun and his companions did not choose to kneel, and the battle meant that it was inevitable. The 6 ascetics on the opposite side didn't say anything and disappeared instantly. Originally, with Qin Rushi present, no matter how strong these people were, they would have to die if they were not at the 8th level. But at the moment of action, Ji-sun cast a glance at Qin Rushi. Qin Rushi tacitly understood what he was going to do, and the sharpness in his eyes quietly subsided. Now is not the time for her to take action. Now this trick hides too many dangers, the later she is exposed, the better. In just a moment, Ji-sun had disappeared on the spot. With a bang, a figure appeared again a few hundred meters away, and kicked away the 6th level, who wanted to secretly deal with Mrs. Mist. The two sides separated immediately. Ji-sun had already made an assessment in his mind, and said to himself, pretty strong. With his current strength, the 6th level player who kicked just now would not dare to resist. But the guy just now not only resisted, but also flew backwards. This physical strength is already the top 6th level player he has seen. The man who was kicked away forcibly suppressed the surging blood in his body, and his face was also stunned, as if he didn't expect someone to kick him away. If he had known that Rookie was strong, he would not have dared to take it rashly. Ji-sun didn't pay much attention to it, and grabbed the cross that pierced Mrs. Mister's chest with his backhand. A stream of blood spurted out, and the face of the Countess, who was originally seriously injured and dying, became ruddy. The terrifying self-healing ability of the high-level vampires was fully demonstrated at this moment. Just watching the blood surge, the wound on Mrs. Mister's chest healed visibly. Taking advantage of the gap between gasps, the charming Countess did not forget to look at Ji-sun and said, "Thank you." Ji-sun smiled and asked casually, "Madam, is that the fragment of Godhead in your hand?" "You know?" Mrs. Mist was also a little surprised, but it was not surprising to think that he knew the blood prints. After a moment, she handed it over casually. "I give it to you. Just consider it as a thank you for saving my life." As she said that, she looked at Ji-sun and added, "Of course, if you dare to take it." Ji-sun seemed not to have heard the second half of the sentence at all, and took it with one hand and asked, "Are you really giving it to me?" "Yeah." Even though she was weak, she couldn't hide the charm of Mrs. Mist. She explained, "My mission has been completed. It doesn't matter whether I have this thing or not. If you really want it, I will give it to you. I'm just afraid that you will think I'm causing you trouble." She was not surprised that Ji-sun dared to take it. If he dared to do it just now, he must not be afraid of offending the people of the Holy See. The fragment of the Godhead is a good thing. This should be what they used to attract the beast tide before. Although it is indeed troublesome, Ji Xuanjua doesn't think it makes any difference to have one more trouble now, so he put it in his pocket. Then a magical scene happened. This box that could not be put into the storage space just disappeared into his pocket. At the moment when the two talked, the sound of breaking wind had quietly come from behind. Ji-sun did not look back, but slightly tilted his head, and his bronze right hand grabbed the thin sword that brushed his ear like lightning. Clang! With a sound of metal interlacing, he clamped the fishbone thin sword firmly. Then his eyes were stern, and he punched out. The man, bang, sounded like a muffled sound of hitting a sandbag. The fist was clearly 1 meter away from the man's body, but the attacker's stomach suddenly caved in, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His expression changed suddenly, and he quickly let go of the hilt of the sword in his hand, and the whole person flew backwards. Ji-sun only took a glance and secretly praised another master. The sword just now was already a top assassin's method among the 6th level. Unfortunately, he met me, and after getting close to me, the other party couldn't kill me, so this punch was not unfair. Mrs. Mist wanted to remind him, but seeing Ji-sun defeat 2 6th level monks in succession, she didn't say much, but praised him generously. "I just realized that you are so powerful, brother." This brother was called out with a sense of charm. This was an admiration from the bottom of her heart. She knew the strength of these 6th level monks very well. Although she was not afraid of them, it would be troublesome to deal with them. The punch and kick just now were not ordinary calm. So the strength is far more than this. Hearing this, Ji-sun smiled. If he wanted, he could have broken through to the 7th level long ago. But in order to perfect his own domain at the 6th level, and get more breakthrough insights when breaking through the 7th level, he has been suppressing it. Whether it is realm, physical body, means, spells, and combat instincts, he is stronger than these ascetics. It is normal that the other party can't do anything to him. Ji-sun stood up, glanced at her wound, and asked gentlemanly, "Madam, are you okay?" "Mrs. Mister said calmly, "You recover after a rest." "That's good." Ji-sun asked again, "By the way, where's old Xie?" Mrs. Mister said, "The prince is holding him back outside. The Holy See has a very powerful guy. Without him, the plan here can't be accomplished." "Oh!" Ji-sun responded without surprise. This kind of battle is like playing cards. Both sides play cards little by little, with murderous intentions hidden. If you play the king bomb right at the beginning, even if you don't play it, as long as the card is exposed, it will affect the initiative of playing cards in many future hands, and even directly affect the final win or loss. Ji-sun saw that the Scarlet Lord's plan might be bigger than he thought before. Just as he was thinking, Ji-sun found that the cross in his hand suddenly became hot and burst into a dazzling white light. This is a Blood Covenant relic, which has begun to have spirituality. It is responding to the call of the Master. The white light is bright. This is the sacred light that restrains dark creatures. Like a flame, Mrs. Mist's face was burned and the blood color dimmed instantly, as if she was in great pain. Ji-sun himself was also contaminated by blood, and he felt a stinging pain when holding it in his hand. Looking at the cross struggling to escape from his hand, he sneered, and held it tightly with his dark energy, not giving it any chance at all. Turning his head, he saw the 7th level ascetic monk on the opposite side stepping on the magic circle, looking at him coldly. The Holy Church has so many good things. Ji-sun didn't care at all, and glanced at the cross and rapier in his hand, both of which were high-level relics that were hard to come by. He would not return them to the enemy, and stuffed them into the oil painting. In an instant, the white-robed old man opposite had a cold look, and lightning suddenly exploded from his body. Seeing this, Mrs. Mist quickly reminded him, "Be careful, that guy's domain is very tricky. It is confined and lightning type. The lightning type restrains darkness, and she has suffered losses before." She originally wanted to say that now that the cross is gone, she can barely fight, and with Ji-sun's companions who should be strong, everyone will join forces to kill the man first. However, she heard a calm "oh" beside her ear, and saw that Ji-sun's figure had already collapsed. Mrs. Mist was startled, and looked into the distance again. An idea popped up in her mind. Could it be that this guy? That was a monk from the Holy Church. Could it be that this guy was going to go alone? On the other side, Qin Rushi and the others did not take action, and all guarded around Old Man Su. They knew that Ji-sun was very powerful, but looking at the monks on the opposite side, everyone looked solemn and curious. Only melee card masters knew the value of that kick. Sam watched Ji-sun kick the man away with one kick, and exclaimed, "My dear, that kick would have killed an ordinary level 6 player a long time ago. That guy in white robe is fine. The Dragonborn's body is outrageous. But Brother Jishuan is even more outrageous." His aura distorted the air. The assassin Dong Shu also sighed slightly. The barehanded takeover of the blade just now was outrageous. Before he did it, I didn't notice the assassin's movements. As a result, Brother Jishuan took the man's weapon directly. My world is really as well planned as the legend says. He really didn't give the enemy any chance at all. If it weren't for the realm suppression, I don't know how he lost. Chen Jianwulia also said solemnly, "Yes. These 6 level ones are no weaker than us. And that 7 level 1 gives me a very dangerous feeling." Bonnie heard that everyone felt the same as she did, and couldn't help but worry, and asked Qin Rushi, "Captain, are we really not going to help? That guy wants to fight 6 people alone? Also, that old man is also a 7 level 1, and I feel that he has the same dangerous aura as the captain." Qin Rushi also looked into the distance and explained, "That is the dragon power of the high-purity dragonborn. That guy has a very high understanding of the rules. If we really talk about strength, there are few who can compare with him among the 7th level ones I have seen." Hearing this, Bonnie became even more worried. Can Ji-sun beat him?" Qin Rushi shook her head, not worried, not necessarily. "But that guy's character, I must give it a try." When she said this, she thought of how this guy had been walking through dangerous situations since Hong Lu met him a long time ago. It is precisely because of this adventurous character that he can go so far. "Bonnie, but isn't this too risky?" "We see. He must have a reason for doing this. Qin Rushi and Ji-sun have been together day and night these days, so she certainly knows Ji-sun's current realm." Thinking of something, a strange light appeared in her beautiful eyes, and she added, "Besides, Ji-sun should want to try out his new insights." On the other side, Ji-sun had already stepped into the air and traveled 100 meters in an instant, with an excited arc on the corner of his mouth, and punched the 7th level old man. A magic card master must have a weak point in the body. He also wanted to try to see how strong the legendary ascetic monks were. The twisted energy fluctuations on his fist twisted the void. The old man's robe rustled, but he had no intention of moving or dodging. Bang! A punch came down, and the lightning shield in front of him exploded. Before the fist force penetrated, Ji-sun suddenly felt a numbness in his hand. His face was stern, and he retreated suddenly. But it's not over yet. In midair, he watched the flashing lightning of the shield he had just shattered turn into a ferocious lightning snake, biting towards him. What a powerful thunder method! Ji-sun sighed in his heart. Even if he was faster, how could he be faster than the thunder? Almost instantly, the thunder snake was like an iron chain, wrapping around him. At the same time, the old man on the opposite side launched a series of killing moves, with no intention of showing any mercy at all. Domain Fuming Mountain Thunder Prison. The cards in his hand collapsed, and Ji-sun realized that his feet had turned into a sea of thunder without knowing when. In the sea of thunder, countless thunder snakes crackled and roared like thousands of chains, sealing Ji-sun on all sides, turning him into a thunder prison. Ji-sun's figure was instantly submerged in a brilliant thunder light. Chapter 494. Such a strong domain. Although it was only the most common single-element domain, Qin Rushi, who was watching from a distance, still had a solemn look in his eyes. The 7th level card master, who had comprehended the power of God, was completely different from those who took shortcuts and achieved the 7th level with mythical blood. The power of God allowed people to touch the higher mysteries of the law. It was like the same knife. The defense quality of the rough iron knife and the fine forged knife was completely different. The thunder elemental domain of this ascetic monk in front of him was the strongest elemental domain Qin Rushi had ever seen. Whether it was the perception of the thunder elemental law or the power of the domain itself, it was. She was still so surprised. Bonnie and several Revolutionary Army cadres beside her looked even more solemn. Rosen sighed. I have only seen this kind of pressure on the captain and Senior Gong Wu. Sam frowned and said, the penetration of this thunder element is really outrageous. Even if I am wearing earth armor in that domain, I am afraid I can't last long. Chun Jian Wuliu, Shinwei, the soul level status improvement is really mysterious. This is the way my swordsmanship should go. With the thunder field in one hand, everyone was shocked by the strength of this hard-working monk. Bonnie looked at Ji-sun, who disappeared in the sea of thunder, and asked Qin Rushi, Captain, are we really not going to help? Qin Rushi shook his head and said, don't worry. Although this thunder field is powerful, it is not enough to kill him. Ji-sun's method is not that simple. Having said that, she was observing the battlefield more seriously than anyone else. Mrs. Mist didn't know Ji-sun's strength. Seeing that he didn't listen to her advice and rushed into the enemy's territory, her expression also showed a trace of worry. The beautiful vampire lady secretly spat. How reckless. It would be bad if the prince's friend fell into danger because of him. The countess stood up and prepared to go to the rescue, regardless of her injuries that had not yet fully recovered. However, before she could get up, something unexpected happened. She watched the lightning dissipate, and a figure floated in the air. Mrs. Mist saw Ji-sun was safe and sound, and she breathed a sigh of relief, but also showed a hint of doubt on her face. He's fine. That's not right. With this level of thunder technique, even if his chi is strong, he is one level lower, so he shouldn't be completely uninjured, right? Doubt flashed in her eyes, and she could only think of one possibility. Could it be that the guy's understanding of the law of thunder and lightning is also very high? Ji-sun stood in midair, looking at the obviously stunned monk opposite him, with an intriguing smile on his lips. Haha, it's actually this domain? Toe, imprisonment, paralysis, lightning, elemental control, output, and extremely fast spell attack speed. It must be said that this domain Fuming Mountain Thunder Prison does not have any shortcomings. And there is almost no element that is absolutely restrained by the thunder element, and it is difficult to defend. Just that one move just now was enough to make most of the 6th level card masters unable to react and turned into ashes on the spot. However, Ji-sun was safe and sound. In addition to his own high level of understanding of the law of thunder elements, more importantly, he was very familiar with this field. Previously, in the Royal Academy Library, he looked through a lot of insights and experiences of the Academy's predecessors on the field. What a coincidence! Among them was a book called Thunder Mountain Prison. The content describes the introduction and development direction of a field of thunder control. If Ji-sun remembered correctly, the author of that book was called Neil Peraz. Although the domain recorded in the book is very different from the one in front of him, it can be seen that the theoretical directions of the two are from the same source. So Ji-sun is sure that even if the ascetic monk in front of him is not the author himself, He has a master-disciple relationship with the author of the book. It is because he has read the book and knows it by heart. So when Ji-sun saw the magic pattern on the hexagram magic circle just now, he reacted quickly. Of course, even if Ji-sun has not read the book, he can teleport in space, and this attack cannot hurt him. The old man obviously didn't understand why the enemy in front of him was safe and sound. But there was only a moment of surprise in his eyes. A spell card in his hand flashed with lightning again, secret technique Thor's hammer. In the field, he had absolute control over the thunder element within a radius of several miles. As soon as this spell was cast, a huge thunder hammer suddenly condensed in the sky. Ji-sun looked up at the hammer and raised his eyebrows. Although the thunder hammer is huge, as long as it is in this thunder sea field, there is nowhere to hide. Just from the amount of accumulated elements, it can be seen that the power of this spell is several times stronger than before. And the opponent obviously realized that the previous method might have been seen through, so this time he deliberately used a spell that even Ji-sun had never seen before. Before he was hit, Ji-sun felt a paralysis and stiffness in his muscles, and he saw through something. Oh, a unique spell. It's interesting. Does the spell with divine power have super high element penetration? The super strong thunder element penetrated the protective chi, which is no longer an ordinary thunder method. Being able to create a spell, this is not an ordinary genius. However, Ji-sun was not afraid at all, but his blood was boiling and excited. Such an opponent made him feel the anticipation of a hearty battle at the risk of his life. In a flash, Ji-sun appeared in front of the old man. He punched out with his fist that had been accumulating energy for a long time. The twisted gravity on the fist also ignored the opponent's protective thunder shield, and the terrifying fist force poured into it like a volcanic eruption. The old man just sneered, and it was obvious that he was confident in his body. The sneer seemed to say, do you really think I only know thunder spells? The old man controlled the huge thunder hammer in the sky with one hand, and with the other hand, his fist flashed with lightning, and he confidently blasted it. Ji-sun also grinned. He never underestimated the physical body of the Dragonborn card master from beginning to end. But the enemy seemed to underestimate himself. Bakwan earth rumbling. Ji-sun's eyes were stern, and with his fist as the center, the surrounding void mirror cracked with tiny cracks. The old man sensed the change in gravity, frowned, and at the same time, his whole body was covered with purple dragon scales. Bang! The fist hit the target almost at the same time as the thunder hammer in the sky. The sea of thunder flashed with purple lightning, submerging the two figures. The next second, a burly old man with scales all over his body and horns on his head groaned and flew out. He found it incredible that he was forced into a giant dragon form by a punch. The old man looked not far away, and in the explosion of lightning, he sensed the momentum that was competing with his own dragon power, and was even more shocked in his heart. Divine power? He himself took this path to advance through hard training, so he knew how difficult it was to comprehend the power of God at the 6th level. But now, he actually encountered it. There was such a strong guy among the heretics, and he didn't even get any information. Not only that, when he saw the rising clown demon phantom, the old man's pupils suddenly shrank. Others didn't know which card master sequence this demon phantom pointed to. But as a monk of the Holy See, he knew that this was not a demon of the 52nd demon sequence. It was the career sequence of the great Emperor Lanlingster from more than 100,000 years ago. Seeing this, the murderous intent in the old man's eyes was so solid for the first time. On the other side, Ji-sun stood in the void, tilting his head and looking at the old man in front of him, but the smile on his face became more and more strange. In the previous head-on collision, both sides suffered some minor injuries, and it was not considered that anyone had taken advantage. Although he was burnt by the electric shock, he was laughing wildly and excitedly. Only when facing such a strong enemy did he feel the long-lost sense of enlightenment. With green light lingering around him, and the undying curse healing his injuries, Ji-sun squinted at the sea of thunder around him, as if he had seen through the secrets of this realm. The next second, he disappeared again. In an instant, two figures crossed in the sea of thunder, and the lightning exploded. Not far away, the Revolutionary Army, who saw Ji-sun firing at full power for the first time, were also amazed. Sam, Ji-sun has also realized the power of God. Good boy. I thought he had already used all his strength to knock out the 7th level snake with one punch, but I didn't expect that he had such a hidden trick. Chunjian Wuliu, what a freak. Is it so easy to comprehend the power of God? This guy is really enviable. Bonnie, his proficiency in the undead curse is higher than mine. It's unjust. Lawson, have you noticed that brother Ji-sun is like a completely different person? Everyone looked at Ji-sun, who was in an excited state at this moment, and they were excited as if they were fighting on the battlefield. But they all felt a little strange. It was as if the calm and gentle temperament at that moment before had now turned into a bloodthirsty wolf who had lost his rationality and was excited. No one had ever seen Ji-sun like this. But Qin Rushi looked calm as usual. The first time she saw Ji-sun like this in Wuzui City was when he killed Chao Yu, the governor of Wuzui City. He was still as crazy as he was then, but now it was different. His strength was no longer what it used to be. He fought against a 7th-level warrior with a 6th-level body, which made the Revolutionary Army excited. But as they watched, they also found that Ji-sun was at a disadvantage. The gap in the laws brought by the rank made Ji-sun seem to be on the verge of life and death at all times. It seemed that if he made a mistake, he might die on the spot. Luosan glanced at the thunder elements jumping around, and said in a serious tone, "Captain, Ji-sun will suffer a lot if he continues to fight like this. The old man's domain controls the elements of all directions. Ji-sun can't get supplies, and can only rely on his own magic power to support him. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long." Shenjin will yes. And the old man's thunder dragon body is too strong, and he has a domain to protect his body. Although Ji-sun's tyrant fist is powerful, it's probably difficult to kill that man. Everyone saw that there was still a gap in strength between the two sides. Although Ji-sun can seize any opportunity in a crisis with the ability of I Am the World, which makes it almost impossible for him to make mistakes. But he can't see any hope of defeating the enemy. It feels like facing a fully armed knight with a wooden sword. You can knock it with skills, but it can hardly cause any substantial damage. You will lose in the end. However, Qin Rushi heard the worries of the crowd, and his eyes were calm as usual. Just as he was about to explain, the old man Su, who had been hiding and not speaking, suddenly seemed to recognize something. Oh, it turned out to be the kid. At this moment, he seemed to remember who Ji-sun was. He said, with a boastful tone, "That guy is not as reckless as you see. He may seem to be at a disadvantage, but in fact he is sensing the enemy's domain. Every moment he delays, the thunder domain will be less secret to him, and the enemy's means will be less threatening. In other words, the ascetic monk can't kill him now, and it will be even more impossible in the future." Ah! Everyone didn't know Old Man Su, but when they heard what he said, they all felt it was novel. Is this a test move on the enemy? Although I understand what you said, who would test like this in a battle where you have to use the undying curse to save your life many times? If it were anyone else, they would have died 100 times. Old Man Su's cloudy eyes seemed to see through everything, but his wretched expression always made people feel that he was not serious. He said, "That kid should have known the background of this field long ago, so he dared to fight head-on. It looks thrilling, but in fact every step is expected. Hey, judging from this posture, he has come up with something very interesting." When everyone heard this, they also looked over. Bonnie exclaimed, "Not good, that old man seems to be using some forbidden spell." Just at this moment, the two sides of the battle retreated immediately. And the ascetic monk had not been able to defeat Ji-sun for a long time, and he knew that he had to use his trump card. The dark gold card in his hand that had been hidden for a long time finally collapsed. Forbidden spell, city-destroying thunder explosion. In a flash, the entire sea of thunder churned up, and the terrifying law fluctuation swept the entire battlefield. Ji-sun looked at the thunder in the sky that changed from purple to dark red, and a sneer rose at the corner of his mouth. The legendary city-destroying thunder explosion, one of the 12 thunder forbidden spells that has been lost. This spell and domain are a perfect match. As expected of the Holy Church, the foundation is really strong. He saw the origin of this spell, and his eyes were full of eye-opening novelty. This is a lost secret technique. Even the library of the Royal Academy does not have it. Now seeing someone use it, Ji-sun still approves of it. This city-destroying thunder explosion is a large-scale thunder spell, with the power to burn mountains and destroy countries. Combined with the Sea of Thunder domain, by the time it is discovered, it will be unavoidable. The enemy has been planning for so long, waiting for this fatal move. And this move has a tricky part, which is magic lock. In the fierce battle just now, it seems that neither side can do much to the other. But Ji-sun knows that after resisting so many thunder spells, he will inevitably be marked with electric charges. A true master never only sees what is in front of him, but also has a far-reaching plan. The enemy has prepared for this long ago. There is a very special feature of thunder spells, that is, positive and negative charges will attract each other. Once marked, it is equivalent to being locked by lightning. Ji-sun knew very well that he could not avoid it. Even if he teleported through the void, the lightning would arrive in an instant within a short distance. If he resisted it head-on, he would most likely die on the spot. But at this moment, his thoughts were clearer than ever before. A certain empty thought that had troubled him for a long time seemed to be pulled by something in the dark, becoming more and more real. As the thought flashed through his mind, countless lightning snakes had been pulled over. Ji-sun looked up at the countless lightning snakes, and clearly felt that the hairs on his skin were all standing up due to the terrifying lightning element. But he still didn't move, waiting for something. This 1 or 2 breaths of time were infinitely stretched in his consciousness. Facing the thunder, the feeling of death coming became clearer and clearer. The feeling that made people's hair stand on end was like a wave hitting their thoughts. This was an experience that they hadn't had for a long time. Ji-sun didn't escape death, but greedily enjoyed this great enlightenment. Enlightenment also came out. You observed the domain Fuming Mountain Thunder Prison and comprehended the mystery of the Thunder Law. Proficiency plus 333. You gained insights between life and death, domain insights plus 124. You comprehended the domain All Things True Explanation LV0, 1/1000. With Qin Rushi's guidance these days, Ji-sun has already entered the domain. But I always felt that something was missing. I missed a chance. And at this moment, I found an enemy who could threaten me with death. That feeling, I finally waited for it. Suddenly, Ji-sun's mind flashed with inspiration, and his sudden realization was like a dam breaking. The frosty black pupils reflected the purple-red thunder, and he grinned. I always felt that something was missing before, but now, it seems to be just right. With this thought, he also released the curse power that had been accumulated for a long time, and uttered a low voice, Domain All Things True Explanation. For the first time, Ji-sun used his domain. In an instant, a dark barrier domain formed around him, which was as deep as the abyss. Old Man Su had said before that the domain was like a painting, and when all kinds of colors were mixed together, it was black. This all-encompassing domain had a colorful black. Not far away, the hearts of the Revolutionary Army were hanging in their throats, although they all believed that Ji-sun would not lose. But looking at the power of the Thunder Forbidden spell, everyone's forehead was covered with sweat. Even Qin Rushi frowned when she saw it. The power of this attack was so terrifying that she thought she couldn't take it. Just when she was wondering if Ji-sun had fallen into that desperate madness again and wanted to force a rescue. But she saw that colorful black suddenly blooming in the lightning. Qin Rushi knew Ji-sun's thoughts from beginning to end, so when she saw that black, her crystal eyes also flashed with surprise and disbelief, and she murmured in shock in her heart, he really created everything. Bonnie beside her also discovered something. Look, what is that? Chen Jianwuliu himself comprehended the domain, so he was very familiar with the secret art of controlling the world, and blurted out, Domain? Brother Ji-sun comprehended the domain? Sam's eyes twitched. Oh, comprehended it during the battle? And used it directly? Isn't this guy afraid that he won't be able to resist the forbidden spell because he is not proficient enough? Lawson, what kind of domain is this? Why does it feel so strange? Uncle Dong, dark element domain, that's not right. I didn't sense the fluctuations of the dark element at all. Why do I feel that the domain is very weird? It seems to have absorbed all my perception? Bonnie rubbed her eyes and said excitedly, yes, it's not an illusion. Look carefully, Ji-sun's domain has decomposed the surrounding thunder. Everyone, what's going on? Old Man Su on the side said faintly, this is the effect of spell reversal achieved after a deep understanding of the elements. That kid really has created a very special domain. When these words came out, everyone in the Revolutionary Army felt amazing. But before they had time to think about it, they saw purple and red thunder pouring down from the sky in the distance. Behind him, the shadow of the clown demon appeared, standing alone and proud. Clatter. Countless lightning snakes poured down, like a broken dam. Ji-sun was like a person standing in a heavy rain, enjoying the rain. But strangely, the violent thunder in the sky did not touch his body. It touched the black area a few meters away, and then it collapsed silently in an instant. Those lightning snakes that were originally stable in structure were visibly decomposed into the most basic lightning element particles and disappeared. Not far away, the ascetic monk saw this, and his expression became fierce. How could it be possible? He couldn't figure out how a 6th-level card master could resist the forbidden spell. His cognition couldn't understand what was going on in the black field. But he didn't care about being surprised. The old man was even more determined to kill him. He mobilized the thunder element of the entire field and poured it into the thundercloud in the sky. In an instant, the number of thunders increased several times, drowning Ji-sun in it. This scene lasted for more than 10 breaths before it dissipated. The terrifying lightning strike burned a large area of nearby forests to ashes, and the ground was burned by the lightning to form a reflective crystal layer. In the pit with a diameter of 100 meters, A figure with a black and embarrassed face was still standing. It was Ji-sun. Seeing the forbidden spell end, he also sighed with relief. A white breath came out of his mouth, and he laughed at himself. I almost died. Due to the gap in rank, and the fact that he was not very proficient in the field, some of the lightning still hit his body. Although he was not dead, he was still embarrassed. The old man not far away looked at the enemy, who had resisted his forbidden spell, and his face darkened. Ji-sun pursed his lips, and didn't look at the enemy for a second. Even the strongest means couldn't kill him, so the old man was no longer of any use to him. He didn't have time to catch his breath. Turning his head, Ji-sun looked at the void not far away, and said to the air in a mysterious voice, "Hey, you've been watching the show for so long, it's time for you to show your face, right?" When these words came out, not only a few ascetics, but also a few revolutionary soldiers not far away were stunned. There were also bystanders. However, as soon as these words came out, a handsome blonde man appeared out of thin air in the void. He looked at Ji-sun, his expression showing a hint of amusement, and asked curiously, "Haha, I'm curious, how did you find me?" Ji-sun took a look at the appearance and attire of the person who came, and his eyes were attracted by the other person's hands. The blonde man was twisting a dying girl with one hand, who was none other than the Saint Sophia of the Church of Light. And in the center of his other palm, there was a floating magic card that kept spinning. Ji-sun glanced at the card, and his pupils shrank slightly. Because behind this card, there was a colorful clown. This is the legendary 54th curse card color Joker. Chapter 495. Discovered? No, the bystander in the void was very good at hiding, and Ji-sun did not discover this bystander. It's just that the forbidden spell made such a big noise, and there should be such a person in the deduction of my world. So I tried it casually. It was an expected accident, which surprised such an enemy who was secretly spying. Of course, the other party may have guessed that he was not exposed. He showed up on his own initiative, most likely because of curiosity. Also, he would definitely not watch these ascetics being killed, nor would he let Ji-sun and his group escape. It must be done. Ji-sun looked at the blonde man who slowly walked out of the void with a calm smile on his face, and glanced at the purple and gold pattern on the corner of his priest's robe. In fact, he had already guessed the identity of the person. In the distance, Mrs. Mist was even more shocked and reminded in a hurry, "Be careful, he is the son of the heavenly dragon, Teresa." Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard it. He had never heard of this man's name. But he knew what this son of the heavenly dragon meant. It is said that those who are qualified to be called this title are either the second generation of the transformed dragon clan, or the descendants of the intercourse between the dragon god Arel and humans, or the peerless genius selected by the Holy See from hundreds of millions of believers. In short, this guy is the Pope candidate. The ruler of the high position in the southern continent must have pure dragon blood and extremely strong talent. There is no doubt about this. No wonder Mrs. Mist's expression changed drastically. Even Ji-sun's scalp instantly numbed when he saw this guy. This sense of oppression was much stronger than that of the 7th level ascetic in front of him. It seemed that if he was careless for a moment, he would really be killed by this guy. But the feeling of looking at each other at this moment made Ji-sun feel very strange. He had seen the scene of Griffith ambushing and killing the 9th level cardinal before. So he was sure that the rank of the man in front of him was definitely not the kind of supreme power that people could not understand at all, and might not even be the 8th rank. But the threat of death was just like a substance. So in addition to the strength itself, Ji-sun set his eyes on the Curse God card color Joker in the guy's hand, and murmured in his heart, "What is the use of the most mysterious Curse God card? He himself has 2 cards, 4 of spades and Grey Joker. That's why he dared not be careless about the effect of this most mysterious curse card." As soon as he said this, several ascetics also bowed and said, "Sir, the Holy Sun." Qin Rushi and his companions, who were watching the battle in the distance, also rushed over and guarded Ji-sun. The masters of both sides confronted each other immediately. Saint Teresa glanced at Qin Rushi and his companions who were on full alert, as if he was interested. "Oh, there are still masters. He already has the supreme power to look down on everything, and the innate strength to look down on all living beings." His tone was lazy, without any fear, but more like a mockery. "Hey, it's really an unexpected discovery. I thought the biggest gain this time was these pagans. I didn't expect you guys were hiding there." As he said this, he seemed to see a more valuable prey, and casually threw the bloody Princess Sophia to the ground. This saint of the light cult should have sneaked into the magic tower to carry out the plan of stealing the bait, but now it seems that it has failed. Ji-sun was not surprised. The Holy See even brought the son of Heavenly Dragon, which showed the importance the high-level officials of the Holy See attached to this trapping plan. And it was because of seeing this guy that Ji-sun felt that Sieguizhong and his team's real plan had just begun. It was like a card game, when both sides started to play. Big cards, the battle began. Ji-sun looked at the arrogant blonde young man, and although he felt a fatal threat, for some reason, his blood was more excited than ever. The corners of his mouth gradually curved up and pulled to his ears. When two chess players meet, both sides will have the same feeling. Saint Sun Charissa narrowed his eyes and looked at the phantom of the clown demon behind Ji-sun. He seemed to feel a hint of threat and muttered to himself, the successor of Emperor Lanlingster? Oh, those guys in the Holy Dragon Guard who deal with intelligence should be purged again. They don't even know such important intelligence. Ji-sun didn't say anything. He knew that the other party had misunderstood and probably thought they were a heretical organization like the Church of Light. But there was no need to explain. From the moment he saw the color Joker card in this guy's hand, Ji-sun knew that only one of him and the enemy could survive. Qin Rushi also knew it. She quietly approached Ji-sun and said solemnly, "This guy is very powerful, let me do it." She knew that if she didn't go all out, today's game would be a dead end. Ji-sun heard this, but smiled slyly. It's not the time yet. Qin Rushi's eyes trembled when she heard it, but then she understood something tacitly. But she heard that Ji-sun must have seen the cause and effect further ahead and didn't want her to take action now. But what she wanted to say was that if she didn't take action, no one could stop that guy. No hurry. Ji-sun certainly knew that the risk was great. But the smile on his face became brighter and brighter, and he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. In the card game, the later the big cards appear, the better, especially the cards that the enemy doesn't know. He knew very well that Qin Rushi was not exposed now, and even if she took action with all her strength, the enemy would definitely play a bigger card to suppress her. There is no point except making the situation more difficult. They are not the protagonists of this big fight, the Light Sect and the Scarlet Sect are. It is far from the time for Qin Rushi to take action. Besides, it is not easy to meet this master, and it is worth it to pay a little price. As he said, with a chuckle, a black hexagram slowly lit up on the back of Ji-sun's right palm, and the black magic gloves have been activated. Facing the useless means of the 7th level ascetic monk before, he had to use it now. Qin Rushi frowned at the sight, but said nothing. She was aware of the situation, and since she was planning to get involved in this mess, how could she not take any risks? The two sides confronted each other for a while. Ji-sun felt that the only opportunity the enemy could take advantage of was probably the other party's arrogance. Since that guy probably didn't plan to take action first because of his status, he was not in a hurry. His whole body was filled with black energy like flames, and he began to accumulate energy in front of the enemy. The Holy Sun Charissa looked at the increasingly exaggerated curse power on Ji-sun's body, and the contempt in his eyes gradually subsided. He could look down on everything. But the inheritor of the great emperor must not be underestimated. Although he did not take his opponent seriously, he had already intended to kill him. The super-strong sequence that had dominated the dragon race for countless years must not be left out. But at the moment, when he was about to kill, he saw the air in the distance suddenly ripple, and it took a moment for his ears to hear the sound of stepping into the air. "Haha, you dare to start first?" The figure in the eyes of the Holy Sun Charissa disintegrated, and he remained calm, as if he had seen through everything. He raised his right hand, and made a blocking motion beside his ear. Bang! Ji-sun kicked the enemy's arm. The moment of contact, a tsunami-like shock wave swept around. The blonde youth's expression was slightly different. "Huh, is it the god of heaven? It seems that there is a guy in the rebel dragon army who knows this magic secret method." Ji-sun looked at the enemy who was safe and sound, and judged the strength of the opponent's body in his heart. The kick just now was so powerful that the 7th level monk was about to spit out blood, but this guy was completely fine. It's really ridiculously strong. After receiving the kick, Charissa didn't want to give Ji-sun a chance. While blocking, his fist was wrapped in lightning, and he punched back, Dragon Fist Thunderbolt. The speed was so fast that it was completely overwhelming. 7th level. Ji-sun felt the real pressure of the level. Even when he fought with the ascetic monk before, he felt the pressure was not bad. But from the saint, he felt the full pressure of a level higher. If Ji-sun is at the peak of the 6th level, then this guy is at the peak of the 7th level. Bang! Ji-sun could not avoid it, and could only resist it. The force of the lightning fist exploded his body's surface, and turned into countless blade-like lightning knives. But before it could get close to Ji-sun's body, it was completely decomposed by the black field on his body surface. Charissa saw that his attack actually missed, and couldn't hide his surprise. Element decomposition? It's not that your field is very special. It was more than special. It was the most outrageous domain he had ever seen. He didn't see it clearly just now, but now that he tried it himself, he knew that there was something wrong with this domain. But that's all. Teresa was only surprised for a moment, and a card was already scattered in his hand. Order Domain Chaos Leap. In an instant, a secret book representing the law of order appeared behind him. Ji-sun instantly felt the feeling that the order around him was forcibly imprisoned, and even the domain of all things was suppressed to the extreme. The cards in Teresa's hand collapsed again, and another spell was instantly completed. Destruction Order Raging Flame Pulse Fire Dragon. As soon as the lightning on his fist disappeared, another layer of flames that burned the void and twisted it condensed, and it was released in an instant. Thinking it was just a punch, Ji-sun also blocked it. When he saw the sneer in the enemy's eyes, he thought it was bad. Dragon Breath Flame Star. Before he could dodge, he felt the temperature around him suddenly soared to a terrifying level. The flame on his fist exploded instantly, turning into a giant flame column that was dozens of meters long, wrapping the two of them in it. Boom boom. Ji-sun's eyes were full of fire. He wanted to dodge, but found that his body had been imprisoned by some kind of order, so he could only resist. What's more, his body protection domain was actually dispersed in an instant. It's not that Ji-sun's Wanxiangjinjia domain is not enough, but the gap in rank allowed the opponent to forcefully break through the domain. It's like the floodgates can't release enough water, and the flood overflows. This gap in rank made Ji-sun suffer a big loss immediately. The moment the defense was broken, a fist wrapped in the law of order hit him. Dragon Fist Order Collapse. He didn't dare. The black hexagram on his glove suddenly intensified, and the entire space seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, completely isolating the flames from erosion. However, seeing the scene, Teresa was not surprised, but his murderous intent became more and more fierce. Lightless son, you are indeed the inheritor of Landlingster, and you even know the secret method. Others have never heard of the magic secret method, but they recognized it at a glance in front of the saint. Many dragon gods died in that battle, and the details of the battle are no longer known. But there are many records of the methods used by Emperor Talon in the church. Now that he has recognized him, how could Teresa give his opponent a chance? Before Ji-sun could break free from the constraints of the rules, Saint Teresa raised his hand, and a purple arc of electricity jumped at his fingertips, and the forbidden spell was instantly completed. Forbidden Spell Perrin's Lightning Spear. In a flash, a lightning spear pierced through his chest. Ji-sun had seen the introduction of this forbidden spell, so of course he knew how powerful it was. This guy wanted to forcibly break his secret shield with a thunder forbidden spell driven by the law of order. At this moment, as long as he could use space means to escape, he could also avoid it. But Ji-sun thought for a moment, and chose to resist. Space teleportation is his last resort to save his life, and he would not use it if he could. Until this moment, both sides were still testing each other. He was testing the enemy. The enemy was also testing him. Some means are used now, and there will be no use later. Intuition told Ji-sun that before even the effect of the color joker was figured out, he must not fully reveal the last resort. Bang! Thunder exploded in the sky, a lightning spear pierced through, and a figure flew out backwards. Ji-sun flew backwards and landed on the ground, creating a huge burnt pit on the ground. This scene shocked everyone in the Great Sword Group. The situation took a turn for the worse. They didn't expect that Ji-sun, who had just fought a 7th level ascetic monk and didn't lose at all, would be defeated. It was just a few exchanges, so fast that no one else had a chance to check. The moment he landed, everyone rushed in and surrounded him. Brother Ji-sun, are you okay? When everyone saw the fist-sized blood hole on Ji-sun's chest, they were all shocked. Even if they touched his body, they would be pricked by the residual current. Even Qin Rushi frowned when she saw it. But she saw that Ji-sun could have teleported just now, but it didn't work, so she guessed something. This guy is betting that he won't die again. I'm fine. Ji-sun took a breath, and just as he waved his hand, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Bonnie on the side quickly used the healing spell. But in a blink of an eye, the spell on Ji-sun's wrist lit up, and the wound on his chest healed rapidly. Fortunately, the enemy did not pursue the victory. Ji-sun looked up at the blond man in the sky, grinning with white teeth oozing blood, and laughed unexpectedly. Hey, so strong. Enemies are enemies, but this recognition of strength can be from the bottom of the heart. The pressure given by the old man just now was less than 1/10 of this guy. When Ji-sun encountered such a strong enemy, he never felt fear in his heart, only the excitement that was getting harder and harder to suppress. As he looked over, he clearly saw the playful expression on the face of the Saint Sun Teresa, like a cat playing with a mouse. Of course, he knew that the enemy did not pursue the victory, Not because he underestimated the enemy and was arrogant, but that guy wanted to catch a big fish. Since the successor of Emperor Lanlingster was discovered, if Ji-sun was in the enemy's perspective, he would also suspect that there must be a big fish behind it. Anyway, no one can escape in this coffin space. I have tried all the means, and there is no threat at all. So let's play it for a while. But what the enemy didn't know was that it was because of the breathing time that Ji-sun had the opportunity to deduce more ideas in his mind. Bonnie, let's stop that guy. You take Ji-sun and his brother away first. The expressions of the Revolutionary Army were more serious than each other. They thought that Ji-sun could no longer fight, and could only delay the evacuation. However, they saw that the Holy Sun raised his hand to cast a forbidden spell just now, and no one thought they could stop it. Everyone was already prepared to die. But what was even more unexpected was that Bonnie, who was anxiously receiving treatment, was about to take people away first. Just watching Ji-sun wave his hand and stand up directly, Bonnie looked at him with a face full of question marks. How did this guy stand up just after she took out her surgical device? Looking again, she could see the beating heart hole just now, but now it is completely healed. This is a repair speed that even the undead curse cannot achieve. In an instant, Bonnie knew that Ji-sun used some external power. But before others could think more, Ji-sun waved his hand and quickly arranged the tactics. This guy is very strong. You guys find a way to deal with the others later, and try to avoid the battlefield. I have some tricks, so it won't be a big problem to contain them. When these words came out, everyone in the Revolutionary Army was shocked and confused. You are in this situation, and you still want to go? But they knew Ji-sun's wisdom. He could come up with this plan, and he definitely thought more about it than them. Qin Rushi guessed that he wanted to test the Curse God card. But even if he tested it out, where would the chance to break the situation be? Could it be that Senior Su? Qin Rushi glanced around and found that Senior Su had long been hiding somewhere. Ji-sun did not explain much, and glanced at Mrs. Mister not far away. The Countess was still very loyal. She wanted to come to rescue just now, but seeing that there were so many people, she did not come closer. Ji-sun saw this and shouted decisively, Madam, take Princess Sophia away first. Okay. Mrs. Mister immediately understood, spread her wings, and turned around and flew towards Sophia, who was tied up and unconscious on the ground, regardless of the danger of attracting fire. Ji-sun said, and soared into the sky, heading towards the Holy Sun Teresa again. It looked like he wanted to cover for Mrs. Mister. But in fact, he didn't. It was to mislead the enemy's judgment. Only if the main forces of these heretics escaped, they could continue to make trouble, thus dispersing the pressure on Ji-sun. And Ji-sun was sure that the backup of the two major sects would come. As long as he could hold back the Holy Sun, no one else could stop Mrs. Mister. The only possibility was Teresa. He wanted to see what means this guy used to stop people. The battle was going on very fast. Ji-sun rushed forward, and was entangled with the Saint Sun Teresa in a blink of an eye. Mrs. Miss picked up Princess Sophia and turned to flee. She was originally a top-level vampire, and she wanted to escape, so it was not easy to be caught. The people from the Holy See wanted to intercept them, but they were stopped by Qin Rushi and several Revolutionary Army cadres. For a moment, the two sides fought fiercely. The people of the Holy See knew that both Mrs. Mist and Princess Sophia were key figures among the pagans. Of course, they could not let them go. But now they seemed to be in a dilemma. Either deal with the people in front of them, or chase them. For ordinary people, no matter which choice they made, some of them would escape. But at this moment, the Holy Sun Teresa in the sky showed a sneer on his face. Haha, you are resisting stubbornly. It seemed that he was very disdainful of this clumsy trick of dividing the troops. In fact, just now when he saw Mrs. Miss rushing towards Princess Sophia, he guessed the plan of these people. But he didn't act in advance, because he was absolutely sure that these people could not escape. Teresa blocked the attack of Ji-sun beside him. He also knew that as long as he pulled away to chase the other side, this guy might run away. He also saw that this guy had many big secrets, so he naturally couldn't let him go. With the thought, he flipped his hand, and a colorful clown card appeared in his hand. As the clown pattern lit up, he murmured, "Poker game nights. This place prohibits flying in the air." As soon as the words fell, the law came into effect. It was as if an invisible barrier covered a large area nearby. Ji-sun was the closest, and was the first to be hit. He was still fighting with flying air, and he had suffered a loss before. Now, he just wanted to delay for a while with his body skills. However, he never expected that suddenly, he stepped into the air and missed a step. The whole body fell suddenly. Ji-sun's first reaction was that the other party might have done something to the airflow, so he stepped into the air many times, but he was surprised to find that even gravity and repulsion could not keep his falling body. How is it possible? Ji-sun was stunned for a moment. Even with his current knowledge, he didn't understand what happened. Looking at his confused face, Teresa had only a sarcastic smile on his face, raised his hand, and blasted another thunder spell. Bang! Ji-sun couldn't fly in the air, was hit again, and fell to the ground quickly with heavy injuries. Just a second before landing, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that not only himself, but everyone on the battlefield fell to the ground. Mrs. Mist, who was flying away, Qin Rushi, and the cadres who were fighting, and even the people of the Holy See were not spared. Everyone has lost the ability to fly. Ji-sun sensed that the airflow around his body was still normal. He understood something in an instant, and his eyes widened, thinking how the physical rules changed. At his current level, flying in the air is like stepping on the ground. But just now, stepping in the air did not exist. There is no problem with the air. The problem lies in the rules. His thoughts raced in an instant, and Ji-sun finally understood the ability of the color Joker. He was even more surprised. Can this curse card change the rules of the universe within a certain range? The curse that guy just said was, "No flying here." The words come true, and he can't fly. He had thought that the ability of this curse card would be outrageous, but he didn't think it would be so outrageous. Chapter 496. No wonder that guy hit his body before without any spatial fluctuations, and it was not any stealth secret method. It turned out that he used the curse god card to change the universe rules within a certain range, so he could not be seen. Ji-sun saw the scene of everyone falling in front of him, and immediately realized that the color Joker had the ability to change the operation of local universe rules. He had seen Jiayu use similar abilities before, so it was not too surprising. But he did not expect it to be so outrageous. Just like playing poker, the same 54 cards can be played with different rules. For example, card masters, who are good at making rules, such as order, can create some battle barriers. This is the application of some cosmic rules. But generally speaking, such rule-making is under the normal operation rules of the universe. However, the current situation is different. The person holding the color Joker Curse God card can customize the rules of the game, let the people in the game play only according to the rules he made. He can say that A is the biggest or the smallest. He can completely decide the rules of the game according to the cards in his hand. It's like changing the laws of physics and making it impossible for people to fly. Invincible, unsolvable, and rogue. Thinking of this, Ji-sun muttered in his heart, the ability of this curse card is really outrageous. The good news is that he tested the usefulness of the color Joker as he wished. The bad news is that this card has no solution. In other words, if the Holy Son of the Heavenly Dragon wants, he can change the rules of the game at will, so that the situation always favors him. In this way, the person who makes the rules is already invincible. Ji-sun's head ached slightly when he thought about it. But then he thought about it again. It was the relic of Emperor Landlingster, and it seemed understandable. But how did he do it? The laws of physics just say they don't exist? Illusion? Or some other extraordinary means beyond cognition? Ji-sun's cognition could not understand the special extraordinary ability of this card for the time being. The fact was playing out before his eyes. He could still sense the chi. But he wanted to take off into the air, but he couldn't do it at all. Ji-sun deduced countless possibilities in his mind, but no matter which one, he had no chance of winning. From the moment the enemy used the color Joker, it was destined that the guy had no solution. Moreover, the field of this guy was the ability related to the law of order, which happened to be highly consistent with the rule-changing ability of this curse god card. Ji-sun couldn't think of any other means to kill him besides crushing him by rank. What happened? It wasn't just Ji-sun who was shocked. Everyone was shocked when they found that they couldn't fly. Ji-sun looked at Qin Rushi. When their eyes met, he understood the message Qin Rushi wanted to convey, and suddenly realized, so that's it. This kind of rule change is limited by the rank of the caster itself. Although Qin Rushi was also limited by the rules, she had a contract with an ancestral spirit behind her. Her knowledge and mind-stealing abilities may not be completely limited. At this moment, she also indicated whether she would take action herself. Ji-sun still shook his head. At present, things are getting more and more intense, and the main force is not them. Thinking of this, Ji-sun rushed towards the Holy Sun Teresa again. After Mrs. Mist fell to the ground and could not fly, although she was surprised for a moment, she did not dare to stop at all, twisting Princess Sophia and running wildly from the ground. Although the speed is not as fast as flying, it is still very fast. However, Teresa was not in a hurry at all. While blocking Ji-sun's intensive attacks, The Joker card in the palm of his right hand lit up again. Poker game Penrose's labyrinth forest is a circular labyrinth. No one can leave. An invisible barrier spread out again, and before long, he saw Mrs. Mist, who had just run into the forest towards the south, rushing out from the north in a blink of an eye. Mrs. Mist looked at her running around and coming back, and her expression froze on the spot. At this moment, not only him, but everyone in the Great Sword group felt a despair dominated by death. It was as if they were prey trapped in an invisible trap. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not see any hope of escaping. However, Ji-sun remained calm. Although he also saw that the enemy's methods were indeed unsolvable. But it was not without gain. The rules of space have been changed. This kind of rule change is essentially a spell. The more complex the rules, the longer it takes to condense. Moreover, there should be an upper limit and law for changing the rules. Ji-sun pondered in his heart. In his eyes, any spell, once used, will have fewer and fewer secrets. If the enemy can use it a few more times, it is possible that they will find some opportunities. However, the enemy seems to know this. Although the Holy Sun Teresa is arrogant, he has no intention of giving Ji-sun and his men a chance to counterattack. Poker game Madame Dolifa's Thunderstorm Night. As soon as the spell was cast, the colorful clown's smile on the card immediately became gloomy. Like the eve of a summer night rainstorm, thunder exploded in the sky in an instant. Seeing this, Ji-sun laughed at himself. Sure enough, it can change the elemental environment. This is going to be troublesome. It was like casting a domain, and the thunder and water elements suddenly became more concentrated. Ji-sun's previous battle showed that this Saint Sun Teresa was best at these two types of spells. Now that the battle environment suitable for him has been changed, this guy's combat power will surge. With this method, it's like mastering multiple domains, and being able to release different battle environments for different enemies. Not restrained by others, but restraining any enemy. Another almost unsolvable ability. Fortunately, Ji-sun also has a super high affinity for all elements. The change in the environment does not have a particularly big impact on him. Thunder and rain roared all around. He didn't think much. The seal rune on the black magic in his hand lit up, and rushed up again. Only he and Qin Rushi were sure to hold this guy back. There was no chance of winning. Ji-sun just wanted to try to see how many methods he could test the opponent. Boom! 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 The sky exploded, and the scene was extremely intense. Not only the Saint Sun Teresa, but the other ascetics were also extremely powerful. Mrs. Mist knew that she could not escape, so she immediately joined the battle. The Revolutionary Army members all took out means to save their lives, and fought to the death. This place seemed to have become another main battlefield besides the Firefly camp in the distance. And the most conspicuous one was Ji-sun. In this fight, both sides were refreshed by their own means. At first, Saint Teresa thought that he could quickly get rid of the guy in front of him by using the Curse God card. Not only him, almost everyone thought so. The fact seems to be true. Saint Teresa almost crushed Ji-sun with overwhelming means, and made him retreat step by step. This made Qin Rushi and his teammates tremble with fear. However, the result was very surprising. He had been killed many times, but he was hanging on for a breath every time, and then the undead curse was healed in an instant, and he joined the battlefield again. Not only did he not die, but his fighting spirit became even stronger. Gradually, the Holy Sun Teresa also discovered the problem. Any means he had used before would not be as effective the next time he used them. That guy seemed to make no mistakes in the battle. If it were not for the absolute crushing of his rank, Teresa even felt that he could not pose a fatal threat to him. He thought of the legendary magic secret method, I am the world, which was said to be perfect. But even the Holy See did not have this secret method in its collection. Ji-sun and his companions were shocked by the methods of the heavenly dragon saint, but after the fight, Teresa also felt incredible about the suspected heir of Lanlingster. It was just as recorded in the Vatican's secret book that the former Emperor Lanlingster mastered almost all the extraordinary abilities of the 52 sequences. The guy in front of him already had the shadow of the legend that once made the entire dragon clan tremble. And if he couldn't kill him, the problem would gradually magnify. Teresa also found that the enemy in front of him was getting stronger little by little. He only thought that the embryonic form of the domain that he had just realized was a little bit special, and not very threatening. But gradually, he found that the domain had become more perfected visibly. The colorful black could not only decompose everything, but also imitate and copy his own abilities, and gradually became able to restrain his own abilities. It was like a seedling that was not destroyed in the storm. It grew wildly, and adapted to the environment. Teresa, who fought in person, truly felt the feeling of his opponent getting stronger and stronger. It was not a big pressure, but it made him more and more difficult to suppress the killing intent in his heart. If he really grows up, it is hard to say what the future holds. And Teresa also found that these people in front of him were obviously different from the pagans. Poison masters, swordsmen, assassins, knights of light, elemental blasters. Each one is not only strong, but also has methods far superior to those of the same level, and their beliefs are also extremely firm. The Holy See does not want to see such an organization outside the sect. Teresa was determined to kill. On the other side, Ji-sun was getting more and more excited. It had been a long time since he had fought such a battle that made him feel so refreshed. Life and death combat is always the best way to improve, because the enemy will find your weaknesses before you do. And only when facing a strong enough opponent, the improvement brought by the battle will be more obvious. The enemy's perception is correct. In this fierce battle, Ji-sun's sudden enlightenment hit his brain like a tide. Enlightenment flashed wildly. You have gained some insights in the battle. Domain all things true explanation experience plus 331. You have gained some insights in the battle. All things true explanation water forbidden spell experience plus 88. You have gained some insights in the battle. All things true explanation thunder element secrets experience plus 191. Dragon's might is awe-inspiring. Divine might perception 7. Sudden enlightenment is a very wonderful experience. At this moment, walking on the edge of life and death again and again, that feeling is becoming clearer and clearer. The newly realized all things true explanation is also thriving in the destruction of thunder and rain, and the proficiency on the panel is skyrocketing at an incredible speed. If it were a normal meditation, it might take months or even years of hard work. But at this moment, in a short period of time, it poured into the soul like a tide. The heavenly dragon saint, Teresa, in front of him was like a strength detector. His knowledge at the top of the plane allowed him to find Ji-sun's shortcomings again, and repeatedly injure and kill him. Ji-sun was on the verge of death again, and those shortcomings were quickly discovered and made up. Then, there were more and more meticulous battles, and fewer flaws. The pressure of death turned into enlightenment, washing away his understanding of the extraordinary like a tsunami. In front of him was a genuine demigod dragon. When a human had the unyielding will to fight against a demigod, his soul had been sublimated. Not only the various fighting skills, but even Ji-sun himself did not realize that his divine power was becoming more and more solid. The battle was strangely stalemated. It was obviously a one-sided suppression, but it never ended. Ji-sun was hit again, and was severely injured again, and he used the black magic to heal and recover again. Then, in the battle that everyone thought he should have died long ago, it was delayed for a long time. Of course, it was also thanks to Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mist, who occasionally intervened to reinforce. Otherwise, if it really had to be a one-on-one fight, Ji-sun might have really died countless times. The battle was getting smoother and smoother. In a trance, Ji-sun remembered the experience of learning to walk on the tightrope in a circus when he was a child. The first time he walked on it, he was nervous and unknown. Countless failures and falls have sharpened a more and more calm heart. As the number of falls increases, the fear of facing the unknown becomes less and less. Without knowing it, the skill of walking on the tightrope has become proficient. As in front of him, facing a real master, he suddenly realized something. If possible, Ji-sun really hopes that this hearty feeling of achievement will continue. But the fact is that this secret technique that uses life to drive is extremely costly. The high frequency of using the undying curse in a short period of time puts more and more pressure on the body. Even with the blessing of black magic, Ji-sun also felt the weakness of the lack of curse power and lack of blood and chi. If the fight continues, Ji-sun will definitely be exhausted to death. This scene was also seen by Qin Rushi. She carefully observed Ji-sun's condition, ready to ask the immortals to possess her at any time. But Ji-sun seemed to be waiting for something. Qin Rushi didn't know what he wanted her to wait for, nor did she know what he was waiting for. But the tacit understanding between the two made her choose to believe. Finally, she waited. Just when everyone thought the situation was settled, the accident happened without warning. Suddenly, the whole space began to shake. Boom boom. Boom boom. It felt like an earthquake. Ji-sun knew that their current space should be in the coffin. It was like a closed glass ball, and no one could escape from it from any direction. But at this moment, the glass ball began to shake. Ji-sun saw this and grinned miserably. Is it finally here? The only way he knew to crack this space was the law of time. When he saw Chair enter the adventure camp before, he guessed this result. After waiting for so long, it finally came. This sudden vibration also pressed a short pause button for the two sides fighting in the dense forest. No one knew what happened. Even the few people from the Holy See who set up this killing plan were at a loss. The Holy Son Teresa looked at the distance and frowned. He knew all the details of the ambush plan. But this scene was not in the plan. This means that something unexpected happened. Before everyone could see clearly what happened, the frequency of the vibration of the entire space became more and more exaggerated. In a blink of an eye, the ground cracked and rolled, as if some monster was about to come out from the ground. At the same time, a suffocating dark atmosphere swept the entire space. And as the soil rolled, the various restrictions of the Son of God were broken in an instant. Broken? Ji-sun looked at it, and was delighted. He also found this exaggerated movement incredible, and wondered in his heart, what method did old Xie use to make such a big commotion? Demon beast, or the arrival of the outer gods? Although he guessed that something must have happened. But he didn't expect it to be this kind of change. I thought it was just a break in the space. But now it seems that some terrifying existence has been introduced. Before he could think about it, the ground was rolling louder and louder, and everyone saw black tree roots rolling out of the soil. It was obviously tree roots, but it gave people a demonic pressure like a high-level hell creature. More and more tree roots emerged from the ground, and in an instant, the entire forest and the nearby hills were turned over. In a blink of an eye, the messy battlefield turned into a tree hill formed by a group of huge tree roots. Everyone stood on the tree roots, as small as ants. Tree roots? How big a tree can have such exaggerated tree roots? Ji-sun looked at the scene in front of him, and his mind seemed to be filled with some new cognition. He saw that all these tree roots should come from the same place. Moreover, the tree roots not only covered their side, but also covered the entire space. In his cognition, there was no way such a huge plant could exist in the world. As soon as this incident happened, the battle in the Firefly camp in the distance suddenly became fierce. The sun in the sky, which was about to go out, burst into a dazzling light, as if it was going to burn the entire space. When the Holy Son Teresa saw this, his face changed drastically. At this moment, even a fool could see that the mirror space was broken. How is it possible? The original space that the Holy See Pope tried to break personally and could not break was actually broken. What went wrong? When this incident happened, Saint Teresa felt a chill on his back. Not good. He knew better than anyone else that once the space was broken, there would be bigger problems. That item was placed in the space as bait and was still safe, but once it was connected to the outside space, the Lord of Evil Omen behind the Light Sect would be able to sense it. He might even use this opportunity to return to this plane. Compared to that threat, the people in front of him immediately became insignificant. What was going on? How could it become like this? Before everyone could figure it out, suddenly, ouch! A dusty old man screamed and was pushed out from the ground by the roots of the tree. It was Old Man Su, who had been hiding since the beginning of the battle. Old Man Su looked at the dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him from both sides in the brief stalemate, grinned awkwardly with his broken front teeth. Then you guys continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran away. Ji-sun saw this and grinned. Before, because the space was sealed, he never considered the plan of escape. Now that it has been broken, this is not a problem. And the actions of Old Man Su are a weather vane. Since the tree root broke the rules and restrictions nearby, Ji-sun made a quick decision, turned around and shouted, "Go!" As he said that, he had no intention of fighting, and turned around and ran after Old Man Su. As Ji-sun ran, Qin Rushi and the Revolutionary Army immediately understood, and immediately used means to block their opponents, and turned around and flew away without hesitation. Saint Son Teresa wanted to stop him, but he never thought that a soft chant sounded beside his ear. Immortal law, 4 prisons war god realm. Before he could react, he saw the vines around him suddenly rise up, not only absorbing all the elements around him instantly, but also turning into a cage to block their way. In an instant, the lightning blades flew all over the sky, and the Holy Son Teresa rushed out of the root cage. He looked at Ji-sun and his group, who had disappeared long ago, and his expression was shocked. God thief? Damn, there is such a master hidden among those guys. Of course, he saw that the woman who was proficient in the laws of war was not simple. But he never expected that he was the inheritor of the 10 of Spades, God Stealer sequence. Although each of the 52 sequences leads to the God level, there are several sequences that are very special. This God Stealer sequence is the unique inheritance of the Bai family of the Terran dynasty. In other words, among the group of people just now, there is not only a descendant of Emperor Terran, but also a descendant of the Bai family. Saint Son Teresa had a lot of thoughts in his mind, and he vaguely realized that something was wrong. He wanted to chase after him, but he hesitated and stopped on the spot. Facts have proved that he does not have the ability to kill several people in a short period of time. And he also saw that the Bai family's god stealer was very powerful. He had not taken action before, so he must have planned something. He might not have a strategy of luring the enemy deep into the depths. If he chased out by himself, not to mention that he could not capture them, he might also encounter an ambush. Moreover, now that such a big change has happened in the Mirror Secret Realm, the camp needs reinforcements even more. With a hesitation in his heart, Teresa lost the best opportunity to pursue. Looking at the figures that had disappeared among the tree roots, the face of the Holy Sea's son was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. But he gritted his teeth and turned around and rushed towards the camp. On the other side, Jisun carried Old Man Su and ran all the way. Seeing that the enemy behind him did not catch up, everyone understood why Jisun had not let Qin Rushi take action, but only blocked it at the last moment. In this situation, the higher the position, the less likely they were to chase. Without the pursuers, everyone felt the relief of surviving after walking around the line of death. And now the direction of escape is very clear. The direction from which the tree roots come is the exit of this space. However, before they could celebrate, Old Man Su reminded them in surprise, "Don't delay, run quickly. If you stay for too long, these tree roots will eat people." Jisun heard this, and his steps became faster, and he asked, "Eat people? Senior, what are these tree roots?" He didn't even know the origin of these tree roots, and there were definitely few people in the world who knew. But if there were people who knew, the old man on his shoulder was definitely one of them. As expected. Hearing this, Old Man Su's tone was not so sharp, and he stammered, "This is the legendary world tree that supports countless planes, the root of the tree rooted in the underworld." Chapter 497. World Tree. When Jisun heard this term from Old Man Su, he searched various books in his mind, and found a few words in some myths and legends. According to the myths, there is an extremely huge tree in the universe, and the plains are like leaves on that tree. It is so huge that even imagination cannot contain it. Jisun cannot even understand the concept of plane at present, let alone world tree. This kind of thing exists. However, before he could think about what kind of strong material was needed to support such a huge tree trunk, Old Man Su spoke again. He seemed to have seen something and corrected, "The world tree I'm talking about is not what you see in the classics." Jisun asked, "What is that?" "This is another unsolved mystery in the world. It's not easy to find someone who can solve it, so of course I can't let it go." This. When Old Man Su heard this, his expression froze, and he obviously forgot it again. He hesitated for a long time without saying anything, and then skipped the topic directly. "Oh, that's not the point. The point is, the tree I'm talking about will eat people." Hearing this, the faces of the people who were just like curious babies waiting to listen to the popular science changed. "Eat people?" "Yes." Old Man Su said, "The roots of this tree are rooted in the underworld. It is said that it feeds on the bones and souls of the creatures in the soil of the heavens. If a living person touches the roots of the tree, his vitality will be sucked out, and his soul will be exiled to the underworld." Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment as they listened to this increasingly outrageous statement. They didn't know Old Man Su, and it felt like they were listening to a bard telling an outrageous story in a tavern. However, Jisun and Qin Rushi looked at the mountain-like tree roots under their feet, and their expressions became solemn. "If it is really that dangerous, what should we do?" Before they could ask, Old Man Su said again, "But why do I feel that this tree root is a little familiar, as if I have seen it before?" Others were a little confused when they heard this. Few people have even heard of the world tree root, let alone seen it. "Have you seen it before? It sounds a bit like nonsense." However, Jisun knew that Old Man Su might have seen it. He thought of something that happened in this area hundreds of thousands of years ago, and tried to guide him. Once a strong man was ambushed by the dragon clan here, and a big battle took place. "Did you see it at that time?" "Yes, it seems so." Old Man Su's memory is a triggered memory. When reminded of this, he slapped his thigh and said, "I remember that a golden dragon was exiled to the underworld." He pointed at the tree roots, as if he understood something, and exclaimed, "Ah, I understand. These tree roots are used to guide the direction. Maybe there is something that wants to use them to come back from the underworld." After these words came out, Jisun and Qinru looked at each other, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. Short sentence, but the amount of information is huge. The dragon god Maraudis is really not dead, but was exiled to the underworld. Now, he is coming back. Finally, Jisun understood what those people in the Church of Light were going to do. Use these world tree roots to guide the dragon god back? Bonnie, and the others not far away also had their eyelids twitching. They had just heard the story of Emperor Lalingster being ambushed by the Dragon Clan. Now, when they heard this, their heads were buzzing, as if they thought they had heard it wrong. The old man just said that he had seen it, but that was more than 100,000 years ago. After thinking carefully, Ji-sun thought of another thing that puzzled him. That is, it is very likely that Old Man Su really witnessed the battle that year. However, even the great Emperor Lalingster fell in that battle, so what identity did this old senior have to witness it? It's a pity that the memory of Old Man Su is never reliable when it is reliable. After saying this, there was no more information. Ji-sun had long been accustomed to it. After asking a few questions without getting any results, he stopped asking. The crowd did not dare to stay for long, listening to the warning of Old Man Su, and ran all the way in the direction of the roots. The surrounding space did not repeat again, and they were sure that they had finally left the previous mirror space. However, after leaving the mirror space, it was not the cave near the camp. After running for 2 hours, the humidity in the air became more and more obvious, and it was mixed with a strong elemental and slightly decayed smell. Ji-sun smelled it. It was the unique smell emitted by the hell-type plants. Suddenly, the vision became clear. It was like a cliff hanging in the air. However, when Ji-sun discovered that the gravity around him was abnormal, without any warning, the gravity was upside down. The feet became the top, and the figures of the people running were instantly reversed without any defense. Fortunately, they were all high-level card masters, and they reacted quickly and clung to the rock wall, so they didn't fall into the deep void. Looking down, there was a huge deep pit with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters under my feet. Some huge trees grew out of the cracks in the rocks, and their roots tightly grasped the rock wall like dragon claws. Long glowing silk threads hung between the branches and leaves, like natural magic lamps. It was beautiful and magical. There were also intricate vines intertwined between these trees, which were entangled with each other, and occasionally flying monsters could be seen shuttling between them. The most amazing thing is that the water flows out from the rock wall, forming a series of flowing light river waterfalls. These water bodies contain rich elemental energy, so rich that they form a series of elemental rainbows visible to the naked eye. This makes Ji-sun and his companions feel an indescribable vitality in their breathing. Everyone came from the East Wilderness, and they were not surprised by the gravity reversal phenomenon in the Abyss Rift. But this endless pit is different. There are almost no living things in the Abyss Rift in the East Wilderness. And in this deep pit, layer after layer of dense glowing forests, it looks like a huge ecosystem. Looking down, layers of glowing plants are all over the rock wall, spreading to the deepest part, exuding a mysterious atmosphere that is completely different from the cave world. At this moment, Ji-sun and his group are at a hole in the rock wall. The hole, which is more than 10 meters in diameter, is as small as an ant hole in this huge cave. Feeling the strong power of the dark element in this endless cave, Bonnie and the others were immediately shocked by the scene before their eyes. What an exaggerated concentration of elements. I'm afraid it's several times more concentrated than the previous camp. Oh my god, if we really want to practice here, how fast will it be? Is this the dead zone? Gravity is upside down, and there are such concentrated elements and dark energy, it should be. However, isn't the Firefly camp still many days away from the dead zone? How did we get here so quickly? The previous space was twisted by the people of the Holy Sea, and the perceived distance may not be real. And we followed the tree roots all the way here, which was a shortcut. Not surprising. The Holy Sea strictly blocked the news about the dead zone. But Ji-sun and his group had learned detailed information from the deputy leader of the Mithril Snake mercenary group. So when they saw the scene, they immediately realized that this was the treasure land of the dead zone that was being secretly explored by the top leaders of the three kingdoms. In the excitement, it was difficult to hide the strong expectation. After all, this was the secret place that Emperor Lalingster once risked his life to explore. Hidden here may be the ultimate secret of this world. Everyone looked down into the endless underground, and saw the endless depth, and the mystery that was coming. This endless abyss is not only an amazing natural wonder, it is more like a passage to an unknown world. But after the excitement, Bonnie and the others looked at the abyss, and couldn't help but feel an inexplicable fear in their hearts. It seemed that while they were peeping into the endless abyss, there seemed to be something under the abyss, looking back at them. Everyone instinctively shrank back and looked away. Ji-sun had the same feeling. The fear that seemed to have seen a higher dimensional world came from the depths of the soul, and could not be suppressed. Ji-sun looked away, and glanced at the roots of the world tree that spread like creepers on the rock wall, muttering, "Is this abyss connected to the underworld?" After all, Old Man Su had just said the origin of the roots of the world tree. Just as he was thinking, something unexpected happened. Ji-sun felt a fishy and spicy sensation in his throat, and could not help but say, "Wow!" Spit out a mouthful of turbid blood. Although he suppressed it forcefully, blood still flowed from the corner of his mouth. Sam, who was beside him, was the first to notice it and exclaimed, "Brother Ji-sun, are you okay?" As soon as these words came out, everyone looked over and showed worry. They knew very well that without Ji-sun's extraordinary means, they might not have had the chance to stand here alive and talk. It can be said that Ji-sun's injuries were also closely related to them. Bonnie was the team doctor, and she saw through Ji-sun's poor physical condition at a glance, and said with a serious face, "Ji-sun, your injuries are very serious." After taking a deep breath, Ji-sun waved his hands and smiled to indicate that he was fine. This was an injury from the previous battle. In order not to put too much pressure on the body, it was not healed. Now that there was no strong enemy, and the situation was not urgent, he felt relieved and vomited blood without thinking. Bonnie looked at Ji-sun's indifferent expression and said, "You are too reckless. Even if you know the immortality curse, you can't use it like that. At that level before, your lifespan might be." It sounds like a complaint, but it is more of a concern between friends. Qin Rushi frowned slightly when she looked at Xiaomei. But she also knew this guy's character, and she wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. It's okay. Ji-sun certainly knew that frequent use of the undead curse would shorten his lifespan, and he had almost died once before. But not to mention a little lifespan in exchange for a hardy battle is worth it, not to mention this time is different. He looked at everyone's concerns and said, "Now I have comprehended the domain, and I can almost advance to the 7th level steadily. By then, the lifespan will increase dramatically, so it won't be a big problem." When several cadres of the Revolutionary Army heard the word 7th level, their expressions brightened inexplicably. They were all at the 6th level, and they knew very well the difficulty of reaching the 7th level, the threshold of demigod. When Ji-sun said that he could advance steadily, they immediately put aside their worries. It was indeed as he said, the 7th level was the legendary demigod, and the lifespan was much longer than that of ordinary humans. However, Bonnie still muttered, but although the lifespan of demigods is long, they can't be used like this. Yeah. Ji-sun smiled and didn't say much on this topic. He looked at the location and said, "This should be near the 3rd level of the secret realm that the bearded man mentioned. Let's go, let's change places, and go down to have a look." Everyone also knew that this was not a place to chat, so they followed Ji-sun down the rock wall. The rock wall was extremely dangerous, but for humans, those cracks in the rocks were extremely spacious platforms. Everyone went down like this. Now that there were no enemies, the atmosphere was not urgent at all. As they walked, they reviewed the previous battles. Oh, that heavenly dragon Saint Sun was really exaggerated. He is obviously a 7th level, but his methods are really invincible. He can cast forbidden spells at will, and he has no shortcomings at all. I have never seen such an outrageous 7th level. I am confident that I can fight for many rounds against ordinary 7th level enemies. But I have no confidence in that guy. It's also thanks to Brother Ji-sun, otherwise I'm afraid only the leader can stop him. Yes. Especially his Curse God card, which can change the rules of the universe at will. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to think about it. Are all the legendary Curse God cards so outrageous? No. That Curse God card is just special. Brother Ji-sun, do you know the origin of that card? Yes. That is the most mysterious one among the 54 Curse God cards of Emperor Lanlingster, Colored Joker. Ah, isn't it said that there are 52? Everyone recalled the previous battle, and they were all terrified. No matter how they reviewed it, they could not think of any chance of defeating the enemy. In their opinion, being able to survive was really luck. But for Ji-sun, although it was thrilling, from the perspective of reviewing it, the risk was actually not too bad, and it was almost the same as the deduction. And it was not a vain beating. This time, it will not be so troublesome next time. Talking about the enemy's unsolvable means, the Revolutionary Army was also amazed at the fighting power displayed by Ji-sun. Sam is straightforward, and he speaks directly. He sighed, "My goodness, I just realized that your fighting power is so terrifying. If you hadn't met that Saint Sun, you would have killed a general 7th level warrior long ago." Hearing this, Rosen agreed, "Yes. If you really want to fight against those hard-working monks, Brother Ji-sun will definitely have a great chance of winning. It's a pity that such a monster Saint Sun appeared. Because of Ji-sun's amazing performance in that battle, it also greatly buffered the irresistible sense of oppression brought by the enemy." Everyone was excited when they talked about his methods. Bonnie on the side also said, "Ah, Ji-sun, I thought you were strong enough in the Blackwater Swamp before. I didn't expect you to be so strong. As she said that, she intuitively sensed something and looked at Ji-sun and said, "Why do I feel like you still have something to hide?" Ji-sun shrugged and smiled, almost. Bonnie blinked and said expectantly, "That means it's not your full strength yet?" Ji-sun shrugged without comment. "I do have some hidden tricks. For example, the Curse God card Grey Joker. I thought I had no chance of winning before, so I didn't plan to expose it." Chin-Ru was listening on the side, although she didn't say anything, but she had a smile on her lips. She was also very surprised by Ji-sun's rapid improvement. Chen Jianwuliu himself comprehended the domain, and he was also curious. "By the way, Ji-sun, what is the situation of the domain you comprehended? Why do I feel that your domain seems to be able to decompose everything? Elements, spells, barriers, etc. are considered decomposition fields. Everyone has seen it, so there is nothing wrong with it." Ji-sun said bluntly, "Well, this is the field I named the true solution of all things. You can understand it as the ability of an elemental decomposer. But there are some differences. There are also some learning and imitation abilities. It would be better if it wasn't said." Once it was said, everyone's expression was confused. Is it more outrageous than what they saw? Bonnie thought she had misunderstood something and asked, "That is to say, as long as you know how to decompose it?" Ji-sun nodded, about the same. Everyone's eyes twitched inexplicably when they heard it. When they heard the function of this field, they only thought of one sentence: "I am not restrained, I restrain everything." Don't listen to Ji-sun's understatement, but that's what he meant. Bonnie also suddenly said, "No wonder you want to take the path of polynomist. In other words, any means you can understand are useless in your field." In theory, Ji-sun's idea of true solution of all things, it is indeed like this, but he also said modestly, "But it is still far from reality. The current domain is just a prototype, which is considered a late-stage skill. The higher the cognition, the more unsolvable the domain." Sam thought of something else and asked, "By the way, Brother Ji-sun, your domain is to decompose everything, and that underworld peacock is also the annihilation divine light that breaks all laws. Can you decompose the annihilation divine light?" After saying this, everyone also cast curious eyes. Ji-sun had certainly thought about it, and he said directly no. Before the disappointment in the eyes of others could be revealed, he added, "But after I advance, the threat of the annihilation divine light to me will not be so great." Hearing this, Chin-Ru tilted his head to look at him, and cast a look. Ji-sun nodded. "I plan to advance to the 7th level. The preparations for advancement have been made long ago, and now the domain has been comprehended, and the timing is just right. Although there are still some details that can be improved, in the current situation, advancement is the best choice. For example, if he faces the Saint Sun at the 6th level, he will definitely die even if he uses all his means. But after the 7th level, he can see a chance of winning again." Chapter 498. There are at least tens of thousands of holy dragon knights and mercenaries of the Holy See in the Dead Zone, and Ji-sun and his companions did not intend to attract too much attention. They were not the protagonists of this incident, so they avoided it if possible. It was because of the collision that they almost died. Now that they have finally escaped, of course they have to be more careful. Fortunately, this endless pit is big enough. The terraces on each layer are also lushly covered with vegetation, making it easy to hide. This is the shallow area of the Dead Zone, and the monsters are not too strong, and they have been almost cleared. Several people walked down the rock wall for several hours, and found a hidden cave covered by waterfalls and vines. This is a good temporary base. After a fierce battle, the Great Sword Group also needs to rest. No one dared to make a fire in the enemy's territory. After setting up the tent, they gathered together to get some simple marching rations as food. The dim magic lamp illuminated the cave, and also illuminated the slightly tired faces. Not long after, Ji-sun was surrounded by empty cans. A little girl beside him was eating and drinking. Ivan had absorbed too much energy in the mirror space before, and now he needed to replenish it. The people of the Great Sword Group had long been accustomed to this scene. They helped her get the food at hand from time to time with a doting look on their faces. The atmosphere was very harmonious. The ambush plan of the Holy See failed this time. The people of the Holy Sea of Light and the bloody sect escaped. In the future, the Dead Zone will be lively. Yes. Now it seems that the dragon god Merodes was exiled to the underworld more than 100,000 years ago. Those people of the light sect should want to bring this dragon god back. Hey, I haven't seen a real pure-blooded dragon, let alone a dragon god. Looking at this situation, once the golden dragon god comes back, the dragons of the southern continent will also be in chaos. Maybe the Arel Empire will collapse, ha ha. It's better if it collapses. In this way, the pressure on the East Wilderness will be much less. Everyone ate and talked about future plans. When talking about several foreign god sects, they were more gloating in their tone. Everyone had the same idea. The 3 foreign god sects were the main force here, and they were just here to join in the fun. The situation is unclear now. Just stay hidden and wait for opportunities. Their biggest purpose in coming to the South Continent is to get the mythical beasts, the more the better. Now that they have come to this dead zone, there are many high-level beasts, among other things. Opportunities are everywhere. Even when everyone was chatting, there were some sounds of fighting and roars of beasts coming from the Tianking outside. It was none of their business, so everyone in the cave didn't feel any danger at all. As they chatted, they talked about this bottomless pit with gravity hanging upside down. The ultimate secret that Emperor Lalingster wants to explore is very attractive after all. We are now in the 3rd layer of the dead zone. The vanguard of the Holy See has explored at least the 13th and 14th layers below 10,000 meters, where there are already 8th and 9th level monsters. But I guess the place where Emperor Lalingster went was deeper, and the adventurers now can't go there, so forget about exploring it. Yes. But what do you think those people from the Holy See are looking for with so much effort? It may be something related to the mythical titan, such as the fragments of the godhead or something left over from the battle. After all, the ambush and killing of Emperor Lalingster killed many pure-blooded dragons of the dragon clan, and some of them may have died. So, there may be corpses of pure-blooded dragons in this pit? It has been more than 100,000 years, and it may not be preserved. Who knows? The dead zone is full of secrets, and even Ji-sun knows very limited information. Most of what everyone talked about was speculation. As they chatted, they suddenly mentioned the underworld that the tree roots lead to. Lozan suddenly asked, "Hey, Brother Ji-sun, what do you think the underworld is like? Isn't it said to be the final resting place of the dead? How can they come back?" Everyone was also very curious. Everyone looked at the polymath. Ji-sun shrugged, "I don't know either. It should be a plane like our cave world, but it's more special. And as far as I know, it is indeed possible to come back. I guess that when Emperor Lalingster was besieged, he was seriously injured and couldn't kill the dragon god Merodes, so he had to choose to exile him. This is not his blind guess. He knew that the lineage of High Priest Terran always had a special coordinate point in the underworld. A certain bald-headed lady often said that when encountering an enemy that cannot be defeated, exile it to the underworld. So when he heard Old Man Su say that a golden dragon was exiled to the underworld, he immediately thought of the scene. As he said, Ji-sun glanced at Old Man Su not far away. The old man was full and tired, just like an ordinary old man who was a little tired, and fell asleep in his sleeping bag. Although this old man had no sense of existence from beginning to end, he was very important in Ji-sun's logical reasoning. Without him, it was unknown whether they could leave the mirror secret realm alive. And because this man slept soundly here, Ji-sun felt that this cave was safe enough. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's dark eyes were covered with a layer of remoteness, and he fell into deep thought. They had talked about many topics before, but they had never talked about this old senior. He was also wondering what role Old Man Su played in the war that year. He was lost in thought when suddenly he heard a reminder in his ear, "Ji-sun, are you okay?" He turned his head and saw Bonnie looking at him strangely. Ji-sun realized that his fingers had naturally made a flower-picking gesture, picking up the can in his hand. That kind of charming. The feeling made not only Bonnie, but everyone else feel creepy. It was like being possessed by something dirty. It made a guy who was so masculine that he couldn't be more masculine become feminine. Reminded by this, Ji-sun quietly retracted his fingers and explained calmly, "My mind is distorted. It's nothing serious. I used black magic frequently in the past. It's normal that the side effects are a bit big." Bonnie didn't know the hidden dangers of witch distortion, and said in surprise, "It's distorted. Is it still a big deal? Do you want me to help you take a look?" Distortion is something that all card masters are afraid of. And mental distortion is particularly dangerous, and one can become a madman if not careful. For the first time, they saw someone who could so calmly say that his distortion was a minor problem. Looking at everyone's concerned eyes, Ji-sun smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No need. This distortion is not fatal, but it can't be solved. I have some tricks myself." He really didn't take it seriously. First, he felt that compared with the gains from the battle, this little bit was worth it, and also, this kind of distortion at the soul level would make his consciousness accept this change. I don't know when I started to feel that there was nothing wrong. But Bonnie was still worried when she heard it. She glanced at Qin Rushi again. Seeing that her leader didn't say anything, she didn't know what to say. Qin Rushi certainly knew what was going on. But she drank the broth and didn't say anything. After the meal, everyone returned to their tents as usual. Today's battle was a rare experience for everyone, and they all needed time to digest those insights. Ji Sun and Qin Rushi usually practice immortal control, and have always been in the same tent. The two of them naturally returned to the tent. There was nothing to be shy about. Qin Rushi took off her breastplate, and her voluptuous upper body was very sexy and pleasing to the eye. The first thing she asked was, "Are you okay?" Ji Sun knew that she was asking about the distortion and knew that he couldn't hide it, so he told the truth. "I haven't fought in Juling City for several months before, and I have been suppressing myself well. The previous battle was a bit more exciting, so I got a little out of control. The situation is more serious than what he told Bonnie and the others before. This kind of irreversible deformation is indeed terrible in a certain sense." Qin Rushi heard this, and frowned slightly as if saying, "Nonsense." Ji Sun shrugged and laughed at himself. When their eyes met, they knew what the other was going to say. Qin Rushi didn't say more on this topic. He looked at Ji Sun, who was sitting cross-legged and ready to meditate, and said, "Are you going to advance to the 7th level now? Is there anything else you need to prepare?" "Yes." Ji Sun nodded and said, "I started preparing a long time ago, and there is nothing missing. Today's combat field has been greatly improved, and the divine power has fully reached the expected level, which is enough to successfully advance. For most card masters, advancing to the 7th level is a process with huge risks and unknowns. But Ji Sun had felt the process of Qin Rushi's advancement in her consciousness world before. Although he is not 100% sure, he is 99% sure. Qin Rushi listened and said nothing more, just said, "Yes. Then you can advance with peace of mind. I will help you protect." Ji Sun grinned and said, "Okay." With Qin Ru by his side, and with Old Man Su as an anchor, he can advance with peace of mind. After sitting cross-legged for half an hour, Ji Sun took out a dark gold card with a shining aura. This is the original template law generalist that he exchanged for his military merits in the other dimensional space of thousands of armies besieging the city. It is also the career path that Ji Sun has planned for himself a long time ago. Wisdom sequence, full element affinity, extremely high degree of fit. And the materials are carefully selected. The main material. Consciousness is the epic material golden omen brain-eating worm mother found in the fake imperial tomb of Augustus. This worm has the ability to control the minds of terrifying groups, which is very suitable for Ji Sun's current multitasking. The auxiliary material. Mystery is the rusty resentful scissors obtained on the neon train. Darkness, resentment, these terms can satisfy the perception of the mysterious system and amplify the spirit, which is highly compatible with the attributes of the main material. After the extraordinary characteristics are integrated, the effect will be 1 + 1 greater than 2. The two materials of flesh and blood and elements are the legendary materials White Dragon's giant power magic muscle and Freya's rainbow muscle that I got by all means in the black market of Giant Spirit City. These are almost the best related materials on the market. Fortunately, I came to Giant Spirit City, otherwise I would have missed this specialty of the southern continent. Ji Sun has systematically studied card making in the Royal Academy, and now he has a good attainment in the field of card making. These materials are the best choices he can find for himself. Although they are not as 100% compatible as the professional cards made by Master Merlin, they are also very ideal. He used the original template to refine a legendary card. Law Master Quality Legend. Detailed explanation, Wisdom Path Plum Blossom 5 Polymath Rank 7 Career Card, fused with the original template of the Golden Bad Omen Brain-Eating Worm Mother of the Epic Wonder Worm. Fusion of this career card requires mental power of no less than 390, affinity of the four main elements of earth, wind, water, and fire no less than 150. All elements affinity rating A+, mental distortion tolerance rating A+, after fusion, gain high wisdom growth, huge growth of all element laws, increase of mystical perception, increase of dragon ability, high-level law suppression resistance plus 33%, divine power plus 115%, all spell element penetration improvement, obtain exclusive career entry universal knowledge of all laws, heart of bad omen worm, legendary, gain supercognitive ability of spells, all element affinity of the career card, and the mental thoughts of the main material of the bad omen worm group are highly compatible abilities. Ji Sun looked at the occupation card in his hand with increasing satisfaction. After his thoughts calmed down, he looked at Qin Ru beside him again, and then closed his eyes and began to meditate. Infusing the spell power, the hexagram formation behind the occupation card slowly lit up. The entire card gradually turned into strands of colorful elemental threads, which penetrated into Ji-sun's limbs and bones. He sat cross-legged, immersed in meditation, and clearly felt that an extraordinary power was slowly infiltrating his body. At that moment, various high-level elements beyond his own understanding turned into absorbable extraordinary power, pouring into his body and soul. Ji-sun seemed to feel that his body had turned into a colorful world. Fire, frost, storm, darkness, light, forest, rock, elements were materialized in the form of phase in his consciousness space, and then violently stuffed in. It felt like a balloon that had been inflated to the extreme. But at this moment, a terrifying external force poured in, trying to burst the original form and reshape it. Ji-sun has advanced 6 times. He knew very well that the stronger the extraordinary characteristics of the professional card, the more painful the advancement process would be. I had been mentally prepared. But this time was completely different from the previous 6 times. And because it was a full element advancement, he was going to experience a more complex sensory experience than Qin Rushi had experienced. When those extraordinary characteristics poured into his body with an unprecedented intensity, Ji-sun also understood why he needed divine power. The material of the occupation card was originally the extraordinary characteristics obtained from creatures that exceeded their own rank. If you want to forcibly integrate those extraordinary characteristics into yourself, they will resist, assimilate, and distort. This process was painful and wonderful. Ji-sun always felt that he was going to turn into the material. The ominous bug, the white dragon, the rainbow mushroom, or the mountain, the deep forest, the lake and the white cloud. More and more like a monster. The only thing is that it is difficult to maintain the human form. This is also the reason why countless predecessors had no guidance and forced to advance, and were 100% distorted in the 3,000 years before the East Wasteland. Human genes are too fragile to withstand the erosion of such foreign extraordinary characteristics that are stronger than themselves. Genes are like the foundation of a tall building. Without a strong enough foundation, it is difficult to support a strong and gorgeous ground building. Either you have strong enough genetic modification, such as the blood of ancient mythical beasts, and use the stable structure of the blood of mythical beasts that has been tested for billions of years as the foundation to build a tall building. Or the blueprint is foresight enough. And Shui is the blueprint. Anchoring the card master is a person. Let Ji-sun have enough willpower to anchor his human form in that pain. Moreover, his own understanding is also his own cognition of the law. At this moment, the true explanation of all things field is like a mold, integrating those violent elements into the body according to specific rules. It feels like a sudden mountain torrent in the river. Although turbulent, they are still in the expected river. The solid field has also become the most stable river, allowing the torrent of extraordinary characteristics to pass steadily. It is unknown how long this process lasted. In Ji-sun's conscious world, it seems that a long time has passed. Although the process of advancement is painful, it is also a great opportunity. The special system of the card master makes the process of the card master's advancement like a window temporarily opened by the origin of the universe, allowing people to glimpse the extraordinary cognition beyond their own rank during the advancement process. This is the cognitive improvement brought by the rank improvement. The more solid the strength, the more you can glimpse. Ji-sun relied on the extraordinary characteristics of the professional card to forcibly raise his cognition, and tried hard to glimpse more extraordinary mysteries. He absorbed those cognitions like a whale. In a flash, more than 10 days passed. His body was like a broken water tank, which was reshaped again. It quietly became bigger and stronger. On this day, Ji-sun suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were shining. At the same time, Qin Rushi in the tent also opened her eyes. She sensed the changes that had erupted in him, and her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She asked, "Success?" Although the success of the advancement was expected, Qin Rushi was inexplicably looking forward to it at this moment. The brilliance in Ji-sun's eyes slowly converged, and he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Yeah. The feeling of the 7th level was really great. At this moment, he realized that the world in the eyes of the top-level card master was really wonderful. The previous high-level law comprehension was like seeing flowers in the fog, and now it is clearly displayed in his eyes. The martial arts skills and spells that he could not understand before are now suddenly clear. The level upgrade brings cognitive improvement, making Ji-sun feel that the whole world has become clear again. The domain and divine power have also been raised a lot at the same time. And on the attribute panel, various attributes have also skyrocketed. Strength, physique, agility, toughness, skills, and mental strength have all skyrocketed. This time, the advancement is the polymath route. The physical strength improvement is not too exaggerated, but the three basic physical attributes of strength, physique, and agility have also exceeded the 1,000 mark. This physical value is simply outrageous to others. Ji-sun had seen the physical test attribute description of the card master at the Royal Academy before. For a general 7th level human melee card master, if one of the three items can reach 800, he is already an elite. Even for a dragonborn, if the strength of a single item can exceed 1,000, it is considered first rate. But it is almost impossible to exceed 1,000 in all three items. Not only compared with humans, this data is not inferior to that of magic beasts. It is no exaggeration to say that Ji-sun is now a humanoid magic beast, and the mental strength guarantee is even more exaggerated. From less than 400 before, it has skyrocketed to 500 plus. And the growth and upper limit of mental strength have been greatly increased. Once the mental strength skyrocketed, the mystical perception ability, spell control, spell release, spell controllable level upper limit, and the linkage efficiency of the mind and the body have all been greatly increased. This has increased the combat power exponentially. This kind of improvement makes people full of confidence. He is extremely confident that if he meets the previous Tianlong Saint Sun again, he will definitely have the strength to fight. This is the 7th level. Ji-sun's face is filled with an unconcealable look. Although the success of the advancement is expected, he really feels the improvement brought by the advancement, which makes him feel indescribably excited. Qin Rushi, who is standing aside, looks at his expression, and a trace of relief also appears on his face, which is also happy for him. She wanted to ask more about the situation, but at this moment, there was a sound like a battle outside. Ji-sun suddenly came back to his senses, looked at Qin Rushi, and asked, "What's going on outside?" In fact, he had also sensed some abnormalities during the advancement in the past few days. But because Qin Rushi was guarding him, he didn't care at all. Qin Rushi sensed the movement outside the tent, as if he had gotten used to it, and said calmly, "It's been like this these days." Uncle Dong went to check, and the people of the Holy See and the other two foreign sects seemed to have discovered an ancient relic on the 16th floor of the cave. The two sides were fighting fiercely, and there would be sounds of fierce fighting from time to time. Oh! Ji-sun suddenly realized it and murmured to himself, 16th floor? Have those guys explored so deep? He felt vaguely that the location should be a little close to the truth of the fall of Emperor Lanlingster. Chapter 499. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi walked out of the tent. Everyone seemed to be used to the fighting outside the cave, and each was doing their own thing. Bonnie was fiddling with the colorful poison jars, Chen Jianwuliu was holding the magic sword Night Whale Killer, meditating and comprehending the sword intent, and Lozan and Sam were fiddling with today's dinner by the small fire. After eating dry food for so long, they always wanted to make some hot food. Everyone looked at Qin Rushi coming out and turned their heads to greet him, leader. However, when they saw Ji-sun coming out together, everyone was stunned for a moment, as if their brains just realized what they saw, and they were surprised and happy, brother Ji-sun. No one knew how long it would take to advance to the 7th level, and these 10 days passed in a flash. Suddenly seeing Ji-sun appear again, everyone was shocked and relieved at the same time. There are risks in the extraordinary advancement. If you can't bear the extraordinary characteristics of the professional card, you will be distorted. Moreover, the 7th level is the watershed of the top card masters, and this level is even more taboo in the East Wilderness. After all, countless predecessors died at this threshold in the past 3,000 years. Except for Qin Rushi, they have not seen another 7th level card master in the East Desert. The cadres did not know Ji-sun's situation. They thought he took the risk to advance for this exploration, and he must have taken greater risks in a hurry. So now seeing Ji-sun come out safely, everyone was concerned and excited. Brother Ji-sun, did you succeed in advancing? Is everything going well? How does it feel to advance? Why do I feel that after you advance, you can't sense any breath at all? Everyone gathered around, staring at Ji-sun's whole body carefully. After all, they were all level 6, and they would face this threshold soon, so they asked questions one by one. There were too many questions to answer at once, so Ji-sun just smiled and said, well, it went smoothly. During the half-month of advancement, not only Qin Rushi, but everyone else has been guarding him, so he has to say thank you. At the end, he added, thank you for your care these days. Bonnie and the others certainly didn't care at all. It was dinner time, so they gathered around the campfire. As soon as Ji-sun sat down, Ivan, who was eating so much, jumped into his arms and rubbed against him obediently. Ah, Ji-sun, you finally came out. Ji-sun smiled and touched the little girl head, and suddenly found that someone was missing, so he asked, by the way, where is Senior Sue? Bonnie said, I didn't know that the old senior suddenly disappeared the day after you retreated and advanced. Everyone's expression was also very confused. Luosun thought Ji-sun was worried about the safety of the old senior, and added, the leader said not to worry, so we didn't look for him more. However, Ji-sun only said oh after listening. Don't worry about anyone else. And this sudden disappearance was not the first time. Ji-sun didn't take it seriously. Everyone gathered around the fire and ate dinner. Everyone was very curious, and Ji-sun didn't hesitate to talk about his own advancement process. Just like this, they ate and talked. Although there is already a 7th level Qin Rushi in the Revolutionary Army, her Valkyrie sequence is too special, and there is little that others can learn from it. On the contrary, Ji-sun, a jack-of-all-trades profession, made Bonnie and the others listen attentively to his advanced insights. Because he is proficient in all elemental laws, and also takes into account Qigong and martial arts, which almost covers most of the 52 demon god sequences. So he can answer almost any questions from Bonnie and the others. Others can also find some experience suitable for themselves after listening. This chat lasted an hour without us noticing. I used to think that Olympic scholar was unreliable. Now that I see you, I know that if you can really advance to a higher level, you are really ridiculously strong, and you can master all kinds of skills. Wow, Ji-sun, why do I feel that the 7th level you mentioned is not difficult at all? You just advanced to it casually. That's because brother Ji-sun has a good foundation, with both divine power and domain blessing. It would be strange if he couldn't advance to the next level. Bonnie, don't let your imagination run wild. Just comprehend the domain first. No wonder, brother Ji-sun actually chose all elemental affinity. In this way, your true solution of all things will not be restrained? Is it true? When he was at level 6 before, he could tie with a level 7 monk. Now, I really can't think of how he can lose except for the level crushing. Hey, who do you think is more powerful, brother Ji-sun or the leader? Ha ha ha. Ji-sun's extensive knowledge has once again won the recognition of everyone. Everyone benefited a lot from the extraordinary knowledge he explained. Because everyone was already familiar with each other, Bonnie and the others could even joke about him and Qin Rushi. The chat atmosphere was very harmonious. However, as they were chatting, a stealth assassin suddenly appeared in the air. It was the chief assassin, Bingu Shandong, who had just returned from reconnaissance. He looked at Ji-sun and said in surprise, "Oh, brother Ji-sun has successfully advanced?" Ji-sun smiled and nodded. Shandong sat by the campfire, and Sam gave him a bowl of broth. Qin Rushi knew that he came back with news, so he asked, "Uncle Dong, what's going on outside? The battle outside today seems to be more intense than yesterday." Shandong said, "Yes, chief. It seems that the people from the Holy See have discovered something. Now there have been fierce battles on the 15th and 16th floors below. Just now, more than a dozen large mercenary groups from the Holy See came. I saw at least 2,000 elite soldiers go down." As he said this, he gulped down a mouthful of broth and said, "I also saw them organizing a transport team and pulling ropes. It seems that there are many things going up." Qin Rushi nodded slightly, his eyes thoughtful. Others didn't take it seriously, as they had been doing this for the past few days. But Ji-sun instinctively thought of many things when he heard it. What was the purpose of the Holy Sea's people developing the Dead Zone at all costs? Was it just to prevent the Golden Dragon God Melodius, from returning from the underworld? However, this Dead Zone has always been here, so why haven't the Holy Sea's people sent people to develop it for more than 100,000 years? The information we got before was only about the 13th floor. Ji-sun asked, "Uncle Dong, what is the situation below the 13th floor?" Shandong said, "The aura of hell below the 10th floor is already very dense, and there are a lot of masters of the Holy See and powerful monsters. I didn't find a suitable place to go down. However, according to my observation, the 14th floor is a forest, the 15th floor has many traces of battles, and the 16th floor seems to be an ancient relic. I saw some artificially carved stone pillars outside." Ji-sun listened carefully, and a three-dimensional map had been drawn in his mind. This dead zone is like a huge cylindrical space, layer by layer. Because there were no particularly good opportunities these days, and they had to wait for Ji-sun to advance, so everyone didn't take the news too seriously. But now that Ji-sun has successfully advanced, many things can be planned. "Uncle Dong, have you found the whereabouts of that underworld peacock?" "No. However, there are many monsters active near the roots of the world tree, and many monsters have climbed up from the depths along the roots. The mercenaries from the Holy See clashed with these monsters, and the losses in the past few days were also heavy. I saw at least 5 7th level monsters and 1 8th level monster. I don't recognize any of them yet. Oh, I drew them, Brother Ji-sun. Take a look at what they are. These are all legendary hell creatures. Ghost-faced spider, nether dragon eagle, double-tailed hell scorpion, three-eyed ghost monkey, and sting-winged snake. Aren't these monsters all very big? Yes, they are very big. Each one is many times bigger than a normal monster. Ji-sun looked at the monsters drawn by Uncle Dong and roughly guessed the origins of those monsters. Obviously, almost all the monsters in this abyss have the mutation of giantization. Qin Rushi looked at Ji-sun's thoughtful expression and asked softly, "What do you think of?" Ji-sun said frankly, "The mutation of organisms has been confirmed to be caused by the environment, and it is likely related to the Titans. So I wonder, what did Emperor Lanlingster look for down there? And why did he return with such a heavy injury?" Qin Rushi pondered for a moment and said, "You mean, there might be some terrifying existence in the depths of this dead zone?" "Yes." Ji-sun said, "If there is really any hidden danger, the dragon god Iroh has more than 100,000 years to deal with it. But he has never come, and left the hidden danger until now. In other words, either he thinks it is unnecessary, or he dares not to come." As soon as these words came out, the huge cave was silent. There was a faint feeling of chill on the back. If it was the former, it would be fine. But if it was the latter, why do they feel like they are here to die? They come to a dangerous place that even the dragon god dares not easily set foot in, but when I think about it, it is precisely because the dragon god dares not come that so many cannon fodders are sent to explore, which is reasonable. However, before everyone could think about it carefully, Ji-sun saw that they were misled by their thoughts and smiled. Even if there is something terrifying, it's not that bad. Well, it's just like when you see an ant on the roadside, you don't necessarily want to step on it. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him and their eyes twitched. I always felt that there was something wrong with this analogy, but it seemed to be relieved for no reason. At this time, Ji-sun raised his mouth slightly and said, "There is too little information, and I can't be sure of more things." As he said that, he glanced at Qin Rushi, "But if possible, I plan to go down and see the situation." Bonnie's eyes lit up when she heard it. Go down? Others did the same. There are definitely risks, but no one is afraid of risks. Thinking that everyone in the Holy See was going, they certainly went too. Before, it was because Ji-sun wanted to advance, and safety was the priority. Now that he has successfully advanced, the team has gained another top fighter, so it is even more possible to go. Qin Rushi glanced at everyone. They were all tacit partners, and she knew everyone's thoughts at once. Turning around, she asked Ji-sun, "When are you going?" Ji-sun said, "Now." As he said that, he thought of a detail that no one paid much attention to in the previous chat, and said, "Those people in the Holy See are building rope ladders to move large objects. I want to see what those things are." Not only is he curious about those things, he can also get more accurate information through the products produced. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. As a revolutionary army that has been collecting money for many years, their experience tells them that there must be good things in those big objects. Bonnie thought about it and hesitated, but Ji-sun, could those big objects be bait, like the last time in the camp? Ji-sun, maybe, but the probability is not high. Now, whether it is the Sun sect or the Scarlet sect, their attention is focused on the ruins on the 16th floor. The masters are also tied up there. So even if those big objects have a certain value, it doesn't make much sense to split up the troops to rob them. If you expose yourself because of robbing things, it will be more trouble than gain. Yes. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked eager to move. Those that cannot be contained must be good things. They know Ji-sun's ability to deduce. Since he said it was okay, he must have considered it more carefully than others. Everyone immediately took action. Soon, everyone cleaned up the traces in the cave and quietly walked out of the cave. Shan Dong, who had been in charge of the investigation for more than 10 days, had already clearly understood a large area nearby and found several relatively safe roads. They were few in number and had a small target, so they did not encounter any problems all the way down. Soon, several people reached the 6th level of the abyss. On the rock wall, some people were seen tinkering with a wooden wheel as a lifting rope ladder, pulling up some large objects in wooden boxes from the lower level. Shan Dong pointed to the rope ladder. The Holy Sea's transport team is in front, and there are a few more places over there that were newly built today. Go down from this position, and you will be near the ruins on the 16th floor. Yes. Ji-sun nodded. Several people hid in the dark, carefully observing the busy mercenaries on the rock wall in the distance. There were piles of dragon feces around the platform to prevent low-level monsters from invading. There were more than 100 people on it, and a lot of boxes were piled up. Driven by the winch, the rope as thick as an arm slowly pulled up some sealed boxes from the depths of the dark cave. The boxes all look almost identical, and you can't tell what's inside from the outside. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions showed difficulty. Sam muttered, "Aw, Captain. These boxes all look the same. Which batch should we rob?" With so many boxes, even the mercenaries probably don't know what's inside. If they really want to rob something of low value, it's not worth exposing them. Shin Rushi glanced at Ji-sun and replied calmly, "Wait." With a simple command, everyone waited patiently on the rock wall. This wait lasted for half a day. Although high-level card masters have strong observation skills, no one can compare to Ji-sun in terms of detail analysis. He just hid there and carefully observed everything on the cargo platform. Observed the mercenaries' behavior, demeanor, clothing, and the force they exerted when moving boxes. Then his mind automatically deduced their identities and mentality. This is the Red Oak Mercenary Group. The team was led by a 6th-ranked deputy leader, and the overall strength was not that strong. At least for Ji-sun and his companions, those defenses were useless. Ji-sun felt that if he was a high-ranking official of the Holy See, if he really had any treasures to transport, he would definitely mix them in these ordinary boxes, so that the enemy would not know how to grab that batch. Even the escorts would not know what was inside. But those were ordinary treasures. If they were really treasures or some sensitive items, Ji-sun did not think that the people of the Holy See would be so confident that they would let these low-level card masters escort them. There must be some hidden means of protection. This is what Ji-sun observed. He has no interest in ordinary treasures. So even though he guessed that there might be valuables in some boxes, he still didn't do anything. Instead, he waited patiently. Just like fishing, only with enough patience can you catch big fish. In the past half-day, hundreds of boxes have been transported up from the lower level. Bonnie and the others were bored waiting. At this moment, Shin Rushi suddenly spoke, "Ji-sun, pay attention to the 2 escorting mercenaries." Everyone looked over. Ji-sun noticed it, of course. Every box that came up was accompanied by 2 mercenaries, and this time was no different. But Shin Rushi's keen sense of perception found something unusual, and said, "The mercenary with the axe is a level 6. This is a mercenary at the deputy leader level. He personally escorted it, so there must be good stuff. And this guy is hiding very well." If it weren't for Shin Rushi, everyone had already sharpened their knives. Sam said excitedly, "Leader, are we going to do it?" Shin Rushi hesitated for a moment when she heard this. Although she found something unusual, her intuition told her that something seemed wrong. She glanced at Ji-sun and asked, "What do you think?" Ji-sun looked into the distance, with a sly smile on his face. "I think, if we wait a little longer, there must be something good in this box, but it may not be the best. So many boxes before were to cover these few. But if I were a high-ranking official in the Vatican, I would put the better ones at the end, not the first. In this way, no matter which box is attacked, the masters above and below can quickly reinforce." Everyone thought it made sense. But Bonnie asked frankly, "But Ji-sun, how can you be sure it's not this box?" Ji-sun shrugged, "Not sure. It's just betting on human nature. The higher the position, the less risky it is." As soon as this was said, Shin Rushi also nodded in agreement. "Ah?" Bonnie hadn't figured it out yet, and asked again, "Then which one do you think we should wait for?" "Ji-sun, I think if there are 3 boxes in this batch, the good stuff will be in the second one. If there are 5, it may be in the third one." Bonnie asked seriously, "What if there are 4? "Then it depends on luck." Ji-sun smiled, "If the bet is right, we will get a big reward, and if the bet is wrong, we will not lose much." "Bonnie, but it's so dark down here that we can't see anything. How can we determine how many boxes there are in this batch?" Ji-sun smiled mysteriously and told his plan. "So Shin, you guys go and intercept the second one later. I go downstairs to see their reactions." When he said this, everyone's expression brightened and they understood immediately. If it was really something very important, even if other boxes were robbed, the people guarding the most important box would not leave without permission. In this way, the main target was determined at once. Originally, this behavior was very risky, but Ji-sun's strength was obvious to all, and no one would doubt it. Everyone did it as soon as they said it. It disappeared quietly in the darkness. Ji-sun took the lead. He knew there must be a warning trap nearby, but he used space teleportation and landed under the rock wall in the distance without touching any mechanism. The platform above was no longer visible, and only a few thick ropes could be seen pulling up and down. Ji-sun hid in the darkness and watched the second box being slowly pulled up. Looking at the 2 mercenaries above, who were perfectly disguised but had completely different temperaments, he knew that his judgment was correct. There must be treasures in this batch of boxes. Ji-sun did not take action and let the second batch of boxes go. His eyes were fixed on the darkness below. After observing for a long time, the interval between the boxes had been determined. Not long after, the third box slowly came into view. At this time, a loud shout came from above, "Be careful, someone is robbing the camp." It was Qin Rushi and his men who took action. They triggered the early warning trap, and the two sides started fighting. This movement was particularly harsh in the originally quiet cave. In an instant, the platform above seemed to be caught in a fierce battle. Ji-sun still did not move, he just stared at the third wooden box. At the moment the battle was triggered, the two people on the wooden box instantly entered the battle state. Moreover, around them, Ji-sun clearly sensed the fluctuation of the aura of a hidden strongman. This kind of sudden battle is most likely to expose hidden targets. The aura was hidden very well. He might not have sensed it before, but now that he is at the 7th level, he can clearly sense it. Ji-sun looked at this configuration and thought, it seems that we are lucky. The three did not go to support the battle above, but defended their box. In his perception, there were even people rushing up from below to reinforce. Ji-sun didn't want to wait for anyone to come, and without any hesitation, he stepped into the air and rushed to the box face to face. The two mercenaries didn't understand what happened, and suddenly saw a huge fist appear on their faces. Bang! Although the two were strong, they were also knocked away by Ji-sun's punch and almost died on the spot. And the 7th level hidden in the void wanted to attack by surprise, but he didn't expect that Ji-sun's body was covered with a black field layer, which instantly decomposed the hidden dark elements. Ji-sun looked at the assassin, who had a trace of panic in his eyes, as if he didn't understand why he was exposed, and grinned. At the same time, he punched out again. The 7th level assassin didn't understand what happened, but felt the huge pressure of death. He punched out and hit the chest. He had to release the force and retreat 100 meters, disappearing into the darkness. Ji-sun didn't want to tangle with these people. He knocked away 3 guards and opened the wooden box under his feet with a punch. He looked inside and found a huge egg. Dragon egg? Ji-sun broke through the barrier and sensed the terrifying dragon power, and suddenly realized what it was. For an egg to have such dragon power, there could only be one possibility. That is, the dragon egg of a pure-blooded giant dragon, and since it was a dragon egg found in the dead zone, Ji-sun had another idea in his mind. This dragon egg might be directly related to the battle that year. Chapter 500. Why can't I store the painting? When Ji-sun saw that there was a dragon egg in the box, he wanted to use the spatial relic Monet's sunrise to store it without much hesitation. However, when he tried, he unexpectedly found that he couldn't store it. This situation will only occur when the level of the object's law is higher than the storage space itself. Ji-sun was not surprised, but was happy in his heart. Could it be a dragon egg? Monet's sunrise is already the storage relic with the highest law level he has ever seen. It was the work of the court painter of Tarrant back then. It is estimated that its spatial law level is around the 9th level. But it cannot be contained now, which means that the laws contained in this dragon egg are even higher. It is said that the offspring of some superior races will inherit certain blood divinity by nature. For example, a pure-blooded dragon is born with a combat power equivalent to that of a high-level magic beast. Ji-sun has seen many sub-dragon eggs in Giant Spirit City in the past few months, and has never encountered such a problem in containing them. The only explanation he could think of was that this dragon egg was very special. No wonder it can only be transported up like this by manpower. Ji-sun grinned. The oil painting cannot contain it, and there are probably very few storage spaces in this plane that can contain this dragon egg. Needless to say, there must be a magic mark on this dragon egg. And it cannot be contained. No matter who takes it, it is a time bomb, and the masters of the Holy See can locate it at any time. If it were someone else, they would really have to give up, but Ji-sun was different. He listened to the sound of breaking wind that was already rushing not far away, patted his pocket, and said, "Little Ivan, help me." It was not the first time that Ivan was used as a storage space by Ji-sun. She poked her head out and looked at the situation, with a resentful expression on her face. But she didn't say much. She opened her mouth wide, and swallowed the wooden box in front of her that was several meters long and wide in one gulp, causing space ripples in the air. After eating, the little loli didn't forget to complain quietly, "Ji-sun, can you please not let me swallow so many strange things, and not let me eat them?" The key is not that she is unwilling to be a storage tool, but that she is not allowed to really eat. Ji-sun touched his head and laughed. "Yeah. I make you something delicious next time. That's a deal." Hearing this, Ivan, the little foodie, was immediately happy. Ji-sun didn't dare to stay and disappeared on the dark rock wall in an instant. On the other side, Qin Rushi and his group also evacuated quickly according to the plan. After a few breaths, several high-level card masters wearing the robes of the Holy See came to reinforce. Looking at the empty rope in front of them, their faces were livid. Not long after, Ji-sun went around a cave on the 6th layer of the rock wall and met Qin Rushi and his group again. "And Qin, are you saying that most of those boxes are filled with temple materials?" "Yes. They are some murals, statues, cut altar fragments and other large items. The style is very similar to the Sun Temple we encountered in the Blackwater Swamp before. There are also some architectural relics that may not be temples, but have very unique styles. I also wrote them down. But some are very special. Everyone has seen them and can't remember them. I did write down a little bit." According to the plan, Qin Rushi and his group were just fainting and did not rob anything. When Ji-sun asked what was in the box, he immediately realized that there was indeed a super large ruins under the 16th floor. As everyone talked, they drew some of the patterns of items they had previously memorized. They all knew that Ji-sun had studied those ancient civilizations and could see the information hidden in these objects. Ji-sun took a look and found that it was indeed a temple from the Alterac civilization period. But he had never seen some of the others, especially those patterns that Qin Rushi said everyone had seen but didn't remember. Ji-sun was not unfamiliar with this situation. When he heard this, he realized that it might be some advanced ancient characters. Ji-sun looked at the mysterious patterns that Qin-ru expressed with mental power and patterns, and was also very confused. He said, "Strange, it's not the sun totem of the light cult. This seems to be some unique totem worship, which looks a bit like the elemental symbols of the natural system. Such symbols are often pictographic. For example, this is the water element, and this should be the moon. It looks a bit like some advanced characters, but judging from the style, it is not dragon language, demon language, or god language." Even his knowledge was not enough to recognize it, and the others were even more confused. Qin Rushi thought when he heard this, what other advanced races are there in the southern continent? As soon as this was said, Ji-sun's expression immediately revealed a sense of being in the mountains, and not knowing the mountains. Yes, aren't the two elemental elves also mythical races? And their tribe has also lived in the monster forest for countless years, not even far from this dead zone. Ji-sun thought of this, patted his pocket, and asked, "Cora, Nina, can you help me see? Do you recognize these symbols?" As he spoke, two little heads popped out from the special space in his pocket. This question really got a surprise. When the two elemental elves saw the symbols written by Qin Rushi, they immediately exclaimed, "This seems to be the language of the High Elves." When everyone heard that it was the language of the elves, they all became excited. Ji-sun hurriedly asked, "Do you know it? What is written on it?" Nina frowned and said embarrassedly, "The semantics of the High Elves' language is more expressive. These symbols are very incomplete, and I don't know them either." Ji-sun also expressed his understanding after hearing this. After all, Qin Rushi only described the appearance of some symbols. However, just when everyone thought that they could not get any useful information, Cora said, "But it looks a bit like the divine pattern of the moon well, the holy place of our elves that the patriarch told us about." Moon well? Ji-sun's black eyes turned when he heard this. It's not that he didn't get any clues just now. The two elemental spirits recognized that this was the High Elf text, which actually confirmed that the ruins below were related to the elemental elves. Now when he heard the word moon well, too many thoughts burst out of his mind. Bonnie looked at Ji-sun and asked curiously, "What is moon well?" These days, the two elemental elves are no strangers to the revolutionary army. The elves have a strong sense of people's character, and they have a good impression of the cadres. Nina took the initiative to explain, "That is the holy land of our elemental elves, the spring where the elements of heaven and earth converge. However, countless years ago, a disaster struck and our elemental elves suffered the disaster of genocide. After the tribe members fled far away from their ancestral land, no one has seen it since then." Everyone suddenly understood after hearing this. Ji-sun had heard of the two elves before, and their tribe had been multiplying in the monster forest for at least 100,000 years. In other words, the legend of the moon well must be even older. Although everyone's thoughts were not as active as Ji-sun's, they also thought of this. In other words, the people of the Holy See discovered an ancient elf ruin down there? Maybe? Could it be that this dead zone is the ancestral land of the elves, and the moon well still exists? It's hard to say. But looking at the Holy See's grand gesture, even if it's not, there must be treasures underneath. Everyone started talking at once. No matter how you look at it, The current clues point to the ancient ruins of the 16th floor, which is very impressive. But the information is limited, and it's hard to analyze it. Turning around, Chin Rushi looked at Ji-sun and asked, "By the way, Ji-sun, did you get anything?" As soon as this was said, everyone also cast curious eyes. After all, Ji-sun was the main attacker in the robbery just now. Ji-sun had wanted to say it just now, but he had just gotten some important information and was thinking about those things. Now that Chin Rushi was in doubt, he casually said, "I got a dragon egg." "Oh, dragon egg? What dragon egg? Is it the dragon egg I understand?" "Oh, if it's that kind of thing, it's a rare thing." Everyone listened to Ji-sun's indifferent tone and thought it was not a big deal. But when they saw his expression, they seemed to realize that it must not be that simple. Chin Rushi guessed something and asked, "Dragon eggs of pure-blooded giant dragons?" "Yes." Ji-sun looked at the expectant eyes of the crowd and added, "It is also very likely to be the egg of the dragon god." "Dragon god?" Before he finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened, with a look of surprise as if their thoughts could not keep up with their ears. You know, even the eggs of pure-blooded giant dragons are taboos in the southern continent. Not to mention selling them. Even if the king saw them, he would have to kneel down and welcome them. Dragon god's egg. Everyone couldn't even think that this thing could really be obtained by humans. If this was said by someone else, the cadres might think he had made a mistake. However, it was Ji-sun who said it, and no one doubted it. Everyone's eyes were filled with glittering expectations. This feeling was like picking up a baby god. How could one not be excited? Ji-sun was also confused, so he told everyone the details for reference. "The box I just went to has a 7th level guardian and the dragon egg has a very high level of law." After saying this, everyone felt that his judgment was even more correct. If the eggs were put in boxes by the Holy See instead of being worshipped, they must not be the eggs of a dragon god from the southern continent. Bonnie said, "An egg related to a dragon god? Could it be a dragon god who killed Emperor Lanlingster?" Ji-sun, I think so too. But there are still many doubts that I can't figure out. For example, why is the dragon egg in this dead zone? Why is it still active after so many years? And which dragon god gave birth to it? These doubts seem to have a fatal attraction. Once you think about them, if you don't find an answer, it will be deeply troubled. Chin Rushi saw the eagerness in Ji-sun's eyes and asked, "Do you want to go down?" "Yes." Ji-sun didn't just want to go down. The information we have learned now is that the Holy See has sent many elite mercenaries to explore the wasteland. Although they are cannon fodder, since those mercenaries can go, it means that the risk is not 100% certain to die. With Ji-sun's current strength, of course he will go. After hearing what he said, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army beside him were also rubbing their hands and became excited. If they really had to go by themselves, they wouldn't be sure. But the time they spent together had given everyone a tacit understanding that whatever Ji-sun said he could do it. Chen Jianwulia couldn't help but ask, "Leader, can we go together?" Sam and the others on the side also responded, "Yes, if those mercenaries can go, we can too." Chin Rushi looked at everyone's expressions, thought about it, looked at Ji-sun again, and asked, "What do you think?" Ji-sun spread his hands and said truthfully, "It's very risky. But we are few in number, so we should be careful. At least the risk is much less than those people from the Holy See." Everyone was excited when they heard that it was feasible. They just robbed a dragon egg. What treasures would be waiting for them below? After Ji-sun and his friends made a decision, they immediately took action. They quietly groped towards the route that the Holy See had opened up on the rock wall. The previous robbery was no longer active. This was completely within Ji-sun's expectations. They robbed so cleanly before that there were no clues left, so we couldn't catch them even if we wanted to. Also, the robbery at this critical moment is easily associated with the tactic of luring the snake out of its hole. Now the 3 outer god sects are fighting fiercely, and the people of the Holy Church dare not send masters everywhere to look for people. After all, this is the dead zone. There are countless threats here that are fatal to top card masters. And Ji-sun thinks that the dragon egg may not be so important to the Holy Church. There are usually several dragon eggs laid by a giant dragon in a nest, and there may be others. Also, if it is really left behind tens of thousands of years ago, it may be the enemy of the dragon god, and there is no urgency to recover it. In this way, Ji-sun and his companions sneaked over again. The rope ladder was still moving the goods in an orderly manner. However, the number of guards was indeed much more visible to the naked eye. They did not plan to take the goods again, but found a suitable route from a distance and climbed down. The Holy Church spent a lot of manpower and material resources, and spent a year and a half to explore the 16th floor with difficulty. However, Ji-sun and his companions did not need to be so difficult. There were too many people in the holy church, and the target was too big, so there was only one way to push forward. The diameter of the dead zone pit is tens of thousands of meters. The mercenaries cleared a relatively safe route on the rock wall with huge casualties. All the monsters near the route were cleared. This also made it convenient for Ji-sun and his group. They were few in number, so they only needed to stay far away and follow the safe route that was opened up, and they would not encounter any major dangers. Even if they encountered, for example, some top-level monsters, Ji-sun would divert the trouble to the Holy See and let the people there attract firepower. This is why he said before that the risk is controllable. In this way, the group carefully spent nearly 2 days to reach the 15th floor. Because they were careful enough, it was so smooth that everyone felt incredible. Uncle Dong had already surveyed the 15th floor before, and it was a vast forest. The 15th floor is said to be a crack in the stone, but from a high place, it looks like a flame belt in the entire dead zone abyss. Because the trees growing here are not the normal trees outside, but the flame thorn trees that are special products of hell. This is a rare wood that contains dark and fire elements. It is a high-quality material for staffs, palaces, scrolls, and wooden equipment. In the outside world, a 1,000-year-old flame-thorn tree is worth more than 10,000 gold. And here there are millions of 1,000-year-old giant trees. These woods alone are inestimable. And only after going down, you will find that this forest is amazingly large. Thousands of people broke in and couldn't see a bubble at all. The 16th floor of the ancient ruins is still below. But on the 15th floor, this is already an area heavily guarded by the Holy See. There are not only a large number of mercenaries here, but also the Kingdom Knights and the Holy Dragon Legion have an adventurer camp, and several eye-catching 9-story magic towers. You should know that the previous Firefly camp was so big, but there was only one 9-story magic tower. And in this temporary camp, at least 9 can be seen with the naked eye. It can be seen that the top leaders of the Holy See are really determined to explore at all costs. This is troublesome. The 9-story magic tower has a large-scale life perception barrier. We will be discovered as long as we get close. This road is not feasible. It seems that we have to find a way down by ourselves. It's not easy. According to the information we got before, there is a 9th-level monster nest below the 13th floor. If we really encounter it, it will not be good. On the rock wall, Ji-sun and his group looked at the camp of the Holy See from a distance, and each of them showed difficulty on their faces. Ji-sun didn't think of any good solution. The people of the Holy See obviously thought that someone would come down along the route they opened up, so this camp chose a very tricky location. If they don't go around, they will be discovered. Going around the camp will take a long way to go to the undeveloped area. Ji-sun and his team observed for a long time, and found that if they wanted to go to the 16th floor, they had to go around and open a new route. But they were not in a hurry. Since they had been here for so long, they would wait patiently. See if there are some better opportunities. At noon, in the cave on the rock wall, Ji-sun and his team replenished their food as usual. At this time, Uncle Dong, who was in charge of the alert, suddenly said, "Everyone be careful, someone is coming." Everyone immediately became alert. Ji-sun originally thought that he might have been discovered by accident, but at this time, the blood pollution in his body was triggered. He knew that this person was greeting him, and when he thought about who it was, he greeted everyone, "Well, don't worry. It's an acquaintance." Qin Rushi and others relaxed their guard after hearing this. At this time, a black shadow flew in from outside. It was Mrs. Mr. Qin Rushi and others had seen this vampire countess during the previous battle at the Firefly camp. They also knew the relationship between Ji-sun and the Blood Clan, so they didn't feel threatened when they saw the newcomer. Mrs. Mr. flew into the cave, and as soon as she landed, she retracted her wings and immediately changed from a vampire to a charming human form, and said to herself, "My Lord Prince informed me that you would come, but I didn't believe it. I didn't expect you to really come." Ji-sun looked at her, not too surprised, and asked with a smile, "Mrs. Mr., why are you here?" Xie Guizhong could sense his position, and he had experienced it before in Juling City. But they currently have no conflict of interest with the Scarlet Cult, and there is no risk. So there is no need to be overly cautious. Mrs. Mist did not beat around the bush and said directly, "After all, you saved me. The prince said that you are here, brother, so I came to see you." As she said that, she did not forget to remind him, "Fortunately, you did not go down further, otherwise it would be dangerous. There are at least 3 cardinals from the Holy See stationed in that camp, and some ascetics from the Inquisition." Although Ji-sun didn't know what the situation was in the camp, he guessed it. However, when he heard about the 3 cardinals, he felt a slight headache. With this configuration, if they were really discovered, they would have nowhere to escape. But it was also expected. Ji-sun knew that Mrs. Mister had good intentions when he heard what she said, so he simply asked, "Madam, what's the situation on the 16th floor now?" Mrs. Mister had no intention of hiding anything, and said, "I don't know the details, and I was also stopped here. But the prince sent a message saying that there is a sun temple on the 16th floor, and there are huge ancient architectural ruins. It is not known what is in the ruins yet. But they found the body of a dragon god. The conflict that happened in the past few days was that several parties were fighting for the body of the dragon god." The body of the dragon god? These words were like a bomb, thrown into the hearts of everyone, including Ji-sun, and exploded. Gods are originally unattainable existences, and now the body of the dragon god is found in the ruins? No wonder. After hearing this, everyone understood why the fight was so intense. Mrs. Mister looked at everyone's amazed eyes, smiled, and asked, "Brother, do you want to go to the 16th floor?" "Yes," Ji-sun said truthfully, "if it is possible. Smart people don't need to be around the bush when talking." Mrs. Mister said bluntly, "We are also looking for a safe route to the 16th floor, and we have found it. But now we have encountered a problem." "Yes." Ji-sun knew what she meant when he heard this. Mrs. Miss said, "We had thought about coming down before, so we left blood marks on the 8-level monsters that attacked the camp. After all, the 8-level monsters are definitely more familiar with this dead zone than humans. In a sense, the risks of the road they dare to take are controllable. At least there are no 9-level monsters." When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up. It turned out that it was not just their method. The Blood Clan also had their own methods. Even Ji-sun thought that this method of tracking the monster was reliable. But Mrs. Miss changed her tone and said, "But there is a problem. We found several ways, but the most suitable one has a very tricky 8th-level monster blocking the way, and we can't deal with it. It's the nether peacock you saw before. Although it was injured, the Annihilation Divine Light can break all spells, and we have no good way to deal with it." The vampire countess directly explained her purpose. Although her charming face was looking at Ji-sun, her eyes glanced at Qin Rushi vaguely, and said, "The prince said that you may have a way, brother." When Ji-sun heard this, he immediately realized that Xie Guizhong might know Qin Rushi's situation. Chapter 501. Ji-sun repeated, "Old Xie said I have a way?" "Yes." Mrs. Miss' beautiful eyes shone, as if she didn't quite understand why this small adventure group could solve the problem that they couldn't solve. She shrugged and said, "That's what the prince said." She admitted that Ji-sun and his group were strong, but they didn't seem to be strong enough to solve the 8th-level Dark Peacock of mythical bloodline. However, when Ji-sun heard this, he thought of more than just the Dark Peacock. He and Xie Guizhong had known each other for a long time, and had experienced many dangerous events together. They were a life-or-death friendship. Although the two had not been in touch for a long time after Old Xie was contaminated, they still had a basic understanding. Old Xie was meticulous, and had a deep study of the law of order. Ji-sun felt that the other party could probably think of the problems he could think of. Obviously, this was not as simple as cooperation. He directly asked the question in his mind, "Madam, why are you sure that the road you are looking for can lead to the 16th floor?" Mrs. Miss said bluntly, "The Archbishop Gustav of the Sun Cult gave us a map of the dead zone. The map records the secret passage leading to the 16th floor ruins. The reason why the prince and his men were able to arrange it in advance was because of that map." "Map?" Ji-sun suddenly understood after hearing this. Gustav is the vice president of the Historical Mystery College of the Royal Academy. After all, the warehouse of the Royal Academy has collected countless ancient relics brought out from the monster forest. It is not surprising that he can access too many secrets that others cannot access. It makes sense that there is a map of the dead zone. But Ji-sun's first reaction was not the existence of the map. Rather, who drew this map? The original inhabitants of the ruins on the 16th floor? Or the old man Su who witnessed the war that year? Before he could think about it, Mrs. Miss said, "In fact, you should have discovered that the purpose of these sun temples is not only to build for the golden dragon god Merodes, but also to seal and suppress a certain ancient terrifying existence. As for what it is, I don't know. However, it seems that it may be related to the fragments of the godhead, and the monsters here have mutated to giant size, which is actually affected by that terrifying existence." "Yes." Ji-sun nodded. They had actually deduced this information before. Mrs. Miss looked at Ji-sun's solemn expression, thinking that he was worried about the top masters of the Holy Church below, and said, "You don't have to worry too much. The Holy Church is not worried about us troublemakers, but the Light Sect." Gustav found a piece of the root of the world tree from somewhere, and it actually connected to the legendary underworld. Now they have obtained the smog soul-draining dragon spear that sealed part of the power of the golden dragon god Merodes, and have the basic conditions to guide the dragon god back from the underworld. Now the top masters of the Holy See dare not move. Once the dragon god of the Sun sect is given the opportunity to return, it will not be as simple as catching a few heretics. And now the competition for the dragon god's body on the 16th floor is still fierce, and the top masters of the Holy See are all paying attention to that. Ji-sun listened to the information carefully, and the thoughts in his mind began to deduce. It sounded like that smog soul-draining dragon spear was the thing that was used as bait by the Holy See in the camp before. It was indeed a must-have for the Sun cult. With this, the logic of the whole incident became clear in his mind. As she spoke, Mrs. Mist thought of something else and added, and the deeper you go into this pit, the more careful the high-level card masters have to be, especially the top-level masters of the 8th and 9th levels. The prince guessed that there might be something terrifying under the sinkhole that even gods fear, so the top masters were very restrained in the conflicts over the past few days. After listening, Ji-sun fell into deep thought. Qin Rushi and others beside him also had different expressions. Mrs. Mist's information was very important, letting them know what happened under the dead zone. At the same time, they breathed a sigh of relief. It sounds like the top masters of the Holy See really don't want to deal with these insignificant outsiders. Compared with the threats from the two heretical sects, the threats from their group can be ignored. And with Qin here, as long as the Red Robe Archbishop is not chasing them personally, it may not be an unsolvable problem for them. Ji-sun pondered for a moment, and gradually sorted things out in his mind. He knew that Xie Guizhong sent Mrs. Mister to deliver the letter, not just for cooperation, but must have other deep meanings. This is worth thinking about. After all, the old friend's position is very vague now, not only representing him, but also the Scarlet Lord. But again, there is no conflict of interest between the two parties at present. Absolute trust is of course impossible, but cooperation is not a big problem. And Ji-sun knows the truth of some events better than Mrs. Mist. The previous mirror space was not just broken by the roots of the Hell Tree, but it was probably Che-Er who understood the law of time. Che-Er took action, and behind this action, Ji-sun saw the shadow of Old Man Su. Although he didn't know the identity of this old senior, who had lived for countless years, he was sure that Old Man Su's position was definitely not on the side of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, Nan Xinyu, the last high priest of Terran, also said that this old senior is a blessing rather than a curse to the Kashi civilization. So Ji-sun's intuition told him that this cooperation is feasible. And to know the truth behind it, he must go down and take a look. Thinking of this, Ji-sun nodded and said, "Yes. I know. Thank you, madam, for telling me." Madam Mist always felt that there were too many thoughts hidden in the black eyes of Ji-sun in front of her, which made her unpredictable. Without thinking too much, she asked, "So, do you want to go with me?" She was also very curious about what means this woman, with a big sword on her back, had to make the prince think that she could deal with the Dark Peacock. Ji-sun glanced at Qin Rushi, and the two exchanged glances for a moment, and made a decision immediately. He said, "Well, let's go and see together." The Dark Peacock was the target they had always wanted to capture, so it was a good opportunity to give it a try. Mrs. Mist thought she would need to spend more time talking, but she didn't expect Ji-sun and the others to be so easy to talk to. After completing the task for the prince, her brows relaxed. "Well, when do we set off?" Ji-sun said, "We can set off now." They had been observing on the rock wall for several days, waiting for an opportunity. But they didn't expect that this opportunity would come from the vampires. With Mrs. Mist leading the way, Ji-sun and his group finally didn't have to worry about being unfamiliar with the route and attracting some terrifying monsters by walking around on the rock wall. They bypassed the camp of the Holy See, moved sideways along a hidden rock crevice, jumped off the rock wall safely, and fell into the flame-thorn forest. The ground was covered with thick red leaves, and all around were towering trees with veins emitting dark red luster like lava, so dense that there was no end in sight. Only when they were in the forest on the 15th floor did they realize how vast this forest was. If they really wanted to find out, even if the Holy See invested 100 times more people, it would be impossible within a few years. Even though this 15th floor had already destroyed many large mercenary groups, and even had 9th-level monsters appearing, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were still very optimistic. Looking at those dead trees, they seemed to see a mountain of gold coins. Oh, those trees must be thousands of years old, right? No one cut them down, so of course they are old. Hey, these flamethorn trees are top-quality materials. If they are sold in the market, they must be worth at least 100,000 gold coins, right? If the situation didn't allow it, I would have wanted to be a lumberjack here. Let's go, If you cut a few of these, you won't have anywhere to put them. And be careful not to trigger the monsters in the forest. Talk is talk, and fuss is fuss. The cadres didn't really want to cut down trees for such a small profit. Everyone followed Mrs. Mist into the depths of the dense forest. As she said, this road was taken by the previous underworld peacock. At least in the short term, there will be no stronger monsters near this path. Moreover, the Blood Clan's reconnaissance bats are also scattered throughout the forest. If there is any abnormality, it will be discovered immediately. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi walked in the middle of the team. Seeing Ji-sun thinking all the way, Qin Rushi asked, "What are you thinking about?" Ji-sun had no reason to be polite to her, so he directly told her some of his thoughts that he didn't understand yet. "I was thinking that the Curse God card of the Heavenly Dragon Saint could change the rules, which the two outer god sects of Light and Scarlet probably didn't know before. If I were him, I might have left some traces on the Light Saint or Mrs. Mist before, so if something unexpected happened, I would have some backup plans." Qin Rushi immediately understood. "So, do you think we are actually exposed now?" "Yeah, it's possible," Ji-sun said in a relaxed tone, and added, "and the possibility is not small." Qin Rushi raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "Oh?" Ji-sun pondered for a moment, and then said another idea that was actually not related to the previous topic, saying, "Xie Guizhong and Pope Polar Anti fought before, and he told me that Pope Polar Anti knows the legendary magic Great Omen." Qin Rushi's expression immediately became serious when he heard this. Omens are not predictions. But Great Omens is more terrifying than predictions to some extent. Because it is said that this divine spell will respond to any feeling. Almost all sequences in the 52 demon god sequences have the ability to predict crisis. And the main law is the sequence of kingship and order Pope of Clubs K, who is particularly proficient. The essence of the law of order is the partial operation law of the universe. If you delve into it to the highest depth, you will naturally be aware of the crisis. In layman's terms, if he senses that the result will happen, it will definitely happen. Anyone who masters divine arts can almost sense all unfavorable situations in the future. At that time, Xie Guizhong failed to kill the Pope with the royal sword, largely because of this spell. Ji-sun looked at Qin Rushi's sudden solemn expression, knowing that she was worrying too much, and smiled again. "It's not that bad. Our deeds are not worthy of the Pope's action. And even if he had a premonition, it would probably not change anything." "Yeah," Qin Rushi certainly knew. Although the cost of premonition is not as high as that of prophecy, it is still extremely mentally exhausting. The Pope cannot be all-inclusive, especially at the moment. Thinking more about the two heretical sects is more important than considering a group of irrelevant people. So Qin Rushi was even more curious. Why did Ji-sun suddenly say this? Ji-sun understood the look in his eyes, and smiled. Great premonition. It is likely that the mirror space cannot wipe out the two heretical sects. But why did the Pope still not show up when he knew he was going to lose? Or did he make up for it? So the real situation is obviously different from what we see. I was wondering what those card holders are planning. The current situation is really like a card game. Some cards have been revealed one after another, but it is far from the final competition. Qin Rushi instantly caught up with Ji-sun's jumping thoughts. She listened and said, "Do you suspect that the Holy See deliberately let them out? It may not be intentional, but it is probably just going with the flow." When it comes to this topic, Ji-sun's eyes are like mist, and his thoughts are deduced in his mind. Just like playing poker, even if the opponent predicts that the opponent will play this hand, considering the gains and losses, he may not necessarily stop it. If you really mess up the order of playing cards in your hand just to take some small cards, it will affect the overall situation. Now the situation is clear that the Sun cult has the conditions to summon the golden dragon god Merodes from the underworld. The Holy See seems to be in a passive position everywhere and cannot be reversed. But if the fact is really as Ji-sun guessed, this situation is far from as simple as it seems. He felt that if he could think of it, those card players could also think of it. That's why the situation became more bizarre. It was because Ji-sun himself couldn't deduce a reasonable development of the situation that he felt more and more excited. The group had a smooth journey, and walked for a few hours before arriving at a rocky valley in the forest. Mrs. Mist stopped and said, "Be careful, the nest of the underworld peacock is ahead. It was injured and is now recovering in the nest." As she spoke, she glanced at Ji-sun and said, "Paris and I can barely withstand the peacock annihilation feathers at close range, but we can't hold on for long. Others can only provide remote support, otherwise if they get too close, there will be no chance of escape." In addition to Mrs. Mist, there is also a 7th level blood clan, and a bunch of high-level vampires waiting here. Facing the upcoming battle, everyone looked serious. As she spoke, she asked, "Brother, how are we going to fight next?" Ji-sun said, "My friend is the heir of the Bai family, and she has some means to suppress the nether peacock. We will just assist her then. Qin Rushi will be the main force in the fight, so there is no need to hide her abilities." "Yes." "Okay then." Mrs. Mister was surprised to hear and see this, but she already knew it. The other vampires also cast strange glances at her. They were very curious about why this woman with a big sword could make two top-level vampires willing to cooperate as assistants. The battle plan had been discussed with Ji-sun a long time ago. Since the location of the monster was determined, Qin Rushi did not waste any more time. She took off a few pieces of armor that she had used as a disguise, and walked towards the valley alone. As she walked, she also unlocked the seal of the immortal arts, and her aura became higher and higher. Quietly, everyone seemed to hear a whisper in their ears, "Immortal arts gods descend to earth." The spell power was rolling like a tide, and the golden armored figure of the war demon Hiragos behind Qin Rushi appeared. At the same time, a domineering golden light illuminated the surroundings. With the golden holy spear in hand, the armor with mysterious spells covered her whole body. In the light, she looked arrogantly, and the beautiful Valkyrie came to the world. As the domain unfolded, a pressure that made everyone's breath stagnate instantly swept the scene. Although the cadres had long known that Qin Rushi was very powerful, they also whispered excitedly when they saw this scene. The leader's strength is obviously stronger than the last time he used all his strength. Yes! The pressure of this domain feels like it has touched the legendary holy threshold. It's strange. Why do I feel that the boss's current domain is a bit similar to the domain of Brother Ji-sun? Bonnie, Sam and the others looked at him in amazement. On the other side, the vampires saw Qin Rushi, who was like a god descending from heaven, and immediately put away all their contempt. Normally, vampires are more powerful than card masters of the same level. Mrs. Mist and Paris, who are both at the 7th level, are already the first generation of blood clans. They are also confident that they are definitely the top powerhouses among the 7th level. But the prince actually asked them to assist a few humans. Although they would not question the blood prince's orders, they were still a little dissatisfied in their hearts. However, the feeling of dissatisfaction disappeared at this moment. Looking at the back of the Valkyrie in golden armor, Mrs. Mist glanced at Ji-sun again and chuckled, "Oh brother, your friend is very strong." He. Ji-sun smiled and said nothing more. He knew that this was not Qin Rushi's limit. The immortals did not come, and the Bai family did not use much means. At most, what was displayed was her Valkyrie-related combat power. In fact, even if the nether peacock was not injured, Qin Rushi would have a chance of winning if she summoned the ancestral immortals, but she was not sure that she could keep them. Now that the target is injured and there is a group of high-level vampires to help, this battle is destined to be a sure thing. Moreover, Ji-sun has advanced to the 7th level. However, in addition to his gaze on Qin Rushi, he is more quietly observing the surroundings. Now he doesn't need to fight with all his strength in the battle, thinking about whether he can sneak up on a few guys who are quite yellow bird. Like in the secret realm before, in the deduction of I am the world, if Mrs. Mist and the others have been targeted long ago, then it is impossible for a general 8th level to have this ability to be completely unnoticed. The 3 red-robed archbishops of the Holy See probably don't have the time to come. Then, if someone really wants to come, it can only be the heavenly dragon saint, Teresa, who can change the rules. When Ji-sun thought of this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said to himself, "Hey, I don't know if this big fish can be caught." Before being beaten up by the heavenly dragon saint, now that Ji-sun has advanced to the 7th level, he must try to get back at him. If the enemy is really watching as he expected, then they must want to wait until they and Nether Peacock are both injured before taking action. Chapter 502. Qin Rushi's Valkyrie sequence is a brave lion, so her fighting style is of course extremely fierce. The domain is displayed, 1 person and 1 sword domineering. In a blink of an eye, in the black rocky valley in the distance, a lonely light and a ferocious underworld peacock fought fiercely together, and 1 person held the hatred. The underworld peacock was originally a high-level hell lord, and even if it was injured, it still had its own pride. Seeing a human stealing the house, the first reaction was to fight back in anger. The innate magical power of the dark peacock destruction light, although it was powerful, Qin Rushi's own understanding of the light system was also very high, and with the blessing of the Bai family's fairy magic, she was not afraid at all. She was full of martial arts divine light, and the peacock was also full of destructive light beams. The man and the bird were like 2 bright suns appearing in the sky, illuminating the large forest. From the beginning, the battle entered the rhythm of life and death struggle. The movement was exaggerated, and the shock wave was like a blade, scraping the surrounding forests and mountains like a knife. Qin Rushi also faced an 8th level monster for the first time, and showed his super combat power for the first time. This scene made all the spectators dumbfounded. Even the Revolutionary Army cadres, such as Bonnie, were amazed at the growing strength of their leader. And outsiders such as Mrs. Mist were even more shocked. After seeing Qin Rushi resist the attack of the 8th level Lord Monster alone, the high-level vampires completely put away their contempt for humans. At this moment, they vaguely understood the true meaning of the prince's order. Mrs. Mister looked at the strange light hidden in the crystal eyes, and couldn't help but sigh to Ji-sun. "Oh, I thought you were already outrageous among human card masters. I didn't expect your friend's skills to be so strong." Ji-sun smiled and said nothing. "Hey, compared to this, it's my sister who is much worse." Mrs. Mister didn't say much, and she laughed at herself in a charming way. Then she spread her wings behind her, and suddenly transformed into a green-faced and fanged vampire. "Let's do it too. Don't let my brother's friends look down on us." As she said that, she rushed towards the battlefield, followed by several vampires. "Let's do it too." Seeing this, Bonnie and the others also took up their spell cards. The tacit understanding of the team made them not need to communicate at all, and they dispersed and formed a fan-shaped battle formation, activating the cards in their hands together. Secret art binding of the earth. The annihilation light of the Dark Peacock broke all laws, and they could not withstand close combat. Their task was to contain and output from a distance. There are various combined attack spells in the team tactics, and everyone is already very familiar with them, and has discussed the tactics long ago. As soon as the combined attack spell was cast, the earth element in the main battlefield in the distance quickly condensed, and turned into a huge yellow sand palm. Even though the few annihilation feathers of the Nether Peacock can easily penetrate this earth element hand that can firmly trap a 7th level monster. But after penetrating, the big hand with thousands of holes can still cause it some trouble. That's enough. The rest are Qin Rushi, and the 2 7th level blood clans. They are the main force of output. The light system is almost not restrained by any element, and can only use energy to offset energy. Bonnie and some 6th level vampires harassed and restrained from a distance, taking the opportunity to output. Combined attack forbidden spell, absorbing magic black prison chain, legion forbidden magic field, elemental torrent, waterfall seal barrier. Various large-scale combined attack spells of the control system were frequently used, and the harassment of the Dark Peacock was unbearable. It wanted to kill these people who were in the way with its feathers, but they ran away when it chased them. The distance was too far, and it was not a big problem for Ling Yu to avoid these elite 6th level warriors. And if he chased after them, he would easily fall into the trap that had been set long ago. After being fooled twice, the Dark Peacock learned his lesson and dared not chase after them. And its wings were broken by the magic tower before, and its flying speed was greatly limited. This made it easy for the 2 vampires, who could fly, to catch up. After entangled, Qin Rushi would come to attack crazily. Compared with the monsters, the advantage of human card masters has never been head-on collision, but various external objects. Dealing with this top-level monster is like fishing for a big fish, and it is still a consumption tactic. After its magic power is almost consumed, we will consider killing it. The rhythm of the battle is as expected, although it is fierce and thrilling, but orderly. The reason why the Monster Lord is called the Lord is that there is no monster stronger than it in a large area near it. Moreover, many barriers are arranged to prevent energy from spreading, and the possibility of accidents is very low. In addition, Qin Rushi and his team came here with sufficient preparations for hunting the 8th level monster. All kinds of card methods are ready, which is enough for hunting. Although Dark Peacock is a little special, the outcome of the battle was doomed from the moment it could not do anything to Qin Rushi. With the help of the Blood Clan, Ji-sun did not have to do much. This made him the most idle person in the battle. He did not plan to be the main force in the siege, nor could he participate in the battle formation of Bonnie and the others. His logical deduction ability could perfectly capture any detail of the battlefield and ensure that there would be no accidents in the hunting operation. He just set up an isolation barrier around him, and occasionally seized the opportunity to make up for the sudden attack and defense gaps in the battle, trying to avoid casualties. Under normal circumstances, there would be no accidents. But the fact is, the more Ji-sun deduced in the battle, the more he felt that he was being spied on. This fight lasted for half an hour. The forest was already in a mess. The beautiful white feathers of the underworld peacock were already riddled with holes, and the magic aura on its body was also dimmed. It was originally seriously injured, and had not recovered. Now it was consumed by the round-the-clock battle, and its strength was also worn out. But because it was on the verge of death, the last desperate moment was the most dangerous. The essence of a war of attrition is that both sides are attriting each other. On the other hand, Qin Rushi's condition is not very good either. The Bai family's immortals are indeed very powerful, but they are limited by the rank of the contract master, and they cannot exert too much strength. The Bai Qiu, who has lived for thousands of years, is essentially a spirit body. Its main combat ability still depends on the host's output. If it really relies on itself, it needs to consume its original soul power, which is not worth the loss. And Mrs. Mist and her vampires were also severely injured by Lingyu many times. Although there was nothing abnormal in their appearance, their strength was also seriously injured. After such a long time of high-intensity output, Bonnie and her cadres were also exhausted. In anyone's opinion, the current battle situation is approaching the end, and both sides are in a weak state. On the battlefield, Ji Sun was probably the most relaxed. Gluttony can help him recover his magic power quickly, and the intensity of the previous battles basically did not cause any loss to him. But he was clearly not needed in the battle. At this moment, he was quietly gathering his energy. On a flame-thorn tree, Ji Sun was watching from the trunk. It seemed that he was paying attention to the battlefield in the distance, but the reflection in his pupils was a few suspicious places around the forest. I don't know what he thought of. Ji Sun's mouth slightly raised an arc, TSK. Changing the rule's color joker is really outrageous, but this kind of rule change is limited by the caster's own cognition. If he hadn't seen the methods of the Heavenly Dragon Saint before, he really wouldn't have noticed someone spying on him. But now, Ji Sun has found some tricks to deal with it. In my world, no matter what method, after using it once, the sense of mystery will disappear greatly. Even if the rules have changed, it can't be found at the sensory level. At the logical level, it still exists. Using the results to reverse the reasoning, you can get some unexpected things. Ji Sun has tested the mirror space before, and the Heavenly Dragon Saint's invisibility method is because the rules have been changed. Rather than disappearing completely from this world on a physical level, Ji Sun guessed that the rule given by the card should be that it cannot be observed by any human perception means. The actual situation is that the conventional human perception means cannot circumvent that rule. For example, sound, energy perception, air, smell, spiritual perception, and even Ji Sun's law of space cannot perceive the fact that an invisible individual occupies that space. It's not because the enemy is not there. It was the rules that blocked the cognition. This was a method that he could not understand at present. But Ji Sun's idea was that since the human perception system could not capture it, he would completely abandon it and use logic to deduce it. Assuming that the enemy was somewhere, the entire battlefield would inevitably change because of his existence. For example, the flowers and plants that were stepped on, the dust, the air flow, and the energy overflow would all change. Ji Sun no longer tried to capture the position of the Son of God, because that guy was set by the rules as cannot be perceived. Then Ji Sun went to observe every flower and every tree. It was because of the different observation targets that he avoided the artificially changed rules. What he couldn't see before, he could see now. Although the Holy Sun was careful enough and had tried his best to minimize the impact of his own environment. But Ji Sun's observation ability and photographic memory allowed him to see all the changes as soon as he paid attention to every corner of the battlefield. After fighting for so long, he had already discovered several abnormalities. The reason why he was not sure was because Ji Sun was sure that the Holy Son of the Dragon had other means of concealing his aura. As long as that guy did not show up, Ji Sun would still find it difficult to determine where he was. But this was part of the plan. Ji Sun was sure that the Holy Son of the Dragon would definitely take action, because Qin Rushi, the bait, had already exposed enough threats. He felt that if he were the enemy, he would definitely solve this huge hidden danger here. From the beginning, Qin Rushi fought with all his strength, which was actually part of Ji Sun's plan. In the Plague Swamp, Qin Rushi sacrificed tribute to obtain the contracted immortal family. Later, when they encountered danger, the white dragon that had lived for thousands of years appeared and severely injured a 7th-level deacon of the Holy See who could move in space. Failure to kill it left a hidden danger. Therefore, when Qin Rushi used immortal arts to block the heavenly dragon Sun Teresa in the mirror space, her identity had been exposed. There is no need to hide it now. If they want to ambush and kill the sun, Qin Rushi will definitely not be the main force. It was Ji Sun, so he needed a bait. A bait that would force the Saint Sun to take action. Then, a descendant of the Bai family, who had a contract with the Zuling immortal family, and had unlimited potential would be the perfect choice. If they really had to fight head-on, Qin Ru would have the help of the immortal family, and the Saint Son of Tianlong would not be sure of winning even if he had colored Joker. So the best choice was to wait for an opportunity. And now, Qin Ru and the Nether Peacock had fought to the end. Before long, both sides will fight to the death to decide the winner. There is no better opportunity for a sneak attack than this. So when Ji-sun saw this, his blood was involuntarily excited, and he kept muttering in his heart, "It's time to make a move." When masters play chess, in addition to means, there is also mentality. He was extremely sure in his heart that the son of Heavenly Dragon would definitely make a move. Even if that guy had some bad intuitions, he would definitely do it. Arrogance is the inheritance of the dragon bloodline, which is a shortcoming that cannot be made up by any wisdom. Because the strength of all the people on Ji-sun's side has been exposed. They could kill him before, so there is no reason why they can't kill him now. The arrogance of the saint made Ji-sun sure that he would never choose to ask for help or escape. But what he didn't expect was that the main force of this ambush was not Qin Rushi, but Ji-sun, and the time point of the sneak attack was approaching little by little with the battle on the battlefield. In the distance, Underworld Peacock had fallen into a desperate situation. Qin Rushi had poked several blood holes in its body, and missed, and several high-level vampires were constantly sucking blood from the air with the secret method of the Blood Clan. No matter how vigorous the peacock's blood and chi were, most of them were sucked dry without him noticing. Now the magic power, blood and chi, and defense have all declined to an extremely dangerous level. If it continues to endure, the Dark Peacock knows that it will definitely die. The wisdom of the Warcraft Lord is already very high, and how could a high-level hell species not have its own means of survival? It knows that it must fight to the death to have a chance to escape. The battle is still fierce. And quietly, when no one noticed, the magic power of the Dark Peacock suddenly surged, and it also let out a painful cry. This sound was extremely harsh, and everyone was caught off guard, and their souls were shocked. In a trance, it seemed as if everyone saw the shadow of a beautiful human face. However, they did not know that the murderous intent was quietly approaching. When Ji-sun heard this cry, he was not surprised, but showed an expression that he had expected it, thinking, he is fighting for his life. Even Ji-sun did not know the high-level hell species Nether Peacock before, let alone know its life-saving skills. But by chance, Old Man Su knew it. Ji-sun had asked Old Man Su before, and learned about the unique skill of Peacock crying blood. Area attack, ignoring defense and directly controlling the soul. Just like Destruction Divine Light Field, there is almost no way to resist except to resist it head-on. I wanted to hunt this high-level monster, so when Ji-sun heard it, he asked in more detail. And the old senior said a way to crack it that sounded unreliable. That is, as long as you don't look at its wailing appearance, you can be immune to soul attacks. Others may not believe this method. After all, when facing the feathers of the Underworld Peacock, vision is almost the most reliable means of perception. Do you dare to close your eyes? But Ji-sun believed it without a doubt. So he closed his eyes the moment he saw the strange surge in the magic power of the white peacock. And Qin Rushi did the same. Even when she saw the holy light feathers coming all over the sky, she decisively closed her eyes. At the same time, a cry sounded extremely sad, as if it pierced through the depths of a person's soul and penetrated the eardrum. Ji-sun felt so sad that he wanted to cry. Not far away, several high-level vampires, as well as Bai and her group, fell into a strange state. They seemed to have their souls sucked away, and their eyes were dull, and they stood there. Soul shock. Ji-sun didn't open his eyes, but he could sense the cessation of the other's breath. But at this time, a malicious arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because until now, this was exactly the same as the plan discussed before. And in the perception, that familiar breath was finally exposed. Qin Rushi didn't look back, but she also felt a terrifying murderous intent suddenly burst out from behind her. She had no premonition before, but the murderous intent appeared out of nowhere. Now is the time for her to fight with that Nether Peacock. If she is really attacked, she will be seriously injured even if she doesn't die. Qin Rushi felt the murderous intent, and there was no surprise on the beautiful face under the golden helmet. Instead, she murmured to herself, "It's exactly the same as that guy guessed." This situation is exactly the same as Ji-sun's deduction. Because the two can communicate with each other through spirit, even when communicating, Ji-sun has deduced a situation exactly like the one in front of him. The timing chosen by the other party is also very clever. At this juncture, whether she chooses to deal with the Dark Peacock or the sneak attack from the rear, she will miss one. It will definitely be a heavy blow, however, she had expected it, so of course she was calm. Qin Rushi raised her eyebrows slightly, without any intention of defense. She blocked in front of her with one hand, and released the spell card hidden in the other hand in advance, Immortal Law 9 Palace's Spider Silk Prison Lock. Almost at the same time, a blond man in a golden robe appeared from the void, and the domineering dragon power grabbed through the heart. What does this woman mean? The heavenly dragon saint, Teresa, also discovered Qin Rushi's method. It was normal for the other party to be able to sense it after exposing his murderous intentions. But her first reaction was not to defend or attack, but to confine. If this grab with a huge amount of dragon power really hits, Teresa doesn't think anyone of the same level has a chance of survival. However, this woman made a response that he couldn't understand. Before he could figure it out, the wail of the dark peacock made his eyes blur. Not good. Teresa didn't know that the dark peacock had this method, and he was caught off guard. But because he carried a high-level soul forbidden weapon from the Pope's lineage and had the natural soul resistance of his dragon bloodline, he was not completely shocked like others. But his thoughts froze for a moment, and he also felt the crisis of death coming. He was originally going to attack by surprise, but at this moment, he felt a fierce killing intent coming from his back. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the woman in front of him chose to limit her movement in all directions. Because at this moment, a brutal punch broke through his protective magic shield and hit him in the back. Teresa's teeth were gnashing, and he suddenly realized everything. Damn it, it's that guy. The punch that had been accumulating power for a long time burst out with terrifying energy. He didn't understand what happened. Bang. With a bang, his body exploded like a watermelon. At this time, a dead man card also disintegrated. This extremely rare life-saving card saved the saint's son from a certain death crisis. Ji-sun was not surprised to see the scene, and grinned. It's not that easy to kill him. It seems that it was bad news that he didn't kill him. But for him, being able to kill him was the best news. He was completely helpless against the opponent at the 6th level, but now, he can be killed at the 7th level. If killing him once doesn't work, then kill him several times. He wants to see how many life-saving cards this guy has. Ji-sun looked at the Holy Sun Teresa, whose figure condensed instantly not far away, and stepped on his feet to chase him. Teresa was shocked, and instinctively wanted to avoid him. However, as soon as he moved, he was shocked to find that his body seemed to be stuck by layers of invisible spider webs. After pulling, he found that the source of the pulling force was actually on the Valkyrie not far away. Neither the space card nor other means of displacement were useful. He was stuck by an extremely strange method. Damn it, the fairy method of the Bai family. At this moment, Teresa immediately understood that the two guys in front of him had already planned to ambush and kill him. Chapter 503. Teresa's handsome face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Since he became the son of Heavenly Dragon, he had never suffered such a great humiliation. He was actually plotted against by two humans? Teresa realized that the ambush plan he thought was flawless was actually plotted against by humans. He had to use dead man to save his life. For ordinary people, this might just be a battle failure, but for him, the son of the dragon god Arel, it was a great humiliation. He has never been defeated. No one in the southern continent dares to do that. In his rage, Teresa's first reaction was not to escape, but to kill these two guys. He thought that he was just shocked by the underworld peacock and made a mistake. Now, it will never happen again, but before he could make a move, he saw the figure with a clown shadow behind him suddenly disintegrate in front of him. He looked again, and the face with a strange smile appeared 1 meter away. Humph! Chilly light flashed in Teresa's eyes, and he snorted coldly. Although he was restricted by the spider silk, his movements were not slow at all. A dark gold card had already collapsed. Order Domain Chaos Leap. The moment the domain was unfolded, the order of the laws around him was redefined, becoming chaotic and complicated. At the same time, he cursed again, Divine Power 10 Laws of Kingship. As soon as the spell came out, an invisible barrier of order lingered around his body, forming a powerful special shield field. Law 4. The prohibitions of the King's Law cannot be violated. This magical defense method is a double suppression of high-level dragon power and order law. The complex structure makes the spell almost flawless, which is enough to shock any card master of the same level. As soon as Ji-sun approached, he felt the overbearing pressure in an instant. His true solution of all things field can only decompose the laws he is familiar with. Originally, he might not be able to break this magical spell. However, he looked at this spell and felt inexplicably familiar. The teasing on the corner of his mouth became more and more high. Haha, it turned out to be this trick. The royal power spell is usually a secret that only the royal family can pass on. Most people have never seen it, let alone heard of it. However, it was a coincidence. Ji-sun had not only heard of it, but also encountered it before. Once in the Augustus Mausoleum, he killed a prince of the Red Dragon Kingdom. At that time, the guy used this unique secret technique of the Red Dragon royal family. Later, he carefully reviewed and studied the related spells. So now when Ji-sun saw Teresa use this trick, he just thought that this guy was unlucky. The trick that you have seen once is not so mysterious. His fist that twisted space hit the order shield, but it was not blocked at all. The dark field of the all-seeing truth was more like a black hole, tearing and swallowing the layers of order laws. Teresa's face changed drastically, and he was very surprised. How is it possible? He certainly knew the special features of the strange field of the opponent in front of him, and guessed that the opponent could probably decompose all conventional law spells. That's why he deliberately chose the king's power. I didn't expect that this guy could also decompose. Reality didn't allow Teresa any time to think. In this level of battle, a mistake would inevitably cost a huge price. Ji-sun's universal domain decomposed the opponent's shield. When the opponent's second spell card could not be cast, he punched him, Bakwan 80-layer mountain ghost ringing. A punch was thrown, and the air near the fist actually formed a ghostly and howling skeleton phantom. This is his own ultimate boxing skill. Ji-sun knew that it was difficult to kill such a strong enemy with ordinary attacks, so this almost magical boxing skill not only has the destructive power of the Tyrant Fist, but also has the multiple hidden powers of Qigong, gravitational vibration, and the bi-family magic learned from Qin Rushi. Even though this punch was blocked half a meter in front of Teresa, the 80-fold punch force gushed out, as if opening a deep well full of resentful spirits, and the sky was full of resentful ghosts. After accumulating energy for so long, this punch had at least 5 times the normal power. Teresa felt the inevitable crisis of death again. But this time, he was not frightened by the dark peacock soul. While he was furious, his body was instantly covered with purple dragon scales shining with lightning. He was forced to reveal his true form as a giant dragon, and a deafening dragon roar came out of his mouth. Ong! This heavenly dragon saint erupted with a terrifying and powerful dragon power. Even though Ji-sun used his divine power to exempt most of it, he was still shocked and looked dazed. Not far away, Qin Rushi seemed to have noticed something and quickly sent a message with his mind. Be careful. Ji-sun didn't know what happened, but his fighting instinct made him activate the curse card in his hand, the 4 of Spades. The curse card was engraved with Space Flash. In this moment of shock, he flashed more than 10 meters. His eyes focused, and he saw a deadly black and red lightning dragon breath passing by. The power of this dragon breath was so terrifying that even though it didn't hit him directly, Ji-sun still felt like he was being electrocuted. It was as if the Grim Reaper scythe was scraping his scalp. Ji-sun's scalp was numb instantly. He knew that he had just avoided a fatal attack. But after surviving, the corners of his mouth gradually raised, and he saw a lot of things in his heart. It's amazing. Raising his hand is a forbidden spell. This guy has a thunder treasure. Ji-sun already understood in his heart. The instant forbidden spell just now broke his own domain, which is far beyond Teresa's own understanding of the law. Then, there is only one explanation. This spell uses external objects to bless. Not only did he not use his full strength, but before in the mirror space, this Tianlong saint did not use his full strength, and there are still many hidden things. It is such an opponent that makes him feel an indescribable joy in his heart. Ji-sun was not surprised to see that he failed to kill the enemy, but his blood was boiling and excited. Because a bigger surprise is still in front of him. Ji-sun looked at the purple dragon that Teresa transformed into, and then savored the pure and domineering dragon power. He thought to himself, it's actually a pure-blooded dragon? He only now confirmed that the one in front of him was a pure-blooded dragon in shape. The first time he saw a pure-blooded dragon, Ji-sun's eyes were full of excitement, and the whole person fell into an unprecedented excitement. A pure-blooded dragon, this is a mythical race in myths and legends, born like a god, with a high status. I originally thought it was a big fish, and I had paid enough attention to it, but now it seems that it is probably a big shark. The son of the dragon in the Holy Church is a pure-blooded dragon, so there is no doubt that this guy has a special relationship with the dragon god Arel. Even if it is something else, Ji-sun is not afraid of this Teresa because it involves the dragon god. In his eyes, there is only a burning murderous intent like a flame. Since no matter what choice you make, the outcome is a life and death struggle. Then enjoy this rare opponent. Ji-sun killed once, and severely injured once, and the 2 face-to-face confrontations ended in a short moment. On the opposite side, the purple dragon incarnated by Teresa spit out a mouthful of old blood, and stared at Ji-sun and Qin Rushi in front of him with eyes full of anger. After being nearly killed twice, the old dragon has lost face. On the other side, the underworld peacock saw that his life-saving blood-crying method could not completely control the big sword human in front of him, and instead 2 other equally terrifying humans appeared, and he immediately wanted to retreat. Although it is a high-level hell species, its status is far inferior to that of a pure-blooded dragon. Feeling the dragon power of Teresa, the underworld peacock, who originally didn't want to fight, flapped its broken wings and flew away without hesitation. Qin Rushi saw this and hesitated for a moment, but didn't choose to chase. It was expected that the underworld peacock would escape. Senior Su said that once the peacock crying blood was used, it would fall into a long period of weakness. Not to mention that it was not sure to kill the humans in front of it. Even if it killed them, it really consumed the last bit of magic power, and the other monster lords in the forest would put it in a dead end. The original plan was for Qin Rushi to kill the dark peacock, and then come back to help Ji Sun end the battle, which was completely enough. But now, looking at Teresa's giant dragon body, she made a decision immediately. The materials can be found later, and the peacock may not be able to escape even if it is seriously injured, but this heavenly dragon saint must be killed today. The seriously injured dark peacock flew away. The others who were in shock finally came back to their senses from the wandering state of their souls. The scene in their memory still remained a few breaths ago, when everyone surrounded and killed Bright Peacock. However, when the scene in front of them came into their minds again, everyone's expression was stunned. What's going on? Where is the Peacock Lord? When did the purple dragon appear? How did Ji Sun join the battle? What happened just now? Doubts instantly flooded into everyone's mind. It felt like a dream. The scene in front of them was real and unbelievable. But reality pulled everyone's thoughts back. Mrs. Mist was closest to the 7th level vampire, and her perception was the most real. They guessed that the purple dragon might be the son of Heavenly Dragon. However, when they felt the domineering dragon power, the faces of the two high-level vampires changed. Could it be a pure-blooded dragon? And injured? The two of them understood that Ji Sun and Qin Rushi had teamed up to severely injure the son of Heavenly Dragon. Mrs. Mist set her eyes on the figure behind her with the shadow of the clown demon god. As if she had just discovered something, her pupil shrank suddenly. What a strong aura! He actually advanced? She felt that Ji Sun's aura was strange at the moment, and the curve of his mouth gave people a strange feeling that seemed colder than the devil. In the distance, Bonnie, Sam, Chen Jianwuliu and other Revolutionary Army cadres also felt the strange atmosphere of the battlefield. Although they didn't figure out what happened, the tacit understanding of the team made them realize that the goal of the battle had changed at the first time. Without any delay, the methods used to deal with the dark peacock were turned to the purple dragon. In this instant, Ji Sun disappeared on the spot. Bang! He punched again, hitting Teresa's dragon body heavily. Level 7 is the threshold for top-level card masters. The biggest difference after advancing to this level is the recognition of laws. If Ji Sun's understanding of the laws of the universe from level 1 to level 6 was like holding some fine sand in his hand, even if there was a lot, he had no means to condense it into shape. But now that he has crossed the threshold of level 7, his control over the laws is like being able to turn fine sand into plastic clay. Ji Sun's previous attacks did not hurt the son of the Heavenly Dragon, and were not threatening at all. However, at this moment, even if Teresa changed into a dragon form, it was already a heavy blow that could not be underestimated. Bang! 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 The blood and chi that had been severely damaged by the previous punch had not yet subsided, and Ji Sun's attack did not give the enemy any time to breathe. After one punch, the fists poured down like raindrops. The chi that Ji Sun had accumulated for a long time before now turned into fists, with a frequency of torrential rain, which fell heavily on the purple dragon. Teresa wanted to avoid it, but Qin Rushi's control secret technique woven by the fairy method had long been prepared for him, so how could he let him escape easily? Just like a prey trapped in a spider web, it can still struggle, but it is extremely difficult to escape. Ji Sun's fist hit the air, as if he was beating the entire void like a drum. The thumping sound also shook the minds of all the onlookers. Mrs. Mist and the 7th level vampire named Paris's eyelids twitched when they heard it. If these punches hit them, could they withstand it? They had already been refreshed by Qin Rushi's combat power before, and now looking at Ji Sun, they once again had a new understanding of the combat power of human card masters. Even Bonnie and the other officers were shocked. They knew that Ji Sun was very powerful after his advancement, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful that it was frightening and unfamiliar. This guy seemed to be stronger the stronger the enemy he met. Freak! Mrs. Mist spat secretly. Her beautiful eyes flashed with charm, and she joined the fierce battle without hesitation. No matter what happened, they had the same goal. This son of Heavenly Dragon must die. 4 peak level 7 surrounded and killed Teresa, and the battle reached a climax in an instant. In fact, even if several people joined forces, it was hard to say whether they could really pose a fatal threat to Teresa. But because of the tacit calculations of Ji-sun and Qin Rushi before, this guy was severely injured. As a result, he didn't even have time to catch his breath before he was attacked like a rainstorm. The consequences of the sneak attack were like a snowball, and he paid a heavy price. Ji-sun was responsible for breaking the defense at close range, Qin Rushi was responsible for control, and the two high-level vampires used blood secrets to corrode the dragon's scales and devour the blood. In the distance, Bonnie and other Revolutionary Army cadres and vampires continued to harass him in various ways. The tactics that everyone had just used to deal with Underworld Peacock were completely defeated by the Saint's son. The purple dragon was severely injured, and before he could swallow a breath of blood, he was pulled out by the Blood Clan's secret method, and his blood and chi were reduced. With this output, not to mention the 7th level, the 8th level monsters would have died on the spot. Unfortunately, Teresa is a pure-blooded dragon. He managed to hold on in the most fatal round of attacks, and the color Joker card in his hand once again overflowed with spiritual light. Everyone only heard a spell in the dark beside their ears. Poker game Achilles duel here, I can do nothing to hurt you. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed. Bang! Ji-sun punched Teresa again with destructive force, but in an instant, he felt something was wrong and retreated 100 meters. The previous punch was like hitting a sandbag, and the after effect of the punch could be poured out. However, the feeling of the punch just now was very strange, as if it hit a point where it was completely impossible to exert force. No matter how much force the punch had, it was instantly removed by some kind of rule force. Had the rules changed again? Ji-sun retreated violently, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he understood. Because he knew the ability of the curse card in advance, it was not surprising. The best plan before was to kill the enemy before he used Colorful Joker. Now it seems that it is impossible. Not only him, Qin Rushi's martial god Slash was completely immune to that guy. And the blood secrets of Mist's two vampires seemed to have completely lost their effect. Invincible, everyone stopped what they were doing, and for a moment, they felt an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. They had seen the ability to change the rules before, and it was a method that seemed to suffocate people, and could not be resisted. Unable to find any way to deal with it, they could only look at the wound in front of them gradually recovering, and the corners of their mouths raised with a sarcastic smile. Haha, I admit that I underestimated you. Teresa looked at Ji-sun and the others, and said with almost gritted teeth, but this is the end. As he spoke, a small metal staff suddenly appeared in his hand. Once the magic power was infused, the staff immediately flashed with a golden thunder luster. It seemed that what he was holding was no longer a staff, but a ray of thunder in the sky. This unique vision made everyone guess the famous artifact at the first time. Could it be Zeus's thunder scepter? Ji-sun had guessed that this guy had a thunder treasure, but he didn't expect it to be this one. Zeus' thunder scepter. This is a divine weapon recorded in countless ancient books. It is said to be one of the 3 divine weapons forged by the Cyclops. The holder can have absolute control over thunder. If it is really as recorded in the books, this is definitely the strongest staff in the entire plane. Oh, it's really a good treasure. Ji-sun muttered in his heart. He didn't expect that this legendary thunder artifact was actually in the Holy See. And even more unfortunately, it was in the hands of this Holy Sun. Originally, although the artifact is powerful, it must be usable to be powerful. Without divine power, it is easy to be backfired. Just like the 4 sacred artifacts of the kingship that Ji-sun had come into contact with before, Sismak Holy Grail, Olympus Holy Sword, and the magic sword Tears Front taken away by Xieguizhong, each of them has special usage restrictions. And this Holy Sun Teresa is most likely the offspring of the dragon god Arel, a blood dragon clan, and it seems understandable that he can use this Zeus Thunder Scepter. Before, this guy was useless, and was completely conceited that he could solve the enemy. Now that he had taken it out, he was really angry. Not only Ji-sun recognized the Thunder Scepter of Zeus. Not far away, the 2 high-level vampires, Mrs. Mist and Paris, also looked pale. They were not afraid. But they could not see any hope of winning. Teresa changed the rules with Color Joker, and it was already a dead end when he was invincible. But now, he took out this legendary thunder artifact. How to win? How can he win? Despair was like a big hand strangling everyone's neck, and everyone even found it difficult to breathe. At this moment, the aura of the thunder scepter held by Teresa was getting higher and higher. It was as if the thunder elements of the entire space were drawn over, and he became the Lord of Thunder. This terrifying control made Ji-sun try to steal a little thunder element for his own use, but he couldn't do it at all. Once the thunder element is dense, the other elements are less than 1/10,000th. Imagine how desperate it would be to fight against an enemy who controls elements that are 10,000 times more than oneself? This is the artifact Zeus Thunder Scepter. However, before this son of God finished pretending, a frivolous voice returned to the battlefield. "Oh, artifact." Everyone turned their heads and saw Ji-sun looking at the Thunder Scepter with interest. Divine artifacts are indeed powerful. But Ji-sun has also seen big scenes. Since he was going to ambush the Holy Sea's son of the dragon, how could he not think that he had a treasure on him? It doesn't matter if it's a divine artifact or a holy object. The fact that Teresa can use this Zeus Thunder Scepter doesn't mean that he can fully use the power of the divine artifact. At most, it's a little more difficult than before. Besides, Ji-sun doesn't have no treasures. If we really talk about the foundation, the current Holy See may not be as good as the Bai family during the Talon Empire. Since the enemy has shown their skills, they don't need to hide them anymore. As soon as the voice fell, an old bronze lamp suddenly appeared beside Qin Rushi. It was none other than the 10,000 Immortals lamp, one of the 3 great treasures of the Bai family. This is not over yet. The green lamp appeared, and a scroll full of various fairy monsters slowly floated beside Qin Rushi. This is also the secret scroll of immortal law, one of the 3 great treasures of the Bai family. The God Thief ring in Ji-sun's hand also slowly lit up. The gathering of the 3 treasures meant that all the inheritance methods currently available in the Bai family were open to Qin Rushi. And she herself could also overload the power of the ancestral fairy. As soon as the treasure appeared, Qin Rushi's robes rustled, and she heard a light chant of incantation, "Immortal law 10,000 immortals descend." In an instant, the aura of immortal spirits lingered around her body, and in the misty clouds, 10,000 immortals gathered. At this moment, Qin Rushi truly used all her fighting power. She took a step forward, and the god of war had descended. Chapter 504. Ji-sun is probably one of the few people in the world who knows that Qin Rushi has collected all 3 of the Bai family's inherited sacred objects. And this was also discussed in the previous plan. When she encounters a strong man, she will attack with all her strength, and Ji-sun will be the hidden hand. So he is not surprised by the exaggerated combat power that Qin Rushi has just shown. But the others were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Just now, watching the heavenly dragon Saint Teresa not only reveal the true form of the giant dragon, but also take out the legendary 3 artifacts Zeus Thunder Scepter. Either of these 2 is a top-level oppression that ordinary 7th-level people can't resist. Everyone was so overwhelmed by this momentum that they could hardly breathe. However, before despair spread, Qin Rushi saw a cloud of immortals behind him. The shadow of the white dragon covered with immortal scales was hovering in the curling clouds. Its pair of snake eyes flashed with sharp luster, showing no fear of the dragon at all, but instead a dangerous look. The dragon power of the pure-blooded dragon could not suppress this ancestor immortal. And beside Bai Qiu, there were various immortals who were eyeing him covetously. 10,000 Immortals Lantern, it was inherited by the Bai family, and was a top-level secret treasure for gathering spirits in the plane. With the blessing of the spirit lamp, the immortals can guarantee that their souls will not be destroyed no matter what happens. Qin Rushi, the holder, can also use all the power of the immortals. In addition, there is the secret scroll of immortal laws, which records the secrets created by countless Bai family ancestors. She stood there alone, and thousands of immortals were already protecting her. The whole person became immortal and mysterious. In the distance, Bonnie and several revolutionary army cadres were watching with their eyes shining, and their excitement was beyond words. And several high-level vampires looked at it with their eyelids twitching. They just realized that the plan to encircle and kill Underworld Peacock was actually enough for this person. Seeing this scene, the heavenly dragon Saint Teresa also had a cold expression on his face. Are there 3 sacred immortal objects that are the direct descendants of the God Thief Bai family? Only then did he realize that he really underestimated the human in front of him. From the beginning, it was not just him who didn't use his full strength, but these 2 guys didn't either. However, before he could think about it, Ji-sun, not far away, raised his mouth slightly and said calmly, "Try it first." The tacit understanding between the 2 made them not need to communicate much at all. Qin Rushi immediately understood, and a white card in his hand had already collapsed on the spot. Immortal law with charm binds the tree world. As soon as she finished speaking, a demon tree appeared in the fairy cloud behind her. In a blink of an eye, the ground rolled and twisted, and countless vines broke out of the ground and spread like a tide. In just a few breaths, the messy battlefield around turned into a dense forest. It was still spreading as far as the eye could see. The forest was filled with gloomy and extremely oppressive, and filled with a strong despair of wanting to hang oneself in the forest. The expression of the heavenly dragon Saint Teresa changed slightly, because he immediately felt that the invisible spider web had changed from the woman to the entire forest. He wanted to escape and fly away, as if the whole forest was being pulled along with him. He had never heard of this secret technique, and there was no way to break it. Seeing this, Ji-sun raised his eyebrows and said directly, "It turns out that it can only be exempted from offensive spells, and the control system is still useful." In other words, Color Joker changed the rules, and he can only keep one type at present. Yeah! Qin Rushi also saw it, and nodded in the air. As soon as the first technique was released, she felt that the purple dragon wanted to break free by force, and another spell card in her hand was also released, Cnfa Legii Temple. In a flash, an ancient stone temple appeared in the dark forest. As soon as the stone temple appeared, it immediately suppressed the forest that was almost uprooted just now. Qin Rushi controlled the enemy, and with his hands flipped, several spell cards shot out. Immortal Spell Fire of the Ghost Tomb of Tiandu. Immortal Spell Rain Falls Ikkyu. Immortal Spell Earth Spirit Siyue Dao. Immortal Spell Eightfold Gale Weasel Scythe Carriage. A heavy rain fell from the sky, the yellow earth on the ground rolled like a tide, the storm was like a giant sickle in the sky, and the ghost fire was floating in the rain. Qin Rushi was like a mobile magic library at this moment. With one hand, gods descend to earth. Her physical combat power was unmatched, and with the other hand, 10,000 immortals descend. She was proficient in all kinds of magic. Under the blessing of the immortals, the magic spells of earth, wind, water, fire, light, darkness, thunder, and ghosts were bombarded. She alone played the formation of thousands of troops charging. And these were all secret scrolls of immortal magic. The combined magic of the Shanbai family, linked together, formed a world of its own, and the elements were endless, which actually suppressed the law field of the purple dragon to the extreme. This was the confidence she had prepared to fight the 8th level monster before coming to the southern continent. Bang! 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 Countless gorgeous fairy spells hit the Saint Sun Teresa before anyone else could react. When the elemental shock subsided, everyone saw a completely intact purple dragon. Even though the string of spells just now had the power to destroy the world, it didn't hurt this guy at all. Teresa looked at Qin Rushi with a sarcastic smile on his face, and mocked, "Haha, the tearing god stealing by family only has this trick?" Faced with ridicule, Qin Rushi said nothing. Seeing that the spell failed, she rushed towards the purple dragon without hesitation, and cast another spell, Immortal Magic Insect Devouring. Since the attack method didn't work, she would use some auxiliary magic. In a blink of an eye, billions of black insects poured into the sea of thunder like sand and dust, constantly devouring the thunder elements around the purple dragon. And Qin Rushi rushed forward with a sword, slashing the sky and the earth. But no matter what the attack was, it was useless. Any harmful means could not hurt the thunder dragon at all. Similarly, it was difficult for Teresa to hurt Qin Rushi, who was blessed by the 10,000 immortals. The battle became fierce all of a sudden. The cadres and vampires of the revolutionary army were all high-level card masters with a very high vision. They knew that the attack methods could not defeat the purple dragon, so they used all kinds of auxiliary methods. They participated in the battle, and also caused a lot of trouble for Teresa. Qin Rushi controlled the guy, and everyone used all means. Magic ban, binding, element decomposition, power stripping, illusion, curse, and so on. All the indirect attack methods that could be thought of were used. In the forest, various spells exploded. The thunder dragon roared with a strong sense of sarcasm. Not far away, Ji-sun also looked at the scenes in front of him carefully, and he had confirmed something in his heart. All element immunity is no longer a matter of spell type. It's really the rule of no harm from all methods. This is going to be difficult. Qin Rushi's previous tricks looked fancy, but he didn't expect to hurt the son of the heavenly dragon. I just want to test whether there are some means to circumvent his rules. Otherwise, if I am immune to all attack means, this battle cannot be fought at all. However, the result of the test is the worst. Qin Ru is firing at full power, and none of his means can hurt the enemy. Ji-sun thinks that even if he goes by himself, the result will be the same. If it is just a pure-blooded dragon, even if it is really the invincible overlord of creatures as the legend says, they are enough to kill it. But this guy has Color Joker. It felt like ants tied a stone with spider silk. Although the stone couldn't escape, the ants couldn't hurt the stone at all no matter what they did. If the enemy couldn't be killed, it would be a desperate situation for Ji-sun and his people. The Emperor's relics are really a big trouble. Ji-sun complained in his heart, and his mind had already deduced to the extreme. This really created a huge problem for them. But for some reason, he laughed again. This Color Joker is so unstoppable in the hands of Teresa, so the enemies of the great Emperor Lanlingster in the past were probably even more desperate. Looking at the heavenly dragon saint, who had been preparing for a long time in the distance, Ji-sun's eyes also flashed a fierce look. Hey, he's going to fight to the death. He didn't watch the battle anymore, but rushed forward in the air. No matter what the changed rules are, he has to withstand a few waves of enemy counterattacks before he has a chance to continue observing. Due to his own bloodline talent, the dragon is almost immune to all mental spells such as illusions. In addition, the artifact Zeus's Thunderbolt Scepter condenses elements, and is immune to most of the magic ban methods. Therefore, even if more than a dozen people use control methods together, not many of them are really effective. Even Qin Rushi's experienced immortals couldn't think of a good way. If Qin Rushi hadn't used the 9 Palaces Spider Silk Prison Lock, a soul confinement secret technique, to control Teresa, Ji-sun, and the others would really be helpless against this guy now. They couldn't kill him, and they couldn't trap him. I'm afraid the only way out is to escape. However, now they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. At least if they really chose to escape, most of them would die in this guy's hands. Celestial Dragon Saint Teresa also came to his senses from the initial panic of being killed instantly. When he found that Ji-sun and his men were completely helpless against him, the endless anger in his heart turned into a hearty sarcasm. Now, it was his turn to fight back. After accumulating for so long, the lightning-like artifact in his hand Zeus's Thunder Scepter shone brightly, and the ferocious dragon head opened its mouth and spit out a breath of dragon breath, forbidden spell, Thunder Order Storm. With the blessing of the artifact, he raised his hand to cast a forbidden spell. Instantly, thunder flashed in the sky, and with him as the center, a lightning tornado, with a diameter of tens of meters immediately swept through the deep forest. As soon as this large-scale forbidden spell was cast, the purple dragon flew in the thunder, as happily as a fish in water. With the elements full, he could fight happily. Qin Rushi was still trying his best to control the situation, trying to use the surrounding forest to convert the thunder element into other elements. But Teresa had already had the intention to kill. This guy knew very well that only by killing Qin Rushi, who controlled him, could he really get away. Just when Teresa had condensed enough lightning elements, he opened his mouth, and the lightning scepter in his mouth had already transformed into a spell. 10 Laws of Kingship, Law 7, I am the Lord of Elements. Order weave the form of elements, forming a terrifying lightning spear. This lightning spear was completely different from the previous thunder spell, as if the endless lightning elements were suppressed into a thin lightning on the scepter. In an instant, a sense of death crisis swept through everyone's heart. As a high-level vampire, Mrs. Mist was restrained by thunder. She immediately sensed the difficulty of this spell. As she retreated violently, her expression changed drastically, and she reminded, "Be careful, it's a divine spell." Even without being reminded, everyone sensed the power of this thunder spell. Ji-sun frowned, staring at the lightning condensed by the purple dragon, and murmured, "Divine spells. Divine spells cannot be used casually. To be able to release it, it not only relies on Zeus's Thunder Scepter, but also some of the dragon's original divine power. Pure-blooded dragons are born as a high-level race. They do not need external beliefs to gather divine power, and divinity is contained in their blood. So much so that according to legend, even dragons that have not reached the god level can have some ability to fight against gods. This is one of the most important reasons why they stand at the top of the food chain, but for a 7th level dragon, it may be a bit of a stretch. Hey, this is going to kill him. Ji-sun also saw that Teresa wanted to make a quick decision. After all, he was plotted against, and if it dragged on, it might be another plot. So he had to choose to kill Qin Rushi quickly. At least get rid of control first. Not far away, Qin Rushi obviously also noticed the death crisis that was firmly locked on him. Looking at the magic, even the white dragon lingering behind her looked serious. If it really had to resist, its current spirit would probably be seriously injured. Qin Rushi did not dare to be careless, and he was ready with 10,000 immortal lanterns and secret scrolls of immortal laws to protect his body. But it was not over yet. Others did not know the power of the Bai family's magic, but how could Teresa, as the son of the Holy Church, not know? He did not rush to release the lightning spear in his mouth, but continued to accumulate power. Countless spells were exempted from the rules on him, and he did not have to consider defense or the possibility of being interrupted. This also gave him the strongest killing move that required a long time to prepare, such as the use of divine arts. Suddenly, the order of the space around the purple dragon was woven again, and only a curse was heard from the dark, the 10 Laws of Kingship, Law 8. The punishment of the law, no one can escape. As the spells were cast one by one, Ji-sun, who was wandering and restraining not far away, recognized the spells, and his eyes were stern. The spell is locked. He recognized this royal power spell of the Red Dragon royal family. This move has no special attack effects. But the trouble is, the order it weaves can help the spell to hit. That is to say, no matter what Chinru does, she can't avoid it. I want to see if you, the fairy, will give up most of your cultivation and block it for the contract master. The holy son of the heavenly dragon, Teresa, aimed his eyes at Chinrushi and the white dragon behind her, with only a sneer on his face. This attack is locked on Chinrushi. If the fairy doesn't block it, she will definitely die. But if she blocks it, the fairy will be seriously injured, and next time, they will all die. The people watching this scene could only worry and be completely helpless. Bonnie, a group of revolutionary army cadres, and several high-level vampires kept attacking, but they could not stop the evil dragon from doing its thing. Everyone felt hopeless at this moment, as if they had seen the result. No one could stop the magic from being performed, and Chinrushi would definitely be severely injured. Once she died, others would also die. Reality did not wait for everyone to think too much. The magic had already arrived. Crack. There was a thunderous explosion. It was as if the void was split in half by lightning, and the strong light illuminated the faces of fear and worry. Divine Art Thunder God's Spear. The thunder magic arrived in an instant, illuminating Chinrushi's face, which looked sad and beautiful at the moment. But there was no trace of fear on her face. Instead, her slightly moving lips seemed to say something to herself. You guy, are you really not afraid of dying together? It was the moment when the strong light illuminated the forest that a scene that no one could have imagined appeared. The divine art came suddenly and left quickly. The lightning flashed and disappeared in an instant. And then nothing happened. Chinrushi still stood steadily in the void, without any signs of damage on her body. The only difference was that there was another person beside her. A person wearing a clown mask, with scarlet mouth corners pulled to the ears. Seeing this scene, people in the distance widened their eyes, as if they couldn't believe it. Ji-sun? He took action, but this guy took the magic? No one understood what happened. This scene was too unbelievable. The lightning flashed too fast. The last image in everyone's mind was just a flash of lightning, and a crack suddenly appeared in front of Chinrushi. Then the lightning disappeared, not only Bonnie and others. The holy son Teresa on the opposite side also widened his eyes, and his dragon face was full of disbelief. The magic was exiled. Others didn't see it clearly, but he saw it clearly. The guy just now teleported over, used a space spell to tear a crack, and then exiled the Spear of Thunder. If you can withstand divine arts, then the opponent's spell is also divine arts. There was no panic in Ji-sun's eyes, only the calmness after the ultimate deduction. Looking at the disappearing thunder, he glanced at the stunned enemy on the opposite side, as if responding to Chinrushi's murmur just now, just in time. At this time, the cards in his hand collapsed. This is not something else, but the precious one-time spell card Divine Art Starry Sky Exile that he got in the other dimensional space of thousands of troops besieged the city before. After studying for half a year, he has improved his knowledge of space law and figured out how to use this card. As for the divine power required to cast a spell, the remaining power in Moon is enough for him. With the blessing of Little Ivan and Space Rune, Ji-sun barely touched the threshold of this spell even though he didn't have the strong body of a dragon. I tried it just now, and it was exactly as expected. Released steadily. After satisfying his addiction to casting a spell, Ji-sun couldn't help but sneer. Oh, the son of the great dragon god Arel, this is all he can do? Although this is a superficial sarcasm, everyone knows what it means. But how can the pride of the dragon bear such humiliation? Humph. The son of God, Teresa, snorted coldly and couldn't help but fight back. I want to see how many cards like this you have. The divine spell card is not something that a 7th level card master can make and use. Besides, there are no god level strongmen in the old continent and the east wilderness. It can only be a disposable card produced in another dimension. The son of God, Teresa, saw through this and thought that Ji-sun was just bluffing. As soon as he finished speaking, the thunder element around him became dense again. Ji-sun was not scared by what he said, but the people in the distance, who had just breathed a sigh of relief and thought that Ji-sun could resist the magic immediately felt that something was wrong. A one-time card is gone once it is used. There may not be a second card of this level of magic in the world. It was used to resist this time, so what about the next time? But before they could worry too much, they heard Ji-sun continue to taunt. TSK, how many times can your Zeus's Thunder Scepter be used for magic? Then you can try it. The holy son Teresa listened and replied with a dark face, vaguely realizing that the other party had other purposes. Maybe he was stalling for time? Or was he provoking him? But without the Thunder Scepter, he really couldn't kill the Bai family's direct descendant, who was protected by the 3 inherited holy artifacts. And if he didn't kill Chinrushi, he couldn't escape. There was no point in killing the other minions. It was during this conversation that the purple dragon finally condensed the terrifying thunder spear again. The same order was locked, and it aimed at Chinrushi again. Everyone watched and did not stop it. Knowing that they could not stop it, there was no point. More importantly, Ji-sun and Chinrushi, the protagonists of the battle, stood calmly in place, watching the evil dragon perform magic. This scene was particularly strange. Even though everyone present was knowledgeable, they had never seen such a bizarre battle scene. It was like a turn-based card game, waiting for the enemy to play a card, and then the team took another card. Saint Teresa also felt more and more that something was wrong. However, the fight still had to continue. The magic has been condensed, and he opened his mouth and blew out a breath of dragon, magic thunder god's spear. Crack! The same thunder flashed again. The terrifying thunder instantly pressed everyone to feel that the god of death came from hell and then left. The crisis came quickly and disappeared just as quickly. This time, everyone saw it clearly. A space crack appeared in front of Ji-sun, banishing the magic again. And in his hand, a complete Starry Sky banishment spell card appeared again. Everyone's expression was the same. What the hell, you? Seeing Ji Shuinjin take out the second magic card, Saint Teresa also looked unconfident, his eyes trembling. Even in the Holy Sea's treasury, you can't find two identical magic cards. This guy, is he really so lucky that he got two cards in the other dimension? No matter how suspicious he is, the facts are in front of him. Before he could be shocked, Ji-sun mocked again. Oh, is this all you can do? How about trying another magic? Seeing the two people opposite him, who were extremely calm, and hearing these words, Teresa was really panicked. For the first time, he lost the dragon's innate confidence. Starry Sky Exile. He knew this spell. It was very special. It could exile everything. In other words, no matter what means he used, whether it was elemental, physical, or mystical means, he could exile. This had nothing to do with the power of the spell. It was completely the special nature of the space law that restrained almost everything. The Thunder God's spear just now failed to kill the opponent, and Teresa racked his brains, but couldn't think of any means that could kill the opponent. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Could this guy have a third card? Looking at the indifferent expressions of the two people opposite him, Teresa fell into infinite self-doubt. Sir, are you still going to fight? Don't you have any other means? Ji-sun looked at him, sneered, and mocked him. Now is the time for psychological warfare. It's not them who are panicking, but the enemy. Color Joker appeared in this battlefield, which is a completely cheating method. Facts have proved that it is impossible for Ji-sun and others to kill Teresa, who has this cursed card. Not to mention them, even if an 8th level player came, he would probably die here. Fortunately, he also had a way to cheat. Ji-sun certainly didn't have a second Starry Sky Exile card, but he had Grey Joker. The function of this spell card was to copy all spells. When a cheater met a cheater, it was really a competition to see whose cheat was more powerful. For the first time, Ji-sun felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Colorful Joker and Grey Joker, regardless of which one was more powerful, they each had unique and bug-like effects. To really talk about combat power, it depends on how it is used. It can be said that when Ji-sun used Grey Joker to copy Starry Sky Exile, it was destined that the enemy could not kill him and Chinrushi. This battle was at least a draw. Chapter 505. Hey Saint, are you out of magic? Ji-sun looked at the heavenly dragon Saint, Teresa, who was not far away. He did not take advantage of the interval when the other party was running out of magic power, but continued to taunt him. Anyway, this guy has the rules of Colorful Joker to protect his body, and conventional means cannot kill him. He also took the opportunity to recover. Teresa, who turned into a purple dragon, looked at the two humans in front of him, and the murderous intent in his vertical pupils was as sharp as a knife. Released the magic thunder god spear twice in a row. It did use up most of his magic power, but it was not to the point where he could not fight at all. His hesitation was not because he was afraid to take action, but because he could not see any hope of killing the other party. However, he also guessed that as a dragon, his magic power was exhausted, and his opponent was not much better. But the other party dared to mock? Where did he get the confidence from? It was this gaze that made the son of Heavenly Dragon more suspicious. Ji-sun seemed to have guessed the opponent's complex psychological activities, and the strange smile on the corner of his mouth became brighter and brighter. He said, Sir, do you want to try if I have a third exile card? The other party guessed correctly. He used the magic continuously, and his own magic power was also exhausted. If it weren't for the gluttony that was replenishing rapidly, he might even be backfired because of the excessive use of magic power. Mouth cannon is not just about attracting hatred, but also a psychological game. The arrogance of the dragon is far superior to cunning. The dragon's temper will never tolerate the mockery of humans by humans as a superior race. If he really wants to tolerate it, there is only one possibility, that is, he is really not sure of winning. Seeing this, Ji-sun smiled evilly. A draw? No, this was not the result he had expected. Under normal circumstances, neither side could do anything to the other, and no one would be able to control the situation if the battle continued. The best option was to give in and then run away. But Ji-sun did not think so. In his deduction, if he showed any sign of cowardice, the enemy would surely counterattack after escaping. The dead zone was full of people from the Holy See. If he did not kill them this time, there would be endless troubles. What's more, if he did not kill them this time, he had already exhausted all his means. It would be even more impossible to win if he met them again next time. Furthermore, the most important point is that this Teresa itself has a big problem. Ji-sun can use magic because he stole the faith power in Moon. But the dragon race does not have faith collection. Ji-sun does not think that a 7th level dragon can use magic many times just by relying on the power in the blood. And Color Joker is also a big doubt. Ji-sun does not doubt that the relics of Emperor Lanlingster are very powerful, but the fact is that the power of any object is limited by the user. Ji-sun himself has Grey Joker. He can use this card to copy all spells, but whether he can use the copied spells depends on his own strength and understanding. So in comparison, the ability of Color Joker is too outrageous. So much so that Qin Rushi just opened fire at full power, and with the help of the ancestral spirits, he still couldn't break the rule. This is totally unreasonable, although Ji-sun didn't understand why. But the fact is that the energy of the universe is conserved. Energy will not disappear, it can only be transferred in a way that he can't understand. Qin Rushi's ancestral spirits didn't see through it, which was intriguing. So Ji-sun suspected that he could use the artifacts Zeus Thunder Scepter and Color Joker not just because he was a pure-blooded dragon. There might be some other reasons. He wanted to find out the reason. Maybe, this was the chance to really kill the other party. Once the thought came to him, Ji-sun no longer had any plans to take action, nor did he plan to leave, but continued to taunt. What? A pure-blooded dragon, do you want to escape? Qin Ru was silent on the side. But the tacit understanding made her understand Ji-sun's thoughts, and be ready for battle at any time. Behind her, the white dragon's eyes also flashed fiercely. This scene stunned the onlookers. In the midst of the fight, they actually started to talk nonsense. The more advanced the battle, the more simple the way it is carried out. Mrs. Mist and several high-level vampires were already shocked beyond words. Before, they were half of the main force in the battle, but in the blink of an eye, they could not even get involved. In the battle at the 7th level, seeing the divine art level confrontation was simply unheard of. They did not understand the complex psychological game. But they understood the purpose of Ji-sun's provocation. Those provocative words all pointed to one purpose, to delay time. They could see it, and the holy son of the heavenly dragon, Teresa, could also see it. Moreover, this guy thought more than others. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Because from the beginning, his sneak attack on Qin Ru failed, and the holy son Teresa already understood that the purpose of these humans was to ambush him. Now all kinds of legendary methods are emerging one after another, and it can be seen that they are well prepared. More importantly, he really can't kill them. This makes him have to doubt that these guys have a backup plan. Delaying time, perhaps waiting for the top powerhouses of the heretics to come to reinforce. Damn it. Teresa thought of this, and cursed in his heart. I didn't figure out which link went wrong. But now I can't kill them, and I can't escape. It seems that the only way is to use the last resort. Hey, Your Highness, how about you surrender, and leave a little compensation, and we stop here? Ji-sun continued to taunt. To stall for time, he would rather talk nonsense than do physical actions. In case the opponent really wanted to use another magic, he could accumulate some magic power to respond. But the enemy really thought too much. There was no backhand. He just wanted to take a gamble, and force the opponent to reveal his last trump card. Ji-sun's eyes flickered with wisdom, and I am the world. He had deduced various possibilities. The artifact also appeared, and Color Joker was also used. If he wanted to break the situation now, he could only rely on external forces. Spiritualism? Mysterious consciousness descending? Ji-sun had no doubt that this heavenly dragon saint still had some means to save his life in front of top masters. But no matter which one, the enemy would fall into a long-planned battle plan. The mocking arc on Ji-sun's mouth was not a performance, but excitement from the heart. If the bet wins, it will be a big profit. As expected, the longer the time dragged on, the uglier the expression of the Saint Sun Teresa became. However, he did not use the Thunder Scepter to release magic, but frowned, as if he had made a decision in his heart. Humph. You are looking for death. Ji-sun's face was not afraid at all. He carefully observed everything with his eyes, and guessed that the enemy was going to use the final killing move. After taunting for so long, it's time to come. In order to help the other party make up his mind, Ji-sun turned his wrist, and put the third Starry Sky Exile card in his hand. He continued to taunt, "Hey, Your Excellency the Son of God, is your magic ready?" The third Starry Sky Exile cut off the enemy's last bit of luck. Seeing that Teresa was obviously stunned, he did not forget to provoke, "Your Excellency, are you running out of divine power, and can no longer use divine arts?" Teresa ignored Ji-sun's ridicule, and his eyes were already cold, as if he was looking at a dead person. A high-pitched dragon roar sounded, and the look in his vertical pupils suddenly became sharp. The thunder elements gathered quickly, and a 9-pointed star formation appeared in the sky in the blink of an eye. As soon as this summoning formation appeared, it seemed as if some mysterious will was about to descend, and a terrifying dragon might sweep the entire space. Even the momentum of Qin Rushi's countless immortals was suppressed by this mysterious will. Ji-sun looked at the mysterious array pattern on the 9-pointed star formation and said to himself, "Soul summoning technique? Is it really a summoning of helpers?" He was not surprised. At this moment, the surrounding space fluctuated and flashed, and the figure disappeared on the spot. Teresa looked at Ji-sun, who appeared in front of him face to face. Although he was a little surprised that the other party grasped the timing accurately, the sneer in his eyes showed his disdain. As if to say, "I found this flaw, but it's too late." Ji-sun didn't hesitate and punched out. This time, Teresa didn't stand there and use the rules to resist like before, but condensed the order shield on the dragon scales and exhaled a breath of dragon. The invincible body is gone. Sure enough. Ji-sun looked at the enemy's defensive action and immediately realized that his judgment was right. He found a flaw in the all methods do not hurt the rules. Color Joker, the changed rules are indeed invincible, but not without flaws. That kind of invincible rule is like a barrier that cuts off all contact with the outside world. Now that Teresa has used the summoning technique and connected to the unknown will through the air, this invincible barrier is of course eliminated. But just because he saw this flaw, Ji-sun smiled evilly and said in his heart, "It's over, bang! Bang! Bang!" Ji-sun avoided the dragon's breath and threw dozens of punches in an instant, each punch hitting Teresa's order shield. Without the protection of the rule, the universal domain decomposed most of the barrier, and the punches also poured in. The huge purple dragon resisted the punch and couldn't help but groan. This scene shocked the people in the distance. Was the defense broken? But before they could figure out why Ji-sun could break the invincible true body that everyone had been unable to deal with before, several figures joined the battle without hesitation. Qin Rushi, Mrs. Mist, 2 high-level vampires, plus Ji-sun and the other 4, attacked Teresa crazily. Even though this heavenly dragon saint was a pure-blooded dragon, he was forced to retreat step by step. Seeing that the balance of victory had tilted, a terrifying will suddenly descended from the 9-pointed star formation in the sky. Seeing that the time had come, Teresa sneered wildly, "Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill your divine art, Dragon Soul Blessing." In the 9-pointed star formation, it seemed that an illusory dragon shadow slowly descended. At the same time as this shadow appeared, everyone present felt an indescribable terrifying pressure. It was a pressure from the depths of the source blood, as if it triggered the primitive instinctive fear of the living beings, and the soul trembled. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi, the 2 people who had comprehended the divine power, could still stand. In the distance, Bonnie and her group of cadres, and several high-level vampires were shaking uncontrollably, and collapsed on the spot. Dragon God Soul? Ji-sun's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He felt the pressure that even the demigods could not help but worship. He grinned, I've learned a lot. He had seen the scenes of the arrival of the outer gods many times, but none of those outer gods, who were not powerful, had such pressure. There is only one possibility, the one who came is the dragon god. Ji-sun didn't know who it was, because he didn't have time to observe. Because just when everyone thought he was doomed, the pressure suddenly disappeared. He seemed to hear a curse from the dark, immortal law, immortal capital 4 blessings phantom guards. At this time, something strange happened. Everyone saw that the scaled shadow that slowly appeared in the 9-pointed star was not a giant dragon, but a huge white-scaled snake. This is Qin Rushi's contracted immortal. Seeing this scene, Everyone was stunned except Ji-sun, whose smile became brighter. Even the heavenly dragon saint could not believe it. Why did the summoned dragon soul become like this? The god stealer steals the power of the gods. The style of the battle suddenly changed. Just now, I thought I was going to die, but the next second, it became as illusory as a dream. The ancestor spirit by Chiyo sneered in his amber snake eyes. Huh? It's not that easy to summon other spirits in front of the Bai family. How is it possible? Seeing this, Teresa instantly understood what he had been bewitched. The combat power of a 7th level pure-blooded dragon is equivalent to that of an 8th level lord level monster, but the dragon race has a mental immunity ability that is at least 2 levels higher than itself due to its high-level bloodline. In other words, it is almost impossible for mental spells of the 9th level and below to have a substantial impact on it. He had already confirmed this point in the previous battle. Even the white snake that was only short of condensing the divine fire could not make him be bewitched. That's why he couldn't figure out why he got hit. At the last moment of life and death, Teresa still wanted to struggle, but as if he was extremely sleepy, his eyes gradually blurred and he stood there in a daze. While being controlled by the illusion, Qin Rushi also teleported to the side of the purple dragon and cut off the huge head with a sword. This time, there was no obstacle. The Holy Son of the Holy Sea, who had fought against many people alone and was still invincible, was beheaded and died on the spot. And Ji-sun also teleported to the side of the dragon corpse tacitly, patted his pocket, and asked Ivan to swallow the dragon corpse, the color Joker card, and the artifact Zeus's Thunder Scepter, and the spoils inside. In this way, the risk will be minimized. When Ji-sun saw the corpse being put away, the pleasure in his head reached its peak. After calculating step by step, he finally killed the powerful enemy. This sense of accomplishment was stronger than ever before. Moreover, this battle was extremely risky, but the rewards were also huge, not to mention the treasures carried by the son of Heavenly Dragon. Even the pure-blooded dragon itself was full of epic materials. A 7th level pure-blooded dragon is more valuable than many 8th level lord monsters. I'm rich. Thinking of this, Ji-sun tilted his head to look at Qin Rushi not far away, and the two smiled at each other with relief. The turn of events came so suddenly that everyone was stunned. He was killed just like that, the situation was decided, and the suffocating atmosphere of despair suddenly disappeared. It seemed that everyone's thoughts had begun to rethink under such high-intensity pressure. After a few breaths, they dared to believe what they saw. The battle was really over. The invincible posture of the son of Heavenly Dragon was still lingering in their minds, but they really saw its head and body separated just now. Everyone looked at Ji-sun and Qin Rushi in the field, and realized that this was the real killer move they had planned. But how did he do it? Before they could figure it out, the white snake looked at Ji-sun, a complex expression appeared in its pupils, and said, "Boy, you did a good job." Ji-sun raised his head and grinned. If I remember correctly, this was the first time this ancestor fairy had spoken to him. This white snake represented the head of the Bai family fairy. If it recognized him, it meant that Ji-sun had been recognized by the Bai family fairy. The fairy families were like Qin Ru's in-laws. While protecting her, they also guarded the ancient heritage of the Bai family. Qin Rushi can trust Ji-sun, but that doesn't mean the immortals can trust him. When he used a mortal control technique to communicate with Qin Rushi before, Ji-sun clearly felt the strong xenophobia of the immortals. After all, he was an outsider, who was exposed to too many secrets of the Bai family, so it was normal for the immortals to be wary of him. Now, this problem is gone. Ji-sun turned around and glanced at Qin Rushi, and happened to see the same relief smile. This means that Ji-sun can get in touch with more secrets of the Bai family in the future. After the battle, Qin Ru used the Wanxian lantern to collect all the immortals. Ji-sun also bowed to Bai Chiyo and all the immortals to express his gratitude. Although the enemy was killed this time, the losses were not small. Especially the immortals were seriously injured. If it weren't for the Wanxian lantern, I'm afraid that if it weren't for this battle, most of the immortals that the Bai family had worshipped over the years would have perished. Ji-sun was able to survive, and he also relied on them. Once the immortals retreated, the forest returned to its messy appearance. Bonnie and several revolutionary army cadres also quickly gathered around. Although they were all wounded, fortunately, none of them were fatal. Everyone knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. With shock and confusion, everyone quickly cleaned up the battlefield and rushed towards the depths of the forest. On the way, the cadres couldn't help but wonder what happened. Ji-sun also explained briefly. It is almost impossible for a pure-blooded dragon to be controlled by mental illusion. But if he actively uses mental power to communicate a certain will, it will be easy to fall into the trap. Originally, he was dragged by the invincible body of Color Joker, and Ji-sun, and his team really couldn't do anything to this guy. But he suspected that Ji-sun and his team had backup, so he had to use other means to break the situation. The curse cards, artifacts and other things were all taken out, and other external objects were difficult to help. So Ji-sun almost expected that the other party would summon helpers. Any means related to summoning cannot avoid the connection between mental power and the outside world. Originally, this kind of divine summoning technique was extremely difficult to stop. But it happened. The Bai family took the Spade 10 God Stealer sequence and had deep attainments in summoning techniques. Moreover, the Bai family's inheritance is a unique inheritance, which has been discontinued for thousands of years. Few people in the southern continent have heard of it, let alone seen it. Ji-sun's bet was that the heavenly dragon saint didn't know the Bai family's secret method of stealing spirits. Let's try to prove that the bet was right. The whole process looked magical, but it was not complicated. Teresa used divine arts to communicate with a powerful dragon soul, hoping to summon it to break the situation. The Bai family has reached a very high level in the study of spiritual body-related secret arts. It was just what he wanted. Looking at the summoning technique used by the other party, Bai Qiu stole the relevant divine power and took the opportunity to replace the will of the person pointed to by the summoning technique with himself, and then he successfully performed the illusion. Of course, Bai Qiu said that Ji-sun had to do something right, because this plan was arranged by him. When he first wanted to ambush the Holy Son of the Heavenly Dragon, he actually deduced the battle plans of ABCD to deal with various situations based on the known abilities of both sides. In fact, this battle almost went from Plan A to Plan G, and it can be said that all means were used. Finally, a flaw was found, and the kill was successful. Chapter 506. What Ji-sun and his companions didn't know was that while they were fighting fiercely, something had suddenly happened in the ancient palace on the 16th floor of the Dead Zone. Originally, the three foreign god sects, the Holy Church, the Light Sect, and the Scarlet Sect, were fighting fiercely around the Sun Temple. However, no one knew what had happened. In the Holy Church camp, which originally occupied the core position of the temple with a large number of people, several figures suddenly jumped up and ran away from the palace, rushing quickly towards the 15th floor. In the darkness, several mysterious figures also happened to see the scene, and they were all surprised. Ji-sun knew the two leaders. One was Gustav, the vice president of the history school of the Royal Academy. The other was a man with pale face and red lips, Xie. The rest were also high-ranking officials of the two heretical sects. Seeing the 9th-rank cardinal leading several masters to evacuate the camp in a hurry, everyone was puzzled. If they continued to fight like this, they would not be a match for the people of the Holy See even if they joined forces. I didn't expect them to evacuate. It's strange, the people of the Holy See evacuated at this moment, they left so quickly. Did something happen? Now that all the masters of the Holy See's camp have left, should we destroy the camp? Is it a conspiracy, deliberately luring us to attack the camp? If it's a conspiracy, it's too crude. Do they think we will be fooled? Now they just need to rush over and kill the people of the Holy See immediately. But seeing the Holy See camp without any experts, the two heretic sects hesitated. This kind of abnormality always makes people feel that there is something wrong everywhere. Even the erudite and wise Gustav was confused. He didn't understand why the people of the Holy See suddenly withdrew, and said to himself, strange, now the temple is fighting for the key to integrity, why can't the people of the Holy See let go? Could it be that something happened to the top leaders of the Holy See? He couldn't figure it out, and turned to look at Xie. Your Excellency, what do you think? Xie thought of something, and his expression showed surprise. I thought of a possibility. Maybe the split god clone that dragon god Ire used to prolong his life was killed. Gustav was obviously stunned when he heard it, and he was stunned for a moment before saying, you mean, the third heavenly dragon son Teresa was killed? Others don't know the origin of this heavenly dragon son, but they know it very well. This is the top secret of the Holy See. Teresa is not an ordinary dragon descendant, but the secret clone of the dragon god Ire, who is about to die. It can be said that he is an offspring, or it can be said that he is a part of the continuation of his bloodline and will. Gustav shook his head as soon as he spoke. It's unlikely. That guy has many treasures on him. Even if we do it ourselves, we may not be able to kill him. But before he finished speaking, he fell into deep thought. On second thought, this is the only reason that can really attract the cardinal to do anything in this relic. Xie thought of something and smiled. Whether it is or not, it is a good thing for us now. If we can take down this temple of the sun, the gate to the underworld can also be opened. Gustav's expression became serious when he heard about the gate to the underworld. Well, let's give it a try. The facts were in front of them. The two groups of people did not hesitate, and went straight to the camp. Mr. was sent by Xie Guizhong to find Ji-sun and his men. He also knew that Ji-sun would definitely guess his thoughts. He originally thought that Ji-sun and his men could make plans around the Son of Heavenly Dragon and contain the main force of the Holy Sea, and perhaps create some opportunities. Unexpectedly, they actually killed the Saint Sun directly. Xie Guizhong thought of this and felt incredible, but suddenly his eyes narrowed with a cold light, as if he thought of something again. Could it be that those guys from the Hermitage took action? On the other side, in the flame-thorn forest on the 15th floor, a group of people were running all the way. Ji-sun dared to kill people. Of course, he knew the consequences of killing. It was also thanks to Ivan's storage space that the body of the Saint Sun was collected, severing the cause and effect. Otherwise, even if they killed the enemy, they couldn't take anything away. In a blink of an eye, they had traveled dozens of miles, and the surroundings were already a primitive jungle. 100-meter-high giant trees were everywhere, and the hot dark breath of the thorn trees perfectly concealed the breath of everyone. In this relic, even if a 9th level came, he would not dare to chase and kill recklessly. After running for a while, no one caught up, and Ji-sun knew that he was safe for the time being. Looking at the markings on the map, they seemed to be not far from the secret passage leading to the 16th floor. However, the map was not precise, and the direction was correct, but the details still needed to be carefully searched. No one knows if the terrain here has changed after tens of thousands of years. No one is chasing them, and everyone is injured. They are not in a hurry and walk slowly in the forest. As they walk, they chat. What a coincidence. The direction of the underworld peacock's escape is similar to the route on the map. We may be able to catch the peacock. Don't be careless, there are many hell monsters in this forest, and there are many more powerful than the peacock. Well, everyone be careful, I always feel that the previous battle was too noisy, as if some monster in the forest was awakened. Having just experienced a great battle, everyone seemed very excited. Especially after seeing the exaggerated fighting power of Ji-sun and Qin Rushi, Bonnie, and other revolutionary army cadres were still excited. They reviewed the previous battles, and listened to Ji-sun's description of the details, and they were more and more amazed at the difficulty of victory. Especially at the end, Ji-sun's mouth forced the Heavenly Dragon Saint to reveal his flaws. Everyone was amazed. This kind of battle is a rare life experience for everyone. Ji-sun was very calm, walking leisurely on the soft dead leaves. Because Dark Peacock had the mark of the Blood Clan on his body, and the direction was similar to their destination, he followed all the way. This high-level material was already seriously injured. There was no reason not to find a way to get it. The road that the Warcraft Lord could take was of course relatively safe, and everyone had not encountered any trouble along the way. But suddenly, there was a slight sound of fighting in the forest ahead. Everyone stopped cautiously. Mrs. Miss released the scouting bats, and soon her expression brightened. She said to Ji-sun, most of the noise came from a cave about 3 kilometers ahead. There are feathers of the divine light of destruction. It should be the Nether Peacock. When everyone heard this, their expressions instantly showed joy. It seems that they accidentally entered the territory of other monster lords, so they started fighting. Bonnie and the others also sharpened their knives, and started talking excitedly. Ha! If he can fight with the Nether Peacock, he is probably some kind of monster lord. Now we might be able to collect more top-level materials. Don't be careless. If I were the peacock, knowing that I couldn't escape, I might choose some dangerous environment suitable for my escape. Although everyone was careful, they all looked confident, probably because of the fighting power shown by Ji-sun and Qin Rushi in the previous battle. Although Ji-sun felt that he should be cautious, he didn't feel dangerous. The monster couldn't be too strong to fight so fiercely with the seriously injured Dark Peacock. The group carefully moved towards the direction where the battle took place. Soon, some huge caves that led to the underground like mines appeared in the dense forest. There was still a fierce battle in the cave, and everyone did not rush in, but carefully observed the surroundings. However, as they watched, a surprise came. Suddenly, Uncle Dong, who was scouting on the treetops, found something and said in surprise, "Leader, Brother Jishuan, come up and take a look. This seems to be the location marked on the map." Ji-sun also jumped onto the tree trunk after hearing this. Only then did he realize that there was not only one entrance to the cave in front of him, but 3 in total. From a high place, it looked like a skull with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer. Isn't this the entrance to the mysterious tunnel marked on the map? Everyone also discovered this, and felt lucky to have found the destination so smoothly. Before, they were still guessing what the coordinates of the skull on the map referred to. Now, it turned out to be a pictographic pattern. Qin Rushi looked at the entrance of the cave, and became alert instinctively. Why does this cave entrance feel like the head of some humanoid creature? And why did this dark peacock come to this cave? Ji-sun also felt that this place was full of mystery and became interested. Such a big head, I'm afraid it can only be found in the ancient giants and myths and legends. Whatever it was, it aroused his strong interest. Before everyone could observe it more, the fighting in the cave suddenly stopped. Ji-sun frowned and made a decision immediately. Let's go in and take a look. Qin Rushi also nodded yes. If the dark peacock was defeated, if they were really late, their spoils might be eaten by other monsters. The two led the way, and Bonnie and several teammates followed them without hesitation and rushed directly into the cave. As soon as they entered the cave, there was no red light emitted by the flame-thorn tree, and the surroundings became dark. Looking closely, there were black shiny stones on the rock wall, which looked like an unknown ore. Originally, this kind of dark cave was the main environment for vampires, and the scout bats driven by Mrs. Mist could also come in handy. However, they soon found the problem, because there were huge spider webs everywhere in the cave. It was a kind of spider web that was difficult for bats to sense even with their sound waves, and it was extremely sticky. As soon as the bats rushed in, they were immediately stuck. Even if they were not stuck, they were completely wiped out after twisting and turning in the cave. Bonnie knew what was good, and immediately became excited. Oh, these spider webs are good stuff. She has been studying poisons for many years, and recognized at a glance that these spider webs are rare high-end materials. This stickiness and toughness are wow. The best spider web materials I have seen before are not as good as this. It is simply the best material. Spider webs have a wide range of uses. The most commonly used is the magic material of the spell spider web spell, and some high-end textile materials. The high-end spider web material that Ji-sun had seen in Juling City before cost 1 silver coin per gram. There are silver coins everywhere here. The ground is full of silver coins. No wonder Bonnie was excited. The group did not stop and continued to move forward. The spider webs around them became more and more numerous and denser. The ground was sticky like syrup, and shoes could be torn off when walking. Fortunately, Bonnie, the poison master, had a way to prevent stickiness. She led the way in front, and the group went deeper. Soon, they saw traces of the battle. The rock wall was full of holes left by Silence godlike feathers, and Bonnie in front exclaimed, Ji-sun, come and see, what kind of spider is this? Ji-sun walked over, and saw several capsized spider corpses. The wounds on the corpses were bleeding green blood, a pair of hairy chelicerae were dripping with black venom, and the 8 legs stretched out to 7 or 8 meters. The most iconic feature was a strange pattern, like a human face on the spider's back. As if this was the head, it was more like an octopus monster with a human face. The poisonous creature that Bonnie didn't recognize must be a rare species. Ji-sun looked at a few iconic features, and said in a very affirmative tone, this is the Hellman-faced demon spider, a group of demon beasts. Not only is it good at hunting with toxins and spider silk, but it also poses a great threat of mental pollution. It looks like it is at the 3rd or 4th level in adulthood. It can grow so big, so it must have undergone a giant mutation. It is another creature of hell that cannot be seen outside. Everyone listened to Ji-sun's popular science, and none of them were surprised. Having seen too many monsters from hell, seeing some more does not seem to be anything special. Instead, everyone breathed a sigh of relief after confirming the type of the monster. It looked like they had entered a spider's nest. Since it is a nest, there will be no other monsters. Ji-sun thought so too. After confirming the type of monster, many risks can be expected. They did not want the nether peacock that they had worked so hard to injure to be eaten by a group of spiders, so a group of people immediately stepped up their pace towards the depths of the cave. Soon, rustling sounds came from the dark cave. It was obvious that the spiders had discovered the intruders, and were swarming over. Instead of being surprised, the crowd became excited. That underworld peacock is quite smart. It doesn't look like it got here by mistake, but it wanted to use these Hellman-faced demon spiders to stop us. So it seems that the peacock is not dead yet. It may be hiding. Ha ha, I'm going to be rich. With so many spiders, how much material do I have to collect? Yeah. It's not easy to meet a group. I hope there are more of them. The most excited one was Bonnie, who took the poison jar and started to make arrangements. In a blink of an eye, countless dense red eyes appeared at the end of the field of vision. Ji-sun's eyesight clearly saw that the rock wall was filled with countless giant spiders with hairy legs, rushing over like a tide. Before he could make a move, Bonnie and several other cadres used all their means and excitedly killed them. In an instant, sword energy was everywhere, and spell cards flew everywhere. In a blink of an eye, broken limbs flew everywhere, and the bodies of spiders fell like raindrops. Bonnie and her team's performance in the previous battle was unremarkable, because of the difference in rank. Now it's easy to deal with these spiders. Cut melons and vegetables, and run rampant all the way. Ji-sun looked at them for a few times, and didn't plan to do it himself. It was almost the same as expected. All spiders were 3, 4, and 5 levels, and occasionally a 6th level elite could be seen. Although there were many of them, facing the well-prepared elite group, it was also like mowing the grass. The toxins of this Hellman-faced demon spider, with Bonnie in the spider web, were almost threatening, and the mental pollution could be resisted by potions. The spider's triple attack method was not big for Ji-sun and his group, and it soon became a harvest scene. The probability of the monsters in the dead zone producing magic cores is very high, and the materials are all top quality. The group went deeper and deeper, and gained a lot. However, when seeing that there were more and more spiders, and when the bodies blocked the cave, Ji-sun vaguely realized that he could not continue. He always felt that the underworld peacock deliberately wanted them to kill these spiders, and there might be some hidden dangers. After discussing it, the others stayed where they were and slowly cleaned up, while Ji-sun, Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mist rushed into the depths of the cave. Swoosh! The sound of the wind rang rapidly beside my ears. Mrs. Mist could accurately locate the position of the underworld peacock, and Ji-sun and Intrusion followed her all the way. They ignored the spiders, and the spider webs did not pose much of an obstacle to the 3 high-level masters with extremely high agility attributes. The 3 of them had a smooth journey, and were extremely fast. Ji-sun sped through the air, and observed all the way. He became more and more curious. Who left that map more than 100,000 years ago? Not long after, Mrs. Mist suddenly said, "It's just ahead." Ji-sun and Qin Rushi also became cautious. Although in their eyes, a severely injured underworld peacock was no longer a threat, but there was no guarantee that it would have any other tricks if it fought desperately. In a blink of an eye, Ji-sun also quietly discovered that the rocky walls around him actually showed traces of artificial carving. Ruins? He realized that the cave just now was connected to an ancient ruins. And before he could think about it, he saw things like sleeping bags hanging in the void around him. Like fruits on a tree, densely packed, countless. A closer look revealed that it was a bag woven by spider webs, and inside it were the prey hunted by spiders. Ji-sun guessed that this was the spider's nest as soon as he saw it. It was even that the dark peacock deliberately led them here. But it probably didn't expect that several humans would come so quickly, and it ran into them before it was ready. Ji-sun saw the panic hidden under the determination on its face. However, there was one thing he didn't expect. At this moment, what was in front of him was not a white peacock, but a beautiful silver-haired woman covered with feathers. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi had heard Old Man Su brag before that the underworld peacock was very beautiful when it transformed. Now seeing it, it was indeed true. Ji-sun was not very surprised by beauty. The sirens, harpies, gorgons, and succubi in myths and legends were all dangerous species known for their beauty. They were not considered human because they were in human form. They feed on humans, and humans use them as materials, and this has been going on for countless years. They will never show mercy when they attack each other. Ji-sun was surprised that the peacock, who had transformed into a human form and was ready to fight desperately, had a unique petal mark on his forehead. At this moment, he quickly stopped Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mist. "Don't do it yet." The 2 women were stunned and looked at him sideways, not knowing why. Seeing that a conflict was about to break out, Ji-sun quickly took out a scroll. He didn't expect to see this mark in this dead zone. If it wasn't a coincidence, then the mark on the forehead of the dark peacock was the unique contract mark of the Nan family. He and Nan Jing were very familiar with each other, and had seen this mark countless times. In other words, the dark peacock in front of him was very likely a spiritual creature of the Nan family. At least there was a connection. The dark peacock's body was already lit up with the light of annihilation, and it was ready to fight to the death. But when it looked closely at the contract mark on the scroll that Ji-sun took out, it seemed to recognize it, and suddenly its expression froze. Ji-sun keenly caught its micro-expression, and was sure that he had guessed it right. Instantly, a flash of inspiration seemed to come to his mind, and some fragments of information from ancient times were connected. The Nan family has a safe coordinate in the underworld, and this dead zone happens to be connected to the underworld. Another contracted monster related to the Nan family appeared. Chapter 507. Ji-sun had never expected to see the Nan family's spiritual mark on Dark Peacock. And the peacock in front of her, who had transformed into a human form, had never expected that the humans, who had almost killed her before, would actually take out spiritual marks that made her bloodline instinctively feel familiar. Her ancestors had indeed signed a contract with humans. But it was a very long time ago. It was so long ago that she no longer had any relevant memories. However, this happened to be an ancient divine bloodline guardian contract. As long as the bloodlines of both parties were passed down, this contract would continue. When she saw the contract mark on the scroll, the memory hidden in the inheritance of the Dark Peacock bloodline also quietly revived. She knew what this meant. Certain behaviors and consciousness were also quietly affected by the power of the contract. The scroll was given by Nanjing, and it had the divine runes and spiritual marks of the Nan family. This was equivalent to an identity token. At least the spiritual object could clearly identify the origin of the divine runes on the scroll. Jisun watched the petal mark on the Dark Peacock's forehead become brighter and brighter, and the confused and hesitant look in its eyes. He also knew that the other party really recognized the divine pattern of the Nan family, and the blood resonated. At this point, the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Just now, they were fighting and killing, but they couldn't do it immediately. Since Jisun guessed the origin of the peacock, of course, he would not kill the suspected spiritual creature of the Nan family for some materials. And they didn't do it, and the Dark Peacock also fell into hesitation. Although it didn't have a good impression of the humans in front of it who wanted to kill it, the resonance in its blood instantly diluted the hatred that would never end. Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mist, who were standing by, saw this scene and vaguely understood something. They looked at Ji-sun with a strange look on their faces, and they all felt that it seemed a little too coincidental. There was no point in being so deadlocked. Ji-sun thought about it, and casually flipped out a spell card of beast language general knowledge and activated it. This is the spell that the trainer uses to communicate with the monsters. The higher the intelligence of the monster, the easier it is to communicate. Ji-sun used his mental power to convey his meaning. This may be a misunderstanding. How should I call you? Is the Nan family's spiritual mark on your forehead? I have a good friend who is the descendant of the Nan family. Explain it. If it is a misunderstanding, see if it can be cleared up. In his opinion, if they can really communicate, it will be a big benefit. Although the top-level material that was about to be obtained was lost, with such a Warcraft lord, are you afraid of not being able to find the material in the dead zone? I don't know if the peacock understood it. Its expression became complicated and hesitant. It was almost killed before, and it is impossible to forget this hatred so easily. But the memory in the blood has revived, and it knows what the spiritual mark is. Before the three people and the peacock could confront each other, something unexpected happened. Without warning, an invisible ripple rose in the air. The Dark Peacock noticed the spreading spiritual pollution and was suddenly shocked. She seemed to remember that this was a trap it set to kill several humans. Ji-sun immediately understood what the other party wanted to express in that moment of staring at each other. What powerful monster was about to come out? Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mister beside him noticed the abnormality and became alert at the first time. But despite being alert, the three of them didn't really feel there was a fatal threat. After all, this was the nest of the Hellman-faced demon spider, and if there were any difficult monsters, it would probably be the demon spider lord. Whether it was the 7th or 8th level, the three of them would have no problem if they joined forces. However, the reality was more dangerous than expected. Ji-sun was about to say something, but when he looked at the underworld peacock in front of him, there was a trace of struggle on her beautiful face. Then, she disappeared out of thin air. Disappeared? Ji-sun took a look at the situation in front of him, and the person was indeed gone. He did not sense any spatial fluctuations, nor did he sense any magical fluctuations related to the invisibility spell, and underworld peacock was not invisible. What's going on? Even Ji-sun did not understand why the peacock suddenly disappeared. He turned around and looked at Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mister beside him, and they did not understand at all. In a blink of an eye, the three of them looked at the cave full of spider webs in front of them. The expressions of the three people became more and more serious, as if some terrifying existence was about to come out of the darkness. It was as if whatever he thought it would come true. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept through the entire space. Although they had not seen the monster in the darkness yet, the terrifying pressure had already made the three of them feel suffocated. Ji-sun looked at it with wide eyes. God level? I can't be so unlucky. He felt the terrifying pressure, which was actually the same as the soul summoned by the son of Heavenly Dragon before, and it made his divine power tremble. Turning around, Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mist were also shocked. They didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying existence in a hell spider's nest. Is it really bad luck? This dead zone is full of gods? The situation changed, and the three were immediately forced into a desperate situation. If it was really that kind of enemy, they would not even have a chance to escape. Ji-sun always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell where the wrongness came from. After looking at the two women, The three were ready for a fight to the death. However, just before the fierce battle, a spinning rune gyroscope. It strangely appeared in front of Ji-sun. What is this? Ji-sun stared at the spinning top for a moment, but the runes on it suddenly broke into his mind. The next moment, his consciousness was like a conditioned reflex, and countless thoughts flooded into his mind. He immediately understood that I was under an illusion. This spinning top is the ability I mastered after reaching LD3 in the world realm. It is the embodiment of the spell anchor of consciousness in the sea of consciousness. It is like a line, anchoring the mind and the real body. Ji-sun had been under illusions many times before, so he had always been prepared for it. He set up a lot of anchors of consciousness, just to deal with some common mental invasions. For example, dream stealing, fear, joy, greed. Once you fall into the false illusion created by the enemy's mind, the previously trained Euro will appear, making you realize that you are under an illusion. I am under an illusion? Seeing the Euro activated, Ji-sun was very surprised. He has now comprehended the power of God, and his mental strength and soul are very stable, so it is impossible for him to be hit by ordinary illusions. After being hit, the spell spinning top was enough to wake him up. But now, the spinning top is still hanging in front of him, spinning non-stop. When Ji-sun saw this, his expression suddenly became solemn, and he realized that something was wrong. How can the grade of this illusion be so high? His own methods failed to break the illusion, which means that the grade of the illusion is very high. It is most likely not an 8th level, but a 9th level illusion. Is the Hell-Man-faced Demon Spider Lord in this nest a 9th level one? While Ji-sun was surprised, he also vaguely understood what was going on. It should be that the Dark Peacock had lured them here before, and wanted to use this Demon Spider Lord to kill them. But it shouldn't be. All along the way, the highest demon spider in this nest was only level 6. According to the normal reproduction level of the Magic Beast tribe, the Lord Monster is most likely level 7, at most level 8. How could it be possible to perform a 9th level illusion? Could it be that it relied on external objects, or the Magic Beast mutated? Ji-sun couldn't figure out what happened. But the facts were in front of him. He turned his head to look at Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mist, and the two women also disappeared. This scene made him sure that he was 100% under an illusion. If he didn't find a way to wake up, he might be in mortal danger. Hey, the monsters in the dead zone really can't be underestimated. I hope I can break this illusion before I become food for the monsters. It's true that I didn't underestimate it, but it's really hard to guard against it. Ji-sun exhaled a breath of foul air, and his thoughts became clearer. He began to try various methods. The first thing is to find the logical flaws in this illusion world, and then find a way to make myself in the real world. Wake up. This is the conventional method. With Ji-sun's current logical deduction ability, he did not doubt that he could break this illusion. But the trouble was time. This was the lair of the monsters, and the monsters would not wait for him to break it. Just when Ji-sun and the other two were trapped in the illusion, in the space full of spider webs, the feathered woman who was the incarnation of the Dark Peacock had already hidden in a hidden corner. It had the blood talent of the Annihilation Divine Light, so it was not worried about the human-faced Demon Spider Lord. When it came here before, it originally wanted to attract a few humans, and then kill them with the help of the Demon Spider Lord. But in this situation, that human seemed to have a close relationship with the psychic master of his clan. The power of the contract in the dark made it very repulsive to the idea of killing that human. Seeing the spider silk sealing the cave, the huge figure also crawled out from the depths of the cave, and a trace of struggle appeared on Peacock's face. Should I save this human? If it was in its prime, it would not be so conflicted. After all, although the Demon Spider Lord was strong, it was not afraid of him at all. However, now he was seriously injured. If a fight really breaks out in this nest, I will be in an extremely dangerous situation. Why should I save that human? They almost killed me before. Peacock wanted to convince himself, but his flickering eyes showed that he was not calm. Seeing that the huge Spider Lord had already appeared in his sight, he would have no chance if he hesitated. Peacock's thoughts were not clear in his mind, and he finally appeared in front of the human who had fallen into the illusion. However, she had just helped to clear a strand of spider silk, and suddenly, she saw the closed eyes of the human in front of her opened. Ji-sun also thought it was a coincidence. Originally, the 9th level illusion was not so easy to break. But as he searched, he was surprised to find that the structure of the illusion was very familiar. Isn't this the moon god illusion of the Silver Moon sect? Although the illusion constructed with fear is different from the joyful dream, the principle is exactly the same. Ji-sun had read the tricks of Arachne, the Lord of Dreams and Joy, in Tailong City in the East Desert before. Now he has read the Silver Moon's secret book to pieces. Coincidentally, the structure of the dream just now is recorded in the classics. If it were someone else, even if they knew the principle, the illusion structure of this level was already extremely complex, and they would still be trapped. But what was even more coincidental was that the visualization secret technique that Ji-sun practiced was also the Silver Moon secret technique. This exempted him from most of the mental pollution, and it was easy to find the pattern. And at a certain moment, he clearly felt that someone in reality helped him. A big flaw suddenly appeared in the mental world, and he immediately seized the opportunity and woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful face and a slightly panicked look. Ji-sun looked at the dark peacock in front of him and saw no hostility. He also instantly guessed the flaw in the illusion just now. It should be that she was helping him. Well, it seems that this Hell Lord has recognized the token of the Nan family. Ji-sun's expression was also slightly complicated. Thinking about the fact that he almost killed someone before, he really felt a little sorry. But before he could think more, Qin Rushi, who was not far away, woke up with a shadow of the immortal behind him. Mrs. Mister was still standing there, obviously still in a dream. Ji-sun glanced at Qin Rushi, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. But they also saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. Qin Rushi was blessed by the ancestral spirits, so it was difficult for him to be deceived by the magic. But he was still deceived. This means that the monster's rank is very high. After understanding the other party's meaning in an instant, the two of them looked cautiously at the distance of the cave. In the field of vision, a huge demon spider the size of a 3-story building crawled out from the ceiling. This was the hell-faced demon spider lord in this nest. This demon spider has shed half of its beast body, and on the huge spider body, there is a seductive woman with naked upper body. That beautiful face makes people look as if there are countless double images, which is the performance of the extreme strength of mental power. Seeing that they are prepared, the two are not so easy to be hit. Feeling the pressure of the monster, Ji-sun was relieved, thinking 8th level? Godhead fragments? 8th level. Although it is 1 level higher than expected, it is not a big problem. And as soon as he saw the glowing red crystal on the spider's abdomen, he immediately understood everything. They had seen that crystal core before in the Blackwater swamp. The Lord of the Thornback Dragon Python had mutated because of this fragment of the divine nature. The illusion was so powerful because of this fragment of the divine nature. Moreover, Ji-sun looked at the half-human, half-spider form and understood why the illusion world was the moon goddess illusion. Isn't this half-human, half-spider image the divine body image of Arachne, the lord of dreams and pleasures? Ji-sun had seen the appearance of the moon god sacrificed by the demons in the Third Holy Grail War, Outpost War, and it was exactly the same as the spider lord in front of him. Seeing this, he also understood that the moon god pointed to by the Plum Blossom Q Moonlight Queen sequence might not be a transformed form, but he was originally a god level among the human-faced demon spiders in hell. So that's it. Ji-sun figured it out, and smiled with relief. Since this spider mental illusion is not very useful to him, then the threat is not great. There were so many thoughts in her mind, but the reality only lasted a moment. Ji-sun only glanced at the spider lord, then retracted his gaze, and looked at the peacock in front of him, who was a little at a loss. He communicated with the spirit, "Thank you." Peacock looked a little embarrassed. She didn't want to save this human. But the fact is, she really helped. And what's more embarrassing is that she realized that even if she didn't help, these humans would not be trapped and killed by the illusion. At the same time, a thought that she didn't want to admit came up in her heart, and she was glad that she didn't do it before. Otherwise, if the demon spider lord couldn't kill the 3 people, she would surely die. Ji-sun couldn't say much, because at this time, the demon spider lord had already rushed over. Qin Rushi quickly woke up Mrs. Mister, who was in a trance. The vampire count looked at the situation in the cave, and then realized that she was under an illusion. She also immediately transformed into a green-faced and fanged vampire. The 3 looked at the demon spider lord in front of them, and without hesitation, they attacked together. In the cave, a fierce battle broke out immediately. The 3 did not hold back at all, and used all their means. Qin Rushi was a god descending from heaven with one hand, and a fairy with the other, domineering and unmatched. Ji-sun's tyrant fist was like a bombardment, and the whole cave was rumbling. Mrs. Mist turned into countless small bats, and sucked blood from the huge spider body. The 3 joined forces to beat the spider lord back step by step. Although this was also an 8th level mutant lord, its means were much worse than those of the Tianlong Saint Sun encountered before. Whether it was toxins, spider webs, or mental pollution, it was fatal to the 3, but it was still acceptable. It was still a thrilling battle, but the 3 of them felt that it was much easier to deal with than Teresa, who could cast divine spells with just a wave of his hand. As long as they could break through the defense, the Spider Lord would not be able to kill the three of them, and the result would inevitably be that the three of them would kill the Lord. As the only bystander, the Dark Peacock had a wonderful expression when he saw this scene. He clearly wanted to kill these humans with the help of this evil neighbor. But now it seems that he was overthinking. She realized that when these three people dealt with her before, they did not use their full strength at all. At least, she had never expected that the human who took out the Nan family's token would be so powerful. Shwa shwa shwa. The Spider Lord wanted to summon minions to help, but Ji-sun took over alone. The sharp flying knives stirred in the cave, like a metal tornado. There were corpses all over the ground. Chin-Ru was swinging a big sword in front of him, and slashing randomly. Mrs. Mist's blood-sucking became stronger and stronger, and even healed the previous injuries. The more the three fought, the more eager they were to fight. The Spider Lord also knew that he was defeated, and he ran away towards the depths of the cave while fighting. This spider cave is obviously an ancient relic. As we go deeper, more and more artificial traces appear around the cave. Just looking at the degree of weathering, it is even older than the ruins of the Alterac civilization more than 100,000 years ago. After all, this cave is the secret passage leading to the 16th floor on the map. Ji-sun guessed that it might be related to the mysterious relic. But gradually, he also found some problems. The elements around the cave are getting more and more dense. Ji-sun knew that the Spider Lord must have some purpose in escaping to this depth. He felt that it might be dangerous to continue chasing. Chin-Ru and Mrs. Mist also noticed this. But this was an 8th level mutant demon beast lord after all, with a very thick blood bar, and a very strong self-healing ability due to the mutation. So even if the three of them fought with all their strength, the demon spider wanted to escape, and they couldn't stop it at all. If it was flat land, they would have killed the demon spider lord sooner or later if they continued chasing. But this is the dead zone. It is possible that the demon spider lord wants to lead them to a dangerous place. However, just when Ji-sun and the other two felt that something was wrong and were hesitating whether to pursue further, suddenly, something unexpected happened. A dense beam of annihilation divine light feathers shot out from behind, and hit the Spider Lord's body accurately. The feathers had the ability to break all laws, and easily penetrated the poisonous field that Ji-sun and the other two had to deal with carefully. It just hit the 7th vertebra of the spider's body. Originally, the wound was not worth mentioning for the huge body of the demon Spider Lord, but I don't know if it hit the weak spot. The demon spider's body suddenly stagnated, and there was a gap in the magic power all over the body. Chin-Ru found the right opportunity, and cut off the head of the magic bead with a sword. Ji-sun looked back and found that it was the Dark Peacock who attacked. Peacock looked at the three humans looking at her, and there was not much strangeness on her cold face. But she didn't want the humans to misunderstand that she was going to save them, so she finally communicated with Ji-sun with her mental power. If you chase them, and wake up the person in the elemental waterfall below, we will all die here. Chapter 508. The battle ended suddenly. Ji-sun saw that Underworld Peacock was very familiar with this hellish human-faced demon spider, and it had seized the right moment, and hit the vital point with one blow, giving Chin-Ru the opportunity to kill it. Including the previous illusion, this was her second time to help. Although the other party was not willing to help. But Ji-sun benefited from it, so he was grateful. Moreover, if he did not misunderstand the spiritual message said by Peacock just now, did she mean that there was danger under this cave? This reminder obviously saved the three of them. Ji-sun didn't dare to be careless, when he could make an 8th level lord say that there was a danger. He looked at the beautiful face of Ming Kongke, and asked with his mental power, "Thank you for your help just now. You said there was danger down there?" Kongke seemed a little cold. Originally, she didn't want to pay attention to these humans, who almost killed her. But because of the existence of the spiritual contract, she also wanted to learn something from this human. After a moment of silence, she responded, "I woke up once 300 years ago. The fierce battle between the two great lords in the 16th layer of the abyss for territory awakened the one in the elemental waterfall. Then, there was a few months of hunting and predation. The high-level creatures in the forest were almost extinct, and the original stronger 7-colored poison centipede lord in this cave also died. Later, the human-faced demon spider tribe occupied it." When Ji-sun heard this, his eyelids jumped. Great Lord? How powerful a demon beast must be to make the Dark Peacock call it a Great Lord. Although the content of the mental communication may be misunderstood, it is probably understood. This secret passage does lead to the 16th floor, but there seems to be a stronger, overlord-level monster there. He also curiously asked, "What is that?" Peacock's expression was a little disgusted. as if she felt that this human was talking too much. But she still responded, I don't know either. Almost all those who have seen the Awakened One are dead, including my clan. I only know that he has lived for a very long time, and he wakes up once every few hundred years, then hunts and kills, and falls into hibernation again when he is full. Every time it hunts, it is a period of mass extinction of the creatures in the abyss. Moreover, there are more powerful beings in this abyss than just that one. In the endless abyss below the 16th floor, there are even more terrifying beings. Before she finished speaking, she seemed to feel that she should not remind these hateful humans, and immediately stopped. When Ji-sun heard this, his eyelids, which had just calmed down, twitched inexplicably again. The amount of information is huge. If it weren't for the native Lord Ming-Kong-Kei, he really didn't know that there was such a terrifying monster in the 16th floor of this dead zone. No wonder Peacock wanted to help just now. Ji-sun originally heard that the existence only awakens once every few hundred years, and thought that they should not be so unlucky to run into it by chance. But then he thought about it. The top masters of the three major sects below have been fighting for so long. Isn't this dancing on a bomb? Looking at Ji-sun's expression, Peacock seemed to guess what he was thinking and taunted, you humans really don't know how to live or die. Ji-sun didn't take it to heart. Maybe she considered all humans as one camp. It was just like humans considered all monsters as one prey camp. But it was dangerous. But it was not necessarily a death-seeking situation. The three major sects all had gods behind them. They came to the dead zone to cause trouble. If they really summoned the golden dragon god from the underworld, it would be hard to say who was looking for death. The Dark Peacock was already seriously injured. In order to prevent the three humans from waking up the one below, he used his life force to severely injure his evil neighbor. Now that she was running low on magic power, she could only lean against the wall tiredly, absorbing the rich elements in the air to recover some of her strength. Ji-sun saw the wounds on her body that were still bleeding, and felt embarrassed. Some of these wounds were caused by the magic tower in the Firefly camp, and more were caused by Qin Rushi's beating. After thinking for a while, Ji-sun took out a few top-level healing potions, trying to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere, and said, this is a healing potion. It should be useful for your injuries. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a humph. The peacock glanced at him coldly, not paying any attention at all. Ji-sun shrugged slightly. It can be seen that although the Dark Peacock has lived for hundreds of years, his mind is still very simple, and he expresses whatever he thinks. But since there is such an insider, Ji-sun will not waste the opportunity. Even though he was given a lot of cold looks by the peacock, he still asked shamelessly, do you have a spiritual contract with the Nan family? How did you get here? The descendant of the Nan family and I are good friends. The way of asking questions was very clever, building a relationship and asking about what happened that year. Peacock didn't want to pay attention to this human being and let him live or die. But after hearing this, she hesitated for a moment and responded, our clan originally came from the Red Flame Hell. Our ancestors, and the strong men of the Nan family signed a spiritual contract. A long time ago, a great war took place here. My ancestors were summoned to help in the battle and later stayed in this abyss. I don't know the specific process. This abyss is very special. Once you come here, you can't leave. An exit suddenly appeared recently, and then you humans came here. Ji-sun was not too surprised. It sounds like the battle when Emperor Lanlingster was ambushed, and the ancestors of this peacock were summoned to help. It turns out that her tribe has been thriving here for more than 100,000 years. After the death of the emperor, the Dark Peacock was also trapped in this dead zone, unable to enter or leave. Ji-sun instinctively thought of a word, Red Flame Hell? But the Dark Peacock did not want to respond. Ji-sun did not ask any more questions. But after hearing that this dead zone had been sealed for more than 100,000 years, and was only recently discovered, he always felt that this was not accidental, but more like man-made. It was most likely the people of the Holy Sea of Light. At this time, Ming-Kong-Kei said again, I left the forest before to prevent you humans from seeking death and triggering those powerful beings in the depths of the abyss, but... She stopped again. Ji-sun of course guessed what she was going to say in the second half of the sentence. They had originally gone out to seek refuge, but were ambushed by humans and forced to run back with serious injuries. After going deep into the dead zone, Ji-sun also found that the environment here is indeed more suitable for hell creatures, just like water to fish. And this peacock came to this spider cave, probably not just for refuge. Ji-sun clearly sensed that the strands of rich elements around were being absorbed by it, as if it was recovering from its injuries. Thinking of this, he tentatively asked, can I ask why the elements here are so rich? Are you planning to go down? Although he knew there were terrifying monsters below, Ji-sun really wanted to go down if he could. The ultimate truth pursued by the great Emperor Lanlingster seemed to have an irresistible attraction. Dark Peacock glanced at him, and did not deny this statement. After hesitating for a moment, she still said, "There is a very ancient ruins below. In the ruins is the holy place of the elemental elves Moon Well." Ji-sun immediately understood when he heard Moon Well. It really exists. Korra and Nina, the two elves, had long talked about this holy place of their elves, and Ji-sun did not expect it to really exist. Legend has it that the Moon Well is a miracle place where the elements in the world gather the most. The spring water can heal injuries, cleanse the soul, and allow people to understand the mysteries of the elements. Ji-sun became very interested when he heard it. But after saying this, Min Kongke stopped talking again. She didn't seem to know why she said so much to this human. She didn't think about how to get along with this human who almost killed her. She didn't want to have any entanglements, but because of the spiritual contract, she was inextricably linked. At this time, Qin Rushi had already dealt with the body of the demon spider lord. In addition to harvesting another fragment of the divine nature, they also harvested poison sac of the human-faced demon spider, eight-legged spider king leg, divine mind crystal, spider king silk sac for legendary materials, and an 8th level magic core. If we really talk about value, this one is not much worse than the original plan. But when Ji-sun thought about it, he laughed at himself. At present, this arrogant peacock is a friend, not an enemy. Without her help just now, although they might have killed the Spider King, they might also cause some big trouble. When cleaning up the spider corpse just now, Ji-sun also keenly noticed some micro-expressions of Peacock. She was very eager for this thing. He gestured to Qin Rushi, took the crystal core of the divine fragment in his hand, and handed it to Peacock, saying, "It was a misunderstanding before. We were able to hunt down the Spider King. You helped a lot. According to our human rules, all participants are eligible to share the spoils. This is for you. Sharing the spoils is a tradition of team adventure, so this is reasonable. Of course, this is also to ease the relationship." In Ji-sun's opinion, if they could really get the approval of such a lord who knew the situation in the dead zone, it would even be related to the success or failure of their exploration. It was much more important than a fragment of the godhead. Qin Rushi certainly had no objection to Ji-sun's decision, not to mention that they had other fragments of the godhead in their hands, so she just watched silently. Min Kongke originally didn't want to accept anything from humans, just like the healing potion before. But looking at the godhead crystal core, it was really difficult for her to say no. This thing has a huge effect on improving the bloodline and strength of the warcraft, and can even allow it to break through the current bottleneck and go further. This is also the reason why she risked her life to attack the human territory and wanted to seize the fragments. Take it. This is what you deserve. Ji-sun keenly captured her complex psychological fluctuations. Before Peacock refused, he directly put the crystal core in the other's hand. The first time Peacock had contact with humans, his expression was obviously stunned, and conflicting emotions emerged in his flickering eyes. "Don't these humans know the function of this fragment? Give it to me right away." But I couldn't say no after all. Ji-sun just gave it as a small gift, and said indifferently, "By the way, where did this fragment of the godhead come from?" After all, it was a favor to take it from someone, and Kongke couldn't ignore Ji-sun's words. She didn't have any expression, but answered the question, "I heard from my ancestors that it was sprayed out by the tide of the dead. About every few thousand years, the dead air in the depths of the abyss will be restless and roll, and then erupt, and there will be some ancient relics, corpses, and these fragments of the godhead. This one was sprayed out not long ago. It was because this fragment was obtained by her evil neighbor that she suffered a loss in the previous fight." Dead tide? No wonder. Ji-sun finally put the missing puzzle together in his mind after hearing this. It turned out to be erupting from the depths of the dead zone. He heard the description. It felt like a volcanic eruption, bringing out many underground ancient artifacts. It would be better if he didn't hear it. After hearing it, he always felt that there were huge secrets hidden under this dead zone. Ji-sun told Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mister about the content of his communication with Peacock and some of his own guesses. The two women were also shocked. But what surprised them more was that Ji-sun had reconciled with a monster that he had fought with for life and death so quickly. This guy, really, has a strong affinity. The three people and the peacock fell into a brief silence in this cave. Bonnie heard the battle, and sent a message through the bat. It was too dangerous here, so Ji-sun and the other two decided to let the others stay on the upper floor. After all, there were still a large number of demon spiders in this cave, and it would take a long time to deal with them. Qin Rushi remained silent. She understood what Ji-sun was going to do. Mrs. Mist was going to the 16th floor anyway, and no matter what dangers there were, she would not change her mind. Ji-sun certainly wanted to go and take a look. The group had obtained the map before by sheer luck and blind exploration. But now there was a better choice. Ji-sun glanced at the sickly pale peacock and asked, "Do you want to go to the moon well on the lower floor?" This was the benefit of giving a gift. Although Peacock still looked indifferent, he also responded yeah. At this point, she suddenly glared at Ji-sun and said unhappily, "I used the secret method of crying blood before, which hurt my origin. If I don't heal it, I probably won't live long in my current situation. My ancestor said that Moonwell can heal injuries, so I originally planned to take the risk and go down." Ji-sun listened and rubbed his eyebrows to cover up his embarrassment. It turned out that the previous battle had severely injured Peacock, so she had to take the risk. However, Ji-sun didn't dwell on this topic that affected the relationship. He immediately changed the subject and said, "I mean, we can go down together and take care of each other." Although this peacock is powerful, its heart is as simple as a little girl. With a little human language skills, she can cleverly give it a way out. Of course, the peacock has to go down. Although she didn't want to go down with a few humans, she saw their strength, and it was indeed safer to go together. In her opinion, these humans were even a little stupid. She asked with a little surprise, "Are you not afraid of death? I thought that after saying so much before, these humans would be afraid of danger. I went down because I had no choice. If they go again, they will be looking for death." Ji-sun did not hide his purpose. "I have heard of Moonwell, and I also want to go down and take a look. If it is really as magical as the legend says, it is worth going down. Besides, danger? This has never been a reason that hinders his decision." In his opinion, since Ming Kongke dared to go, he must have a certain degree of confidence. And with such a strong auxiliary teammate, no matter what they encounter, it is safer than the three of them fighting head-on. Just like holding the Annihilation Divine Light in one hand, and then suddenly using a hidden hand, who can withstand this? Peacock couldn't figure out why they did this, but thinking that it was probably because of what their ancestors said that humans are greedy, she didn't say anything more. She didn't agree to go with them, nor did she refuse. In this way, the temporary team of 3 people and Peacock was formed. They rested for a while, and then walked carefully into the depths of the cave. The demon spider lord was killed, and there would be no more dangerous monsters in this cave. They killed a few big spiders along the way, and there were no surprises. Gradually, as they went deeper, there were no more spider webs around, and no more human-faced spiders were seen. The elements around them were so dense that they were almost visible to the naked eye. After calculating the depth of the descent, they should have reached the range of the 16th floor. As Peacock said, this is an ancient relic, and it existed before the Battle of Lanlingster's fall. The wall tiles are all very special forgings. Even with Ji-sun's knowledge, he has never seen this stone anywhere else. It looks like a secret passage here? Ji-sun was also very curious about why the secret passage was built in ancient times. Along the way, he also told Kong K about some of the Nan family's situations. He thought that if he could get out of the dead zone this time, he would also contact Nan Jing and see if he could get in touch with her. The 3 of them and Kong K walked all the way. Not long after, he heard the sound of water splashing beside his ears. Listening to the noise, it sounded like a huge amount of water falling from a high place. Ji-sun knew that it was the element waterfall that Peacock mentioned. With expectation and a little trepidation, they continued to move forward. Kola and Nina, 2 elemental elves, heard that they were going to the holy land of their tribe, and they also poked their heads out expectantly to look around. Gradually, the surrounding rock walls began to get wet, and some colorful mushrooms and mosses grew in the corners. The environment became magical like a fairy tale. After turning a few corners in the cave, the roar of the waterfall beside my ears became more and more dull. Suddenly, the vision became clear. The 3 people and the peacock saw the scene in front of them. Their eyes widened, with incredible looks on their faces. Walking out of that corner, it seemed as if they had come to another world. In front of them was a huge elemental waterfall formed by a rainbow. Even with Ji-sun's current state of mind, he couldn't help but let out a long breath when he saw the scene in front of him, and then he suppressed the surging excitement in his heart. A bright moon came into view. A fairy tale scene was right in front of him, with the bright moon hanging high in the sky and countless moonlight flowing down. When it flows in the air, the white moonlight turns into a gorgeous colorful waterfall. It is a waterfall composed of earth, wind, water, fire, light, darkness, and other elements. Under the waterfall, there is a dense rainbow forest that is a miracle. There are also colorful but clear pools. The colorful pools are surrounded by mist and emit soft light. It is the elements dancing, as if following the rhythm of ancient magic, presenting a magical and harmonious picture. This is the ocean of elements. Ji-sun and his 4 companions were on the hillside of the cliff. In front of them, there was a rainbow bridge that seemed to welcome them. Seeing this scene, Peacock murmured to himself, the rainbow's secret realm that our ancestors talked about. Mrs. Mist's beautiful eyes were full of light, and she couldn't help but exclaim, such exaggerated elemental power. There is actually such a place in the world. Qin Rushi's face was also amazed. The 2 elemental elves in Ji-sun's pocket flew out excitedly. Every time a pair of transparent wings flapped, they left wisps of elemental colorful sand in the air. The legendary moon well, the concentration of elements is really exaggerated. Ji-sun took a deep breath, as if his body was washed and all his pores were relaxed. It seemed that if you took a glass bottle of rainbow water out, it would be regarded as a highly concentrated element water. Several people came to this secret place full of rainbows, and while being shocked by the spectacular scenery, they also carefully observed the surroundings. It seemed that there was no danger. However, after a glance, Ji-sun's eyes were attracted, because he saw a black stone tablet standing abruptly beside the colorful pond. The Forbidden Ruin stone tablet? Ji-sun saw the black stone tablet again, and it was no longer unfamiliar. He was not even surprised that the stone tablet appeared here. Seeing the stone tablet, Ji-sun had a strong intuition that Old Man Su had been here. Obviously, there might be a huge secret hidden on the stone tablet. Ji-sun glanced at Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mister, and the 3 of them tacitly had the same idea in their hearts, to go to the side of the stone tablet first. As soon as they thought of it, they took action immediately. The 3 of them jumped down from the 100-meter-high cliff, and soon arrived in front of the stone tablet. This was a pool that looked like a hot spring pool, and the stone tablet stood next to it. Ji-sun had seen the Forbidden Ruin stone tablet more than once, so he knew that it recorded some difficult-to-read advanced demon language. Originally, he didn't have any hope that he would be able to understand it. But when they saw the line of words next to the stone tablet clearly, the 3 of them were shocked again. It was not advanced demon language. Instead, it was a line of vernacular written in the official language of Talon. Oh, this moon well is really a good place to take a bath. The handwriting and tone felt like graffiti left by tourists. Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mist looked at it, and didn't know what it meant. They frowned and looked thoughtful. However, Ji-sun looked at the signature of M, and his eyelids twitched. Left by Emperor Lanlingster? Seeing this sentence, the original fairy tale shock was immediately diluted. Suddenly, a picture appeared in my mind. In a big bathhouse, a certain emperor walked into the pool carelessly, and took a comfortable bath. He was enjoying the bath, and carved these words casually. Chapter 509. Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mister were also among the few people who had seen the Forbidden Ruin stele at that time. They immediately realized that the content on the stele must be very important. But it was also the first time they saw the official language of Talon in such a colloquial language. What does it mean? A good place to take a bath? Is it a code word? Whether it was Qin Rushi or Mrs. Mister, their first reaction was this thought. This sentence must hide some big secret. This Who is it again? The Forbidden Ruin stele is one of the hardest materials they have ever seen in the world. Anyone who can leave words on the stele must be a top-level expert. Qin-Ru looked at it for a while, but couldn't figure out what secrets were hidden in that sentence. She turned her head and looked at Ji-sun. She originally thought that Ji-sun had amazing knowledge, perhaps more than she thought. However, when she turned her head and looked, she saw Ji-sun with a strange expression on his face, as if he had really deciphered the content of the sentence on the stele. Qin-Ru couldn't help but ask curiously, "Did you understand it?" Mrs. Mist also cast a curious look. Ji-sun shrugged, looked at the expressions of the 2 women, and said with a strange look, "It's just what you see." Qin-Ru was confused. She always felt that the text in this sentence could be understood, but her intuition told her that she must have misunderstood it correctly. Ji-sun said directly, "If I'm not mistaken, this M is Emperor Lanlingster. He took a bath here more than 100,000 years ago." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the 2 women froze inexplicably. They never expected that someone really took a bath here and left this sentence on the stone tablet. It felt absurd. But Ji-sun's expression didn't seem to be joking. Qin Rushi didn't dwell on the bathing issue anymore, but was surprised by another fact. She asked with a look of surprise, "Is this M the Emperor Lanlingster?" "Yes." Ji-sun nodded. Even if others knew that the Emperor's full name was Lanlingster M. Augustus, they were not sure. But he can. He saw the signature for the first time when he got the Joker mark, and he saw the autograph relics of Emperor Lanlingster several times later. Now he is almost sure. When Qin Rushi saw Ji-sun's expression, a surprised and unconfident expression appeared on her beautiful face again. She glanced at the words on the stone tablet that seemed to be graffitied casually, as if she had the illusion of touching a legend. After all, Emperor Lanlingster was in existence standing at the pinnacle of the Kashi civilization. This moon well may not have been visited for hundreds of thousands of years, which means that they may be the first humans to come here after the great emperor. Mrs. Mist was from the same era as Emperor Lanlingster, so she was not so shocked. Instead, she was more curious about the contents hidden on the stele, so she asked Ji-sun again, "Brother, can you understand what is written on this stele?" After saying this, Ji-sun's eyes turned to the tall obelisk in front of him again. Ji-sun had seen the Forbidden Ruin stele many times in the real world, and in the other dimensional space. In the past, his rank was too low, so he couldn't understand it at all, nor could he remember the secrets recorded in the high-level demon language on the stone tablet. But now, after comprehending the divine power and entering the 7th level, he found that he could actually understand some of it. The high-level text itself is an information carrier. Ji-sun's current understanding of the law is not low. The improvement of his status after comprehending the divine power has allowed him to understand those things that he could not understand before. At this moment, in his eyes, the words on the black stone tablet are no longer invisible, and his mind is no longer completely unable to retain them. Although they are still blurry, his brain can really remember and understand them. At this moment, Ji-sun was watching the mysterious golden symbols flashing on the black stone tablet. It is better to say that he understood it than to say that he understood it. Ji-sun said, as he looked at it, "Well, it seems to introduce the efficacy of this moon well, saying that it is a spring of plain elements. The stone tablet says that the divine energy of the moon well can cleanse people's souls, enhance people's affinity with elements, and bring about an improvement in the understanding of the laws. Oh, it also mentions the elemental elves. This is the holy land of mythical elves, and the baptism place of elemental elves. After completing the baptism ceremony, you can transform into the elemental elves queen." Qin Rushi looked at him in surprise and asked, "Can you understand it?" Ji-sun was also surprised when he heard it. "Aunt Qin, you can't understand it?" "Yes." Qin Rushi nodded and said, "I can see some mysterious symbols, but it's hard to remember, and I can't understand them at all." Mrs. Mr. beside him had the same expression. "I feel the same way." Ji-sun realized something. Just now, he thought he could understand it because of his realm improvement or divine power. Now it seems that he can understand part of the content on the stele because of Joker. The cognition blessed by the clown demon god allowed him to read some information that other extraordinary sequence cards could not. And he also knew 2 people who could understand the stele. One was Old Man Su, and the other was Jiayu. Now it seems that this stele should not only require a certain rank, but also a specific person to understand it. And Ji-sun clearly felt that the content he just saw was only 1/10,000th of the content recorded on the stele. Qin Rushi looked at Ji-sun's expression and guessed that he could understand the inscription probably because of the demon mark, so he didn't ask any more questions. Ji-sun pursed his lips and didn't think about it anymore. No matter why he could understand it, it didn't matter. What mattered was that this was the moon well in the myth and legend. Ah, the dark peacock beside him listened to the 3 humans chatting for a few words and lost interest. She was seriously injured now, and had to be treated in time. The memory of blood inheritance gave her a familiar instinct. She ignored the 3 humans, and spread her wings and flew towards the woods not far away, disappearing in the rainbow. The most excited ones were the 2 elves, Cora and Nina. After arriving here, they seemed like fish returning to the sea, flying around Ji-sun happily. And the amazing thing was that every time they flapped their wings, a beautiful little rainbow appeared in the air, and their whole bodies gradually emitted colorful fluorescence. Ji-sun had raised the 2 elves for so long, so of course he knew that drastic changes were taking place in them. The growth of elemental elves does not rely on time, but requires the absorption of a large amount of mental power and elements to ripen the magic patterns in the body to achieve the effect of growth. The magic cores and spirit stones that Ji-sun had fed them before only satisfied their basic needs for survival. And this moon well is the real ocean of elements. Ji-sun clearly felt that the 2 elves seemed to have turned into 2 black holes, madly absorbing the elements around them and the spiritual power contained in the moonlight. The Forbidden Ruin stone tablet also clearly stated that this is the holy land of elemental elves, and they can undergo transformation after baptism. Ji-sun watched the 2 elves dancing happily in the rainbow, and was happy for them from the bottom of his heart. After rescuing them from the black market in Giant Spirit City, I have never seen them so happy. Seeing this, Ji-sun showed a relieved smile on his face. The two homeless elves seemed to have found their home. And this was just the beginning of the surprise. And with the infusion of elements, Ji-sun clearly felt that the level of the elemental laws contained in the two elves was getting higher and higher. The first and second levels seemed to have no bottleneck at all, and soon broke through to the height of the third level law. The rising trend slowed down. But it was still rising at an alarming rate. Looking at this situation, it seemed that as long as they stayed here long enough, they would reach a surprising height. Seeing this, Ji-sun also looked forward to it inexplicably. It is said that elemental elves are the best contract pets of ancient great wizards. Although they have little combat power, they are the best auxiliary external objects in the world for elemental magic practice. Jin Rushi on the side also raised his eyebrows slightly. She knew that Ji-sun had two elves, but because they only communicated with Ji-sun, they were not familiar with them. But that kind of joy could resonate. Ji-sun looked at the stone tablet, but could not see any more information. The three of them gathered around the stone tablet and pondered for a moment. According to what the Dark Peacock said before, there was a terrifying existence in this elemental waterfall. And what made Ji-sun most afraid was that they had no idea what that existence was. They only knew that it was a terrifying monster that could kill a 9th level monster. Although it only awakens once every few hundred years, if you really wander around in this secret realm, you might touch some taboos. The three of them did not dare to be careless. After thinking for a moment, Mrs. Mist's charming face also showed a trace of boredom. She came to the 16th floor to meet Ji-sun according to the order of the Blood Prince Xieguizhong. Now that she has completed the mission and has no new arrangements, she has no other ideas. Originally, she wanted to go down and meet up with the main force, but when she saw what was in front of her, she immediately gave up the idea. The area of the 16th floor was a bit bizarre, and the end of the field of vision was all elemental waterfalls, and there was no trace of the ruins. If you really want to rush in, the risk is very high. Mrs. Mist completely gave up this idea. She tilted her head to look at Ji-sun and asked, "Brother, what are your plans?" Ji-sun's expression rarely showed a hint of hesitation. Of course, there was no plan. They came to the dead zone just now, and except for wanting to hunt some high-level monsters, the rest was purely a matter of chance. Now that he has found the legendary moon well, this is a great opportunity. He had no intention of leaving the secrets hidden here. But because he knew that there were monsters hidden in the elemental waterfall, he felt as if he would die at any moment. Ji-sun thought of this, and turned his head to look at Jin Rushi beside him, wanting to ask for her opinion. Ji-sun himself was not afraid of any danger. On the contrary, he was very curious about what the monster in the elemental waterfall was. But the danger is real. If they come at another time, they can slowly explore this secret realm. After all, the monster wakes up only once every few hundred years. But now the three major sects are fighting fiercely on the 16th floor, and it is possible that the monster in the waterfall or other terrifying existences will be awakened. If they don't leave here, the risk is very high. But if they leave, the 16th floor of the dead zone is full of dangers, and it seems that it is the same wherever they go. Therefore, Ji-sun's decisive state of mind is also rarely embarrassed. When their eyes met, Jin Rushi understood what Ji-sun meant, and her deep pupils also shone faintly. She had thought of these things, of course, and it was also difficult to make a decision. Mrs. Mist looked at the two people's hesitant mentality, her beautiful eyes turned, and suggested, "How about going down to soak in the water?" As she said that, she pointed to the pool next to the stone tablet and said, "Didn't you say that the elemental water of the moon well can cleanse the soul and body? If you miss it, there will be no such good opportunity in the world." Ji-sun certainly thought about this idea. He had read the myths and legends in the books before, and heard the two elves talk about the moon well. He was very curious before. It was just a legend at first, but now the Forbidden Ruin stone tablet clearly states the wonderful uses of the elemental sea. And the words of Emperor Landlingster, "What a great place to take a bath." These words are like magic, attracting people to try it. The water quality of the pool next to the stone tablet is also very special. Other pools are colorful, but this pool is very clear, and you can see the gravel at the bottom of the pool. It gives people a feeling that the elemental law is extremely rich. Anyway, it is not appropriate to go anywhere now, and the two elves also need time to be baptized, so why not give it a try? After hearing this, Ji-sun was really eager to try. Jin Rushi, who was looking at the pool, suddenly sensed the information exchanged by the immortals, and a strange look flashed across his face. Seeing that the two did not express their opinions immediately, Mrs. Mist did not hesitate and walked towards the pool casually. "Ah, if you are worried about danger, then I try it first." As she said that, she walked over directly. The water was uncertain about what was going on in this spring. Even if Emperor Lanlingster could soak in it, it was not certain that low-level card masters like them could touch it. Mrs. Mister lifted the hem of her cloak and tried to stretch her feet over, but as soon as she touched the water, a terrifying scene appeared. She only heard the sound of sizzle, and corrosive white smoke came out of her boots. Mrs. Mister was startled at first, but she didn't rush to pull her feet out. She is a vampire. Even if all her limbs are corroded, she can recover. After waiting for 2 breaths, she finally raised her feet. Ji-sun saw that most of her leather boots had been corroded, but her snow-white feet were safe and sound. And as if there was a visual illusion, her feet also emitted a faint elemental light. Mrs. Mist was not surprised, but her face was full of joy. "Ah, it's just as you said just now. I clearly feel that the pool water can cleanse the body." Looking at her shoes, the beautiful countess added, "But it's not dangerous. The elements are too concentrated and very corrosive. After all, they are top-level vampires, so they can still bear this corrosiveness." Oh! Ji-sun was not too surprised. Just like the fire element, when it is concentrated to a certain degree, it will be completely roasted in the flames. The same is true for other elements. When they reach a certain concentration, they are like a spell, and have elemental corrosiveness. It is not something that ordinary textiles can resist. When fighting, the clothes can be kept intact with the protection of the body, but if you really want to take a bath, you can't isolate all the elements. Mrs. Mist certainly saw this, and she said to herself without any hesitation, "Ah, it seems that this dress can't be worn anymore." As she spoke, she thought of something, tilted her head, and gave Ji-sun a charming smile, teasing, "Brother, you are in for a treat." This vampire lady who has lived for more than 100,000 years has seen all kinds of scenes, and she is not shy like a little girl. As soon as she said this, Mrs. Mist untied her red and black cloak, and then folded it up and placed it next to the stone tablet. Under the cloak was a very sexy combat skirt. After all, she was a noble, and her clothes were always very particular. The appropriate skirt outlined the perfect outline of her body, just right to show her plump and tight chest, as well as her perky hips and legs. Without any hesitation, she unfastened the buckle of her skirt on the back, and then took off her long skirt as if no one was around, and then her underwear. In a blink of an eye, a large area of skin was exposed to the air without any cover. Because she was a vampire, her skin was extremely white, which also added a layer of beautiful filter to her graceful body. Sexiness overflowed in the vision, and her whole body was full of extremely tempting spring light. Mrs. Mist folded her skirt and put it on the cloak. As if she had noticed something, she glanced back. The eyes curved into a crescent shape, with the corners of the eyes slightly raised, revealing silent teasing at all times. Without much hesitation, she walked towards the pool with her slender legs, and in a blink of an eye, she was immersed in the pool. Since the other party showed it openly, Ji-sun appreciated it without any psychological burden. He just watched the vampire countess dragging herself into the water naked, and nodded in appreciation. Mrs. Mist was not stingy in showing her charm, which was the charm in her bones. After entering the water, she let out a sigh of relief. "Oh my god, this moon spring water is so magical. It can really cleanse the soul. That kind of surprise cannot be faked." It really makes her, a top-level vampire, feel amazed. Turning around, she couldn't help but share her surprise experience after entering the water. "Brother, Miss Chin, don't you want to take a bath?" Ji-sun certainly wanted to, and if the other party didn't mind, he certainly didn't mind. But in his heart, he always felt that he shouldn't answer this question. However, before he could express his opinion, he heard Qin Rushi beside him say calmly, "Okay." Ji-sun tilted his head to look at Qin Rushi, slightly surprised. Qin Rushi responded with a frank and confident smile, "I want to try it too." As she said that, she put down the sword in her hand, then turned around and motioned to Ji-sun, "Help me unbutton my armor." "Oh!" Ji-sun responded casually, and then skillfully unbuttoned the armor buckle, as if he had done it countless times in the tent. Qin Rushi took off her outer armor, and then placed her armor and sword beside the pool, and began to take off her thigh plates and greaves. She would not have been shy about Ji-sun, and even if there was a third person, she didn't think it was a big deal. She turned around and took off her armor, leaving only the gray-brown tight combat uniform. Mrs. Mister hadn't been shy before, so she certainly didn't have any scruples, and lifted up her corset with her backhand, revealing her majestic figure. Before, only the armor covered her, and her proud figure couldn't be seen. Now that she was free of restraint, she trembled and swayed. Even Mrs. Mister in the pool looked at her, with a touch of surprise in her eyes, and exclaimed, "Miss Chin's figure is really great." Qin Ru smiled naturally, "Thank you." Then, she took off her top with a slight tug, and then unbuttoned her sports vest, exposing her upper body completely. Jin-Ru showed off without covering anything. Ji-sun looked at the white patch of white, admiring it without moving his eyes. Although he had seen it several times, and also in the consciousness world, he still felt that it was beautiful. Then he snorted, as if he was mocking himself. I really can't get enough of it. Jin-Ru leaned over, and pulled her tights to her knees. When she bent her body, her towering figure in front of her was like a pair of heavy pomelos, which was even more prominent. But it was at this angle that she saw Ji-sun's gaze. Jin-Ru's eyebrows moved slightly, and she smiled, still looking? If she didn't mind, she wouldn't hide it at all. While she was talking, all Ji-sun saw was a beautiful and plump back. Ji-sun certainly knew what she was teasing, and he didn't hesitate anymore and walked over. The two ladies didn't mind, so he certainly enjoyed it. I wanted to try this legendary moon spring, and there was also beautiful spring scenery to see, which was good. Chapter 510. Jin-Ru took off her clothes calmly, and stood beside the pool. This elegance and calmness was not deliberate, but she felt that it was no big deal. After all, she had used immortal control to share her extraordinary secrets with Ji-sun before, and her spiritual world was completely defenseless. If we really talk about the scene of taking off clothes, it was nothing between the two of them. Besides, the guy had seen a lot, and he had seen everything he should and shouldn't have seen, so he just let him do it. Besides, Jin-Ru also wanted to try whether the moon spring water was as magical as recorded on the stone tablet. Her jade feet touched the water surface and caused ripples. She immediately felt a strong elemental force invading from her toes, and then spreading throughout her body. Huh? Jin-Ru was also surprised in her heart, and her crystal eyes lit up instantly. There was really an indescribable mystery, which also made her look forward to it strongly. But just when she was about to enter the water, she seemed to remember something and retracted her feet. Perhaps not wanting to get her hair wet, Jin-Ru raised her hands and tried to put up her waterfall-like hair. Just at this moment, Ji-sun came over, and he casually asked, Auntie Jin, do you want my help? Jin-Ru also felt that it would be difficult to put up her hair without a mirror, so she happily said, okay. She turned slightly to the side and showed him her back. Ji-sun walked over and started to do it right away. Although he had never done hair before, he had seen Jin-Ru do it many times after spending so much time together, so he was not unfamiliar with it. His long wavy hair reached his waist, and he tied it up first, which revealed his beautiful back that was just covered by his hair. Because Ji-sun was right behind Jin-Ru, he was slightly taller, and this angle was just right to overlook her exquisite and straight figure. The distance was very close, and the fine and soft hair on her fair skin was clearly visible, and a fragrance came from her nose. She stood there, her figure was graceful and beautiful, and even if she stood there inadvertently, she had already shown an amazing curved beauty. The shoulders are smooth, and the waist naturally converges inward, forming a beautiful arc. Because the chest is too full, even on the back, you can see most of the heavy pomelo. Looking down, the proud hips and legs block the view, and the two halves of the graceful and round arc, proudly not flat, and the soft waves rise again. Melee card masters have been training their bodies for many years. Jin-Ru's figure is well proportioned and full of rhythm. No matter where the eyes fall, it is a wonderful beauty. Jin-Ru certainly noticed the eyes wandering behind him, thinking that he was not very good at doing women's hair, or other things, so he asked jokingly, well, if it's not easy, let me do it. As soon as these words came out, Mrs. Mist in the pool not far away smiled without saying anything. Ji-sun listened and quickened his hands, and put his hair up. No, it's done. With her hair tied up high, Jin-Ru immediately had a graceful and elegant lady's temperament. But because she was not wearing any clothes, she exuded an indescribable charm all over her body. Ji-sun followed behind her, and a gentle breath came to her face. Jin-Ru went into the water very calmly, and after feeling the magical effect of the pool water, she was also amazed and said, Ji-sun, this elemental water is really effective. After greeting Ji-sun, she lazily laid down by the pool. Ji-sun didn't hesitate and took off his clothes. Originally, the two ladies were not shy at all, and he wouldn't feel bad about taking off his clothes as a grown man. However, as soon as he took off his shirt and revealed his muscular upper body, Mrs. Mist opposite teased, Hey, brother, you have a great figure. Ji-sun smiled, Madam, please forgive me. His super three-dimensional attributes meant that he must have an exaggerated amount of muscles, but because the Qigong master lineage has the ability to refine muscles, he doesn't look too impressive when he puts on clothes. Now that the clothes were taken off, the body that was as hard as steel naturally had a strong visual impact. He responded casually and started to take off his pants again. Qin Rushi had her back to him, so she couldn't see it, and even if she saw it, she would cleverly avoid looking at him. There was nothing embarrassing between the two of them. However, Mrs. Mister was different. She just looked at him with interest, and her eyebrows raised a teasing smile. The cunning in her eyes seemed to be a response to Ji-sun's response to her not looking away when she took off her clothes before. But before, Ji-sun looked at it, but he didn't say anything. Mrs. Mist didn't have such scruples, and her eyes went from top to bottom. When she saw Ji-sun taking off his pants, her eyes didn't stop at all, and she commented, "Oh, not bad." This beautiful vampire countess didn't have the slightest girlish reserve, and she said it bluntly. Although Qin Rushi didn't turn her head to look, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Ji-sun was a little helpless, but he didn't lose his momentum, and responded, "Thank you for the compliment, madam." Fortunately, he went into the water. When Ji-sun stepped into the pool, his body was like a sponge absorbing water, and a strong swallowing feeling swept through thousands of pores. This pool of water, like a hot spring, is essentially an extremely rich liquefied state of elements. This is the most refined extraordinary element that Ji-sun has ever touched. It is purer than any magic core or spirit stone in his hand. It does not require any refining at all, and can be absorbed directly. No wonder Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mist were so surprised just now. As Ji-sun entered the water, enlightenment swooped out. You use Feast Devour, Constitution plus 0.5, Water Element Affinity plus 0.11. You use Feast Devour, Toughness plus 0.32, Fire Element Affinity plus 0.23. You use Feast Devour, Strength 0.28, Earth Element Affinity plus 0.31. You use Feast Devour, Agility plus 0.21, Wind Element Affinity plus 0.12. You use Feast Devour, Wisdom plus 1.1. Huh? Seeing this, Ji-sun was also surprised, and was surprised in his heart. How can it swallow so many extraordinary characteristics? When he entered the Rainbow's secret realm before, he actually found that this space was full of absorbable free elements. But it was too weak, so he didn't take it seriously. However, he didn't expect that this pool would swallow so many. The demon mark that Ji-sun fused was Grey Joker, which was also his biggest reliance for rapid improvement. But as the rank increased, he has now entered the top card master realm of the 7th rank, and the quality requirements for the extraordinary characteristics he can swallow and absorb are getting higher and higher, and it is getting more and more difficult. Although he can still absorb the properties from low-level supernatural items, the improvement he can get from them is getting smaller and smaller. For example, even if it is the same material, the improvement his 7th level body can get from absorbing supernatural properties may only be a few tenths of that at the 6th level. In this way, the improvement is very slow. However, the data on the panel is changing visibly, and Ji-sun feels that there are endless supernatural objects around him for him to absorb. I'm going to make a fortune now. Ji-sun couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. He had just advanced to the 7th level, and his physical limit was greatly increased. He was just having a headache about where to find so many high-quality extraordinary properties to absorb, but he didn't expect to come across it. The exaggerated amount of extraordinary properties in the pool of water in front of him was like a kettle, and a reservoir for his needs as a small 7th level. It can't be filled at all. I thought it was a bit risky to come to this moon well before. Now it seems that this is really the right thing to do. As long as time permits, Ji-sun even thinks that he can reach the peak of the 7th level physical attribute in a short period of time, and his strength will increase dramatically. And it's not just the effect of feast eating brings. Even if you do nothing, the spring water washes your body, and the elemental affinity continues to increase. You are washed by the moon spring water, and the affinity of all elements of earth, wind, water, and fire is plus 0.07. You are washed by the moon spring water. Ji-sun looked at Chi-Di, and clearly felt the elemental affinity increase, and the serious laws became clearer and clearer. It felt like the elemental spring water penetrated the pores, and then washed away the filth in the body, making the body become lighter. In other words, this is to improve one's own cultivation talent. The effect of improving people's elemental affinity, and improving the perception of the law written on the stone tablet is so exaggerated. Ji-sun was really surprised. Even though he had read a lot of books, and consulted various materials in the Royal Academy before, he had never seen any method that could compare with the current feeling. The pool water continuously washed the body, improving elemental affinity and law perception. You can become stronger just by lying down. No wonder Emperor Lalingster said, "This is a good place to take a bath." Ji-sun seemed to instantly understand the state of mind of the emperor, who wrote this sentence on the stone tablet more than 100,000 years ago. If it were him, he would now feel more comfortable than ever before. It seemed very good to leave a message in such a place, and let future generations witness that he had been there. And Ji-sun also understood why Emperor Lanlingster chose this pool instead of those colorful ones. Because this pool of water is not a single element, but all elements. This may be the elemental spring of the entire Rainbow Secret Realm. While being shocked, Ji-sun also sat down beside Qin Rushi and lay down. Qin Rushi was obviously very upset. She asked, "You also sense that your elemental affinity has greatly improved?" Ji-sun was very moved and nodded yes. After a pause, he added, "If I really stay here for a few days, I feel that my understanding of the high-level elemental laws will take a big step forward." Yes. Qin Rushi also sighed, "I never thought that the moon well in the mythical legend. The magical effect of this cleansing in the dead zone completely improves the talent for cultivation." The Valkyrie sequence she had taken before was more inclined towards the light system. Now that her affinity for all elements has increased, it means that she can also have a deeper understanding of the various fairy arts of the Bai family. This opportunity is an indescribable surprise even for her. Ji-sun deduced it in his mind and smiled. It may also be because we are the first group of humans to come in more than 100,000 years, so the effect is so good. Qin Rushi also smiled gently yes. Just like that, the three of them were not in a hurry to go somewhere else, and they just soaked in the spring water leisurely. In anyone's opinion, even if there are risks in this secret realm, the rewards are totally worth the risk. Ji-sun swallowed the extraordinary properties in the elemental spring water without restraint, making a lot of noise. The two women in the pool were very close to each other, and they were also top masters, so they naturally sensed the transfer of extraordinary properties. Qin Rushi knew Ji-sun's ability, and was at ease. Although Mrs. Mist also noticed it, and blinked her eyes, she didn't ask much. She guessed that this was the secret of Ji-sun's outrageous combat power. Of course, the most exaggerated changes were made by the two elves, Korra and Nina. The aura of the elemental law on them had reached the 4th level from the initial level of less than the 1st level, and it was still rising. The three people and the two elves were immersed in their cultivation and improvement, which also diluted the slight embarrassment brought by the beautiful spring scenery. Originally, for top-level masters like Ji-sun and the other two, they would not feel any restlessness even if they meditated for 10 days or half a month. But this silent atmosphere was indeed a little boring. Mrs. Mister on the other side seemed to think that she was doing nothing, so she suddenly asked a very unexpected question, "Brother, do you have any minor health problems?" When Ji-sun first heard this, he still felt a little confused. However, when he opened his eyes, and saw the smile on the face of the beautiful countess, he seemed to understand something. When he was doing Qin Rushi's hair before, he accidentally showed his orchid finger. Maybe it was because of this? Before he could guess more, Mrs. Mister asked directly without beating around the bush, "Miss Qin has such a good figure, but you didn't react at all? And my sister isn't bad either?" More than not bad. She was able to become the chosen one of the Scarlet Corruption Seat, and she had a special physique. Not only did she have natural brow bones, but she also had the charm of a vampire. It can be said that if Ji-sun had to talk about the sexiest style, she would definitely be ranked first. While speaking, Mrs. Mist did not forget to straighten her chest and confidently show her figure. The water in the pool was clear, and it did not block the view. Instead, it was like a veil covering the smooth skin, adding a bit of hazy charm. This figure is not as voluptuous as Qin Rushi's, but it is also impeccable, and the word charming is described just right. The Countess showed her figure openly, and of course she would not mind Ji-sun looking at it. Moreover, the charm brought by her talent is hard for others to look away. Qin Rushi did not say anything, but even she looked at her with an appreciative look. "Of course, the lady is very beautiful," Ji-sun responded. He understood that this beautiful lady was saying that he was not good enough. "Although I don't want to tell others about this because it's a bit of a privacy issue. Since you asked, there's nothing wrong with answering it." As he said that, Ji-sun said frankly, "I was deformed for some special reasons before, which had a little impact. But it's not a big problem. I used black magic in the previous battle with the son of Heavenly Dragon, and it did backfire from time to time. The problem is still controllable." "Ah, you are deformed?" Hearing this, Mrs. Mist blinked, obviously a little surprised. Originally, she was teasing him for his poor condition, but she didn't expect the problem to be bigger. She thought for a moment and asked, "Well, how about I take a look for you?" This was half joking, half serious. Other questions are hard to answer, but she does have some ideas for this one. When Ji-sun heard this, his expression was slightly stunned. If it were somewhere else, this would be normal. "I care about you, and help see if it can be solved. But here, Mrs. Mist, A vampire, who has lived for countless years, would not be shy. She asked just for the sake of saying it, knowing that Ji-sun would not mind. As she said this, she actually waded over from the opposite side of the pool and sat down. When a person enters the water, there are slight ripples, and the buoyancy of the water waves lifts up the pair of Snow White proudly, like plump koi swimming in the water. During the Alterac civilization period, when this countess was born, the view of gender was more open than in modern times. She also had no intention of avoiding suspicion, and stood next to Ji-sun. A large area of skin touched her smoothly, which made Ji-sun very gentlemanly give her a seat. However, Qin Rushi was on the right. Before, there was still some distance between the two of them, but now that they moved, their bodies were touching each other. The water was rippling, and Ji-sun's arm clearly touched a soft touch. Qin Rushi was still lying leisurely, and didn't feel anything wrong. Ji-sun was surprised for a moment, but then, he calmed down. There was a wonderful touch on both sides, which made him feel different. However, Mrs. Mist's next words immediately made the atmosphere subtle again. As soon as she sat down, she seemed to have discovered something. Hey, it seems to have some reaction. Ji-sun's current state can control any condition of his body, but several voices in his heart said that it was unnecessary. Then he also felt that way, so he just let it go. Is it a witch distortion? This is very troublesome. Mrs. Mist heard about distortion and immediately understood what was going on. She said, I know a kind of succubus secret technique. I can help you try it. If the situation is not particularly bad, it should be able to greatly suppress the distortion. Ji-sun knew she had seen the root of the problem as soon as he heard it. The so-called succubus secret technique probably also takes the idea of suppression. Originally, he also used the joyful illusion to suppress himself every day, but everything was easy to say in dreams. Are you serious? Do you mind if I take action? Mrs. Mist did not hide her eyes, and looked at Ji-sun's changes directly through the water. Is this a question? As soon as she said it, she took action directly. Before Ji-sun could say anything, a pink light ball lingered on her palm, and then touched Ji-sun's forehead. In an instant, Ji-sun clearly felt an intracranial orgasm at the limit of his usual pleasure, and his eyes lit up. This time, it was stronger than any time he suppressed himself. Mrs. Mist looked like a qualified doctor at this moment, looking into the water and judging him. It seems that the situation is not particularly bad. Ji-sun didn't know whether he should think this was a good thing or embarrassing. But this succubus secret method is really magical. Qin Rushi beside him also felt something, and tilted his head to look. She seemed to think it was a good thing, and there was a hint of approval between her eyebrows. Ji-sun's eyes twitched. Mrs. Mist healing continued. It must be said that her research on the art of charm is indeed a little tricky. As for the happy dreams, that was Ji-sun's fantasy based on his own experience, and the pleasure created by the Countess reached a strange and intense height that Ji-sun had never experienced before. For a moment, Ji-sun really had an illusion that this secret method might be able to cure the deformity. Qin Rushi also noticed this. She knew Ji-sun's situation very well, so she had been trying to find a solution, but the effect was limited. Now she looked at it very seriously, and didn't feel embarrassed at all. The pink light in Mrs. Mister's hand was very gentle, and she said, the problem of the witch's distortion at the soul level cannot be completely eradicated. Brother, do you usually use mental illusions to suppress distortion? Ji-sun didn't hide it, yeah. Mrs. Mister saw the root of the problem at once, and said, although it can indeed temporarily suppress distortion, it is easy to fatigue the mind and constantly raise the threshold of pleasure. Do you feel that the same illusion has become less effective recently? Sure enough, professional matters require professionals. Ji-sun listened and nodded yes. This is indeed a problem encountered recently, but he has not thought of any solution. The secret realm of pleasure, a place that can satisfy countless fantasies, can't be suppressed, let alone reality. Qin Rushi beside him also watched the treatment seriously, and listened carefully. Mrs. Mister saw the root of the problem, and obviously there are some ways. After checking, she said, this is indeed difficult to solve, but I can improve it a little. As she spoke, her slender hand withdrew from Ji-sun's forehead, and one hand became two hands, rubbing Ji-sun's temples on both sides. While rubbing, she said, brother, have you heard of the saying that the body is the anchor of the soul, and the soul is the rudder of the body? Ji-sun had actually heard of it. Master Merlin had mentioned this concept before, but he didn't know what it had to do with his own distortion. Mrs. Mist didn't beat around the bush and said directly, pure spiritual satisfaction is out of touch with reality. In this way, it is actually very exhausting. Moreover, if the body is not satisfied, it will produce a misunderstanding. Leaping is a loss of energy, and the threshold of the body's pleasure point will become higher and higher. Therefore, it is recorded in the ancient law that the soul and the body actually need the same stimulation to relieve the distortion more efficiently. Ji-sun heard this, and really had never heard of this statement. But after careful consideration, it is indeed the truth. However, the atmosphere became a little strange at this time. Ji-sun admitted that what Mrs. Mr. said made sense, but the treatment was a little bold. Because she had to use both hands to knead Ji-sun's temples, she was basically close to Ji-sun's body. Originally, other places would not be a problem, but in this pool, no one was wearing clothes, so large areas of skin were inevitably touched, especially the swaying plump koi, which was really touching. Mrs. Mr. obviously didn't care at all. Even though she knew that Ji-sun had taken advantage, her face was always calm. Occasionally their eyes met, and they could still see the teasing look. If she didn't say anything, Ji-sun certainly couldn't say anything. He couldn't just push her away and pretend to be calm. The treatment was real treatment. Those secret methods, even Ji-sun and Qin Rushi had never heard of them. But the teasing was real teasing. Mrs. Miss didn't forget the third person in the pool. As she was talking, she suddenly said, "There is a secret method in the succubus secret technique, which is about how to solve this kind of problem. Miss Qin, can you help me?" Ji-sun was stunned. Qin Rushi asked calmly, "How can I help?" Mrs. Miss said casually, "Come closer." Ji-sun, I must have understood what she said. But I couldn't tell whether the Countess really needed help or was teasing her on purpose. The atmosphere was slightly silent for a moment. Ji-sun thought it would be a little awkward. However, Qin Rushi came closer naturally and asked directly, just like that. Ji-sun immediately felt his right arm sinking into 2 layers of tender honey pomelo. With the blessing of the succubus secret method, I instantly felt a strange experience. "Yeah." Mrs. Miss nodded in approval, then smiled meaningfully. "I don't mind helping you with more treatment. But since Miss Qin is here, I won't overstep my authority. I have a secret formula, and my brother and Miss Qin can remember it. Not only can it suppress the distortion, but it can also add some small fun to your daily life." Hearing this, Ji-sun was a little helpless, but Qin Rushi remained calm. Chapter 511. Succubi are the same race from the abyss as our blood race. They have a talent to improve their own cultivation by absorbing essence. Later, humans created some secret cultivation methods based on that talent. The essence of living beings is actually different. The essence of men and women in humans is very similar to the light and dark phases, which complement each other. However, it was lost in my era. You are also lucky to have met me. This is not an evil method, but the supreme method of the universe's living beings. It's just that most low-level humans cannot understand the mystery, and only see the novel intercourse postures. Also, brother, you should avoid the source of distortion on weekdays. The distortion of witches cannot be reversed, so it will be troublesome if it gets more serious. When you are free, enjoy more pleasure. You are so lucky to have a beautiful friend like Miss Qin. If you have any problems, you can come to me at any time. I should be happy to help you. Mrs. Mist carefully explained the principle of the succubus secret method. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi understood it. The principle of the secret method is roughly the fusion of spiritual cultivation and physical body, which is a bit like the meaning of yin and yang collection, but more of it is the exchange of yin and yang essence between people. Of course, in addition to the secret method, there are also some matching postures. That is a topic that ordinary people would blush when hearing. The 3 of them were frank with each other, and the atmosphere became more subtle. Ji-sun knew that this was a very clever charm technique, and secretly sighed that Mrs. Mist's methods were indeed extraordinary. Having lived for more than 100,000 years, she has mastered a lot of knowledge of ancient civilizations. While explaining, the charming vampire countess's pair of slender hands were still wandering on Ji-sun's body, helping him to familiarize himself with the succubus secret technique running through his body. Just like breathing, guiding the mantra to circulate in the body. However, Mrs. Mist's pink mantra traveled around Ji-sun's body, which did not bring about an increase in vitality, but a surging feeling of blood filling. It was the first time that Ji-sun had such a strong experience of pleasure. Even if there was no substantial action, just skin contact, the feeling was like a volcano about to erupt, and the accumulated power became more and more turbulent. This secret method is certainly really good. In order to cooperate with the treatment, Ji-sun did not suppress that thought. As time went by, a layer of hot red appeared on his skin, and his breathing gradually became heavier. Mrs. Miss certainly noticed it, and felt that there was nothing wrong. She was very satisfied that her charm was recognized, and most of her body was pressed against him. The delicate touch of the vampire's skin was real, and Qin Rushi on the right did not hide anything at all, listening and learning carefully. "Ah, Miss Qin, you try to guide it from this vein. Yes. Go down a little further from here, and then you will guide this cursed power back into your body. Haha, Miss Jean, you see, my brother's feelings for you are much stronger. Mrs. Mist is bold and honest, and she doesn't shy away from speaking. Even if it is a topic that makes people's blood boil, she can talk about it very naturally and demonstrate it. Although Qin Rushi didn't talk much, she was also learning seriously with a frank face. But after all, the three of them were not that familiar with each other, so there was no live broadcast. After Mrs. Mist explained the essentials of the secret method, she stopped at the last step of the practice. Okay, that's about it. Her delicate body, which was close to Ji-sun, also pulled away from him for a distance, looked at some scenes in the water, and seemed to be very satisfied with her treatment results. She jokingly concluded, "Oh, I thought my brother had some minor problems before, but now it seems great." Ji-sun felt that she was praising himself. But this topic was too ambiguous, so it was not easy to talk about it casually. However, just as he was thinking about whether to say something to thank her, Mrs. Mister said, and actually took action, playing with a flick. Although he had taken action before, this time, Ji-sun's eyes twitched violently. Even though he was a dignified 7th level card master, he felt a strong blow when he was flicked. On the other hand, Mrs. Mister didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, she laughed as if she had succeeded in teasing him, turned around and lay on her side by the pool. But she didn't return to the previous seat opposite, but sat next to Ji-sun. As if she felt uncomfortable again, Mrs. Mist said to herself, "Ah, this succubus secret method has no feedback. It really takes a lot of energy. Brother, let me borrow your arm to rest my head. I want to have a good rest." As she said that, she naturally put Ji-sun's hand on the back of her head and lay there lazily. Ji-sun didn't know if he really spent too much energy. There was indeed such a saying in the pleasure secret method I heard before. Originally, after one party consumed the essence, it had to be circulated back. Now it was equivalent to only doing half of it. Mrs. Mister had completely exported her energy to the outside world, but she didn't get any feedback. Her energy had visibly weakened. After all, it was a favor for Ji-sun, so he couldn't say anything. Instead, he should be grateful. Besides, it was just a girl who didn't seem to have any small requests. Just use her as a pillow. However, Ji-sun felt that the atmosphere was a little ambiguous, and instinctively glanced at Qin Rushi on the right. Before, because Mrs. Mister wanted to help, the two sat very close, with large areas of skin touching each other, which was already a very intimate distance. Although the course of treatment was finished, Qin Rushi still had no intention of distance. Instead, she seemed to recall the secret method from before, tried it on Ji-sun, and then lay down calmly, and continued to take a bath. Just like that, the three of them originally sat opposite each other, but now Ji-sun was hugging her left and right. This embarrassment disappeared in an instant. Ji-sun glanced at her and laughed at himself. The tacit understanding between him and Qin Rushi did not need to be explained, and any embarrassing thoughts were completely unnecessary. Thinking of this, Ji-sun also lay down leisurely. After the treatment, Ji-sun felt very good. The feeling of fullness of blood and qi diluted the feminine feeling that he had been accustomed to, and made him feel that the whole world was bright. After careful consideration, the secret method of succubus is indeed very profound. After Ji-sun thought about the concept of comparing the essence to the two phases of light and darkness, countless thoughts spread out. That is a top-level extraordinary realm that he has not touched at his current level. The bright moon is high in the sky, and there are large areas of gorgeous colorful pools and forests around, and hundreds of water platforms are connected. This scenery is also beautiful. The three of them just soaked in the spring water in a casual and leisurely manner. The magical cleansing effect of the moon's spring water brought improvement to the three of them all the time. The harvest, the beautiful scenery, the mysterious and ancient made them forget all the worries and troubles temporarily. For a moment, the faces of the three of them showed a comfortable and relaxed expression. Ji-sun had a lot of thoughts in his mind. He lay on his back by the pool, squinting his eyes, looking at the bright moon in the sky, and his thoughts were scattered like the moonlight. The two elves, Cora and Nina, had already flown into the sky and disappeared near the moon. The water rippled slightly. The water of the elemental spring was a little denser than ordinary water, but it just made the three high-level extraordinary bodies, who were good at close combat, float. It was during this ripple that Ji-sun suddenly felt his right hand touch a warm area. Mrs. Mist rested her left arm on her head, and Ji-sun simply spread his hands to make himself comfortable. Qin Rushi didn't say anything and rested her right arm naturally. Although the relationship was already very close, Ji-sun also wanted to show something in front of outsiders. But when the water rippled, The arm on Qin Rushi's shoulder just happened to touch a warm area. The excitement brought by the secret method had not completely subsided. Ji-sun glanced at the water surface and saw a pair of round and proud half-submerged and half-floating. Qin Rushi had an impressive figure, which could not be concealed even when soaking in the water. Instead, it was lifted up by the gentle waves, rippling with a different spring scenery. Ji-sun looked at this spring scene for a few more times. Although he had seen Qin Rushi naked several times before and after, and had seen it many times in her conscious world, this was the first time that the two of them had such an unguarded intimate contact. After all, the memory scenes like watching a movie are completely different from the real feelings. This feeling is very subtle. Ji-sun did not deliberately try to do anything, but the water waves seemed to be very considerate. Rippling, the fingertips of his right hand sometimes touched the softness. Even though the two of them had been together for such a long time, Qin Ru was completely defenseless against him in the tent during the camping in the wild, and sometimes he could not help but feast his eyes on the scenes. But they maintained a close, but not boring attitude towards each other. It's not that their relationship is not close enough, but they have tacitly maintained the kind of relationship that makes both of them feel very comfortable. Not too strong or too weak, just the right amount of pleasant relationship. It's the first time for them to have such an intimate skin touch like now. Qin Rushi is now lying beside him with her head resting on her arm, without wearing any clothes, with large areas of skin touching and body temperature blending. It's already a very intimate state. Ji-sun knew that Qin Rushi would definitely not mind, and he himself didn't want to break that tacit understanding. But now, the succubus's secret method has aroused her desire. The water waves continue to ripple, and Ji-sun is also enjoying the wonderful touch of bone eroding, which feels great. Qin Rushi can certainly feel it. At first, she didn't want to pay attention, but after a few more times, she also found something unusual. With her eyes half closed, she tilted her head and glanced, and her eyes met Ji-sun's. Qin Rushi hummed softly between her nose, as if asking, "Your hand?" Then, their eyes touched, and she seemed to understand something, and a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes, and then they closed again. It seems like she agreed to something. Ji-sun understood the playful and frank smile in Qin Rushi's eyes when his eyes touched hers, as if silently saying, "You can touch me if you want, I don't mind." Although he knew she wouldn't mind, he felt an inexplicable impulse when he got permission. Ji-sun's hand no longer followed the crowd, but quietly stroked away, covering a part of it with one hand. Qin Rushi's figure was too proud, plump but not falling, round and delicate. With a little force, the smooth touch seemed to overflow from the fingers. Ji-sun's expression brightened, and he became alert and savored it carefully. It was a wonderful touch. It was like a ball of white clouds, soft and delicate, and with an extraordinary tightness and toughness exclusive to melee combat. The heavy pomelo was twisted and deformed in the hand, as if a magic power was transmitted from the palm, and the numbness instantly swept the whole body. It was like a beautiful work of art, and it was never boring. Ji-sun was having a lot of fun playing with it, and glanced at Qin Rushi beside him. There was still no change on that beautiful face, just lying there leisurely, letting him do whatever he wanted. Gradually, Ji-sun's hands were no longer limited to light touches, but began to wander. Qin Rushi's figure was not as thin and beautiful as that of ordinary women, but was plump and well-proportioned, and her entire figure felt wonderful to the touch. His right hand just hugged her like this, and wherever he touched, it felt smooth and white. But his arm was resting behind Qin Rushi's head, and only his forearm could move, so he couldn't be too unrestrained. After wandering around, Ji-sun's hand climbed up again, continuing to enjoy the graceful figure. The atmosphere was warm and intimate. It was this kind of pleasant atmosphere that made the bath time become brisk. Half an hour passed in a flash. Ji-sun enjoyed the tenderness. But suddenly, an ambiguous chuckle came from his ear. "How does it feel?" The person who spoke was not Qin Rushi, but Mrs. Mister with a smile. For top-level extraordinary people of their level, any subtle movements could not be hidden from perception, not to mention that the three of them were so close. But knowing is one thing, and really saying it is another. Ji-sun listened and glanced at the charming face. He knew that the Countess had sensed his little action. Mrs. Mist did not hold back and teased, "Ha! Miss Qin's figure is so beautiful that even a woman like me can't take my eyes off her. If I were a man, I would definitely not let her go. It would be great to chat with someone who is bored." For this vampire, who has lived for more than 100,000 years, there are not many people who can really talk to him after he wakes up from the long years of dormancy. The vampires have a strong sense of class. Xie Guizhong is the prince's superior, so they only talk about serious matters. His subordinates are not interested, but Ji-sun is very interested. Ji-sun was not embarrassed when she heard the teasing. After all, she had just experienced the enthusiasm of the Countess. Besides, her left hand was on her shoulder, and the Countess did not mind the occasional intimate touch. Although Mrs. Mist teased the two, her tone was very calm, and the atmosphere was not awkward. Qin Rushi also responded calmly, "If he likes it, let him do it." This showed her attitude. Ji-sun didn't say anything, but after hearing this, she didn't intend to withdraw her hand. Hearing this, Mrs. Mister also became interested and laughed, "Haha, in fact, you don't have to care about me, just pretend I don't exist." Of course, if Miss Qin really feels inconvenient, I can also avoid it. Even though the topic was so straightforward, Qin Rushi still responded calmly, "It's not inconvenient at all. This guy just had a hankering. Thanks to the succubus secrets you shared with me before, I think it's pretty good. The topic always needs people who can pick up the topic, so it's interesting to talk about it. This kind of private topic can also quickly bring people closer." Mrs. Mist opened up the conversation, and in a blink of an eye, she and Qin Rushi seemed to be very close friends. She teased, "Oh really? Then I don't mind watching." Qin Rushi said generously, "I don't mind. But forget it here. Next time, ask Ji-sun. If he can do it, I can do it too." Ji-sun closed his eyes, but didn't play dead. He didn't think it was a rational choice to talk about this topic. Hearing this, Mrs. Mist glanced at him, her smile became brighter, and she laughed openly, "Ha ha, men are actually very easy to satisfy. By the way, Miss Qin, I still have some ancient secrets. Are you interested in listening to them?" Qin Rushi didn't hesitate at all, but showed a very interested expression. "Okay. Just a good opportunity to ask for advice." As they chatted, the two women talked about some private topics. Mrs. Mist was from the last civilized era after all. She knew too many ancient secrets that had been lost. Many of the topics she talked about were not only of interest to Qin Rushi, but Ji-sun also felt that he had learned a lot. The three of them just chatted indifferently. A little while passed in a flash. Ji-sun and the other two just chatted, which was not boring. Cora and Nina, the two elves, had already flown to the moon in the sky and had not been seen for a long time. This is the holy land of elemental elves, so Ji-sun has nothing to worry about. Listening to the conversation between Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mist, Ji-sun's eyes were also looking at the bright moon in the sky. The moon is like a well overflowing with spring water, constantly overflowing with elements, which is probably the origin of the name Moon Well. However, as Ji-sun thought about it, countless curiosities emerged in his mind. For example, how did this moon come from? Why is it in the shape of a moon? And the baptism received by the two elves seems to be different from that of the three humans. What other secrets are hidden in this secret realm? Just as I was thinking, Mrs. Mist had just started talking about the moon. I was born at the end of the Age of Chaos. At that time, not only the southern continent, but also the central continent and several other continents were in constant conflict. Various old ones revived, and there were catastrophes and wars everywhere. It can be said that the gods were fighting in this plane, which hid too many secrets. It is said that before the Age of Chaos, there was an era of the fall of the gods. At that time, there was a moon in the sky. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi were both very interested. Hundreds of thousands of years are enough to obliterate too many historical truths, especially the history of the Age of Chaos before the establishment of the Talon dynasty. Mrs. Mist said a lot of what she knew and what she heard. This also filled in a large part of Ji-sun's knowledge blind spot about prehistoric civilization. But when talking about the moon, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, doesn't this stone tablet say that the moon spring also has the effect of cleansing the soul? Why doesn't it feel particularly obvious?" He thought that the effect of cleansing the soul should come from the moon. "That's why I'm confused." "Yeah. I also feel that my mental power has improved a little, but not much." "Yeah. It's a little weak indeed." Hearing this, Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mist also nodded. They felt the same way. Compared to the affinity improvement brought by the elemental spring water washing the body, the cleansing of the soul is negligible. Ji-sun looked at the moon in the sky and said, "Could it be some restrictions? If there were no two elves, it would be fine. He might not have noticed it. But he knew that the growth of elemental spirits required a huge amount of spiritual power. So judging from the speed at which Cora and Nina's spirits were upgraded, this secret realm must be filled with a rich spiritual field, which could greatly cleanse the soul." But Ji-sun and the other two did not have that feeling, so the only possibility was that the hidden condition was not triggered. The three discussed for a while, but still could not come to a conclusion. At this time, Ji-sun suddenly thought of something and looked at the black stone tablet. After staring at it for a long time, The information was still similar to what he had seen before. His eyes turned, and a clown phantom suddenly appeared behind him. Ji-sun observed it carefully again. In his opinion, Joker's demon power could enhance his understanding, and perhaps he could see some hidden information. Qin Rushi knew the ability of his demon mark, so he looked at it without saying much, and stared at the stone tablet. And Mrs. Mist has always been curious about the origin of Ji-sun's clown phantom, but she didn't ask. After just a glance, she asked, "Brother, since you said that the words were left by Emperor Landlingster, could it be that he has hidden some message? Otherwise, why engraved it on this stone tablet instead of somewhere else?" Ji-sun also thought about it. But those words were just plain words, and there was no hidden message. I had observed it countless times before. However, perhaps it was luck that hit inspiration. After Mrs. Mister reminded him, Ji-sun suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Yes, why is it engraved on the stone tablet? This gives people a sense of abruptness, like scribbling on an ancient object. When I first entered the secret realm, I was attracted by the surrounding environment. Now I think about it, and immediately feel that something is wrong. Could it be that these words themselves hide some meaning, but are the secret key? When Ji-sun had this thought, he did not read the text and the stone tablet separately, but merged them together. He was familiar with various encryption methods, just like he had a key. Now there was a door in front of him. He was not sure which key was correct, so he had to try them one by one. After trying several decryption methods, he still failed. Suddenly, Ji-sun had a flash of inspiration again. Could it be the moon? As he thought about it, a bright moon shone down in the sky. He looked at the contents on the stone tablet again, and it immediately changed magically. What he saw was no longer the stone tablet, but a starry summer night sky. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky, and countless stars were shining. A magical scene appeared. The line of words carved by Emperor Landlingster was connected to a string of stars. It was like a mysterious seal was opened. A huge amount of information immediately flooded into Ji-sun's mind. He looked very happy and exclaimed, "It's true. The great Emperor Talon really left a huge secret for future generations." Chapter 512. A brilliant starry sky appeared in Ji-sun's eyes. He then realized that the great Emperor Landlingster had left behind a huge secret. He wrote the sentence, "This is really a good place to take a bath, not just to commemorate his visit." But he wanted to take a bath in this position in the pool, just in time to see the moon in the sky, the stone tablet, and the line of words. The stone tablet is the carrier of the content, the moon is the location, and the line of words is the key to decipher the encrypted information. A very clever encryption method. The deciphered text is as follows: "My future life, you can see the message I left behind, then you must be a brave enough card master. And I have fallen, you are the inheritor of the Joker sequence. Congratulations, you are qualified to touch the ultimate secret of this world, but unfortunately, you will see a cruel truth that may suffocate you." When Ji-sun saw this beginning, his thoughts suddenly became serious. As if the mystery of the world was about to be revealed, an unprecedented sense of anticipation came over him. Emperor Landlingster left this text, not for anyone in particular, but for the inheritor of Joker. Maybe thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years later, when the inheritors of this sequence have enough strength and opportunity, they will probably want to explore the secrets of the world, and then find this place and see this text. Ji-sun was also very curious about what the Emperor left behind. The text continued to appear, and after I advanced to the upper god level, I had reached the peak of humanity. But I clearly sensed that I was still far from touching the mystery of the origin of the world. So I kept exploring and searching, trying to peek into all the truths of the world. However, this problem troubled me for a long time, and I could not find clues to solve the puzzle from any ancient relics. But this should not be the case at all. As long as it exists, there must be traces left. This is the inevitable cause and effect. I have a very strange feeling, as if there is some high-dimensional consciousness that artificially prevents me from finding the mystery of the origin. Until one time when I was exploring a certain abyss rift, I accidentally discovered the coordinates of the underworld. That was the first time I realized that the Kashi civilization was just an inconspicuous plane. In this universe, there are countless such planes. However, it was this discovery that allowed me to touch the ultimate secret of the plane, but it was a secret that could not be mentioned in any way. Because in my deduction, there should be a plane monitor who does not allow the secret to be known by anyone. He prevented the Card Master civilization from seeing the truth of the world. Any existence involved in the secret would be erased. It turned out that the coordinates of the underworld controlled by the Nan family were discovered by Emperor Landlingster at the risk of his life. Ji-sun suddenly felt creepy when he saw this. Emperor Lanlingster did not say what the secret was, but the hint was obvious enough. Ji-sun did not know what the secret was, but he had deduced something in his mind. It felt like a prison with a person guarding it. Any prisoner who wanted to talk about escaping would be erased. Eternal imprisonment was a kind of despair. Perhaps because of his low rank, Ji-sun did not feel the despair too deeply. He continued to read. I have explored many ancient ruins and the place where the gods fell, but later I found that the direction was wrong, just like a bug in a glass jar. As long as it doesn't go out, it will never be able to recognize the world outside the bottle. I want to break the shackle. I set my goal in the depths of various world cracks, and finally I found some clues of prehistoric civilization. I followed the clues of the 54 super god sequences, and gradually saw the context of history. Before the Chaos Era, there was also a Great Collapse Era. It was an era of gods fighting, and the fall of gods. The Kashi civilization was also a super god civilization passed down in the War of Gods. Finally, I found this dead zone. This is the place where a high-level Titan Protoss fell. It is the most mysterious and dangerous place among the many god relics I have seen. Even at my current level, I still cannot fully understand the remaining divine power. His rank, even the rank above the upper god rank, is beyond my comprehension. However, how did such a powerful god fall? I became more and more certain that my guess was correct. I am sure that there is a plane supervisor who has erased all relevant information. I realize that I have touched the edge of the truth, so I plan to go to the depths of the dead domain to take a look. When Ji-sun saw this, he completed the timeline of history in his mind. The Great Collapse Era, the Chaos Era, the Eastern Wasteland of the Talon Empire. It looks simple. But in fact, the process of exploration is full of difficulties. This is the perspective of standing on the shoulders of giants, so that Ji-sun does not have to repeat the difficult exploration path and easily touches the truth of this world. Ji-sun continued to read. I should have been noticed by the plane supervisor. I don't have much time left. I know that this trip will be dangerous, but I must go. So, I want to leave some information for future generations to know. Sorry, I can't give you a detailed description of what I saw. The secret involved will inevitably be noticed, and even the memory will be blurred. I thought of a way. I left all the secrets on the 53 Forbidden Ruins stone tablets. When your realm is high enough, you will naturally see it. When seeing this sentence, Ji-sun's first reaction was to think of Old Man Su. He suddenly understood why the old senior lost his memory. It turned out that he knew the ultimate secret. Old Man Su had been here before, and knew the secret of the Forbidden Ruin steel. He was like a carrier of the secret. He was also like a ghost, silently remembering the secret, and then living in a forgotten corner until now. Seeing this, a strong mysterious atmosphere came to my face. There is too much information. Ji-sun's eyes were foggy when he saw this, and he didn't know how to describe what he saw. There are two last paragraphs on the stone tablet. Since you have inherited the Joker sequence, I have some experience in cultivation to share with you. I have taken many detours. These roads may give you some references. Oh, and one more thing is that finding the 4 coffins with mysterious power is the supreme secret of the Joker sequence and the correct path to promotion to Color Joler. So far, the message of Emperor Lanlingster has ended. After reading it, Ji-sun was deeply moved. The contents on the stone tablet immediately solved many mysteries in his heart. So this is how the world works. So the 4 mysterious coffins are the promotion path for Color Joker, but some new questions have emerged, which are even more difficult to find answers to. For example, what is the existence called plane monitor by Emperor Lanlingster? Ji-sun's thoughts suddenly spread out, as if he was looking up at the starry sky, wanting to see what is beyond the endless and deep starry sky. But due to his limited knowledge, he could not see beyond the starry sky. A bug in the glass cover? Ji-sun murmured in his heart. He thought of the words on the stone tablet, and vaguely felt the feeling of being imprisoned and suffocated by Gao Wei. He didn't know how long it had been, but a call beside his ear brought his thoughts back to reality. Ji-sun, are you okay? Ji-sun's scattered eyes finally focused, and he turned his head to look at Qin Rushi, who had a serious face. When their eyes touched, Qin Rushi also breathed a sigh of relief, and explained, You just stared at the stone tablet for a long time. I thought you were trapped in a mental illusion. Hearing this, Ji-sun felt his thoughts return from the endless starry sky to the sea of consciousness, and responded, Oh, it's okay. He looked at the stone tablet with a distant gaze and added, I thought of something and was distracted. Yeah. Qin Rushi nodded, and seeing that he was fine, she didn't ask any more questions. Mrs. Miss blinked curiously and guessed, Brother, have you deciphered the hidden content on the stone tablet? Yes. Ji-sun nodded and said, Thanks to Madam's reminder, I have deciphered some messages left by Emperor Lanlingster. After this, not only Madame Mr., but also Qin Rushi cast a curious look. The two women looked at the stone tablet, and still did not see anything unusual, so they turned their curious eyes to Ji-sun again. Ji-sun knew that only the Joker Inheritor could see the hidden content, so he simply said, Emperor Lanlingster left some words. Yes, there are a lot of contents. The information contained in that content was too much, and he hadn't figured out how to explain it. And some things couldn't be said. Qin Rushi didn't shy away from it. And Mrs. Mr. was the chosen one of the Scarlet Cult, so some things couldn't be told completely. Ji-sun pondered for a moment, and directly said a piece of unimportant news. Emperor Lanlingster left behind a secret method of cultivation, and I don't know what it is. Secret method of cultivation? Qin Rushi was also very curious about what the Emperor's secret method would be. Ji-sun was the same. He had been trying to find all kinds of secrets to get to where he is now. The secret on the stone tablet was left by a real god, Joker's only secret. Ji-sun said, well, I feel that this secret is related to the soul. The grade of the secret is too high to be described. For breathing methods, spells, martial arts, etc., at least you can tell some of the ways. But this secret Ji-sun saw, only in his mind. It can only be understood but not expressed in words. It feels like seeing countless stars in the summer night sky, which were originally changing in a disorderly manner. Now, guided by the content on the stone tablet, they have become describable patterns. Leo, Libra, Aries, Taurus, Sagittarius, and the stars in the universe are like the sea of consciousness, which originally has no shape. It is whatever shape you want it to be, which is very subjective. And the specific pattern formed seems to have some kind of magic. When staring at it, it seems to have a glimpse of the secret of the universe, and the whole person's soul is sublimated. When Ji-sun tried to explain it to Qin Rushi and the others, he had a clearer understanding of this secret method in his mind. Then enlightenment appeared, you gained insights in your visualization, and you understood Joker's exclusive secret method of cultivating secrets. My heart is the universe LV0, huh? Seeing the enlightenment appear, Ji-sun was also surprised for a moment. He knew that Emperor Lanlingster had left behind a secret method, but when he saw the name, he was also extremely amazed. It felt like what human thoughts saw was a universe. And there are infinite mysteries beyond the thought. The thought extends endlessly. Ji-sun cannot see the upper limit of the secret method at his current level, but just a glimpse of it has shocked him beyond words. Moreover, a new question arises. What is this secret method for practicing? What is cultivating the spirit? He is sure that it is related to mental power, but not entirely. And there are more other things. Ji-sun's mind flashed with inspiration, and then he operated according to the secret method on the stone tablet and introduced the power of the moon in the sky. The moonlight shines on the body, and suddenly, the soul tempering that was completely unfelt before comes like a tide. Enlightenment also refreshes the harvest. You gain insights in spiritual cultivation, divine power proficiency plus 31, moon divine power blessing, enlightenment efficiency plus 850%. You gain insights in spiritual cultivation, divine power proficiency plus 41, moon divine power blessing, enlightenment efficiency plus 844%. You gain insights in spiritual cultivation, divine power proficiency plus. That kind of improvement is difficult to capture, and Ji-sun has not yet accurately realized what happened. However, when he saw the content of the enlightenment, he showed an unconcealable surprise on his face. Huh? It can actually increase the power of God. Ji-sun knew that the concept of power of God came from Gongwu. Gongwu figured it out by himself. According to experience, power of God can only be obtained from life and death battles. Ji-sun consulted countless materials, and did not find any relevant records. Unexpectedly, power of God can be cultivated? Qin Rushi also did not know that she could condense power of God largely because of the Bai family's fairy spirit technique. After hearing Ji-sun's description, she also showed a puzzled and surprised expression. You mean, the mysterious power in the moon can temper the divine power? Ji-sun nodded. He himself couldn't understand it, and of course, he couldn't explain it clearly. But unexpectedly, at this time, a low voice suddenly spoke. This is the boy who practices mysterious magic and condenses the divine fire. You have a great opportunity. There were only 3 people present, but this was the 4th voice. Ji-sun was not unfamiliar. When he tilted his head, he saw the shadow of Baichio appearing behind Qin Rushi. This ancestor immortal had always been protecting Qin Rushi, so it was not surprising that he appeared now. Hearing this, Ji-sun asked curiously, Senior, do you know? Baichio's expression was also very complicated, and he looked at Ji-sun with his amber snake eyes, and wondered what he was thinking. After pondering for a long time, it said, if you want to enter the God level, in addition to condensing the Godhead, the most important step is to condense the God fire. To put it another way, the Godhead requires a strong body, and the God fire requires a strong soul. The immortals of the Bai family are all spirits, so the way they practice is basically equivalent to the way to condense the divine fire. So Bai Chiu is of course very clear. The divine fire alone cannot be condensed, which is why they need a sufficiently powerful companion contract master. As soon as these words came out, Ji-sun, Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mist all showed puzzled expressions. Ji-sun seemed to have seen some words about divine fire and godhood in some classics, but he only knew the names. It's normal that you don't know. After all, this is a secret method that even the gods don't allow to be spread. Bai Chiu seemed to understand the three people's thoughts and said bluntly, the extraordinary resources of the plane are limited. No matter what era, the gods will not be so kind as to teach all the cultivation methods leading to the god level to low-level creatures. They will also create some enemies for themselves. Therefore, the method of condensing the divine fire has always been a taboo. In other words, the card master civilization does not need to believe in gods, so some incomplete secret cultivation methods can be passed down. Ji-sun understood. After all, it's still about resource monopoly. Qin Rushi's expression was normal. But Mrs. Mister was the chosen one of the Scarlet Lord, so her expression was a little strange. Bai Chiu continued, that's why I said that you have a great opportunity. Even in the Bai family back then, only the head of the family could inherit the complete secret cultivation method. You, the direct disciple of Emperor Lanlingster, are even more extraordinary. Oh! Hearing this, Ji-sun's eyes lit up. Only then did he realize that he seemed to have really got a great opportunity. However, as soon as this thought came up, Bai Chiu immediately poured cold water on him. But even if you get the secret method of cultivating the gods, it is only a slight possibility to condense the divine fire. It's still early now. In this secret realm, if you can really use the divine power of the moonlight, it will be of great help to your understanding of entering the holy realm. It didn't want to interrupt, but this matter did have a lot to do with it. It is an immortal, and it is impossible to make further progress by itself. It also knows the difficulty of the threshold. After practicing for thousands of years, it is still stuck at this bottleneck. Originally thought that there was no hope of advancement in this life. However, until more than 100 years ago, in the sealed place of Dongwang, a mysterious old man made a prophecy. Said that it would get a great opportunity from the next heir of the Bai family. That's why it accepted the contract with Qin Rushi, who was just a weak 6th level card master at the time, in the plague swamp of the old continent. I didn't think anything of it before. Now, step by step, the prophecy seems to be gradually fulfilled. Bai Chiu didn't say much, just explained the importance of the secret method, and then disappeared again. Ji-sun and the other two were left looking at each other in bewilderment. This is a special secret method, Ji-sun can't tell it. Others can't listen to it, nor can they learn it. However, the trick of using the moon to temper the soul engraved on the stone tablet can be used by Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mister. Lanlingster cracked the secret of the moon. This allowed the three people to use the hidden effect of the moon well, which was originally only available to the elemental elves. After Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mist tried it, they were pleasantly surprised to find that their souls had indeed been tempered. The strength of the divine power was visibly increasing. After trying it, Qin Rushi took out the 10,000 Immortals lamp. Although Bai Chiu didn't say it directly just now, she understood it. This moonlight seems to be of great benefit to the Immortals. The heir of the Bai family cultivates the spirit not only for himself, but also for the contracted Immortals. Qin Rushi can absorb the moonlight for his own use, and the Immortals will also benefit from it. This attempt really works. Before, the Immortals in the 10,000 Immortals Lantern were seriously injured when they killed the holy son of the heavenly dragon. Now, with the nourishment of the moonlight, the Immortals recovered at an exaggerated speed. The moonlight accumulated for more than 100,000 years is now enough to satisfy the three people's tempering. As exaggerated as Ji-sun's improvement, Qin Rushi's immortal spirit surged visibly. Beside the pool, immortal spirits were floating in the air. In this way, the three not only soaked their bodies in the elemental spring, but also used the moonlight to temper their souls. Regardless of the earth-shattering battles in other places, the three people just soaked leisurely. Time flies when practicing. This soak lasted for 7 days. Ji-sun and the other two wanted to continue running, but the battle between the three major sects finally spread to the moon well. Chapter 513. Senior Su, are you okay? Ji-sun looked at the unconscious old man Su lying on the ground in front of him, his eyes full of solemnity and thought. He had discovered that there was a forbidden ruined stone tablet in this rainbow's secret realm before, and guessed that Old Man Su would come to find him. He had been bathing for a few days, but didn't see anyone. Ji-sun thought that Old Man Su might have been here. However, just a quarter of an hour ago, when the battle shockwave dozens of kilometers away alerted Ji-sun, and the other two, a sneaky old man appeared out of nowhere. It was the Old Man Su who disappeared inexplicably before. Originally, Ji-sun thought that with such an old senior anchoring the risk, he could stay in this rainbow's secret realm for a while longer. But he never expected that the development of things was completely different from what he expected. Of course, Old Man Su came for the forbidden ruined steel. Ji-sun had seen this old man read the steel in the Xiaomuching secret realm and found his big account to turn the tide. I thought that since the old man had a big account, this trip to the dead zone would be safe. At least there was a glimmer of hope from the old man. But the fact was, no one knew what Old Man Su saw on the stone tablet. As he was reading, his eyes suddenly turned white. Then, he fainted on the ground, beside the pool surrounded by white mist. Ji-sun, Qin Rushi and Mrs. Mr. looked at the unconscious Old Man Su with extremely serious expressions. The three of them knew how powerful this old man was. That was why they couldn't understand why he fainted suddenly. Qin Rushi frowned slightly, and at a loss, she tilted her head and asked Ji-sun, "What should we do now?" Although the sound of the battle was still far away, this secret realm was also very wide, and the three of them could hide if they wanted to. But they didn't forget that Ming Kongke had said before that there was a very terrifying existence in this elemental waterfall. She asked this question, of course, to ask whether they should leave in advance or stay to see the situation. Ji-sun also fell into thinking, and of course he knew why she was hesitant. The risk of staying is huge. But it also means opportunity. This dead zone involves the top secrets of this plane. Just like this moon spring. After soaking in it for a few days, the three people's elemental affinity has been tempered to an extremely high level. In other words, the efficiency of cultivation has skyrocketed several times. And the moon cleans the soul, and the three people have each made great improvements. Just talking about Ji-sun himself, the attributes of strength, physique, intelligence, etc. on the panel have skyrocketed by several times, and the proficiency of divine power is several times higher than before. You must know that this is not a low-level time, but a 7th level with a single attribute of more than 1,000, and the attributes of all dimensions have skyrocketed by hundreds of points. It can be said that if he does not consider consolidating the foundation of the 7th level, in terms of physical strength, he is even now confident that he can advance to the 8th level. There has never been any improvement that can be compared with the improvement in the past few days. So this also made Ji-sun a little hesitant. Especially after understanding the words left by Lanlingster on the stone tablet, he became more curious about what the ultimate world of the dead domain is. Now the three major outer god sects are fighting fiercely, and as bystanders, they are actually not at great risk. If the terrifying existence in the elemental waterfall is really awakened, those guys should be the first to attract fire. Moreover, according to Ji-sun's deduction, the three major sects may not be unable to deal with that existence. In fact, they are coming for it. After thinking for a long time, Ji-sun turned to look at Mrs. Mr. and asked, "Madam, is there any arrangement with old Xie?" He guessed a long time ago that Xie Guizhong asked Mrs. Mr. to come with him to the 16th floor through the secret passage, and there must be some purpose. And since this map was obtained from Dean Gustav, the people of the Illuminati must also know about it. They even know that there is a moonwell here, and they must know that there is danger. But they still came. This means that there will be a big event here. I don't know either. Upon hearing the question, Mrs. Miss shrugged and explained, "The prince just notified me to meet up with you and find a chance to come down. I don't know how he arranged it." "Yeah." Ji-sun nodded, not feeling that Mrs. Mist was hiding something. She really didn't know. Looking at the unconscious Old Man Su on the ground again, Ji-sun's mind was racing, and he finally decided to stay and see what was going on. Although this old senior was unconscious, his aura of crisis avoidance might not be useless. Thinking of this, Ji-sun glanced at Qin Rushi. Qin Rushi understood his thoughts very tacitly and nodded. Ji-sun didn't explain much, and carried Old Man Su on his shoulders. He took another look at the spring water. Although it was a pity, he was not dissatisfied. Bathing has improved greatly in the past few days. He also used various containers to collect a lot of spring water. He has maximized this rare opportunity. Ji-sun said, "Then let's go to the cave entrance on the cliff first. In case of any problems, we can go to the upper level immediately." The two women nodded. At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of them. It was the dark peacock that had not been seen for a few days. Obviously, she was also alarmed by the fighting in the distance. Unlike the seriously injured state a few days ago, she is now radiant and her aura is much stronger. It seems that not only her injuries have healed, but she should have benefited a lot from the elemental spring water. And there is a faint red light between her eyebrows. That is the aura of the fragment of the Godhead. Perhaps because of the recovery of the injury, or because of the fragment of the Godhead, the resentful micro-expression between Peacock's eyebrows, which was almost killed before, has also faded a lot. Before she could speak, Ji-sun invited her directly. "Why don't you come with us? After leaving the dead zone, I will help you contact my friends." After hearing this, Ming Kong-K showed a hint of hesitation on his face, neither agreeing nor refusing. As the contracted spirit beast of the Nan family, she certainly wanted to contact the main family. After a moment of silence, she just reminded, "Those guys are so reckless, I'm afraid they will alarm the one in the elemental waterfall." "Yeah." Ji-sun nodded and said, "Let's avoid them." With a dark peacock who can break all laws, the survival rate of each other in the face of danger will be greatly improved. Mrs. Mist originally planned to go with Ji-sun and the others, but she didn't know what instructions she received and suddenly left. Ji-sun didn't ask much, guessing that Xie had made some big moves. He carried Old Man Su and went to the exit of the secret passage on the rock wall with Qin Rushi and Peacock. The current situation is too risky, and it is no longer a level that low-level card masters can gamble on luck. Bonnie and other cadres in the 15th floor Spider Cave have retreated and climbed to the upper level of the dead zone. On the cliff, Ji-sun and his companions carefully concealed their breath and observed the battle not far away. A big sun has appeared on the horizon, which is the sun disk emitting divine golden light. Unlike the dim light when it was first brought out of the alien space, this disk now seems to be full of divine power, like a big sun hanging high in the sky, and the scorching sun can be felt even from a long distance. The fluctuations of the battle are coming here, and Ji-sun looks at the moon in the sky again, inevitably a little worried. Why haven't the two little guys come back yet? Korra and Nina, the two elves, had gone to the moon before and had not made any movement since then. Using his spiritual power to sense the contract, the two elves were still safe, and Ji-sun had not thought much about it before. At this critical moment, the elves had little fighting power, and if they really fought, they would be affected, which would be very dangerous. The dark peacock beside him was meditating to absorb the power of the fragments of the Godhead, and he was quiet and didn't say anything. Qin Rushi was carrying a big sword on his back, and in his hand, he was stroking a two-handed sword wrapped in linen, as if he was establishing a sense of the big sword. This is the Olympus Holy Sword, one of the 4 great royal sacred artifacts. Ji-sun had thought that Qin Rushi also used a sword, so he gave it to her to try. But the royal holy sword did not react much, neither rejecting nor approving. Ji-sun thought that Qin Rushi had a royal destiny, but not enough to drive this royal sacred artifact. After all, the J-War path was more or less tainted with a little royal destiny. And Qin Rushi was majoring in the Valkyrie sequence, and was going to advance to the 8th level professional card, which was the King of War common to the War sequence. But to truly condense the fate of the king, a specific opportunity is needed. Until a few days ago, Qin Ru used the secret method on the stone tablet to temper his divine power and break through the realm, and suddenly he had a resonance with the big sword. According to the Baichio fairy, who has lived for thousands of years, this is a change in the fate of the fairy spirit, which has led to the improvement of Qin Ru's own fate. Ji-sun can certainly understand. He now has a deep understanding of the 52 extraordinary sequences. No matter which emperor, he cannot be emperor alone. The fate of the king is not only about his own strength, but also the fate of the partners around him. Qin Rushi looked like a person. But she was not alone. She was not only the deputy leader of the revolutionary army, but also the head of the Bai family, with countless contracted immortals behind her. Before, those immortals were a group of old, weak, sick and disabled, and some only had a trace of residual spirit. But now she came to the Rainbow's secret realm and experienced the tempering of the soul by the moon well, and she recovered a lot in an instant. Probably because of this reason, Wang Quan's fate suddenly improved. But no matter what, Ji-sun thought it was a good thing. Olympus Holy Sword, it is a first-class weapon. If Qin Rushi can really get the recognition of this great sword, the added combat power will be extraordinary. Time flies, and it is an hour. The battle at the end of the field of vision is still going on, and it is very fierce. But the sun still has no intention of breaking through the encirclement. Ji-sun and his friends did not run around, but meditated and practiced on their own. They originally thought that people from the 3 major foreign god sects would come in the end, but they did not expect that an unexpected visitor came in advance. Ji-sun and the other two were just in a position where they could see the forbidden ruined stone tablet in the distance, but because of the occasional rainbow and fog blocking the view, there would be blind spots. At a certain moment, when the smoke and clouds dissipated, the white peacock with the best vision called out softly, "Look, there is a human being over there." Ji-sun and Qin Rushi also focused their attention instantly after hearing this. Ji-sun was startled at this sight. The 13 Knights? He looked at the iconic golden cloak and immediately recognized the identity of the person. Isn't this the iconic outfit of the Illuminati Hermitage? Qin Rushi beside him was also extremely surprised. She was not very familiar with the 13 Knights, so she tilted her head to look at Ji-sun. Ji-sun also shrugged, indicating that he was completely unaware. And the cloaked man was very strange. He stood in front of the stone tablet, as if he understood the words recorded on the stone tablet, and did not leave for a long time. Seeing this, Ji-sun was even more curious. Could it be that Jia Yu is here? Why is that guy in the dead zone? He only knew two people who could understand the words on the stone tablet. One was lying next to him. Then the other one was Jia Yu, the light chaser. And at the moment of seeing this, Ji-sun was not only surprised, but also felt a creepy feeling on his back. Because at this moment, a thought came to his mind that he couldn't believe. Could it be that the Illuminati was behind the incident in the dead zone? When he thought of this, it seemed that an invisible thread really appeared behind the series of events in his mind, connecting all the things. From the beginning, when the relics of Emperor Lanlingster appeared in the monster forest, Ji-sun felt very strange. It just happened that the relics that had not been discovered for hundreds of thousands of years were discovered now. He deduced various forces, such as the Holy Church, the Sun Sect, and the Scarlet Sect, but none of them had perfect motives and causes and effects. Now that the cloaked man appeared, it seemed that he immediately figured it out. Although there was no evidence, Ji-sun's intuition told him that it was the mushroom head who calculated the three major outer god sects. It is because there is no evidence, which is part of the evidence. Ji-sun and Jia Yu are very familiar with each other, and know a lot about the Illuminati. Leaving no traces, this is the characteristic of the Illuminati. They are a group of people hiding in the shadows of history. People can see the changes of dynasties, and the occurrence of major events in history books, but they can't see the group of people who are behind the scenes and fanning the flames. This is fun. Ji-sun thought of this, and then looked at the cloaked man in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly with resentment, and he became inexplicably excited. The strength of the Illuminati is far from being comparable to the three major outer god sects. But it is precisely because of this that people feel excited about the small-scale victory over the big. In other words, the Illuminati wants to use the three major sects to achieve certain goals. Ji-sun suddenly understood a lot. Before the Firefly camp was trapped, Ji-sun thought it must be Che-Er who solved the situation. Now thinking about it again, Che-Er may have joined the Illuminati. When Ji-sun thought of this, he looked at the old man Su lying next to him, and it seemed that there was another hidden cause and effect line in his mind. Although there is no direct evidence to prove that old man Su is connected to the Illuminati Hermitage, Ji-sun's intuition always feels that there must be a connection. The origins of both parties can be traced back to before the establishment of the Talon dynasty. They are equally ancient and mysterious, and equally leave no trace. Moreover, they are both inextricably linked to Emperor Lanlingster and the entire Kashi civilization. So the Illuminati is also coming for the Emperor's relics? Ji-sun looked at the cloaked man who had been standing in front of the stone tablet for a long time, and guessed something. The three major sects may not have seen something, but even if they knew that someone might be plotting behind the scenes, they had to come. After all, the secrets involved in this dead zone are too big. The three major sects all have reasons to come. This is also what Jia Yu once said to Ji-sun. His understanding of I am the world is that no one can disrupt the operation of the universe by himself. The smart calculation is never to set up a game, but to add fuel to the flames. When Ji-sun saw the cloaked man, he immediately felt that staying here to watch the fun would be a little less risky. And the excitement was getting more and more exciting. Although he guessed that the cloaked man was Jia Yu, Ji-sun did not go to greet him. If he was really an old acquaintance, he felt that the other party would probably have expected him to come. He, Qin Rushi and Peacock were watching from the cliff. Just like the time in Xiaomacheng, the cloaked man reading the stone tablet seemed to be completely integrated into the environment. When he didn't look at it, he became illusory. Ji-sun knew that the other party must have seen more than he did, and thought to himself, in other words, this forbidden ruined stone tablet is actually the carrier of the Illuminati's inheritance? He is now basically sure that only certain people can see the contents on the stone tablet. It seems that this is the only explanation. So Ji-sun instinctively came up with this thought. Could it be that Emperor Lanlingster is the founder of the Illuminati Hermitage? Even if not, there is a great relationship. It seems that the mushroom head is going to make a big move. Ji-sun's thoughts are becoming more and more active. But no matter how he deduces, this matter is far from being as simple as seeing three sects fighting head-on. Almost as soon as this thought came up, things happened as expected. Without any warning, a figure wearing a scarlet cloak suddenly appeared next to the stone tablet. The blood energy made people feel a disgusting pressure from a distance. Old Xie. Ji-sun looked at the vampire wearing a red and black cloak and immediately realized that it was Xie Guizhong. No, to be precise, it should be the Scarlet Lord. It turns out that you are the one who is making trouble in secret. How come you are also interested in the Titan corpses under the abyss? Or do you have any idea about the Golden Dragon God in the underworld? If you talk like this, then you are not the captain I know, right, Sir Cetus? Do you really think I can't kill you with this body? No, don't get me wrong. In a sense, I am here to help you. Oh, I think it is safer to kill you. The distance was too far, and Ji-sun could not hear clearly what they were saying. But looking at the lip shape and the vibration frequency of some air waves, he roughly understood. The two did not meet premeditatedly. It was more like the cloaked man was blocked by the Scarlet Lord. The tone of the conversation was not friendly. Seeing that they were about to fight, Ji-sun watched the cloaked man calmly raise his hand and touch the stone tablet. It looked like a casual slap, and old Xie was too late to stop it. Suddenly, with the stone tablet as the center, a huge 9-pointed star spiritual array suddenly lit up. Spiritual? When Ji-sun saw this start, he vaguely realized what the other party was going to do. Before the spiritual formation was fully lit up, the dark peacock beside him sensed something and exclaimed, "Not good. The one in the elemental waterfall has been awakened." This scene, even though old Xie was close at hand, had no time to stop it. He didn't intend to stop it. Peacock didn't know the identity of the cloaked man and old Xie below, but he knew the horror of that existence. Originally, in this situation, Ji-sun and his team planned to turn around and run. Once the existence in the elemental waterfall. Once awakened, there will be no excitement to watch, just run as far as you can. However, Ji-sun did not expect that the terrifying existence could actually communicate with spirits. In the critical moment, Ji-sun's mind became clearer and clearer. Watching the cloaked man use the stone tablet to communicate with the existence, he suddenly realized, no, it may not be all Jia Yu's plan. Perhaps this is what Emperor Lanlingster left on the stone tablet. At the beginning, Emperor Lanlingster knew that he was being watched by the plane monitor, and he also felt that he would be in danger if he went down to explore. So it is possible that he had not thought of leaving some means for future generations. Thinking of this, Ji-sun became more and more curious about what would happen. He did not leave, so Qin Rushi naturally did not leave either. Peacock on the side wanted to urge the two to leave, but after struggling for a moment, when he saw their indifferent expressions, he also stayed. Moreover, it was too late to leave. The changes in front of him came very quickly. As soon as the spiritual formation appeared, the elements of the entire Rainbow's secret realm suddenly shook. Like a tide, one wave higher than the other. In the distance, the huge elemental waterfall was churning, and a monster flapped its wings. Looking closely, it was a white bird that looked like a sketch. Ji-sun was also very curious about what the monster was, but when he saw its true appearance, he blurted out, "White crow." He had seen this kind of bird before. This is the fairy tale town white crow, one of the 52 secrets of the Red Heart, for which sequence Alice used it. This is a curse formed by illusion and magic. It is said that when the extraordinary realm reaches the highest level, this cursed spirit has the ability to turn fantasy fairy tales into reality. Looking at the shape and oppression of the crow, with a wingspan of 100 meters in front of him, Ji-sun vaguely felt that it was not worse than Qin Rushi's ancestral spirit. The most important thing is that this is a man-made cursed spirit. It is here, and it must have been left by the predecessors. Ji-sun did not expect that the terrifying existence that Peacock said was actually this. Why did the cloaked man summon this white crow? If it is used to kill people from the three major sects, it is not enough. However, before Ji-sun could figure out what was going on, old Xie below seemed to understand something. He did not stop him. He just took out a branch-like object from his hand and threw it into the pool. The tree roots absorbed the elemental power of this secret realm crazily, and then a terrifying aura spread. In an instant, the ground shook, and the whole space was shaking. Ji-sun and his friends looked and saw vines spreading like tides in the sky, on the rock walls, and on all sides of the ground. Were tree roots? Ji-sun saw this familiar scene, and then he suddenly understood what old Xie was going to do. Chapter 514. Ji-sun and his companions watched as the lifeless tree root was thrown into the elemental spring, and then the entire secret realm turned into a world of roots. Everyone was like an ant underground, trapped by the dense roots of the tree. The tree roots were the world. Ji-sun then understood that one of the goals of the Sun Cult, and the Scarlet Cult from the beginning, was this moon well. After all, any spell or magic requires energy consumption. The energy required to recall the golden dragon god Melodius from the underworld is unimaginable, and it is definitely not something that two guerrilla outer god cults can raise. Therefore, they originally intended to absorb the elemental energy in the moon well. Only the elemental energy accumulated in this secret realm for more than 100,000 years can support the spread of the world tree roots from the life plane to the underworld. The reason why they took action now is that the two heretical sects have been watched by the main force of the Holy See. If they really come directly, they will definitely be stopped. Instead, they secretly let Mrs. Mist and her team explore through the ancient map. This method is secret and safe. Just like now. Old Xie. Using Mrs. Mist's location in advance, he successfully located the moon spring. The goal was achieved as soon as they arrived, and the people of the Holy See had no way to stop it. From a certain perspective, Ji-sun and his team helped the two sects. But it doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that the roots of the world tree suddenly covered the entire secret realm, and even the secret passage behind them was blocked by the ubiquitous roots. This is countless times larger than the scale of the roots in the previous mirror secret realm, and it is still expanding. Originally, Ji-sun and his companions were planning to flee when the situation got bad. Now, judging from the situation, the entire dead zone should be covered by the roots of the world tree. And this is not the worst. What's worse is that the environment has changed. When the roots of the world tree spread upward, a special muddy smell filled the entire space. A layer of gray mist also floated in the air. The mist was mixed with a thick and cold breath of death and darkness. It was like a deep well was opened, and some dangerous breath from the ground leaked out, becoming more and more dense. Seeing this, Ji-sun felt an irresistible solemnity in his heart. The spirit of the dead? Has the passage to the underworld been completely opened? The reason why he was so sure, in addition to knowing Lao Xie's purpose, was because he had seen it once. Back in Shangbang prison, the new king of Orlan summoned the gate to the underworld once, and it felt very similar to now. Lao Xie. And the cloaked man disappeared, and the white crow in the sky also disappeared. In a blink of an eye, the fog was so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. However, looking at the fog around him, Ji-sun discovered that the fog was like the power of elements, containing a faint supernatural characteristic. Using Feast Devour, the affinity of unknown dark elements plus 0.001. Using Feast Devour, the affinity of unknown dark elements plus 0.002, although it was weak, what was absorbed was actually the unknown element. What's going on? Ji-sun always felt that something was wrong. The power of natural elements in the air gradually disappeared and turned into this dark element. Qin Rushi, who was standing by, also sensed something, tilted her head and looked over, whispering, "The environment is wrong." She also discovered that she could not absorb elemental power from the surroundings, but she didn't know what was wrong. Nether Peacock saw it, and said bluntly, "This is the breath of the underworld." Ji-sun certainly knew it was the breath of the underworld. But it stands to reason that even if these tree roots are connected to the underworld, there shouldn't be no normal elements around. Originally, I thought the biggest danger would be the white crow. But they didn't expect that the crow didn't hurt anyone, and the environment suddenly became strange and dangerous. Before they could figure out what happened, Ji-sun suddenly felt that the old man Su on his shoulder moved. Ji-sun quickly put him down and asked, "Senior, are you awake?" The anchor of life woke up. Just now, I still felt that the fatal crisis in my heart lingered, but looking at the old man Su who suddenly woke up, the sense of crisis was inexplicably not so strong. "Oh, what happened to me?" Old man Su seemed to have lost his memory due to being drunk, and woke up by rubbing his dizzy head. He looked at 3 pairs of eyes staring at him, touched the back of his head, and grinned with his signature wretched smile. "Ji-sun, why are you looking at me?" Ji-sun saw this expression, and knew that he didn't have a bowel movement. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but he also said, "Senior, you read the Forbidden Ruin Stele before," and then fainted. He knew that the old man had probably forgotten it, and wanted to help him recall it. Perhaps he could get some useful clues. For example, what did he see that made him faint? But before he finished, old man Su saw the fog around him, shuddered, and yelled, "Ouch! Why did you come to the underworld?" As he said that, the old man had a look of regret on his face. It's over, the old man hasn't lived enough. How could he die in a muddle? Ji-sun, Qin Rushi, although Kong K didn't understand their communication, Old Man Su's cowardly expression didn't look like a good person. Ji-sun keenly caught something, and asked in a slightly unbelievable tone, "Senior, is this the underworld? We were in the dead zone just now. How did we end up in the underworld?" He would rather doubt his own perception than doubt the judgment of this old senior. Qin Rushi also looked suspicious. Old Man Su listened to the question and carefully observed the surroundings. Only then did he confirm something, as if he was relieved. "Oh no, we haven't reached the underworld yet. Someone has opened the door to the underworld." "Are you running to the passage of the dead?" Ji-sun asked again. "What is the passage of the dead?" Old Su did not let down this time, and explained directly. "Well, you can understand it as a void space. It is a special space that cannot be defined as a space. It is the passage for living beings to the underworld." This statement is a bit difficult to understand, and neither Ji-sun nor Qin Rushi understood it. However, looking at the indifferent expressions of the two, Old Su said unhappily, "Ji-sun, you can still laugh. Appearing here means that we are already dead." "Ah?" Ji-sun's eyes widened, and his mind seemed to be unable to accept the information in that sentence, and he asked, "We are dead?" Hearing this, he and Qin-ru were really surprised. Weren't they alive and well? How could they die? Old Man Su explained anxiously and tremblingly, "The passage of the dead is the way for living beings to return after death. For the living, appearing in this passage means death." Ji-sun still looked puzzled. Pinching his flesh, he didn't look like he was dead. He looked at Qin-ru again. She felt the same way. "Oh, I can't explain it to you." Old Man Su slapped his thigh. I don't know if he really forgot or didn't know. The old man didn't say anything more, just muttering, "It's over. It's over." Ji-sun and Qin-ru would definitely not believe such irrelevant words from others. But when Old Man Su said it, they both believed it without a doubt. But is he really dead? It always feels absurd and unreal. But for some reason, Ji-sun felt that he should pay attention to it, but he didn't feel much sense of crisis in his heart. He suddenly thought of the girl Nanjing, and asked, "But senior, I have a friend who can go to the underworld, and it seems that there is nothing wrong." Although he only knew that the Nan family had this special ability, there is this exception after all. This gave Ji-sun an illusion that the underworld was a special plane. "You can come and go." When Old Man Su saw his indifferent expression, he said unhappily, "Are you talking about the apostles who travel between the living world and the underworld? That is the ability of some psychics with special physiques. And one must be an apostle of the underworld, or have a treasure like the Book of the Dead to come back. Otherwise, do you think anyone can do it?" Ji-sun heard this, and realized that the problem seemed to be really big. But he turned his thoughts and caught a detail in the conversation. In other words, we are not dead yet. Since living people can go to the underworld, of course they are not dead. Old Man Su rolled his eyes. "No. But it's almost the same as death. If you can't leave this passage within 7 days, you be dead." The old senior finally described it accurately. In other words, they are now in a state between dead and alive. "Oh!" Ji-sun listened without worry, and his eyes flashed with a strange color. In other words, there are still 7 days to find a way back. Since it's not a certain death, it doesn't seem so urgent for Ji-sun. Sure enough, with this old senior by my side, I can always have a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, Ji-sun became optimistic. Old Man Su understood his expression, and said with a strange look, "You don't think you can find the way back in 7 days?" Ji-sun and Qin Rushi cast a questioning look. "Can't they?" Old Man Su said faintly, "Don't think that your consciousness is still intact now. But it won't be long before you will be polluted and corroded by the aura of the dead, and then you will gradually forget everything in your life." As he spoke, his old face, as dark as bacon, was full of sorrow, and he added, "Also, the roots of this world tree are the guide for exiling people to the underworld. Now our souls have been imprisoned by the roots of the tree, and no matter which direction we go, it is impossible to escape. This is why I told you before not to touch those world tree roots." Ji-sun and Qin Rushi suddenly understood how Emperor Lanlingster exiled the golden dragon god Merodes to the underworld more than 100,000 years ago. And when they heard that consciousness would dissipate, they realized the seriousness of the problem. If consciousness really dissipates, wouldn't that mean death? However, Ji-sun looked at the fog around him, and for some reason, he didn't feel the feeling of amnesia. A thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Could the unknown energy swallowed by the feast be the source of pollution? Thinking of this, Ji-sun kept using the feast to swallow up the extraordinary characteristics of the people around him. Whether it is or not, let's try it first. "Senior, is there anything else I need to pay attention to in this underworld passage?" "How do I know? I heard it from someone." Do you think this place is accessible to living people? Who did you hear it from, Emperor Landlingster? Who is Landlingster? After asking Old Man Su a few more questions, Ji-sun did not get any more information. The old man did not go to the toilet, and was intermittently unreliable. Ji-sun had long been accustomed to it. He told Ming Kong-K about his current situation. I originally thought that this mythical creature of hell would know some information, but I did not expect to get another result. After some communication, Ji-sun realized that the hell he had known before was not part of the underworld, but some special planes. Only after crossing the river of the underworld is it the real underworld. That is the place where gods go and never return. Ji-sun was really confused. It was like a bug in a glass cover, completely unable to understand the world outside the glass cover. The four people and the peacock just kept walking along the tree roots. Originally, they wanted to avoid the roots of the world tree, but no matter which direction they went, there was endless fog and endless tree roots. From this point of view, it seems impossible to find the way back within 7 days. Old Man Su was as depressed and pessimistic as ever, and from time to time he played the role of the team's negative emotion maker and chattered non-stop. Peacock was also affected by the old man and was quite solemn. In comparison, Ji-sun and Qin Rushi's mentality was good. They were very calm about death. Moreover, they knew the specialness of Old Man Su. Following this old man, there is always a hope of survival than others. And if it was just a few of them coming to this passage of the dead, Ji-sun would really worry about how to find a way out. But now, people from the 3 major outer god sects have come. This matter is definitely not desperate. At least the golden dragon god Merodes is going back to the card master plane, so there is always a glimmer of hope. Before, we had to avoid the battlefield, but now it seems that we have to find a way to find where the people from the 3 major sects are. But before that, Ji-sun and his team still have to find a few more people. Just now, Qin Rushi received a signal for help from Bonnie and others. Bonnie and the others who left early also did not escape the dead zone, and were also trapped in it. The Revolutionary Army had mutual positioning devices on their bodies. Ji-sun and the other 4 followed the direction, and quickly moved through the gaps between the tree roots. I don't know if it was because of the old man Su and the team, or because of good luck, but the journey was smooth. However, they were smooth, while Bonnie and the others on the other side were not so smooth. About half an hour later, Ji-sun and the others were walking, and suddenly heard the sound of fierce fighting coming from deep in the tree roots. Qin Rushi sensed something and shouted, "Bonnie and the others are in danger." Before she finished speaking, she had already rushed into the depths of darkness. Ji-sun originally wanted to follow and take a look, but suddenly a strong aura of death surged around. In a blink of an eye, a group of tattered skeletons emerged from the tree roots. These skeletons had empty eyes, and 2 balls of dark green phosphorus fire. The armor on their bodies had long been rusted, but it still looked solid, as if it was forged with immortal souls. The skeletons held various weapons in their hands, such as rusty swords or deadwood staffs, and knights riding skeleton horses, skeleton warriors, ghost knights, skeleton mages, headless knights, and fallen ghosts. They were so dense and countless that they were innumerable. Ji-sun frowned as he looked at them. He didn't know why so many skeleton monsters suddenly appeared. However, when Old Man Su saw the scene, he was so scared that his soul flew away, and he stammered, "This is the undead army. Oh no, we might have entered the territory of a certain undead lord." As soon as the voice fell, at the end of the field of vision, a group of people rushed over anxiously. Qin was the last one, and the people in front were surprisingly the cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Deadly Poison Dr. Bonnie, Holy Hammer Sam, Demolition Master Rosen, Sick Tiger Dan Dong, Chen Jianwuliu, although everyone was more or less injured, but fortunately there was no loss of personnel. The leader was Sam, who was holding a heavy shield and rushing all the way. He looked at Ji-sun and shouted anxiously, "Brother Ji-sun, run quickly, don't think about fighting. These monsters can be resurrected infinitely, and cannot be killed at all." This sentence revealed the source of the trouble. The scary thing is not the monsters, but cannot be killed. Ji-sun also realized that the crisis was not small, and thought about leaving first. But just delaying for a moment, the road back was already densely packed with skeleton monsters. In an instant, the skeleton knight launched a charge, the skeleton warriors rushed up with corroded weapons, and the skeleton wizards also released black light magic. Fortunately, the grade of the skeleton monsters was not too high, and it was estimated that there were grades 1 to 6. Most of them were low-level skeletons. Ji-sun didn't give them a chance to surround him, and punched them, Ba Quan Feng Hu rushing. He punched out, and it was like a tiger roaring through the wind, and the punch was like a mountain torrent. There was only a sound of bones breaking, and a road of hundreds of meters was cleared in front of him in an instant. The skeleton was broken into pieces. However, before Ji-sun could breathe a sigh of relief, a horrifying scene took place immediately. The thick death aura lingered around, and there was a sound of bone splicing, and the skeleton bones that were obviously broken into pieces stood up intact. Huh? It's perfectly restored? Ji-sun looked at it in surprise and confusion. Not only the broken ones, but even the skeletons that turned into a bag of bone powder were restored. That is to say, his punch just now had no effect at all. No wonder the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were in a panic. These monsters are immortal and indestructible, and they will lose if they fight for a long time. It was obviously a critical moment, but when he saw this scene, Ji-sun's expression became strange, because he felt familiar for some reason. He had encountered endless skeleton monsters in Graveyard Maze before, when he was still an apprentice card master. At that time, he found a good way to deal with the skeleton monsters. Skeletons have no flesh and brains, so their perception system is problematic. They can only perceive human mental fluctuations, such as excitement, bravery, fear, that is, controlling certain violent mental fluctuations can prevent being captured by monsters to a certain extent. However, the skeletons in the maze were all low-level skeletons at the time, so this idea is feasible. Ji-sun didn't know if it would work on these high-level skeletons. However, when he turned around, he saw that Old Man Su had already demonstrated the correct way. His eyes froze instantly, and the old man looked like a wax figure in a wax museum. At the same time, he did not forget to remind him anxiously, Ji-sun, play dead? Ji-sun smiled. Sure enough, the old man was reliable at the critical moment. He thought of giving it a try, so he gathered his thoughts and tried to suppress all mental fluctuations. This attempt was indeed effective. The hatred of the skeletons that had been watching him just now almost left his body, and turned to the cadres who were running wildly. Ji-sun looked at this scene, and knew that he had to find a way to fight. He and Old Man Su could perfectly control their mental fluctuations, but others might not be able to do so. And those skeleton monsters above level 5 seemed to have wisdom. Playing dead was not a good choice. Thinking of this, Ji-sun quietly used a flying knife to pierce the phosphorescent fire in the skulls of several skeletons around him. Crash! The bones collapsed into a pile. However, just as this pile of bones was struggling to recover, a black devouring force covered Ji-sun's body. He used the Feast ability to directly devour the disintegrating extraordinary characteristics. Use Feast to devour, toughness plus 0.05, unknown dark element affinity plus 0.001. Use Feast to devour, toughness plus 0.017, undead affinity plus 0.003. Use, as expected. Ji-sun looked at the two skeleton monsters that did not recover again, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I am the world, everything must have cause and effect. So when he saw the situation of monsters resurrecting infinitely before, he immediately thought about the principle of resurrection. And when Ji-sun saw the phosphorus fire of the skeleton monster that was killed before dissipate in an instant, and become a free state that can be devoured, he guessed this possibility. When he found that Feast could devour, these monsters were completely extraordinary experiences for him. Chapter 515. In a blink of an eye, Bonnie and several Revolutionary Army cadres had rushed to Ji-sun. Seeing that he had no intention of evacuating, Sam, who was in the front, shouted anxiously, "Hurry up, brother Ji-sun." Ji-sun looked at Qin Rushi, who was responsible for the rear guard in the distance, and shook his head to signal everyone to stop. This underworld passage is full of dangers, and there are super-level creatures. Although there are many skeleton monsters now, their ranks are not high. It can be handled completely. If you really rush in, you may not be able to deal with the monsters you encounter next time. After Ji-sun tried to kill the skeleton monster, he joined the battle immediately without further explanation. Bang! 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 The fist shadows were like rain, and the surrounding space was hit with a dull sound like knocking on the mountain. Those skeleton monsters were fragile to begin with, and they were broken into pieces in a blink of an eye. Bonnie and the other cadres originally wanted to remind them that this monster could really be resurrected, but when they ran to Ji-sun, they found that the skeletons he killed were as quiet as death, and there was no sign of resurrection at all. After spending several months together in the Warcraft Forest, everyone has long been accustomed to Ji-sun's ability to surprise people from time to time. Seeing this, they knew that Ji-sun had cracked the principle of the skeleton's resurrection. Seeing this, the panic in Bonnie's eyes instantly disappeared, And she also cared about the embarrassment of being chased by the skeletons just now, and asked in surprise, Ji-sun, can you kill those skeletons? Yes. Ji-sun nodded, and took the time to explain, don't run around. It's very dangerous here. Everyone help to kill these skeletons together. I have a way to prevent them from resurrecting. Okay. Hearing this, everyone responded in unison. The trust they had established made them not hesitate at all, and they turned around and killed the skeletons that surrounded them. The cadres were very strong, and they killed a large number of them at once. Ji-sun extended the coverage of Feast as much as possible to absorb the free extraordinary characteristics of those broken skeletons. After everyone tried this method, they found it effective and killed them even harder. Soon, there were piles of bones and corpses all around. Qin Rushi had been fighting with 2 7th-level skeleton knight commanders before. It was not that she could not defeat them, but they would be resurrected after being killed, so she kept holding them back. Now seeing that Ji-sun could deal with these skeletons, she also dealt with them with a few swords. As soon as Ji-sun devoured them, the 2 skeleton commanders turned into skeletons on the spot. Although the number of skeleton monsters was large, it was limited after all. After Ji-sun and his men killed dozens of people and piled up dozens of corpses, there was no movement at all. The crisis was resolved, and Bonnie and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha, thanks to the leader and brother Ji-sun, otherwise we would have been surrounded and killed by these skeleton monsters. Yeah. Immortality is really weird. Hey, brother Ji-sun, what's going on with these skeletons? It should be that these underworld mists have a special recovery effect on undead monsters, causing their soul fire to be inextinguishable. Underworld? Yes. This is the underworld passage. These skeletons may have come from the underworld. They may have been trapped and died in the dead zone before. The crowd had not realized the situation before, and just thought that it was like the previous Firefly camp, and someone had created these tree roots. Now after listening to Ji-sun's explanation, they realized that they had already stepped half a foot into the underworld. But they were only surprised for a moment. For this group of battle-hardened Revolutionary Army cadres, death was not so scary. After hearing this, everyone started to collect the spoils with laughter. Although the skeletons had some corroded equipment in their hands. But the metals and materials that could resist corrosion and survive were all good things. In addition, the weapons on the 2 skeleton leaders were actually 2 high-level relics, Hercules' serpent shield and Nimia's lion's heart scythe. From the specifications of the weapons, it can be seen that these 2 must have been top-level generals when they were alive. Although the extraordinary characteristics of the relics have been lost, the materials are still intact. Even better than the current equipment of Bonnie and the others. The shield happened to be used by Sam, and the sickle was given to the assassin Dong Shu. Ji-sun looked at the forging process and style of the equipment on the skeleton, and did not match any ancient civilization he knew. It looked like either a product of a discontinuous civilization before the chaotic era, or something that was not from the card master's plane at all. And the harvest was not just those rotten equipment. Everyone was rummaging through the pile of skeletons, and suddenly Rosen took out a black crystal from a skull, and asked the middle-aged man, hey, there is a crystal core in each of these skeletons. What is this, magic core? Chen Jianwuli also found a piece at the same time and raised it to indicate, hey, I found one too. It seems that there are some in the elite skeletons? But at the same time, he sensed it and muttered, but it's strange, the energy body in this crystal core is also strange. It's not any known element. After saying this, everyone looked over. Bonnie, the pharmacist, is very familiar with all kinds of materials. She recognized it at a glance and said, haven't you been to Xiaomacheng? This is dark matter crystal. Sam asked curiously, what kind of crystal? Is it valuable? Bonnie shrugged, I don't know. Some monsters appeared in Xiaomacheng before, and everyone thought they were energy crystals like magic cores. Later, it was found that the special element was useless, and no one went hunting. She didn't know, and usually no one in the team would know. However, Bonnie thought of something and turned around and said, Ji-sun, do you know? Of course Ji-sun knew. Xiaomacheng had personally gone to open up the wasteland, and there were still some of these crystals in the storage space. He was just wondering why this kind of crystal core appeared in the body of the skeleton monster. He was also curious before, why this kind of crystal could not be found anywhere else except Xiaomacheng. Now it seems to be understood, this is a specialty of the underworld. However, since it is something from the underworld, why did it appear on the body of the weeping angel? Ji-sun took the crystal core thrown by Luo-sun and looked at it. The purity is much lower than the one in his hand, but it is indeed the same thing. Then he said, I guess this may be the crystal core of the underworld. This dark element is not the energy of the living plane. Bonnie blinked and asked curiously, what is the use of this crystal core? I don't know either. Ji-sun really didn't know. Except that he could absorb it himself. He really didn't know what the crystal core was used for. After all, the element could not be determined, and it couldn't even be used as an energy source. If it is useless, it has no value. Everyone lost interest after hearing this, but they also picked up some. Soon, everyone cleaned up the battlefield and chatted while walking. A lot of things happened in a week. Leader, you don't know that it took us several days to clean up that spider nest, and we got tens of thousands of high-level materials. Ha ha ha, we made a fortune this time. Yes. If those materials are sold, it will be enough for our army to spend for decades in the future. Bonnie also found the legendary toxic crystal mine, which is worth a fortune. By the way, leader, where did you go? Oh, this lady is so beautiful. Who is she? This trip to the dead zone was fruitful, and everyone seemed very excited. They were very curious about the identity of the dark peacock, who had transformed into a human form, and gossiped about why such a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in the team. Originally thought she was Ji-sun's friend. But after hearing his identity, the atmosphere fell into awkwardness again. After all, everyone had a part in the previous siege of the dark peacock. The peacock didn't look good to these humans. The cadres didn't say anything more. As for Ji-sun and Qin Rushi's experience in the past 7 days, it can be explained in one sentence, that is, taking a bath. However, Qin Rushi didn't say it so bluntly, and just said that they explored the moon well. When talking about this topic, Ji-sun took out some bottles containing various elemental springs. When the bottles were taken out, the rich elemental breath filled the surroundings, and the cadres were once again overwhelmed by this big surprise. Bonnie held a bottle of green spring water and asked, is this the spring of elements? Oh my god, this is purer than the most advanced elemental potion I have ever seen. Lozan, the elemental blaster, immediately opened a bottle and took a sip excitedly. Instantly, his whole body of magic power surged up, and he exclaimed, this spring water can also improve people's affinity with elements? When everyone heard about this magical effect, they found the spring water that suited them and tasted a few sips. Then, there was a long period of shock and emotion. When they heard that this was the spring water that was randomly drawn from the moon well, everyone was even more surprised. Ji-sun nodded and explained the effect of the spring water. They were not notified to go to the moon well before, firstly because it was very risky, and secondly because the extraordinary characteristics of this spring were very strong. If you were below the 7th level, it would be like soaking in a sulfuric acid pool, which would pollute more than tempering. On the contrary, the spring water in this container was just right, and could be drunk in moderation. Ji-sun brought out a lot of elemental spring water. What's more coincidental is that these springs solved a fatal survival problem for the team. The fog in this underworld passage is getting thicker and thicker, and the free elements that humans can absorb from the outside world are getting less and less. In this case, the card master cannot absorb elements from the outside world to restore his own magic power, so he can only use potions and magic cores. But no one brought much of that kind of thing, and once it was exhausted, it would be a dead end. And these elemental springs just solve the consumption problem of everyone for a long time in the future. With enough supplies and teammates who understand each other, the sense of crisis brought by the underworld passage was diluted. As they walked, Bonnie suddenly asked, Leader, where are we going now? Qin Rushi's expression became slightly solemn when he heard this. After a moment's silence, he said in a deep voice, find a way to leave alive. Old Man Su said that this underworld passage was almost certain to lead to death. She and Ji-sun never dared to despise it. The only way they could think of to get out now was to see what the 3 major outer god sects were going to do. Just as Ji-sun and his team were traveling through the tree root forest, a group of vampires wearing black and red cloaks had come deep underground and set up a huge 9-pointed star magic circle. Xie Guizhong in a straight black tuxedo stood beside the magic circle, with a spell clay jar placed on his chest, emitting terrifying filthy blood. As the blood rolling in the formation became thicker and thicker, a huge black severed hand appeared in the center of the formation through spiritual communication. If Ji-sun were here, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. This was the mysterious hand that broke the seal under the trial tower of the Royal Academy of Arel. The black hand was now wrapped with various sealing spells, like a chain, firmly trapped in the center of the formation. Xie Guizhong looked at the hand, with a wicked smile on his face, and said to himself, hee, with this blood bait, those Titan corpses in the dead zone should be attracted here. Even the people of the Holy See thought that he was only coming for this hand. But they didn't know that his ambition was even greater. The Blood Clan confused the blood of all living beings, of course including gods. Scarlet Corruption Sayadis, but before the establishment of the Talon Empire, he had existed for countless years as an old ruler. He even knows some ancient secrets better than Emperor Lanlingster. And under this dead zone, there is an ultimate secret that neither the Sun Cult nor the Holy See knows. He knows that the mysterious existence that could severely injure Lanlingster was not a high-level god, but a part of the corpse of the God King of the Titan clan. Even though only the corpse is left, the God King still has a terrifying ability that surpasses the creatures of the entire Card Master plane. As long as he gets a piece of corpse fragments and swallows the blood of the Titan God King, he can replace this weak human body and break through to a higher realm. Thinking of this, Xie Guizhong grinned, revealing sharp and terrifying fangs. After activating the formation, he looked coldly into the distance. Not long after, a huge mountain of flesh was indeed attracted by the breath of the broken hand. The monster crawled out of the darkness, carrying an indescribable divine power. He was like the corrupt king of hell, and also like the source of all the filth in the world. Just the breath made the vampires tremble in fear. When they got close to the magic circle, they smelled the stench of corruption, and several level 6 vampires were immediately poisoned and fell to the ground. However, Xie Guizhong looked at the huge figure, and the red light in his eyes was already burning like a flame. He took out a strange piece of clothing covered with dirty blood, and muttered to himself, "Hee, without the help of those guys from the Holy See, it's really a bit difficult." After preparing for so many years, at this moment, the plan finally saw the hope of success. On the other side, in the dense forest of tree roots, like a forest, Ji-sun and his group were caught in a fierce battle again. As Old Man Su said, they broke into the territory of an undead lord. The group of skeleton monsters killed before were just the vanguard. Now, they were blocked by the Lord's army. There was no sign of coming. There was no trace of space fluctuations or psychic magic. Ji-sun and his group were surrounded by skeleton monsters from all directions. There were 7 people in the group, plus Old Man Su and a peacock, and facing them were countless skeleton armies. It was like 2 armies facing each other on a large battlefield. The skeletons in front of them looked like well-trained regular troops, with shield warriors in front, spearmen behind, and long-range skeleton mages. There were minions, elite corporals, and lord-level skeleton knights. They formed legion formations, estimated to be hundreds of thousands. Qin Rushi and his men were all revolutionary soldiers, and they had participated in large-scale wars, so they could see the professionalism of these skeleton warriors at a glance. They knew very well how difficult the legion battle formation was. This will make the combat effectiveness sublimate qualitatively. Hundreds of thousands against 9 people. The oppressive feeling of the skeleton army gives people. Just looking at it makes people's scalp numb. However, this is not the worst. After this group of skeleton monsters emerged from the mist, they did not rush to attack, but seemed to be waiting for military orders. Not long after, a terrifying pressure appeared. In the vision of Ji-sun and others, a skeleton monster with a wingspan of more than 10 meters appeared in the air. Although only bones were left, the characteristics of the monster could still be seen. It has the body and claws of a lion, as well as the head, beak and wings of an eagle. There was a blazing phosphorescent fire burning in the eye sockets, and the bones of the whole body were dark, revealing a faint golden light. As soon as this flying monster appeared, a pressure comparable to that of an 8th-level dragon instantly swept the whole place. Bonnie and the others were shocked by the pressure and frowned. Qin Rushi also raised his eyebrows, and put his hand on the big sword. When Ji-sun saw the form of this flying skeleton, he was not shocked by the pressure at all, but said to himself in surprise, "Pure-blooded golden griffin? TSK, it's a legendary mythical creature." Griffins are mythical creatures that can hunt dragons in myths and legends. Even if it turns into a skeleton, it still has the blood pressure of such a high-level creature. It can only be a pure-blooded griffin. When Ji-sun saw this monster, he had a strong interest in his eyes. This was also the first time he saw such a mythical creature. If he could really kill it, it would be 100% epic material. However, this is not all. As soon as the skeleton griffin appeared, a black mist on its back quickly condensed into a skeleton wizard wearing a tattered cloak and holding a strange snake spear. The powerful spiritual pressure came, and Ji-sun seemed to hear countless wronged souls chanting its name in the dark. The great king of skeleton arcane Layden. This is the lord of the undead legion that Old Man Su mentioned. Everyone heard it. Sam held a heavy shield in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "Chief, we are in trouble now. The 2 monsters in the sky are 8th-level lords." Rosen's eyes twitched. "Have we poked the skeleton's nest? Damn it, Are there hundreds of thousands of skeletons? Bonnie was not optimistic either. She counted and said, the skeleton monsters at the level of the Legion Commander are all 7th level lords. I estimate that there are more than 5 of them. This girl has not found a man yet, and she died just like this. What a pity. Uncle Dong licked the dagger in his hand and joked, Old Six, didn't you say that the previous spider nest was not fun and you wanted to encounter a larger group of monsters? Haha, is this big enough now? Qin Jian put his hands on the hilt of the sword and said lazily, hey, it's fun to kill. It's not that they are pessimistic, but because they know themselves. Their team's combat power is not weak, and it shouldn't be a problem to deal with the 8th level. Just like the previous ambush and killing of the Dark Peacock. But the situation is different now. It is estimated that there are 2 8th level lords and hundreds of thousands of troops. This is not something that the 9 of them can resist. However, although they know that the chances of winning are slim, they did not retreat at all, but instead showed a determined look on their faces. However, the atmosphere was solemn for a moment, and Bonnie and the others realized that something was wrong. Our leader is too calm. Seeing this, Bonnie asked with strong expectation, Leader, can you solve it? Qin Ru shrugged without comment, turned his head to look at Ji Sun, and asked, what do you think? Ji Sun raised his eyebrows, and directly stated the tactics. We will definitely not be able to win in a head-on fight. But if we kill the Skeleton King first, we will have a chance. Yeah. Qin Ru nodded and agreed with this statement. Killing the enemy general in the midst of thousands of troops can quickly disintegrate the enemy's morale. Not all skeletons in the undead army are intelligent. Kill the commander, and the battle formation will collapse. The words of the two made the others stunned. Their expressions were obviously incredible. With such a huge difference in combat power, can they fight? But before thinking too much, Ji Sun turned around and asked the peacock beside him, Miss Bai, can you help us break the shield of the skeleton mage? The Dark Peacock has no name. Ji Sun called her Miss Bai because she was dressed in white feathers. The Dark Peacock did not agree, but did not refuse. She knew very well that she was on the same front with several humans in this situation. If she didn't help, several humans would die, and she would surely die too. Ji Sun looked at Calm K's acquiescent expression and grinned, well, I go first. As he spoke, the shadow of the demon god suddenly appeared behind him, and a terrifying pressure burst out instantly. This pressure was so exaggerated that it immediately pushed back the pressure of the 2 8th level undead lords in the sky in the distance. The pressure from both sides was not inferior at all. Bonnie and the others widened their eyes full of shock. They realized that Ji Sun's divine power was already on par with that of an 8th level lord. How is it possible? It was obviously not so exaggerated before, but the unreality of the divine power had not yet dissipated, and they suddenly felt the surging energy that erupted from Ji Sun's body. Everyone suddenly realized that Ji Sun's strength had undergone a drastic change. Bonnie couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaimed, how could Ji Sun become so strong? Qin Rushi was indifferent, but there was a touch of surprise in her crystal eyes, and she said to herself, it's indeed a big change. As she said that, the figure also collapsed on the spot. Chapter 516. More than half an hour later. Ji Sun stood on the tree root, panting. The 2 fist-sized blood holes on his chest and lower abdomen were oozing blood, and he looked seriously injured. At his feet, the undead griffin with golden bones had been scattered into pieces, and the soul fire in its eye sockets was extinguishing. Ji Sun devoured the rich extraordinary characteristics, and the corners of his bleeding mouth slightly raised an excited smile. The griffin is indeed a mythical creature. Even if it has become a dead spirit, its combat power is still so terrifying. Just now, it broke through Ji Sun's protective chi and golden body with one claw, and directly penetrated the steel-like body. If it weren't for the undead curse, the 8th level card master would have died on the spot. But it was because of this strong opponent that Ji Sun felt a hearty battle experience. The attributes that were absorbed and improved in the Moonwell before were also best tempered in this fierce battle. Seeing Ji Sun seriously injured, Bonnie, as the team doctor, hurried over, took out the card to release the healing spell, and muttered, Ah, Ji Sun, you are too messy. I could have avoided that just now. She looked at the horrible wound on Ji Sun's chest and his nonchalant smile, and said, if you use the undead curse indiscriminately like this, your life will be shortened very quickly. Ji Sun knew that Bonnie was concerned about him, so he smiled and said, it's a small problem. As he said that, he couldn't help but feel a spicy sensation in his throat, and spit out another mouthful of old blood. He could have fought more conservatively just now, and didn't have to fight so hard. But in that case, it would probably take several times longer to kill this undead griffin. He could drag it out. But the others would surely die in the endless skeleton army. And if they delayed, something might happen. No one could guarantee whether such a battle would attract more terrifying beings. Ji-sun didn't dare to drag it out at all, so he could only fight quickly. Bai could see the situation clearly, and murmured, just concerned about Ji-sun's physical condition. She didn't say anything more, but continued to bandage the wound silently. Medicine, surgery and treatment can speed up recovery, consume less life, and speed up wound healing. Ji-sun didn't care about his injuries. When his blood and chi were stable, he looked at the peacock not far away and said to her from a distance, Miss Bai, thank you for your help just now. If it weren't for this person's annihilation light to break the griffin's undead realm, even if he and Qin Rushi joined forces, they would not have found a breakthrough so quickly. Although the cooperation was still a little unfamiliar, the ending was good. After hearing the words of thanks, Ming Kongke still didn't respond. But the cold and indifferent face was gone after all. She was also very clear about her current situation. If she were to face this terrifying army of skeletons alone, she would surely die. Thinking of this, Peacock looked at the seriously injured Ji-sun, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. The performance of this human in front of her was indeed far beyond her expectations. This guy's means can kill the 8th level Lord Griffin, and he can also kill himself. He was not so strong 7 days ago, how come he suddenly became so powerful? The fierce battle in the distance continued. Qin Rushi was still dragging the 8th level Lord Skeleton Arcane King laden. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army were also fighting fiercely in the Skeleton Legion. As we all know, for any knight, there are 2 types of combat power with or without a mount. Whether it is the Golden Griffin or the Arcane Skeleton, Ji-sun has no accurate understanding. Reality does not allow them to spend too much money to test. The most appropriate tactic is to defeat them one by one. Separate the Skeleton King and the Griffin Mount, the strongest Qin Rushi will hold the strongest boss, and Ji-sun and Peacock will kill the Griffin first. The fact was just as planned. Peacock successfully attacked the Griffin with the light of destruction. Ji-sun showed weakness for a long time, and suddenly attacked with a fatal blow. Although it was a little thrilling, they didn't know that they had quietly solved a big problem. A quarter of an hour later, Ji-sun's injuries had recovered almost completely. He joined the battle again. Although the Skeleton King was a dead spirit, he was no less powerful than any 8th level Lord monster. He raised his hand to cast ultimate magic, and could also command the Skeleton Legion to use the Legion joint attack. The strength of the Legion's attack is almost fatal. Qin Rushi is strong enough, proficient in Legion battles, and protected by many immortals, and by family's holy objects. Otherwise, if someone else went, he would have been killed countless times by the Legion. This battle was extremely thrilling and full of dangers. But now that the 3 of them have surrounded it, the fate of the Skeleton King is doomed. Although its arcane magic is very powerful, it is not as troublesome as the celestial dragon Saint Teresa that they surrounded and killed before. After all, the monster is only good at undead magic, and there are no strange relics and abilities. For Ji-sun, it can be calculated. Whether it is Ji-sun's true solution of all things or Peacock's feathers of divine light of destruction, they just restrained various elemental spells. In the huge tree root space, various magics exploded brilliantly. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi fought in close combat, and Peacock attacked from a distance with feathers. The 3 of them surrounded and killed several hundred elite skeleton guards. Finally, the Skeleton King was beheaded by Qin Rushi with a sword. Without waiting for the monster's soul fire to recover, Ji-sun started to devour it. Although he could only devour a part at a time, after killing it several times, the Skeleton King could not escape being killed. After nearly 2 hours of fierce fighting, it finally came to an end. The surroundings were already a hill of bones, and the air was filled with a strong smell of bone powder. This is how Legion wars are. Once the main general is killed, the morale will immediately plummet. After Ji-sun and his men killed tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers, the remaining skeletons saw that the situation was not good and fled like a tide. They didn't chase him. They couldn't chase him. Although they won the battle, it was extremely tragic. If Ji-sun didn't have the Undying Curse, he would have died several times with his reckless fighting style. Qin Rushi and the Immortals were also seriously injured. Ming Kongke consumed a lot of his original power to help them quickly kill 2 8th level bosses. The situation of the 3 of them was even worse, and the situation of several cadres of the Revolutionary Army was even more grim. The Meat Shield Sam was stabbed hundreds of times all over his body. He didn't know the Undying Curse, and he was half alive thanks to the treatment of the team Dr. Bonnie. In the Legion battle, the Demolition Division Rosen was the main output, and his spell cards were also used up. Chen Jianwuli's sword was almost overturned. Anrose and Dong Shu were also seriously injured. I don't know why, at least a few people should be killed, but no one died. Ji Sun always felt that something was wrong. But his teammates didn't die, that's a good thing. Not long after, they eliminated several skeleton legions that were still resisting, and Ji Sun and Qin Rushi returned to the main battlefield. Bonnie was busy helping several teammates treat their injuries. Although the teammates were all seriously injured, they all had heartless smiles on their faces. For them, as long as they survived, nothing mattered. Ji Sun and Qin Rushi came back. Their divine power had not completely dissipated, they walked slowly, their pressure was overwhelming. Seeing the two come back, everyone greeted them excitedly. Luosun was the least injured, and immediately asked the most curious question, "Leader, why do I feel that you are much stronger than before? And brother Ji Sun is the same." The battle was too fast, so there was no time to ask. But everyone saw it. When they surrounded and killed the son of Heavenly Dragon before, they had seen the exaggerated fighting power of Ji Sun and Qin Rushi. I thought it was outrageous enough at that time, but I didn't expect that after only 7 days of not seeing each other, the fighting power of the two people has skyrocketed again. Chen Jianwuli gradually touched the threshold of divine power in these fierce battles. He felt it most clearly and asked, "Yes, Leader, the divine power of you and brother Ji Sun is so exaggerated that you can actually compete with the 8th level Lord?" They knew that both of them had treasures, so it was understandable that they had strong fighting power. But divine power is purely a matter of self-cultivation. Just like understanding the law, it can be said that the higher the rank, the stronger the divine power, which is almost a law. So he was very confused, why the two people's divine power is so strong. Sam, who was being bandaged by Bonnie, couldn't help but say yes. "And brother Ji Sun, I have observed your strength before. What have you done in the past few days? Your strength has increased by at least 50%? There is absolutely no hidden strength to deal with the son of Heavenly Dragon. The only explanation is that their strength has skyrocketed in the past few days. This is a bit difficult to explain. Divine power can be trained with secret methods." Qin Rushi couldn't explain it clearly. Her divine power increased because of the immortals, and Ji Sun because of the secret method left by Emperor Lanlingster, "My heart is the universe." But no matter which one, it is not something that others can imitate. After a brief explanation, no one asked any more questions. Qin Rushi thought that if she could go back alive, she might be able to take everyone to the Rainbow's secret realm to try. While chatting, she suddenly heard a sound of bones breaking, and in a blink of an eye, a wretched old man with ashes all over his head crawled out of the pile of bones. Although he looked a little embarrassed, he was not injured at all. Ji Sun was used to this scene, and even smiled and greeted Senior Su. The cadres couldn't understand it at all. What they couldn't figure out was that everyone almost died in the battle just now. How did this ordinary old man survive? Seeing that everyone looked at him a little strangely, the old man smiled shamelessly and explained, "Is the fight over?" The old man wanted to help just now, but he was knocked unconscious. After hearing this lame excuse, everyone's expressions became even stranger. Ji Sun smiled, turned around and continued to clean up the battlefield. The two 8th level lords produced the expected epic materials, Golden Skeleton of Undead Griffin, and Soul Fire Embers of Arcane Skeleton King Layden. This is already considered the top level material in the plane. No! Even in the Card Master plane, this kind of undead material cannot be found at all. Originally, Qin Rushi came to the Warcraft Forest to find 8th level materials, but he didn't expect that the materials he found were more suitable for Ji Sun. The Griffin Skeleton is suitable for close combat, and Ji Sun has a very high degree of compatibility. The Soul Fire Embers are suitable for Ji Sun, the elemental card master of the necromancy system. Because they are all undead materials, Qin Rushi can basically not use them. But the two of them don't mind so much, it's good for anyone to use them. Not only materials, the Skeleton King also has two legendary relics: Pharaoh's Snake Head Arcane Scepter and Arcane Master's Undertaker Robe. These two relics not only did not lose their extraordinary characteristics due to being corroded by the spirit of the undead, but because they were nourished by the spirit of the underworld, they had magical effects. The most suitable person in the team is the Pure Magic Card Master and Blaster Lozen. Although these two pieces of equipment require a high affinity with the undead, it is not a big problem. That guy originally specialized in dark spells, and when he turned to the undead-related arcane profession at level 7, he also had a high degree of compatibility, and he could directly use these two legendary relics to the maximum. Lozen upgraded his muskets. This guy was as happy as a child along the way. There were still a lot of bone powder and undead materials in the pile of bones. Everyone was afraid that the noise of the battle would attract other monsters, so they didn't have time to clean them up carefully. After simply collecting some good quality items, they evacuated from the battlefield without any regrets. In a flash, 4 days had passed. After the previous experience of being attacked, Ji-sun and his group walked carefully. Probably because of the mascot, Old Man Su, although they encountered some scattered undead monsters, they never encountered the dangerous situation like 4 days ago. Along the way, everyone also gained a lot of knowledge. Various ghost-type, zombie-type, and skeleton-type undead monsters appeared in an endless stream, and many of them were underworld creatures in mythology, walking, killing, and collecting materials along the way. During this period, they also hunted 2 undead monsters with mythical blood, and were able to refine 2 7th-level materials, which can be said to be a huge profit. However, as time went by, the excitement of the crowd gradually dissipated. Because everyone knew that if they couldn't get out in 7 days, they would really be trapped here forever. There were more than 2 days left, and finding an exit became more and more urgent. One day, in the tree root forest, Ji-sun and his group walked carefully. There was nothing but fog and endless tree roots all around. It was like they were lost in the vast ocean. No matter which direction they went, they would see these tree roots. Suddenly, Uncle Dong, who was exploring the way ahead, found something unusual. "Leader, look, there are traces of battle here. Judging from the equipment left behind, it should be the Holy Dragon Core of the Holy Sea." "Ah, I finally found some clues. But the traces of battle have been there for at least a day." Judging from the traces of battle, this Holy Dragon Core encountered a group of phosphorescent fire ghosts. After hearing Uncle Dong's report, everyone also walked over. This time, it was indeed the traces left by the Holy Dragon Legion. Their purpose these days was very clear, that is, to find the main force of the Holy Church. But there are a lot of people from the Holy Church in the Dead Zone, hundreds of thousands. It is really hard to say where the main force is. Moreover, the area of the Dead Zone is too large. The area of only the 16th floor is at least as large as a small principality. 7 days is not enough to search once. They did find some traces of mercenaries, and the legions of the 3 kingdoms before, but that was not what they were looking for. Fortunately, I was lucky. Today, I finally found the Holy Dragon Core of the Holy Sea. But even the Holy Dragon Core has elites and ordinary ones. Qin Rushi gave the burnt flag he found to Ji-sun and said, "Take a look." Ji-sun took a look, sniffed the black cloth, and confirmed, "Well, this is the gold thread cloud pattern cloth. It is a cloth that can only be used by the Holy Sea Archbishop level Legion. It looks like they are indeed the elite of the Holy Dragon Core." As he said that, he took out his notebook, recorded it, and then clamped the rag in the notebook. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a glimmer of hope. The high-level officials of the Holy See must have a way to communicate with each other. Following the traces of this team, it is very likely that their main force will be found. The battle took place a day ago, so it should not be far away. Most of the Holy Dragon Knights were wearing heavy armor, and the traces left on the tree roots were difficult to completely erase. Everyone continued to walk along those traces. Taking notes is Ji-sun's old habit when exploring dangerous places, in order to prevent his consciousness from being disturbed by some mysterious factors and leading to wrong judgments. As he walked, he also looked through the reminders recorded in his notebook and muttered to himself, "Isn't it strange that the consciousness is not polluted at all?" Ji-sun frowned slightly. Old Man Su said that if you stay in the underworld channel for a long time, the pollution of death will make your soul gradually lose consciousness. But it has been 4 days, and Ji-sun found that his consciousness has not been affected at all. Not only him, but also Qin Rushi and others. Ji-sun did not doubt the professionalism of Old Man Su. Then the only explanation is that his guess may be right. Feast devoured the unknown mysterious elements in the environment, exempting them from the pollution of the soul. And there is something very strange. Ji-sun found that on his panel, the proficiency of the magic secret method of the Lightless Sun has skyrocketed in the past few days. This is the exclusive secret method of the Red Heart 10 hero sequence, and it is also a secret method that the royal family of the Talon dynasty once banned from spreading. Although Ji-sun has entered the door, his proficiency in the secret method has been very slow. Using means, he has mastered an ability of repulsion. Very superficial. Ji-sun is very clear that he has not touched the true mystery of this secret method at all. Originally, he thought that his lack of understanding of the sequence led to his slow practice of the secret method. However, in the past few days, Ji-sun found that it seemed that it was not just a problem of understanding the sequence. There was also the environment. In order to prevent pollution, He had been using the feast to absorb the air of the underworld. Then the proficiency of the lightless sun began to soar. In just 4 days, the data on the panel showing the increase in proficiency even exceeded the level of his previous months of hard practice. This suddenly reminded Ji-sun of the dead weeping angel. The dark element crystal core that was discovered before was related to the angel's corpse, and he happened to be practicing the magic secret method of the lightless sun. The light and dark aura on the corpse was also very similar to the underworld. This made Ji-sun doubt that the two were directly related. Could it be that in order to practice the secret method to perfection, it needs the aura of the underworld? Ji-sun was basically sure of this. There are many secrets in the weeping angel, such as resurrection, such as mechanical angels. He vaguely felt that there was a big secret hidden behind this secret method. Just like this, thinking and walking all the way, before he knew it, another half-day had passed. Suddenly, the sound of fierce fighting came from afar. Uncle Dong, who was leading the way in front, brought back the news, "It's the Sun Cult." Ji-sun was not surprised when he heard it, but was happy instead. Looking for the Holy Church was still the worst option. He originally wanted to find the Sun Cult. After all, he knew that the purpose of these believers was to recall the golden dragon god Merodes from the underworld. Only by following them could he hope to find the way back. Everyone hurriedly followed the sound of the battle and chased after them. Turning around, he saw a group of people from the Sun Cult being chased and had no choice. Ji-sun knew the leader. It was the Saint Sophia of the Sun Cult. Chapter 517. Ji-sun and his companions hid in the shadow of a tree root, watching two groups of people chasing and fleeing in front of them. Bonnie recognized the blonde Princess Sophia at a glance and exclaimed, "Hey, look, is this the woman who was caught by the holy son of the dragon?" Although her hair color was different, everyone recognized her because they had seen her before. After a closer look, there were more than a dozen cloaked people, and there were many people chasing after them, estimated to be at least several hundred. Those who are still alive are all masters. Ji-sun and the others did not dare to move rashly. Seeing that the group was about to leave the field of vision, Sam asked, "Leader, should we continue to follow them? Gustav, the vice president of the Royal Academy, is not here. This should not be the main force of the Sun Cult. They must make sure to find the main force of the Sun Cult before they have a hope of escaping alive. This team does not look like it." Qin Rushi also felt so after listening. But she did not rush to make a decision. Instead, she glanced at Ji-sun and asked, "What do you think?" Ji-sun is the source of intelligence for the team. He knows the situation of the three major sects better than anyone else. Hearing this, Ji-sun did not speak, but fell into deep thought. Although she knew that Princess Sophia was the saint of the Sun sect, and guessed that the heavenly dragon Saint Teresa must have a special intention to capture her personally before, but now they have little time left. Once the judgment is wrong, there is a high possibility that there will be no chance to find another team. Out of caution, Ji-sun carefully observed the two teams chasing in the fog, trying to analyze as much information as possible to support the judgment. However, by coincidence, when watching the Holy See chasing after him, Ji-sun saw a blonde young man in the crowd. Although the guy was wearing a helmet, Ji-sun still recognized him from his attire. "Isn't this William from the King's Knight mercenary group who pursued Qin Rushi before?" Seeing this man, Ji-sun's eyes lit up, and he immediately made a decision. "Let's chase him." "Huh?" Everyone didn't understand why they suddenly took action. But they didn't hesitate. Everyone followed Ji-sun and Qin Rushi and followed quietly. If it was just Sophia, Ji-sun would not be able to confirm anything. But now there is a William in the pursuit team, so many things can be confirmed. Qin Rushi also understood immediately. She remembered that she had talked to Ji-sun about William before, and guessed that this guy might be an undercover of the Sun Cult. Since he is an undercover, he is still in the pursuit team. It seems like a deliberate bait tactic, rather than being chased. In this underworld passage, bait is used, which is very subtle. This tree root world is not like the outside world. Even though the Holy Church has a large number of people, they are very careful in chasing. Because this is the territory of the undead monsters. So the speed of both sides is not too fast. This also allows Ji-sun and his group to catch up without anyone noticing. One chasing and one escaping. About half an hour later. The Holy Church has more and more people, at least 7 or 8 night groups, nearly 300 elites. This force is very difficult even for Ji-sun and his group. Now almost all the people who can survive are card masters above level 5, including level 7 and level 8 commanders and church deacons. Moreover, the Holy Dragon Legion is the direct line of the Holy Church Pope, and the equipment is also the best in the entire southern continent, with several relics per person. If we really talk about combat power, This team can even surround and kill the 9th level. Ji-sun and his companions did not dare to expose themselves, so they could only hang far away. After all, no one had ever been to this underworld passage. The tree root forest was like a maze, and no one knew where it led to. As they ran, it seemed that the people of the Sun Cult were forced into a dead end, and suddenly they started fighting again. Ji-sun and his companions did not dare to get too close, so they watched from a distance. Although they could not see what happened, their curiosity was not extinguished. They knew that Ji-sun decided to chase them, and he must have discovered something. No one doubts the profession. But it is also true that I can't figure it out. Bonnie directly asked about the doubt she observed, saying, Ji-sun, why do you think those guys lure so many people here? Is it to share the pressure with the main force? Ji-sun shook his head and said directly, it's probably a blood sacrifice. Ah? Everyone didn't see it as clearly as Ji-sun, and they were still a little confused when they heard this. Ji-sun sensed that the battle not far away was getting more and more intense. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he said meaningfully, if I'm not wrong, they are going to summon the golden dragon god Merodes. He was very familiar with the outer god sect. Humans were the best spiritual material, and they were perfect for sacrifice. He estimated that sacrificing these hundreds of elites could at least summon a 9th order being. But the people of the Sun sect didn't need to summon any 9th order beings. They just needed to give the dragon god guidance. So when he saw the specifications of the sacrifice, Ji-sun had already judged the result. This idea was too far-sighted, and even Qin Rushi was very surprised when he heard it. Those people are going to summon the dragon god? The reason for the surprise is that both the Sun sect and the Scarlet sect have 9th level masters. No matter how you look at it, this team of minions should not be the main force. Yeah, it is likely. Ji-sun's mind was working rapidly at this moment. He deduced various plans and felt that this possibility was very high. He added, everyone be careful. If there is any abnormality, we will evacuate immediately. As he said this, an indescribable strangeness came over him. After all, neither Old Xia of the Scarlet Sect nor Jia Yu, the Light Chaser, was involved in any major cause and effect in this deduction. This shouldn't be the case. And what about the Cardinals of the Holy See? What about the Pope? What about the Great Omen? The Dragon God Arel himself doesn't dare to come to the dead zone, so he won't do anything, right? Otherwise, if the Golden Dragon God Merodes is really summoned back, will the Southern Continent be at peace? The only possibility is that Ji-sun thinks that what he sees is just the surface. But in the current situation, he can't see the deeper layout. Everyone nodded. Although they didn't think as deeply as Ji-sun, looking at his solemn expression, none of them dared to be careless. If they really sacrificed, they might be part of the enemy's plan. The battle in the distance suddenly became fierce. It looked like hundreds of holy dragon knights had surrounded the people of the Sun Cult, and the battle would soon end. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. What Ji-sun said just now was like a script, and reality was playing out. In an instant, the dazzling white light dispelled the dense fog, and a big sun suddenly lit up in the sky. It was like the sun at dawn dispelling the darkness, and the light illuminated everything in the darkness. In addition to illuminating the surprised faces of the hundreds of pursuers, Ji-sun and his men were also covered by the light. Looking at the glowing sun disk in the sky, Sam was surprised and happy and said, hey, the holy object of the Sun Cult is actually in the hands of that woman. The appearance of this thing here means that they follow the right one. This is the main force. Qin Jianwulia also exclaimed, Brother Ji-sun really guessed it right. Rosen pursed his lips. Is it really going to be sacrificed? If we are here, will we also be? Before he could finish, Bonnie knocked on Rosen's head and complained, you jinx. Shut up. Qin Rushi didn't say anything and glanced at Ji-sun. Ji-sun didn't say anything either and glanced at Old Man Su beside him. Of course, the two of them also thought that if there was a large-scale sacrifice, they would probably be affected. Fortunately, the old senior didn't run away, so the problem was not big. However, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Old Man Su suddenly yelled, oh, it's over, it's over, these guys have received the response of the gods and triggered the power of the sun. Ji-sun's eyelids twitched when he heard it. Before he could ask what was going on, the sun in the sky suddenly became visibly hot. Previously, it was a golden light that penetrated the mist like strands of golden threads, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a flame that burned the void and twisted it. That sun disk was like a huge fireball. Even though Ji-sun and his men were several miles away, they felt the stinging pain like a needle. You can imagine the fate of those pursuers. Sensing that the power of the light and fire laws was getting stronger and stronger, Qin Rushi frowned and whispered, the law level has reached the 9th level. Ji-sun also nodded, and said, "It's not coming for us. It's not a big problem for now." The sunlight from the roulette wheel was like a beacon in the dark night, and the light guided the direction. No need to ask, everyone understood what happened. This underworld passage is the closest place to the underworld. Those people from the Sun cult used this method to guide the golden dragon god Merodes. Jishuan's universal realization domain has been unfolded, and the peacock beside him also fully released the annihilation divine light. The two of them worked together to decompose those beams that could easily melt steel as much as possible, which prevented everyone from being burned to ashes. But even so, as time went by, burnt red spots appeared on the skin of several fragile magicians of Bani. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and no one said a word while enduring the burning pain. In the distance, the hundreds of people from the Holy See were in even worse condition. They were trapped in the barrier that had been set up long ago, and could not escape. Even though they were wearing heavy armor, the scorching heat burned their flesh and blood to ashes through the armor. As the number of people participating in the blood sacrifice increased, the sunlight became more and more dazzling. At this time, Ji-sun finally saw clearly what was happening. In the distance, a towering temple appeared out of thin air among the tree roots. This is almost exactly the same style as the Sun Temple that Ji-sun and others saw in the Blackwater Swamp. Princess Sophia was holding a spear in her hand and floating in the air. Under the sunlight, a phantom of a golden dragon soul appeared from the spear. On the supreme throne, a terrifying dragon power slowly solidified. Ji-sun saw this and murmured, "Is it started?" This is what the Holy Church used in the Firefly camp before. Baal. Mrs. Myth said that this was the smog soul-draining dragon spear that sealed part of the power of the golden dragon god Merodes. Now that several treasures have gathered, there can only be one result. Suddenly, Uncle Dong, who has the best eyesight, exclaimed, "Look, a firebird flew out of the sun." Ji-sun was blinded by the sunlight, and after a while of adapting, he was able to look at the sun disk in the sky. Sure enough, a strange bird covered in flames flew out. No one knows what it is. Old Man Su shrank his neck and muttered, "That's the sun bird. Oh, this weapon spirit is so powerful." Ji-sun also learned something new. Is this a weapon spirit? Before he could take a closer look, Old Man Su looked at everyone who wanted to take a closer look and reminded them unhappily, "Don't look at it directly. That fire bird is narrow-minded and vicious. Be careful not to be targeted." Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and quickly retracted their gazes. As if what they said came true, they avoided looking at the sun bird. But the people of the Holy See had to look. If they wanted to break the situation, they had to kill Sophia and her group. They looked at a fire bird emerging from the sun disk and instinctively stared at it. Unexpectedly, the strange bird seemed to be offended and rushed straight towards the humans, who dared to look at it. At this moment, the top master, who was still struggling to hold on, suffered a catastrophic disaster. Every time the firebird flapped its wings, it was as if it released a forbidden fire spell. The void was scorched and twisted. Ji-sun saw with his own eyes a 7th-level commander wearing relic-level armor being entangled by the firebird, and he and his armor were burned into a pool of molten iron alive, one after another. No matter whether it was 7th level, 8th level, robe or armor, it just lasted for a different amount of time. In the end, they all turned into a pile of ashes. Fuck. Ji-sun and his group of onlookers watched with their eyelids twitching. Sure enough, the old man was still reliable at the critical moment. If they hadn't been reminded by Old Man Su just now, they would have continued to watch, and I'm afraid the result would be the same now. After this battle, even those who didn't know the identity of this old senior, Bonnie, inexplicably respected him. However, the master temperament of Old Man Su didn't collapse for long. Looking at the amazed eyes of the crowd, his old face like bacon raised an expression of arrogance that couldn't be suppressed. After the sunbird came out, the sacrifice became very smooth. The top masters of the Holy Church, who had relied on the army battle formation and equipment to hold on, were burned to ashes one after another. The sun disk in the sky. The light was bright enough to not only dispel the darkness, but also shine into the legendary underworld. Ji-sun didn't know whether it was because the people of the Sun cult didn't find them, or because there were enough materials for the sacrifice. The firebird flew back to the disk after burning the people. The sacrifice ceremony was completely successful, and it was too late to stop it at this time. It seems that as long as they continue to wait, the golden dragon god Merodes will be able to be summoned back from the underworld. If they are lucky enough, Ji-sun and his team can follow the dragon god and leave this underworld passage. However, Ji-sun has a very strange feeling. Until now, there are more and more clues in his mind. And the feeling of being in the game of cards is getting stronger and stronger. The three outer god sects are like three card holders. They have seen some of the big cards in their hands, but they are still far from showing their cards completely. Ji-sun felt that these outsiders, who seemed to have joined the game by accident, were also implicated. We are so lucky that we happened to encounter the sacrifice side of the return of the dragon god? Once this thought came to Ji-sun's mind, he could not get rid of it. The dead zone is so vast that it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to encounter a few people. It is precisely because Ji-sun is proficient in the world that he will become more and more clear that most of the time in life, the so-called luck is inevitable. When he began to doubt, he reviewed his experiences along the way and felt that it was all like a script. The real top-level script is when the actors are on stage. Even if they have their own subjective consciousness, as the plot progresses, they can make the most reasonable and only choice, which is the plot direction that the script has already arranged. Did Jiayu do it? Ji-sun suddenly realized. If he hadn't seen the mysterious cloaked man in the moonwell before, he wouldn't have thought about it this way. But because he guessed that the cloaked man was Jiayu, the light chaser, Ji-sun was almost certain of this idea. Even being seen was part of the script. Let him guess that he was here, so that he could cooperate with some of his plans? Thinking of this, Ji-sun felt relieved. Haha, maybe it was really that guy's plan. But why did he lead me here? Could it be that he just wanted to show me a way out? He vaguely felt that Jiayu might have some purpose, and wanted him to cooperate. It could also be that Emperor Lalingster left something on the Forbidden Ruin stele. As the thoughts came together, it seemed as if those mysteries gradually became clear. The stele, the Emperor's relics, the Dragon Clan siege, the dead zone, Old Man Su. The mysterious organization of the Illuminati Hermitage is like an invisible thread that connects the history hidden in the dust hundreds of thousands of years ago with the present. Ji-sun originally thought that it was a fight between the three major outer god sects. Now it seems that Emperor Lalingster, who has fallen for hundreds of thousands of years, may be the fourth card player. A truly brilliant plan will not leave any traces. No matter how you deduce, the logic line can't find any tricks. Based on Ji-sun's understanding of Jiayu, that guy can do it. Moreover, there are things left by the Emperor. For example, the white crow of Moon Chuanli, whose purpose is still unclear. Ji-sun's hair spread out, and when he glimpsed a corner of the overall situation that had been planned for more than 100,000 years, the tingling feeling on his scalp became more and more clear. His eyes gradually raised an excited look. For him, finding a way out was never the most urgent thing. Instead, he was excited to be able to participate in this opportunity to touch the ultimate secret of the world. Shin Rushi keenly noticed Ji-sun's change and cast a questioning look. What's wrong? She thought Ji-sun had found a challenging opponent. She had seen that look several times before, and each time it was a fierce battle. However, Ji-sun was different this time. He smiled and said, I'm afraid something interesting will happen in a while. Interesting? Shin Rushi pondered the word. She thought for a moment, but didn't ask any more questions. She knew very well that there were gods in the three major sects, and some things could not be said. She also guessed that Ji-sun might have deduced some truths that others did not see. The ceremony continued. The light of the sun wheel shone deep into the roots of the tree. The light column seemed to break through the barrier of the plane and connected to another mysterious and unknown world. The undead monsters in the underworld passage were all dispelled by the light, and at the same time, a more and more frightening dragon power was guided and gradually became stronger. Half an hour ago, the fighting outside the temple was very intense. Ji-sun guessed that it might be the Cardinal of the Holy See who was fighting fiercely. But they failed to break in. The summoning ceremony was still going on. Ji-sun and his companions were already dry-mouthed, and their skin was cracked and burnt, but no one dared to move. Finally, just as everyone was anxiously guessing whether they would be burned to death first or wait for the summoning to end, a loud dragon roar sounded. Everyone's soul trembled. Ji-sun looked forward to it, finally. He could feel his mind unsettled, so it must be the dragon god Merodes. Everyone held their breath and watched, witnessing this scene that would surely be recorded in history. No matter what the result, future generations would remember this day. The believers of the Sun cult summoned the dragon god Merodes to return from the underworld. Just hearing this sentence was exciting. What's more, they witnessed an epic with their own eyes. Ji-sun and the others had strong expectations in their eyes. As the dragon roar got closer and closer, the air seemed to be half frozen, and everyone felt a sense of oppression and difficulty breathing. Just that breath was like the arrival of the messenger of death, bringing out the endless fear and despair in the depths of the human soul. In a blink of an eye, under the sunlight, a huge black monster rushed over at the end of the field of vision. It didn't seem to be fast. But in the blink of an eye, it seemed to have crossed the plain, and he had appeared in the field of vision. It was a giant dragon that was dead. Is this the golden dragon god? Ji-sun also widened his eyes, puzzled. Dragon god Merodes is the dragon god of the Golden Dragon clan. How could he be black? Ji-sun knew that he couldn't hide it, so he glanced at the old man Su beside him, who looked solemn and seemed to have changed into a different person. He simply didn't restrain his gaze and looked directly over. Looking again, the golden scales that might have been brilliant in the past have now faded to black. But if you look closely, the black scales are shining with golden light. The wings of this giant dragon are no longer complete and are in tatters, but they can still wave, bringing with them the chilly wind that makes people feel the chill from another world. His whole body is filled with a strong sense of conflict between life and death. How is this the same as the weeping angel? When Ji Xuanke saw the overflowing divine power intertwined with light and darkness, his first reaction was the weeping angel he had seen before. Although the two are not exactly the same, the feeling of this extraordinary opposition is exactly the same. Instantly, some incredible thoughts flooded into Ji-sun's mind. He felt as if he had glimpsed an ultimate secret. Chapter 518. 3,000 years ago, the Tarun dynasty had a national guardian angel who migrated to the East Wilderness with a group of Xinhua. But for some reason, the high priest Nanshinyu killed him in the City of Innocence. Later, the body fragments were divided into various places and used to seal the altars related to the moon goddess Arachne. At first, Ji-sun thought that Nanshinyu's killing of the national guardian angel was part of the internal struggle of the imperial power. But now, as more and more historical truths surface, the facts are clear. If it weren't for Nanshinyu's seemingly iron-blooded tactics, the Kashi civilization would have been destroyed long ago. Even if there are humans surviving in the East Wilderness, they are probably only some believers of the outer gods. Moreover, Ji-sun has personally come into contact with the soul of an angel and the remains of an angel. He also learned from Nanjing that the truth behind the death of the weeping angel was not that simple. Although Nanshinyu killed the angel, he also gave him the opportunity to resurrect. Those arrangements seemed to be the ritual of resurrection. Ji-sun was not sure about this before. But until now, seeing the strange image on the golden dragon god Maladies, who returned from the underworld, Ji-sun suddenly realized that he seemed to have glimpsed a top-level extraordinary mystery that he could not understand for the time being. This kind of conflict between light and darkness is exactly the same as the weeping angel. It is probably not a coincidence. It is a commonality that can only be achieved when reaching a certain level. Thinking of this, a bolder idea flashed through Ji-sun's mind in an instant. Could it be that Emperor Lanlingster was not unable to kill the dragon god Merodes, but deliberately exiled him to the underworld for some purpose? Since Nanshinyu left the weeping angel the possibility of resurrection, he must have known about this conflict between light and darkness. If the high priest knew about it, it makes no sense that Lanlingster, the founding emperor, would not know about it. In other words, could it be that the emperor did it on purpose? Moreover, Ji-sun also speculated that the opposition between light and darkness in the angels might be related to the lightless sun. This forbidden technique, which was considered by the Talon Empire as a secret technique that was not to be passed on to others, must have other reasons for being banned, in addition to being the exclusive secret technique of the Red Heart 10 hero sequence. In the past few days, he has been hanging around in the underworld channel, and his proficiency in this magic secret technique has skyrocketed. Ji-sun has also basically confirmed that it seems that two elements with opposite natures are needed to truly glimpse the secrets deep in the secret technique. Ji-sun felt that he had grasped some key points, but his limited cognition prevented him from fully understanding them. Relating to the stone tablet he had seen in the Moonwell before, Ji-sun thought more and more that it was possible. From the appearance of the Light Chaser to the appearance of Old Man Su who had participated in that battle, all signs showed that before the fall of Emperor Lanlingster, he left some tricks. It seemed that he had foreseen that the dragon god Merodes would return from the underworld. However, if he was really exiled to the underworld on purpose, why did he want him to come back? Ji-sun couldn't figure it out. The causal lines in his mind were separated by hundreds of thousands of years, and many things were beyond the reach of people at his level. The black dragon returning from the underworld at the end of his vision was getting closer and closer. As he watched, Ji-sun suddenly felt dizzy. At this moment, a faint warning suddenly came from his ear. Boy, you haven't even figured out the mystery of the elemental law, but you want to peek into the secret of the rules of that dead dragon. Aren't you afraid that you will go crazy because you can't bear that kind of supercognitive information? Ji-sun felt as if he had just woken up from a dream, and his thoughts suddenly became active. Turning around, he saw Old Man Su looking into the distance with a serious face. Qin Rushi and Kong Ke beside him also looked surprised, as if they had just woken up from a dream, and they had obviously noticed something. Except for the three of them, Bonnie and several other Revolutionary Army cadres had already fainted. The dragon's might alone was not something that a transcendent below the 7th level could bear. Ji-sun then realized the danger he had just experienced. Sure enough, the god level was not so easy to look at directly. Although I have seen several outer gods descend before, they were basically consciousness descending. And the one in front of me is a real dragon god. Fortunately, I made the right choice and took an old senior to avoid danger. While being surprised, Ji-sun looked at Old Man Su and said with surprise, "Senior, have you recovered your memory?" Old Man Su did not respond to this question. But Ji-sun saw the glimmer of wisdom in his cloudy eyes, and he already knew that this old man was big. This also means that an immortal who is unknown how strong is serious. Old Man Su looked at the black dragon, his eyes seemed to see through all the mysteries of the world, his lips moved slightly, and he murmured to himself, that dead dragon really broke through the upper godhood. Upper godhood. When Ji-sun heard this, he remembered that Nan Xingyu had explained to him in thousands of troops besieging the city that this was the division of the strength of the gods. But he was not surprised by this, but pondered the word as expected in the old man's mouth, and suddenly stared with his eyes wide open. This tone means that Old Man Su really knows that this dragon god can come back from the underworld. Ji-sun couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you know that he can come back?" Just as he asked, Ji-sun suddenly paused, and suddenly thought that he shouldn't ask this question. After all, this dead zone involves the secret of the fall of Emperor Lanlingster. The Emperor is dead, and since Old Man Su knows about it, why didn't he die? Besides, Old Man Su, who was in the toilet, gave people a very strange feeling, and there was an indifferent look in his eyes. Ji-sun didn't expect to get an answer. But unexpectedly, Old Man Su responded, "Yeah." Ji-sun listened to his personal confirmation, and his thoughts suddenly burst out. This means that his previous guess may come true. Before he could think about it, Old Man Su took the initiative to ask, "Do you want to ask if I have been here before?" Ji-sun was of course curious, but he didn't dare to answer this question. This question involves too many causes and effects. If you leak any of it, it may be a big secret that causes turmoil in the world. He didn't respond, but Old Man Su asked himself and answered, "Not only have I been here, I also witnessed Lanlingster's fall in this dead zone." When these words came out, not only Ji-sun, but also Qin Rushi and Kong Ke beside him were stunned. It was as if a history book of more than 100,000 years old was opened, and an eyewitness was telling the epic story of that year. Old Man Su's eyes flashed with some melancholy of reminiscence, but his tone was still calm. "I also saw that the ancestor of this girl, the great priest Nan, could not come in time and use spiritualism to reinforce, but unfortunately, he was still defeated." Hearing this, Ji-sun, Qin Rushi and Kong Ke's expressions froze, as if they heard the sound of war from this simple sentence. The battle that year might be more tragic than they imagined. Old Man Su continued, "I received the message from Lanlingster and rushed here as quickly as possible. However, the overall situation was already decided at that time. He knew that he would definitely fall, and did not let me intervene. I just watched him besieged by the dragons, and eventually fell into the dead zone." The understated words set off a storm in the hearts of Ji-sun and the other two. Old Man Su was like a kind old man sitting by the fireplace telling stories to future generations. The endless years seemed to have smoothed away all the waves in his heart. At this point, he asked calmly, "Do you know why Lanlingster didn't let me take action?" Ji-sun responded in time, "Why?" Old Man Su said, "Because I am a firewood gatherer. Plum Blossom Tin Hermit, the sequence inheritor. I am the carrier of the inheritance of the Kashi civilization. The bonfire that illuminates the darkness before dawn needs me to collect firewood to maintain it. If I die, no one will know what happened, and no one will know those secrets. The Kashi civilization will no longer exist." As soon as these words came out, Ji-sun's mind seemed to be filled with thoughts, and his thinking became stiff. The amount of information was too huge. Plum Blossom Tin Hermit. Ji-sun had heard of this sequence, but he had never seen a card master who followed this sequence. I heard that this sequence was about retreating from the world and practicing, so it was normal not to see talented people. Even in ancient books, there were very few records. Only occasionally in some turbulent times, some disciples of hermits would appear in the world and stir up the storm. There were only a few scattered stories about the legend of this sequence. But after Ji-sun was slightly surprised, he was not too surprised. After all, there were not many characteristics of Old Man Su that matched his extraordinary sequence, and this hermit was also one of his previous guesses. But when he heard the obvious title of Firewood Gatherer, Ji-sun couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you from the Illumination Hermitage?" "Yes." Old Man Su did not deny it. "I was born earlier than Lanlingster. I am also one of the founders of the original hermitage. Ji-sun's eyes twitched. One of the founders. After getting this result, it seemed that all his thoughts became clear. He had felt very strange before. According to Jiayu, the Illumination Hermitage had been discontinued. Even the inheritance of the Light Chasers in the Eastern Wasteland had been discontinued. They knew almost nothing about the Talon dynasty before, and most of the inheritance they got came from some historical documents and the Forbidden Ruin stele. Ji-sun was thinking, is this kind of organization really inherited by luck? Now it seems that there is still human intervention. The one who inherited the tradition is Old Man Su. There is such a hermit who has been living in the shadow of history. The inheritance seems to be broken, but it has never been broken. Those secrets have also been passed down from generation to generation under specific guidance. The existence of Old Man Su, an immortal, completes the most secret link in the logic of countless events in history. Those major historical events that were intervened by the Illuminati Hermitage can all be explained. It turns out that there has always been someone controlling it. This vision seems to match the reason why the old man wanted to assassinate the Mad King in the siege of the city. So that's it. Ji-sun suddenly understood. He looked at Old Man Su beside him again, and his respect for him had reached the highest point. A wise man who has lived for countless years and witnessed history must be an indescribable strong man. God level? To be able to live so long, if he is not a god level, then he is also a god level. A god level? I have known him for so long, but I just know him. Ji-sun had a very strange feeling. Excited and full of expectations. Old Man Su's words made him feel for the first time that the god level seemed to be different from what he thought. He is not high and mighty, but just an old man who has entered the world. Sometimes he is a little vulgar and afraid of death. But then again, could this be the practice method of the hermit sequence? For a moment, Ji-sun suddenly realized, but countless doubts came to his mind. If he could ask, he really wanted to pull this living history book and ask about the truth of history. But now is not the time. Ji-sun did not look at the dragon god who returned from the underworld, but the dragon's might still made his soul tremble. But it seemed that the sense of crisis disappeared in an instant. With such an old senior by his side, it seemed that all the difficulties in front of him were no longer a problem. However, before he could rejoice, Old Man Su seemed to have guessed his thoughts and immediately poured cold water on him, saying, "But don't expect me to take you out. I really can't die for some reasons. But if you stay in this underworld passage for 7 days, you will definitely die." Ji-sun's eyes twitched inexplicably when he heard this. "Are you serious?" Old Man Su's expression suddenly showed a familiar wretchedness, and he said seriously, "Besides, this is just a clone of my consciousness, with incomplete memories and no combat power. It can't even beat you. Don't expect me to beat that dead dragon either." Hearing this, Ji-sun immediately felt a sense of crisis. He didn't doubt that Old Man Su was joking. This man's words were very clear, that is, if you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. Ji-sun glanced at Qin Rushi beside him, and their eyes were solemn. Before Old Man Su went to the big account, Ji-sun did hold a glimmer of hope. Even if he couldn't follow the dragon god Maraudis out, he might be able to go out with this old man. Now he heard, "What, you are just a clone?" Ji-sun himself has a clone who is still studying at the Royal Academy, so of course he understands. In this situation, if Old Man Su has a way to get out, he will definitely not stand by and watch him die. In other words, he can only rely on himself. Ji-sun thought about it. The probability of him being able to survive by himself is probably 1 in 10,000. He still didn't give up, and hinted, "Senior, is Emperor Lanlingster also a Joker sequence?" I originally wanted to say that I was also a Joker, and it might not be a coincidence that I appeared here, suggesting that maybe the Emperor had some tricks left. However, before he finished speaking, Old Man Su poured cold water on him again. "I only remembered part of my memory. Don't expect me to know everything." He looked at Ji-sun, restored his previous expression of asking for a beating, and said something that seemed to have a deep meaning. "Also, if you die, it means that your fate is not good enough. It has nothing to do with the sequence." Ji-sun rolled his eyes slightly when he heard it. He didn't give up yet, and tried to ask again, "Can I ask what you saw on the Forbidden Ruin stone tablet in the Moonwell?" He thought that if the Emperor had left some tricks, the stone tablet might be the place. But he was disappointed again. Old Man Su said calmly, "Nothing. It just awakened the memory that had been sealed for too long, and the brain couldn't accept it all at once, so I fainted. I did remember some things, but it has nothing to do with whether you can survive." After saying this, Ji-sun completely gave up. But when he looked at Qin Rushi beside him, she showed an expression of indifference. As if to say, even if they really want to go to the underworld together, it doesn't matter. It seems that we can only see if the other two sects can give some surprises. Ji-sun's mind was racing, and he only thought of this possibility. Reality did not give him the opportunity to think more. The golden dragon god Maraudis, who was called Dead Dragon by Old Man Su, had already descended into the Temple of the Sun and sat on the throne. Under the stage, Saint Sophia knelt respectfully on the ground, welcomed the return of the Lord Dragon God. However, the black dragon seemed to be unaccustomed to the bright light of the sun disk. It raised its hand, and the light on the wheel dimmed. On Ji-sun's side, the burning sensation also disappeared. However, before the dragon god could sit firmly, hundreds of figures broke through the temple's barrier by some unknown method and suddenly rushed in. At the same time, Ji-sun sensed a familiar spatial fluctuation and thought, the guys from the Holy See used that coffin again? In a blink of an eye, 3 groups of people stood on each side and confronted each other. The Sun cultists led by Gustav, 7 or 8 vampires in cloaks led by Sieguizhong, and the most numerous were the masters of the Holy Church led by 3 cardinals. The 3 parties were on the verge of a fight, and the murderous intent was as fierce as the cold wind, which made people feel the chill under the scorching sun. It seemed that now was the time for excitement. Ji-sun glanced at the people of the Holy Church and muttered in his heart, there are so many masters. The 3 cardinals were all 9th level, and the hundreds of ascetics and holy dragon knights behind them were also the elite among the elite. The aura exuded by each of them made Ji-sun feel that they were no weaker than himself. He had also seen so many top-level card masters at the same time, and he was secretly amazed. Not enough, Ji-sun didn't think these guys could deal with a dead dragon. He glanced at Sieguizhong. For some reason, he always felt that his old friend was hiding very deeply. The dragon god Melodius on the throne didn't look at the 3 cardinals at all. Of course, he also found that the space was blocked, but he said to himself without caring, mirror space? I haven't seen this place for a long time. Lalingster is dead. Did Arel get the coffin? As he spoke, the dragon's face was full of hatred and twisted hideousness. After hundreds of thousands of years, he finally came back. He wanted to kill the despicable guy who attacked him that year. However, before the arrogance of the dragon god lasted for a moment, the 3 cardinals shouted decisively, go! In an instant, hundreds of dragon-born card masters in the sky transformed into giant dragons, and the scene was extremely spectacular. A huge 9-pointed star formation was formed in the battle formation. It seemed that they had been prepared for a long time, ready to surround and kill the dragon god. It was also the first time that Ji-sun saw such an exaggerated army battle formation. The moment the 9-pointed star lit up, the auras of the masters of the Holy Church merged into one, forming a phantom of the demon god. Dragon Slayer, demon god Achilles? Ji-sun was also very surprised when he looked at the phantom of the demon god. Isn't this the demon god pointed to by the Red Heart 10 hero sequence? It's fine for other card masters to use it, but why did the Dragonborn of the Holy Church also borrow the power of the demon god? Not only Ji-sun was surprised, the black dragon on the throne also had a mocking look in its eyes. The Dragon Slayer's army formation? The despicable guy Arel didn't dare to show up himself. And he actually used a human battle formation, which really made the dragon race lose face. However, just when everyone's attention was on the army war, in the shadow behind the throne, a red sword slowly pierced out from the void. If Ji-sun was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the god-killing magic sword turfing that he had given to Sieguizhong. Chapter 519. Ha! Errol, that despicable fellow, dares not come, and you think you can stop me from returning? The dead dragon Merodes sneered. The eyes in the ferocious dragon's head frame, that should have been full of wisdom and life, are now just cold black holes. When it stared at the group of masters of the Holy Church in front of it, there was only ridicule and disdain in its eyes. That look seemed to penetrate the soul, making people feel an indescribable coldness. As he spoke, the thorns on his neck bulged and swelled, and he opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of dragon breath. The black flame dragon breath surrounded by golden light rushed out like a torrent. The breath of despair and destruction was overwhelming. The 3 9th-level red-robed archbishops gathered into a dragon-slaying battle formation, fearless, and gathered their magic power together. The spell was instantly completed, Divine Art Dragon Spear. The power of the demon god Achilles on the 9-pointed star magic circle was materialized into a dragon spear condensed with white light, piercing the torrent of dragon breath. In an instant, it was like a meteor breaking through the darkness. The dragon spear was a spear and a shield, like an umbrella blocking the rainstorm, and the terrifying dragon breath was actually scattered. Ji-sun, who was far away, was also amazed when he saw this. It turned out that gods were not completely invincible. The 3 ninth-level masters were already at the peak of demigods, and there were also many top-level masters who had entered the demigod realm in the team. The power they burst out was far beyond Ji-sun's cognition. This was the highest level battle he had ever seen. Because the specifications were too high, many collisions at the law level were not understood at all, but looked a bit like the ordinary conflict between spears and shields. Ji-sun paid close attention to the battle between the two sides, not wanting to miss any details. However, just when he thought that the people of the Holy Church might have some chance of winning, the old man Su beside him said quietly, "If the dead dragon is still a mid-level god, perhaps the Holy Church's dragon-slaying battle formation can hold on for a while. It's a pity that the dead dragon is in his current state. Even if Rel comes, he can't stop it. If this guy really succeeds in returning, I'm afraid no one in the Card Master plane will be able to be his opponent." Ji-sun was surprised. So powerful? Old man Su's cloudy eyes were also full of depth, and said, "Yes. Dragons are a superior race, and their physical combat power is much stronger than that of humans. Otherwise, when Merodes was still a mid-level god, he would not dare to ambush Lanlingster. Now that he has been promoted, do you think he is powerful?" Ji-sun fell silent after hearing this. Old man Su said so he must be very powerful. But why did Emperor Lanlingster leave such a big hidden danger? Before he could think about it, the situation suddenly changed as Old man Su said. Just now, he thought the people of the Holy See could hold out. With a cold snort of disdain, the divine power of light and darkness on the body of the dragon god Merodes suddenly surged. The dragon might seem to be the ultimate oppression of the coming of the god of death. The air was filled with the extremely evil smell of corruption and withering. All life was eclipsed and withered in front of the black dragon breath. A strange scene was staged immediately. Just now, he was looking at the strong spear of the god of war Achilles, but at this moment, it was like a broken dam, collapsing at the touch of a button. Bang! The one at the front of the 3 cardinals was the first to be hit. He didn't have time to react before his body exploded on the spot. The other 2 ninth-level warriors were also severely injured at the same time. Their holy domains collapsed on the spot, and they vomited blood and flew backwards. Even if they didn't die, they were seriously injured. The 100 elite soldiers behind the 3 men could not withstand the terrifying explosion of divine power. Their limbs and arms flew everywhere, and most of the 100-man army was instantly destroyed. The 9-pointed star magic circle was extinguished instantly, and the dragon-slaying battle formation also collapsed on the spot. Defeated already? Ji-sun's eyes froze when he saw this scene. I originally thought that the Holy See had a chance of winning since it made such a big move. But it was gone in one encounter. But at the moment when this thought flashed through his mind, he had a strong premonition in his heart. No, this is a bait. These people from the Holy See were defeated too easily. That's why Ji-sun was confused. Where's the Great Omen? Where's the Pope? The dragon god Irel didn't dare to come, but it didn't mean that the Pope wouldn't come either, right? If the golden dragon god Merodes really wants to return, all the popes will have to kneel. So Ji-sun felt that the people of the Holy See would definitely go all out this time. However, he guessed the beginning, but not the end. The Holy See does have a backup plan, but it is not what anyone thinks. When the scarlet sword appeared in his sight, Ji-sun's eyes were filled with surprise. Others did not know what the sword that emerged from the void was, but he recognized it at a glance. This is the magic sword turfing. The timing was just right. Just when the dead dragon was arrogantly wiping out the Holy Church's dragon-slaying army, the scarlet blood sword slashed out silently. This was obviously a premeditated sneak attack. The people of the Holy Church were willing to be bait to create an opportunity for the sneak attacker. Old Xie, why would this guy help the people of the Holy Church? When Ji-sun saw the big sword, he guessed that the person who made the sneak attack was Xie Guozhong. But, isn't the Scarlet Cult an ally of the Sun Cult? How could he suddenly turn against the enemy and help the enemy? Qin Rushi beside him also knew about this magic sword, and she also looked at Ji-sun in confusion. But after a moment, Ji-sun understood, and suddenly realized, so that's it. Behind Lao Xie is the outer god. Scarlet Corruption Sayadis. So, the motive of the sneak attack is not to help the Holy Church, but to help himself. If this dead dragon really returns, it will definitely sweep across the Card Master plane. Not only the Holy Church, any other sects will probably have no chance. Therefore, from the perspective of the Scarlet Cult, Old Xie would never watch the dead dragon return like this. The incident came too suddenly, and this scene made Gustav and other followers of the Sun Cult see their eyes tear up. They never expected that they would be betrayed by their allies. The dead dragon Merodes also discovered that someone was attacking him, and he was dismissive at first. After all, with his current strength, There is no threat except for Arel himself. However, when the scarlet sword pierced his body protection domain and broke the scales, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. God-killing weapon, the magic sword Tears front carried a corrupt breath of the most evil in the world and quietly pierced the dragon's scales. Instantly, golden blood gushed out like a geyser. Seeing that the great sword was about to completely penetrate the dragon's body, the figure of the dead dragon Merodes collapsed on the spot, and then a dragon claw grabbed in the direction of the great sword. There was a loud crack, explosion, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the surrounding void, and the rules of space were broken. The shadow hidden in the darkness groaned and immediately exploded into a ball of blood mist. Then, in Ji-sun's vision, blood was dripping down to the ground like rain. Prince-level vampires can recover by dripping blood, and in a blink of an eye, the blood mist condensed into a pale human figure, which was Xie Guizhong. But he seemed to have no breath at this moment, and there was a huge hole in his chest. Ji-sun looked at him with a fixed gaze. Old Xie. The accident came too suddenly, and seeing an old friend die in front of him, a kind of grief and anger rose in his heart for no reason. Oh, another old friend. It seems that none of them want me to come back. The dead dragon Merodes didn't even take a second look at the corpse. He only looked at the direction where the divine power dissipated and sneered, Saiades, you really like to do these sneaky little tricks. He knew that the 7 gods of natural disasters could not be killed. Since they had escaped, there was nothing worth paying attention to in their bodies. This kind of crushing feeling was really good. Looking at the scarlet sword in his claws, he suddenly realized, this sword is interesting. It can be bloodthirsty and steal divine power. It is a perfect match for you, a vampire. But it's a pity that the accumulated divine power is still a little short. If you can kill a few lower gods in advance, maybe it will be a threat to me. Merodes felt extremely happy. This feeling of controlling absolute power made him feel great. This time when he came back, without Landlingster's opponent, this plane was his. When he mastered the power of the plane's origin, he might be able to peek into the supreme realm of the God King. However, Merodes didn't notice that the sword of Xie Guizhong's sneak attack just now pierced the scales, and his own divine blood also dripped quietly and disappeared into the void. Although there was a little accident, the dragon god Merodes solved it lightly. In the temple, more than a dozen believers knelt on the ground, praising the reputation of the dragon god. From a distance, Ji-sun looked at Xie Guizhong, who failed in his sneak attack and died on the spot, with a very solemn expression. It was not that their plan failed, but that the dead dragon was too strong. Ji-sun thought, is this it? He felt that even if he was the dragon god Irel, looking at this scene, he would probably not end up. The enemy was so powerful that it was impossible to fight against it. If Irel really came in person, he might also be killed. The game between the 3 major sects seemed to have been decided at this moment. The dead dragon Merodes crushed all the conspiracies and calculations with his absolute strength. It seemed that they could only watch him leave the underworld passage and dominate the card master plane. Ji-sun knew that they should have been discovered by the dead dragon a long time ago. In this situation, their only chance to survive was probably to hope that the dead dragon had no interest in crushing a few small ants on the roadside. Ji-sun, Qin Rushi, Old Man Su, and Peacock held their breath and stared, with different expressions. Seeing that the overall situation was settled, Ji-sun always felt that something was missing, and thought to himself, it's not right, where is Jiayu? Now it's up to the 3 major sects to perform. It seems that the means left by the emperor are useless. Thinking of this, he tilted his head, and looked at Old Man Su with an inquiring look. The old senior seemed to understand what he was wondering about, and said something meaningful. This Merodes led the dragons to ambush Landlingster because of his arrogance. He really hasn't learned his lesson at all. When Ji-sun heard this, he looked expectant. Could there be a chance of a turnaround? Suddenly, an idea became clearer and clearer like a flash of light. Hey, if the dead dragon Merodes was deliberately exiled to the underworld by Emperor Landlingster, would the emperor know that after his return, his godhood might be elevated to invincibility? So, the emperor never thought that someone could kill him. If he wasn't going to kill him, then what was the point of exiling him? Leaving behind a disaster? This was definitely not what Emperor Landlingster intended. Ji-sun suddenly had an idea in his mind, and he had a shocking hypothesis that he had never dared to think of before. Could it be a seal? Others might not think of it, but he did. Because he had 2 jars on him, which sealed 2 outer gods. The emperor must have planned a bigger plan. In the distance, the dead dragon Merodes was so powerful that no one dared to breathe loudly in the entire underworld passage. The high and mighty dragon god was not interested in getting entangled with some low-level creatures. The sun disk in the sky was shining brightly, and the sun bird kept circling around the light circle, gradually forming a light gate that distorted the space. Seeing that the gate of the underworld passage was about to open, the mirage-like dead zone scene could even be seen outside. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. In the sky, behind the sun, a pair of large hands wearing white gloves appeared without warning. Yes, it was a pair of white gloves. It was as if a ghost was controlling the gloves to cast a spell, and the 10 fingers moved flexibly like playing the piano. As the fingers moved slightly, a 9-pointed star formation lit up on the back of the gloves. Others could not tell where the gloves came from, but Ji-sun had an inspiration in his eyes. The Joker's magic gloves detailed explanation, an ancient relic with polluted divinity, a Joker sequence exclusive professional artifact, Landlingster's magic gloves, which have super god skill entries such as control, steal, God's hand, and stealing the sky and changing the day. Another relic of the Great Emperor? No wonder Ji-sun felt familiar with it. It was very similar to the spell style sealed on his black magic gloves. Seeing this relic of the Great Emperor appear, he suddenly realized that his guess might come true. The big hands in the sky cast some kind of spell, and the laws around them solidified. It was as if someone in the dark chanted, "Spell, God's hand." Looking again, the arrogant Maraudis' expression suddenly changed. He looked at the pair of gloves in the sky, and his phosphorescent eyes seemed to be, "How is it possible that you can use this thing?" It was not surprising that the glove fell into the hands of Arel. After all, this despicable man was the biggest beneficiary of the war. But what surprised Maraudis was that someone could use the Joker exclusive relic. It was not because the glove was so powerful, but because the magical transformation ability, which was like magic, had caused Maraudis to suffer a great loss more than 100,000 years ago. Now seeing the glove, the dead dragon had a very bad premonition. This was not an offensive spell. But it was precisely because of this that he was more afraid. God's hand, the strength is not in the spell, but in the unpredictable changes. It is like a magic trick. Before the result is known, no one knows what it can do. It is this unknown that makes people feel uneasy. The moment this spell was formed, among the fleeing Holy See not far away, a humble armored knight suddenly glowed with divine light, and a phantom of a 3-headed dragon rose behind him. What a coincidence! The phantom was projected from the twisted light gate that had just opened. When Ji-sun saw this, he recognized the shadow of the dragon god at a glance. It was exactly the same as the statue in the library square of the Royal Academy. Dragon god Ariel. Meroldus was waiting for the opportunity to go out, and the dragon god Ariel outside was also waiting for him to open the passage and then project divine power. Could that person come in person? Ji-sun thought it seemed impossible. He looked closely, and saw that the knight's visor was just opened. A familiar face came into view. He was immediately startled. The son of the heavenly dragon, Teresa? Although he couldn't see the whole face, he was very sure when he saw the eyebrows and eyes. Wasn't this the son of heavenly dragon that they had killed before? What's going on? Another son of heavenly dragon has come. If the body of the son of heavenly dragon was not still in Ivan's stomach, Ji-sun even suspected that the guy had come back to life. In an instant, he immediately realized that there might be more than one son of heavenly dragon in the Holy See. Moreover, the son of heavenly dragon came here just for now. Ji-sun and his team killed Teresa before, and perhaps caused a big trouble for the people of the Holy See. That's why the second saint appeared. But it's not important anymore. What's important is that the saint is holding a spell pottery jar in his hand. Isn't this jar the one we got in the plague swamp? Ji-sun looked at the pattern on the jar carefully and basically confirmed that it was the one he had seen, Brother Tang. In the plague swamp, the Holy See sent people to look for the jar. Because Qin Rushi's contracted fairy by Chiu had taken action in advance, those guys only got an empty jar. This jar itself is the strongest seal relic in the world, and its greatest use is to seal the gods. Seeing this, Ji-sun already understood what these people's plan was. They may have known that they couldn't kill Maraudis, and plan B was to seal the dragon god, although Ji-sun didn't know how those people planned. But all the actions were clear at this moment. The elite of the Holy See were used as bait, and if Xie Guizhong could kill them by sneak attack, he would kill them. If he couldn't kill them, he would break the defense and steal the blood of the gods, and then seal them. Ji-sun also had a strong intuition. This is not a method that the Holy See could think of, but the content on the stone tablet. The Holy See probably didn't know about the method of sealing the gods with a jar before. Otherwise, they would not have risked conspiring with the Scarlet Sect. So, the news could only have been revealed by Xie Guizhong, and the source of Xie Guizhong's information was most likely Jia Yu, the former assistant. That is to say, this was the backup plan left by Emperor Landlingster. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, when he chose to exile rather than kill Maraudis, He had thought about how to deal with this guy's return safely. The Emperor recorded the method of handling it on the Forbidden Ruin stone tablet. What a brilliant method! After understanding all this, Ji-sun's heart was surging. This link completes the key role of the Illuminati Hermitage in this struggle between the three major foreign god sects. It is still as he knew it, hidden and untraceable, but it secretly controls the course of history. Thinking of this, Ji-sun turned his head to look at Old Man Su beside him. Looking at his calm expression, it was obvious that he had guessed right. Looking at the changes happening in the distance, before Ji-sun could ask, Old Man Su himself explained the ins and outs of this plan. With the blood of God as a medium, God's hand replaced the soul seal on the jar. In other words, Maraudis will never escape the soul seal restriction of the God sealing jar. In this way, no matter how powerful the outer god is, the threat is limited by the jar. I didn't say it before, because any malicious intent might be detected. Now that the plan is complete, I have no scruples. When this was said, not only Ji-sun, but also Qin Rushi and Kong Ke beside him felt that it was powerful. As Old Man Su said, arrogance is the bad nature of the dragon race. If this dragon god had ignored the face of the god rank and killed all the people in the holy church one by one, there might not be this trouble now. But the fact is that he paid the price for his arrogance. He thought that his invincible fighting power could ignore everything, but he didn't expect to be tricked by his opponent from more than 100,000 years ago. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The dead dragon Maraudis already understood what happened. The soul seals between the god-sealing jars were becoming more and more clear, and he had no means to resist. It was like an invisible rope was tied around his neck, with the jar at the other end. This soul contract was similar to the Lich's life box, which became his fatal weakness. Not only is there one more weakness, anyone who gets the jar can use it to suppress his divine power, or even seal it. This is the result of countless years of testing by the 7 gods of natural disaster. No matter what means are used, they cannot get rid of the shackles of the god-sealing jar. On. The angry dragon roar resounded throughout the space. The appearance of the god-sealing jar disrupted all plans. Even though the dead dragon was invincible in combat, it did not dare to stay at all. He rushed straight towards the newly opened gate of the underworld passage and rushed out. Chapter 520. Run away now? Ji-sun was also a little stunned when he saw the sudden change in the situation. He didn't know what other effects the spell pottery jar had besides sealing the gods. But seeing the huge contrast of the dead dragon Maraudis turning around and running away, he knew that this jar might have some special restraint on the gods. This also made Ji-sun feel an indescribable sense of absurdity. Maraudis, who had just descended in an invincible posture, ran away in disgrace. Ji-sun saw not only the shocking reversal of the game between the 3 major sects, but also the 4th player. The great move of Emperor Lanlingster. The arrangement of the Holy Church is indeed a step ahead. But the one who is even better is the Great Emperor. Even if Maraudis was at the top of the plane tens of thousands of years ago, his cognition was certainly at the top of the pyramid. There is only one possibility that he would be fooled without any precautions, that is, before this, no one in the world may know that this spell pottery jar can be used in this way. As far as Ji-sun knows, the 7 spell pottery jars are all exclusive seals. They respectively seal the 7 lords of the calamity. 1 for each person. If they could easily get rid of the jar's restraints, the 7 lords of the calamity would have been free of restrictions long ago after so many ravages over the years. But they broke the seal again and again, and were sealed again and again. It turns out that this jar has an almost unsolvable binding ability, and the grade of the sealing spell is likely to be higher than the upper limit of the entire plane. In other words, Emperor Lanlingster may be the only one who knows that this jar can replace the sealed soul contract. And he left that method on the Forbidden Ruin steel, and after more than 100,000 years, he tricked the dragon god Maraudis. So that's how it is. Since the method of restraint was left behind, this dead dragon was really deliberately exiled to the underworld by the Great Emperor. But what is the purpose of doing this? Ji-sun figured out a lot of things in his mind, and also had some more doubts. But the more important question at the moment is, how can I leave this underworld passage? Before, I was hoping to take advantage of the chaos among the 3 major sects to see if there was a chance to go back through the passage opened by the dragon god Maraudis. But now this guy has fled in disgrace, and the twisted light gate is about to disappear. What should I do? If I rush over now, I will definitely die. Ji-sun frowned as he watched his original plan fall apart. The surviving people of the Holy Church breathed a sigh of relief as they watched the dead dragon escape. They did not chase after it, because the goal has been achieved. Now that the soul-sealing jar has bound Maraudis, no matter how powerful he is, he will be suppressed by the jar. At least with the jar in hand, the dragon god Arel is not afraid of this powerful enemy. And now, they have other things to do. In a blink of an eye, the second son of God with 3 evil dragons behind him turned his gaze to the darkness not far away. He looked at the blood that slowly condensed into a human shape, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. The 2 seriously injured red-robed archbishops and elites also stood in front of the Holy Son and the Holy Queen, with signs of taking action. Seeing this, the blood spoke first, sneering, "What, Errol, do you still want to leave me behind?" This is the true form of scarlet corruption Cetus. He was attacked by him just now, and was severely injured. Now he is at his weakest. Although the 7 calamities cannot kill him, it does not mean that he cannot be exiled to the underworld. Now the affairs of the Sun cult are basically under control, but the Scarlet cult is still a big problem. Obviously, the dragon god Arel has this idea. Hearing this, the second Holy Son also responded lightly, "No, you misunderstood. I just want to get back the things I lent you before." As he spoke, the rules of the surrounding space were instantly confined, and the divine power in his hand flowed, and a rusty trident appeared. I had prepared some means to deal with Maraudis before, but I didn't use them. Now I can use them to deal with this guy. In an instant, the whole space seemed to have turned into a deep sea, and a suffocating feeling of high-level water elements condensed in everyone's heart. In the distance, Jisun saw the scene, and his eyes twitched, black eating black. Of course, he also understood that the Holy Sea was going to cross the river and destroy the bridge. Previously, the 2 major sects had conspired to plot against Maraudis. Now that the common goal has been achieved, the 2 evil-minded outer gods have returned to the previous conflict. It is not surprising that they started fighting. Jisun was also happy to watch the fun. Only in chaos can there be opportunities. Judging from this situation, this is the most exciting time of the game. At the same time, he looked at the trident that triggered the high-level water element law, and muttered in his heart, "But then again, the Holy Sea has a lot of good things." Before, the Holy Son Charissa took a divine weapon, Zeus's Thunder Scepter, and now there is another one. In the Enlightenment, the weapon in the hands of the Holy Son was another one of the 3 sacred weapons forged by the Cyclops Poseidon's trident. This background made Jisun envious. Scarlet Corruption Kaiatis was severely injured and his breath was greatly weakened. The space has been blocked, and the people of the Holy Sea on the opposite side have formed a battle formation again. Although he was at a disadvantage, the Scarlet Lord did not panic at all. On the contrary, he did not hide his disdain and sneered, "Errol, you are really insidious and despicable. No wonder you were able to betray your allies and steal credit back then." Jisun listened to the mocking words, and looked at Sieguozhong's body on the ground. He didn't know what Sedais was going to do, but he knew that he definitely had a backup plan. After all, Jisun was one of the few people who knew the relationship between Sieguozhong and Sedais. At the beginning, the Scarlet cultists parasitized Sieguozhong's body with the spell pot that sealed Sedais, so the 2 were already in a companion relationship. It can even be said that the 2 are inseparable and check and balance each other. Master Merlin once said that if you want to separate the jar, no known means of mankind can do it. If the jar is taken out, Sieguozhong will die, and if Sieguozhong dies, Cetus will also be seriously injured. But now, Sieguozhong is dead, but Cetus is still alive and well. Jisun suddenly figured out the cause and effect relationship, thinking, now it seems that Cetus was seriously injured in the sneak attack before, and I am afraid that he deliberately used the dead dragon's hand to accurately separate this parasitic relationship. Human means cannot do it. Then the gods may not be able to do it. How it is done is not important. He guessed this, and guessed that Cetus must have been prepared. Sure enough. Cetus looked at the second Holy Son in front of him and sneered, "Arel, you despicable guy, guess why I can use the clown's magic gloves just now? TSK, it's not a special secret method. It's because I once sucked Lon Linkster's divine blood." As soon as these words came out, the second Holy Son's expression suddenly changed, as if he understood something, and he also took action. Bang! The water magic released by the trident strangled the bloody figure into pieces on the spot, and even the blood was annihilated by the divine power. But it was too late. Everyone only heard a creepy sneer, and in the distance, another bloody figure quickly condensed into a human form. And this time, the clothes he wore were no longer vampire dresses. It was a funny and grotesque clown costume with red, yellow, and green as the main colors. When Jisun saw the clown costume stained with divine blood, he murmured again, "Is it another relic of the Emperor?" As soon as the clown costume came out, an indescribable aura of terror spread. It even gave people the illusion that an invisible and terrifying demon god appeared before their eyes. He came from ancient times, with the momentum of destroying the world. However, before I could take a closer look, the clown costume suddenly seemed to swell rapidly. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a clown 100 meters tall. Ji-sun looked at the suddenly swelled body, and suddenly guessed something in his heart: Titan corpse? The undead aura of this giant was exactly the same as the giant hand of the Royal Academy. From the current clues, it seems that there are many fragments of the bodies of mythical titans in the depths of the dead zone. And the big hand in the Royal Academy is most likely the hand of the titan brought out from the dead zone. So that's it. The original purpose of C-Dis was not only the big hand, but the body of the titan. Ji-sun also figured it out. If you want to cooperate, you must trade something. No wonder old Xie did not show up in the Firefly camp before. It turned out that the purpose had been secretly achieved long ago. But he was also confused, however. How can the power of this corpse be so terrifying? He even had a feeling that the dragon power in front of him was more exaggerated than that of the dead dragon before. A corpse, no matter how powerful it was when it was alive, would lose its extraordinary characteristics over time after death. But this corpse is still so terrifying. Ji-sun suddenly realized something and thought, could this be the unknown monster that severely injured Emperor Lanlingster in the depths of the dead domain? Even if it's not, there must be a connection. The old man Su beside him also had a serious face. He saw the trick and said in a serious tone, it's really bold for Cyades to think of using the clown magic suit to suppress the divine power of the corpse. Ji-sun and the other two listened to this, although they didn't quite understand, but they were shocked. The special ability of the Blood Clan to absorb all blood allowed Cyades to master the remaining divine power in the Titan corpse. The swollen body broke the confinement of the high-level water element magic. Hee, without you, I really wouldn't have such a good opportunity. Cyades laughed strangely, and punched the group of people from the Holy Church on the ground with his huge fist. Even though the thick water element barrier blocked them layer by layer, the giant hand still broke through like a bamboo. Bang! With one punch, the battle formation was broken immediately. The few people from the Holy Church who were left were severely injured again, and dozens of them exploded into blood mist on the spot. Before they had any time to recover, their blood was sucked away by the giant. Seeing the second attack of the giant coming, the two seriously injured cardinals shouted, "Sir, run!" Everyone knew that the giant hand was going for the spell pot. Whoever gets this pot will have the means to deal with the dead dragon. If this thing is lost, the Holy Church will be in danger of destruction. But the crisis is not only for the people of the Holy Church, but also for Ji-sun and other bystanders. Seeing this, before the battle in the distance was decided, old man Su said solemnly, "Ji-sun, there is no chance here. You guys should find a way to escape. I am here, so I can still make the guy feel a little scared. It will be too late if I am late." Hearing this, Ji-sun's eyes flashed with a slight surprise, but he said decisively without any verbosity, "Okay, take care, senior." He actually deduced this result. Before, he chose to watch the battle because he wanted to see if there was a chance to escape from this underworld passage in the chaos. But now the overall situation has been decided, there is no need to watch it anymore. If it is Xie Guozhong, Ji-sun still thinks it is possible to go out with him. But now Xie Guozhong is dead, and Scarlet Corruption C-Dis will never give them any hope of survival. Although they will die if they cannot leave the underworld passage, they will also die if they stay. Old man Su's words cut off the last bit of luck. Ji-sun twisted Sam and Rosen, who were unconscious beside him, and turned around and left. Shin Rushi immediately understood and twisted Bonnie and Sam. Although Peacock had no good impression of these humans, he didn't think much about it. He helped twist the last two, and in a blink of an eye, he turned into a peacock and flew away. No matter what, let's escape first. As soon as they started to move, a murderous intent that made the three people's back shiver rose from behind. C-Dis could ignore the three minions. But a Joker sequence inheritor, a direct descendant of the Bai family, he would not let go. However, the murderous intent disappeared in an instant. Ji-sun knew that it was Old Man Su who took action. The three did not dare to delay, and evacuated quickly. Coincidentally, when Ji-sun and his companions were fleeing in a panic, in a corner not far from the battlefield, a mysterious man in a golden cloak was holding a notebook, watching the battle and writing and drawing. If Ji-sun was here, he would recognize at a glance that the notebook was the inheritance treasure of the Light Chaser lineage infinite script, the world of will and appearance. This person was Jiayu. The cover of the notebook in his hand gradually lit up a 9-pointed star formation, as if he heard a soft chanting of the incantation, Divine Art, the fairy tale of the White Crow. The battle not far away was coming to an end. He waved the pen in his hand, and wrote the last paragraph of the script. The protagonist of the story has the immortal fate of the unlucky gambler. No matter how serious the injury is, he will always have a glimmer of hope. The protagonist and his team have gone through dangers, and will eventually end this adventure story without any danger. Because of the special passage to the underworld, the soul of the dead friend will not collapse. He fell into a state of dead and not dead. After writing, Jia Yu took a long breath and said to himself, if it weren't for the means left by the Emperor, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to write such a perfect script even if I were 2 higher levels. Hey, it really makes people experience the excitement of the peak game. As he said this, he laughed at himself. He glanced at the abstract white crow standing on his shoulder again. The ink used for writing just now was the sketch lines drawn from this crow. After writing so many words, the divine lines accumulated on this crow for hundreds of thousands of years were also drawn out. It's just hard for you. Jia Yu looked at it and raised his eyebrows slightly, and touched the crow that was actually combing its feathers with its mouth. Many of the contents on the stone tablet are left for the light chaser to see. Of course, the backup plan left by the Emperor is also in line with the ability of the light chaser. White Crow, this cursed spirit, has the ability to turn fantasy fairy tales into reality. And Jia Yu is a bard, who happens to be good at writing stories. This is the only way he can think of to allow the old Captain Xie Guizhong to escape from the symbiosis of the scarlet corrupted Psiades and still survive. Only in the underworld passage can there be such an environment. The spell was completed instantly, and the lines on the white crow's body disappeared, turning it into an ordinary white crow. On the other side, Ji Sun and the other 2 felt that they had run very far and seemed to be safe enough. The terrifying power of the gods could no longer be felt around them. There were only tree roots and fog that could not be seen at a glance. Stopped and injected a sobering potion into Bonnie and the others, and they woke up one after another from their coma. Looking around, the cadres seemed to have lost a part of their memory, and were all blacked out. Chief, what happened just now? Ah. Chief, are you saying that the golden dragon god Maraudis really came back from the underworld? We saw it, but he was in a coma? How come I don't remember anything at all? Oh, what a pity. I wanted to see what the real god level looks like. How could I faint? What happened next? Why are we here? After Qin Rushi briefly explained what happened later, and the current situation, Bonnie and the others were shocked and surprised. That is to say, they lost the most likely hope of leaving the passage to the underworld. But the atmosphere was not as pessimistic as imagined. If they had to die, they would not be afraid of going to the underworld with their companions, who would live and die together, but would be looking forward to it. After a long rest, the sequelae of the dragon's might dissipated, and everyone's souls seemed to have completely returned to their place. Everyone sat together and discussed countermeasures. Ji Sun had been writing and drawing with a notebook. He was seriously reviewing everything that had happened before. Now that old man Su was not around, there was no one to rely on. He could only rely on himself. While writing and drawing, Ji Sun was still thinking in his mind whether he could find a ray of hope from the places he had overlooked. A few months ago, the great Emperor's relic curse god card appeared, the treasure hunt in the Warcraft forest began, the Sun cult and the Scarlet cult were in chaos, and now the dead dragon Maraudis has returned from the underworld. The logical deduction has finally become a closed loop. From the result to the process, the layout of the 3 major sects is almost completely clear. Ji Sun's thoughts were flying in his mind, and countless causal lines linked the clues and conjectures together, piecing them together into a gradually completed puzzle. But as he was piecing together, he suddenly found that there were a few more fragments in his hand. Where is Jia Yu? Where is the white crow left by the Emperor in the elemental waterfall? Although the Illuminati Hermitage has intervened in the entire layout, it has not shown up in person until now. According to Ji Sun's understanding of the mushroom-headed man, he will definitely not just make waiting clothes for the enemy, and there must be some backup plans. And that guy once tried to wipe out the outer god sect in the East Wasteland, and even sacrificed himself. In order to ensure the plan, he should also be somewhere in the underworld passage. Thinking of this, Ji Sun suddenly felt that it seemed that he was not doomed to die. Ji Sun's sudden change of expression made Qin Rushi look at him sideways. Bonnie looked at the subtle eye contact between the two and asked directly, Ji Sun, what did you think of? Then, everyone looked over. Along the way, they were used to Ji Sun always bringing surprises. Ji Sun was not sure whether Jia Yu really came, but just said, I think there may be a glimmer of hope to leave here. Ah? Hearing this, everyone also looked forward to it. Ji Sun did not explain much about the Illuminati. This mysterious organization hidden in the shadow of history, many things cannot be said. He just said, before that, I want to confirm the situation of an item. Qin Rushi guessed something and asked softly, the coffin? Yes. Ji Sun nodded. Previously, the people of the Holy See used the space ability of the coffin to seal the temple, originally to deal with the dead dragon Merodes. Later, it was Scarlet Corruption Seades. The plan was disrupted. I don't know if the people from the Holy See escaped, but there was probably no chance to take the coffin away. Ivan sensed the location of the coffin. After thinking for so long, the fight over there should be over. Regardless of whether he could get out or not, Jisung wanted to go and see the coffin that Emperor Lanlingster said hid the secret of Color Joker's promotion.